The Forgotten Soldier, A True Story by Guy Sajer, Part 2. Read by Isaac Darlin. The breakthrough at Cornertop. We drove for an hour, which meant about 30 miles, about 48 kilometers, before it grew dark. We were all anxious to stop so that we could get rid of the thick, choking dust which coated us from head to foot. We were also exhausted and longing for sleep. Although a good bed in a warm barracks would have been paradise, any place where we could have stretched out and lost consciousness would have done. And we knew that when we did stop, we would collapse onto the ground and sink immediately into blackness. The dark sky was filled with heavy black clouds lit up on their outer fringes. Large drops of rain began to fall as the storm broke. The rain so often occurs seemed like a blessing this time, washing off the filthy faces we turned up to meet it. It soon became a downpour, running down our collars and over our bodies, like a gift from Providence to friend and foe alike, making us all smile with a sense, however partial, of returning well-being. The soaking cloth of the uniforms on our tightly packed bodies clung to all of us, grey-green for the Germans, violet-brown for the Russians. We all grinned at each other without distinction, like players from two teams in the showers after a match. There was no longer any feeling of hatred or vengeance, only a sense of life preserved and overwhelming exhaustion. The rain became so heavy that we had to improvise shelter and covered our heads and shoulders with our ground sheets. Although hardly anyone understood more than a few words of the other language, we were all laughing and trading cigarettes, Hanover cigarettes for Majorca tobacco from the Tartar plain. We smoked and joked over nothing, a nothing which in fact represented the most absolute human joy I had ever known. The exchange of tobacco, the smoke under the ground sheets which made us choke and cough, and the simple fact of laughter without reserve. All of this made a small island of joy in a sea of tragedy which affected us like a shot of morphine. We were able to forget the hate which divided us as our stupefied senses reawakened to an awareness of life. Understanding nothing, I laughed uncontrollably as a curious sensation took hold of me and filled my veins. Suddenly, I was covered with gooseflesh, as one is during a particularly moving piece of music. The rain was beating on the metal hood. Would we have to shoot our Russian fellow passengers tomorrow? That seemed impossible. It was impossible that such things could continue. We had just caught up with a regiment of motorized cavalry stopped in the middle of nowhere. Streams of water were running down every exposed surface. The dull finish of the sidecars sheltering under the dripping leaves of the trees at the edge of the woods glistened with raindrops. Wesredo climbed down from his sidecar to talk to the cavalry commander. The fellows in the sidecars had long oilskins which pretty well covered them and kept them more or less dry. However, all their camping equipment was in the trucks of the supply column, so instead of sleeping, they had to spend their rest period tramping up and down through the puddles. Two fellows distributed food, a stale sausage for each German soldier and loaves of bread to be divided among 8. There was no food for the prisoners, whose rations in theory would be provided by the division. We thought of walking off a short way to devour our meager portions, but we were bunched around our dripping communal plates. The Russians, who had nothing but their lives, kept their feverish eyes fixed on the food, which was impossible to hide. Finally, our torn and filthy hands broke the hard bread and held it out to the men who had been trying to kill us only a few hours before. Our stomachs were still rumbling with hunger 5 minutes later as we swallowed down the last mouthfuls of our rations. Everyone was thirsty, and our water bottles had been emptied after the fighting. Like feverish sheep, we needed water. We had obtained permission to leave the trucks to relieve ourselves, but for no other reason. We were in the middle of wild, uninhabited country, and there were no breakers or drinking troughs. However, the rain was still pouring down, and we collected the runoff from the backs of the trucks and the leaves and the puddles in the oilcloths. When we had quenched our thirst, we left with the cavalry regiment. Finally, the rain stopped, leaving us chilled and bone-tired, to the misery of our throbbing machines. Lightning was still streaking through the sky behind us and over our heads, and the thunder was still rumbling. Ahead, there were other flashes too, which unfortunately had nothing to do with the storm. These were produced by Stalin's organs, firing at the division blocked behind Konotop. As we drew nearer, we were able to gauge the size of the battle by the intensity of the fire flashing across the horizon. Soon we also could hear the loud and continuous sound of guns. We had been hoping for a refuge where we could spend the night. Instead, we were faced with the anguish of a fresh hell and a fresh uncertainty of survival as war tightened its vice-like grip once again around our throbbing temples. The young face of the blonde boy who had played the harmonica a short time before hardened suddenly into the face of a man. Was it exhaustion, or did he simply want to get it over with? In the space of a few moments, he suddenly aged 20 years. We arrived at the town, which was black and deserted. Intermittent flashes from the battle being fought somewhere to the west of us, through the outer fringes of the town, lit the darkness. The thunder of explosions filled the air, shattering window panes and breaking off the gutters of the houses all around us. The rain had begun again, falling in small, delicate drops. We were ordered to leave the trucks and jump down like sleepwalkers. The shock of contact with the ground reverberated through our numbed bodies, and we felt sickness rising in undulating waves along the entire length of our spinal columns. In a herd, we followed our leaders while the trucks drove off to a nearby street. I could feel the sleep weighting down my eyelids and, only half awake, staggered like an automaton after the sound of the boots of the fellow in front of me, without grasping that I was going back into battle. What happened that night at Konotop? I only know that there were explosions and fire and houses collapsing down the length of dark, indefinable back streets. There was a gutter full of running water, and there were my hard, heavy boots which I scarcely had the strength to lift, and my big bony feet inside them, which felt as if they were growing smaller and smaller, and the heat of my throbbing temples, which had begun to burn with fever, and the crushing fatigue which had settled around my thin shoulders, trapped in the filth of my undershirt and waterlogged tunic, and the tangle of leather straps and cartridge belts, heavy with ammunition, and the incomprehensible hostile world whose weight we still had to bear, where we still had to march and crawl and tremble. Toward morning, which dawned as pale as the last morning of a condemned man, I was overwhelmed by a crushing sleep and briefly lost my waking nightmare. We collapsed in the shelter of an entranceway, which protected us from most of the rain, except when the wind blew a particularly strong gust. We spent a few hours there. Then we were wakened to stare at 100 other faces as white and drawn as our own. Our closest relatives would probably have hesitated before identifying us. My eyes, which felt as if they had sunk into my aching head, instinctively looked around to see what the new day would bring. Directly in front of the gate where we had slept was a building of several stories. Its grey walls were stained with long streaks which dribbled down from its gaping windows. A short distance to one side stood a cluster of miserable shacks, which now offered shelter only to a few wandering cats and troops looking for refuge. These buildings, which at their best could never have looked like much, now seemed soiled by the passage of something monstrous. Further along, the street was entirely blocked by the houses which had collapsed when the Russians had shelled the town the evening before. I looked for something which might produce an instant of pleasure and distract me for a moment from the effort of trying to control the spasmodic shivers which shook my whole body. A sound behind me made me turn my head. The veteran was coming back with 2 canteens of hot soup, which he had found God knows where. I watched him blankly as he limped through the puddles and the scattered rubble. His uniform was as grey and filthy as the setting, and his thin, shaggy face beneath his heavy steel helmet seemed to fit perfectly with everything else. Above our heads, the sky flowed slowly toward the horizon, trailing grey clouds like dirty rags as far as the eye could see. "Anyone who wants to eat better open his eyes," the veteran called, putting down the canteens. I quickly shook Hulls, whose sleep, as always, seemed impenetrable. He jumped, but when he realized it wasn't a new bombardment or attack, he pulled himself together, muttering a few incomprehensible words, and finally stood up, rubbing his stiff and aching body. God, I'm sick of this, he said in a disgusted, weary voice. Where are we, and what the hell are we doing here? Come and eat, said the veteran. In silence, we devoured the millet and soup, which was already beginning to cool. Some of the fellows preferred to sleep a little longer. Then we were ordered out again, and began to walk slowly through the devastated sector of Konotop. We were too exhausted to notice much, and walked without thinking or looking. When we were forced to recognize an explosion or an airplane, we slid to the ground without haste, then we got up again, and so on. I was certainly ill. My head and back ached, probably from exhaustion, and I was shaking with the cold shivers of fever, but there was nothing to do about it. If I felt any worse later, I would try to get sent to a hospital, but for that, I would have to faint. We reached a section of the town that had suffered particularly heavy damage. In the ruins, we could see an enormous tiger tank, which had ploughed a large furrow through the heaps of rubble and appeared to have been stopped by a mine which had blown off its right tread. Despite this, it was otherwise intact, and its gun was still spitting occasional shells at the enemy formations, which were very close. Groups of soldiers hiding in the ruins seemed to be waiting for Ivan, who must have been digging in nearby. We moved carefully through the rubble to a hole where Hals and I settled down. For at least a half-mile ahead of us, and 500 yards, about 457 meters behind us, we could see nothing but wreckage. Groaning with the effort, we piled up all the solid pieces of rubble we could move to keep ourselves off the bottom of the hole, which was covered with blackish water. We stared at each other in a kind of stupefied silence. We had already said everything there was to say under the circumstances. Our lives at that moment were reduced to waiting. The force of events had already inflicted enough horror to drive us mad. You really look filthy, Hal said finally. I'm sick, I said. We're all sick, Hals answered, his eyes fixed on our universe of destruction. Our exhausted eyes met for a moment, and I saw on my friend's face an almost limitless depth of weariness and despair. I was also haunted by the thought of what might happen to us. It seemed literally impossible that this existence could go on much longer. We had been living in this way for over a year now, like gypsies, except that that is far too mild a comparison. Even the poorest, most wretched gypsies lived better than we did. For over a year I had been watching my comrades die. Suddenly all the memories of that year came flooding back. The Don, the Third International, Ucheni, the battalions of stragglers, Ernst, Tempelhof, Berlin, Magdeburg, the horrors of Belgorod, the retreat, and only yesterday Württemberg, his belly striped by a dozen streams of red blood, which ran down to his boots. What stroke of fortune had saved me from those giant explosions? So many men had already been consumed right in front of my horrified eyes that I wondered if what I had seen could possibly have been true. What miracle had preserved Hals, Lenson, the veteran, and the other survivors of our ill-fated unit? Although our luck had been almost incredible, and had spared us so far, it must almost surely run out if this went on much longer. Tomorrow, perhaps the veteran, or Hals, or maybe even I would be buried. I suddenly felt terribly afraid. I looked out as far as I could see, in all directions. It would probably be my turn soon. I would be killed, just like that, and no one would even notice. We had all grown used to just about everything, and I would be missed only until the next fellow got it, wiping out the memory of preceding tragedies. As my panic rose, my hands began to tremble. I knew how terrible people looked when they were dead. I'd seen plenty of fellows fall face down in a sea of mud and stay like that. The idea made me cold with horror. And my parents. I really should see them again. I couldn't just die like that. And Paula? My eyes filled with tears. Hals was looking at me, as still as that horrible landscape, indifferent to suffering, death, everything. There was nothing we could do about it. The screams of fear, the groans of the dying, the torrents of blood soaking into the ground like a vile sacrilege nothing. Millions of men could suffer and weep and scream, and the war would go on, implacable and indifferent. We could only wait and hope, but hope for what? To escape dying face down in the mud? And the war, all it needed was an order from the authorities, and it would end an order. which the men would respect like a sacrament. And why? Because after all, the men were only human. I went on crying and muttering incoherently to my impassive companion. "Hals," I said, "we've got to get out of here, I'm afraid." Hals looked at me and then at the horizon. "Get out! Where to? Go to sleep. You're sick." I looked back at him with sudden hate. He too was part of this indifference and inertia. The tank near us fired a shell, and the Russians sent back about half a dozen, scattering the piles of rubble a little further. Maybe they knocked off a few more of our fellows too, the veteran perhaps. Suddenly it all seemed unbearable. My trembling hands clutched my head as if they were trying to crush it, and I sank into total despair. My sobs attracted Hals's attention. He looked at me, almost in irritation. "Go to sleep, for God's sake! You can't go on like that!" "What difference does it make to you whether I sleep or die? You don't give a damn, and nobody gives a damn. Nobody gives a damn about anything, and nobody will give a damn when you're killed either." "You're right. So what? So what? We've got to do something, for the love of God, and not just sit here in a stupor the way you're doing now." Hals's listless eyes were without expression. His feeling of misery was probably as great as mine, but for the moment it was dulled, and his listlessness had overcome his outrage. "Go to sleep, I tell you. You're sick." "No!" I was shouting now. "I'd rather be killed and get it over with right now." I jumped up and left our hole, but before I had taken more than 2 steps, Hals had grabbed me by the belt and pulled me back. "Let go, Hals," I shouted, louder than ever. "Let go. Do you hear? You're going to shut up, for God's sake, and calm down, and be quick about it." Hals clenched his teeth and clasped his 2 big hands around my neck. "You know as well as I do, we're all going to get it, one after the other, so let the hell go of me. What business is it of yours anyway? What difference does it make?" "The difference is that I need to see your face from time to time, the way I need to see the veteran or that bastard Lindbergh. Do you hear? If you go on like his, I'll smash you on the head, just to keep you quiet. But if Ivan gets me, I'll be dead anyway, and you won't be able to do a thing about it. If that happens, I'll cry, the way I did when my little brother Ludovic died. But he died because he was sick. He didn't do it on purpose. And if Ivan gets you, you won't have done it on purpose." A violent shiver engulfed my whole body. Tears continued to pour down my cheeks, and I felt like kissing my poor friend's filthy face. Hals loosened his grip and then let go. A burst of fire forced him to duck. He looked at me, and we both smiled. At the end of the day, our 3rd attempt to move failed like the others. By this time, the piles of rubble which stretched out to the dark horizon seemed to have been levelled absolutely flat, with no protruding shapes, although a few chimneys were in fact still standing. Once again, the darkness was streaked with white lights, which glimmered back at me from the insensible retinas of my companion, and we began another interminable night of fear, in a dark hole with a pool of cold water under the stones, and an exhaustion so heavy one wished to die, a night in which nothing or everything could happen. There were fires and explosions and short or long flashes of light, which killed the sleep pressing at the backs of our eyeballs. We listened to the cries of our fellow combatants and the lethal rain of rockets crashing into the ground behind us. 1,000 memories of my other life passed through my head. France and my youth still so close, and so remote an act of childish naughtiness, a toy, a scolding, which now seemed so gentle, my mother, and the new focus in my life, Paula. We hardly spoke during that night, but I knew that I should try to live for the sake of my friend. Long before daylight, a violent fit of shivering destroyed what was left of my resolution. In the grey daylight, Hals wrapped me in my cover, which I no longer had the will to unfasten. "Take this," he said, handing me a half-eaten can of food. "Eat it. You'll feel better." I looked despairingly at the jam mixed with lint and dust from the inside of the pack. "What is it?" "Eat it. It's good. You'll see." I did as I was told and scooped out the jam with 2 fingers. But before I'd swallowed even half of it, I was overwhelmed by nausea, and my vomit increased the filth of our refuge. "Damn it," Hals said. "You're much sicker than I thought. Try to sleep. Shaking with fever, I let myself fall into the mire, which I pushed back with my elbows and feet to try to make a flat place where I could stretch out and perhaps really sleep. Several hours passed before I regained consciousness. Later that morning, we were sent some reinforcements, and Howells was able to help me to another hole a little farther back, where two fellows put me on a makeshift bed laid across the shattered remnants of a ladder. Two other fellows were lying on boards which had been put directly onto the stones. Behind my head and my ears, ringing with fever, the war went on. I lay where I was, listening to its roar for an indefinable time, shaking with feverish chills, despite the pile of covers and coats which several well-meaning companions had thrown down on top of me. Once somebody woke me up and made me swallow a pill. How much time went by? Perhaps a day. I fought my fever while Russians and Germans fought each other through the outskirts of the town. After turning the end of the enemy lines to the east of Konotop, we withdrew to the west, only to find a defensive wall which cut us off from our rear. Several attempts to move out to the west failed, and our autonomous group, already weakened, was faced with the prospect of entrapment in a Bolshevik noose, which was drawing tight from the north, west, and south. While I lay shivering on my ladder, our situation grew extremely critical. Our staff officers were doing everything they could to kill the terrible rumor that we were encircled. The next night, I was ordered to leave my ladder in a hurry and tottered on my unsteady legs to a more secure shelter in a cellar, where about 50 sick or wounded men had been collected. I was almost turned away from this improvised infirmary, but as I looked pretty sick, an orderly stuck a thermometer in my mouth. When this registered nearly 104 degrees, I was told to sit in a corner, where I waited for morning and someone to look further into my case. Outside, the town was undergoing heavy bombardment simultaneously from the ground and from the air, and the orderlies were run off their feet by a flood of freshly wounded men. My comrades had gone back into the line to face the increasingly ferocious enemy assaults. Toward noon, the orderlies filled me with quinine and made me give my place to a fellow who was dripping with blood and no longer able to stand on his feet. With stars dancing in front of my eyes, I staggered from the dark cellar into brilliant sunshine. A final burst of summery sun lit a landscape of total devastation. Everywhere, columns of smoke were climbing into the sky. Groups of slightly wounded men stood staring and talking, visibly stricken with desperation and horror. One of them told me we were surrounded. This terrible news was almost as destructive as the bombardment. A sense of every man for himself had begun to spread, and our officers needed all the severity they could muster to prevent a hopeless rout. Still another day passed, and I slowly began to recover, but my head swam, like the head of a convalescent who has gotten up too quickly. I stayed huddled in a corner as long as I could, gleaning fragments of news from the rest of the city. Surrounded, dangerous situation. The Russians have already reached. We're trapped. The Luftwaffe is coming. But instead of our planes, we heard yaks and its throbbing overhead in the pale blue sky, and torrents of Russian bombs shaking what was left of the town. What exactly was happening? Almost no one really knew. I can still remember a roll call, and then the non-coms coming to comb the infirmary. A fellow had to be missing a foot at least to be able to stay behind. I was among those who could still be used, and was led back with several bandaged companions to a zone near the front of the fighting. In a vast space bordered by roofless houses, a new group was hastily organized. Among the 5 or 6 officers present, I immediately recognized Herr Hauptmann Wessreidau. From nearby to the northeast, the thunder of Stalin's organs drowned our voices and provoked a wave of panic which was difficult to control. I was still very sick. My mouth tasted sour, and I felt as if my thin, faltering body was supported only by my boots and my filthy clothes. Wessreidau began to speak, raising his voice to make himself heard above the noise of the guns. He would probably have preferred to give us a more detailed explanation, but the continuous uproar, the pressure of time, and the risk of Russian planes suddenly diving at our 3 companies drawn up in the square forced him to be brief. "Kameraden, we're surrounded! The entire division has been surrounded!" We already knew it, but hearing it officially made us horribly afraid. A situation officially acknowledged to be dangerous by the staff must be very serious indeed. In the near distance, through the sound of explosions, we could hear the howl of Russian rockets. Both the earth and sky were filled with roaring noise, as if to emphasize the desperation of Captain Wesridow's announcement. "We still have one hope," he went on, "a swift and brutal breakthrough by all our forces pressing at a single point. This point must be to the west, and we shall engage all our units at once. The success of this attempt depends on the courage of every one of us. There will only be one attempt, and it must be successful. There are some strong infantry units which will be going into action to help us on the other side of the Russian ring. If each one of us performs his duty, I feel confident that we shall break out of the Bolshevik noose. I know the qualities of the German soldier." Wesridow saluted and requested us to get ready. Our companies were directed to the points from which they were to press our final assault. There were many wounded men among us, more deserving of a warm bed than of further battles, and fellows like me who were sick. The vast majority were utterly exhausted, staring with infinite weariness from glittering, feverish eyes. These were the troops Wesridow had been exhorting to an excess of courage, valiant German soldiers who looked more like worn-out stock, ready for the slaughterhouse. And yet, we had to attack or die. At that time, there was no question of captivity. As always, after a hard knock, we rediscovered a kind of unity and seemed to be held together by tighter bonds. What provoked the sentiments of generosity which brought out the last cigarettes, or the chocolates so rare they were usually devoured in secret, a fraction at a time, inciting all the scum to fake friendship, leading the non-com, who had probably been mixed up with every kind of dirt in civilian life, to pat a suspected possessor on the shoulder and talk of trust and faith when they were really hinting for a bite, just like everyone else. Where did they come from? Precisely when no one could use them. I was sick of the whole thing. My stomach was turning over and I felt cold. I looked for Hals or some other friend, but couldn't see any familiar faces. They must all have been sent to a different position. For me, they had become almost like relatives, and their absence weighed on me. I felt very much alone among these mutilated men with their raging fevers, trying to find some excuse for hope and encouragement. I myself began to daydream about a soft bed with silk covers, imitating the veteran who liked to dream aloud about beds like that, which he himself had never known. Even before the war, he'd been an unfortunate and unhappy man, but he knew how to dream. Sometimes, as his bony body lay stretched out on the hard ground, he smiled in a way which suggested such a powerful sense of well-being that I am sure, in those moments at least, he was unaware of the harshness of his situation and that his dream was more powerful than reality. I myself was not yet that well trained, and my dreams could not obliterate the feverish vice which gripped my temples. Straight ahead, to the west, the smoke had climbed so high it blotted out the sky, and the distant horizon was ringed with fire. What substance could be feeding such a huge conflagration? Companies of men black with dust and soot were pouring back on the run. It seemed that our first contact with the Russians had not been in our favor. The retreating troops left a certain number of wounded with us, but no one knew what to do with them. The medical teams, which at best were inadequate, had already packed up and gone, or were about to leave. The wounded men were left lying in the street where they had been put down, trying to stanch the flood of their own blood, which was often pouring from several wounds at once. Everyone tried to help as much as possible, but we were capable only of ludicrous gestures. The most extraordinary scenes unfolded in front of our incredulous eyes. As we were sponging off a fellow who'd passed out, a fat Gefreiter came to help us, explaining that he'd just dropped a fellow with a smashed knee. He was making too much noise and I couldn't stand it. Give me someone who's knocked out, any time. For the moment, our stretch of cleared street was not under bombardment. The battle was raging directly ahead, as well as to the northwest and southwest. Directly to the north, the Russian artillery was raking over the ruins like a monstrous plough. However, as a few of the retreating men huddled beside us trying to catch their breaths, the Russian fire shifted and began to sweep through our position like a giant scythe. Our officers' orders were drowned by the shouts of the men and the uproar of a frantic stampede for shelter. Our jostling and cries for help and screams of panic were finally obliterated by explosions. Everyone who was able to had run off the street. The slightest protuberance offered some hope of survival as a wall of fire passed over the 2,000 troops concentrated on that spot. The wounded, abandoned in the open, lay writhing in the dust. Through the uproar, we could hear the sound of disarticulated bodies falling back to the ground in broken pieces. As at Belgorod, the earth shook, and everything trembled and grew dim as the whole landscape suddenly became mobile. The filthy hands of ill and wounded men resigned to death scratched the ground for one last time, and the lined faces of veterans who believed they had already seen everything were transformed by desperate, imploring panic. Quite near us, behind a heap of tiles, a Russian shell scored a bullseye, exploding in the midst of 11 men who had huddled together like children caught in a sudden rain. The Russian shell landed in the precise center of their trembling group, mixing flesh and bones and tiles in a torrent of blood. Chance, which continued to favor me, had driven me along with 3 companions to the shelter of a staircase in a roofless house. The building was hit on all sides during the bombardment, and the cellar filled with broken beams and other debris. However, thanks to our extraordinary helmets, our heads survived intact. When the thunder stopped for a moment, and we heard the screams of the newly wounded, we looked outside. The horror of what we saw was so overwhelming that we fell back, as if paralyzed, onto the shaky stairs. "God help us," someone shouted. "There's nothing but blood." "We've got to get away from here," screamed another voice, in a tone close to madness. He ran outside, and we followed him. The air was filled with bestial cries. Everyone who'd been lucky enough to survive was falling back to the west, where, as always, safety lay, and now the front, and the gap through which we would try to escape. Anyone who could still stand was helped. The wounded grabbed at the men running past. 2 haggard soldiers in front of me were dragging a 3rd man through the dust, probably a friend who was nearly dead. How long had they pulled him along like that? And how long would it take them to dump him? I can no longer tell how long our stampede lasted, through the anonymous ruins and thick smoke and roaring guns. The Russians were firing at us from all sides at close range with 50mm guns. We staggered on, carrying the wounded as best we could. In complete disorder, we came to a railroad track strewn with the burnt-out wreckage of a train and a few Russian corpses. We trampled over them with a kind of fierce delight, taking our revenge for their artillery and their 50mm fire. The tracks ran through a kind of trench. We galloped down it, passing a second train as still and broken as the first. Some of our vehicles seemed to be parked there too, surrounded by a crowd of soldiers and several Panzermänner. We ran right into a group of officers. Wesredow, who had stayed with us throughout, was one of them. We were given a few minutes' rest, and everyone dropped where he stood. To the southwest, the din seemed to have increased tenfold and made my head swim. Then we received a fresh blow. Wesredow and 2 of his aides ran through the groups of exhausted men. "Get up! Get moving! We've got to push on now! The division has broken through. If you don't hurry, we'll be caught in the trap, so get the hell up! We're the last ones left." Already, men half dead with exhaustion were staggering to their feet. The non-coms tapped on the shoulders of the stronger men who were trying to help the wounded comrades they had carried out of town, and told them not to bother anymore. "Don't load yourself with anyone who can't walk. You'll need all the strength you've got just to make it yourself." And so we were forced to abandon a great many men to an almost inconceivably horrible fate, despite their desperate pleas for help. Half paralyzed by terror and fear, men who had lost almost all their blood managed to get up and even hide their pain so that they would be allowed to walk beside the healthy. The heroism, pathos, and determination of our breakout exceeds by far my powers of description. Men who had always been cowards became heroes despite themselves. A great many managed to cover barely half the distance. We fought our way through the fires of hell, losing almost half of our remaining men, as we pushed for more than 9 hours, from shell hole to shell hole, along the famous and tragic Konotop-Kiev road, past burnt-out tanks and piles of hundreds of shriveled corpses. You who perhaps will someday read these lines may also remember that one evening in the autumn of 1943, the bulletins announced that German troops caught in Konotop had managed to break out of a Russian trap. This was true. Of course, the price was never mentioned because it didn't matter. For you, the day of deliverance was coming. Crossing the Dnieper. The rain blew in from the horizon in waves. Occasionally, a brief moment of light enabled us to spot the next undulating curtain of water sweeping across the streaming steppe. It had rained steadily for 2 days, and despite the discomfort and inconvenience, we hoped the rain would last for at least that long again. In another 2 days, if we could maintain our rate of 30 miles, about 48 kilometers, a day, and had any luck at all, we should reach the Dnieper. No planes could fly through such a torrential downpour, so there had been no yaks, and every day without yaks was a reprieve from death for hundreds of men. The extraordinary mobility of the Wehrmacht, one of its principal sources of strength up to that moment, had entirely disappeared in that part of Russia, and the men from Army Group Center were plodding toward the river in interminable columns at the rate of 3 miles, about 4.8 kilometers, an hour. Our mobility, which had always given us an advantage over the vast but slow Soviet formations, was now only a memory, and the disproportion of numbers made even flight a doubtful prospect. Moreover, the equipment of the Red Army was constantly improving, and we often found ourselves pitted against extremely mobile motorized regiments of fresh troops. To complete our disarray, the Soviet troops which had been tied up in the attempt to trap us at Konotop were now free to pursue our slow withdrawal. German aviation, which was entirely occupied south of Cherkasy, had abandoned our part of the sky to the yaks, which took advantage of this freedom to harass us unmercifully. So, despite our heavy, waterlogged clothes, worn-out boots, fever, and the impossibility of lying down except on the soaking ground, we blessed fortune for sending us grey skies and rain. During the morning, 5 Bolshevik planes had appeared despite the weather. Our harassed men reacted with an automatic impulse of self-defense and self-preservation, staring desperately at the flat plain for somewhere to hide. But like animals caught in a trap, we understood there was no way out. The companies in a direct line of fire dropped to one knee in the regulation position for anti-aircraft defense. These companies received the Yak's fire and saw several men torn to pieces by Russian bullets, but nevertheless managed to bring down one of the planes. It was our bad luck that the plane went into a spin and fell directly onto our convoy, crushing a truck full of wounded men and opening a crater 20 yards, about 18 meters, wide, filled with shattered flesh. No one cried out. In fact, almost no one looked. We simply picked up our burdens and went on. We were all too exhausted to react, and almost nothing stirred our emotions. We had all seen too much. In my sick and aching brain, life had lost its importance and meaning, and seemed of no more consequence than the power of motion one lends to a marionette so that it can agitate for a few seconds. Of course, there was friendship, there were Hals and Paula, but immediately behind them was that hole full of guts, red, yellow, and foul-smelling, piles of guts, almost as large as the earth itself. Life could be snuffed out like that, in an instant, but the guts remained for a long time, stamped on the memory. We walked without stopping. The interminable line of men ahead curved in a semicircle which seemed to be standing still. The Dnieper was not yet in sight. We had planned to reach it in 5 days, but we were now in the 6th, ploughing through the mud at an average speed of 2 or 2.5 miles an hour. I had never seen a countryside so huge and so empty. The trucks and other vehicles which had gas had all passed us long ago. The rest were pulled by the few half-starved nags we had not already killed and eaten. From time to time, someone gave up his place on a crowded Steiner, pulled by 2 horses, to continue on foot. We were under orders not to abandon materiel for any reason whatever. We were supposed to receive more gasoline, God knows how, probably by air, so that we could continue to drive our machines. In fact, one morning we did receive a delivery from aircraft. 2 Ju-52s threw down 8 large packages of rope, which we retrieved with derision. We were supposed to use them for tying our vehicles to the tanks which had been destroyed at Konotop the week before. In default of gas, our gaunt horses stubbornly pulled our vehicles through the gluey muck, which had been freshly trampled by 30 retreating regiments. Our Steiner, on which I had hung all my gear, was pulled by 2 Rhenish horses, probably taken from their peacetime labour about a year before. One of them was covered with sores, and his eyes glittered with fever. 2 days later, on the bank of the Dnieper, our brave horse received his reward. A non-com from the cavalry shot him in the head, along with some 10 others. Very few horses were allowed onto the pontoons, whose capacity was inadequate even for the men, and nothing could be left behind which might be useful to the Russians. In a way, this was the beginning of our scorched earth policy. The proportion of sick men to healthy rose at an alarming rate. A healthy mind in a healthy body was the slogan our leaders had held up to us. Under the conditions of our retreat, it was often hard to tell which was affected first, mind or body. It seemed that well over half our men had nothing healthy about them. Luckily, the weather remained frightful. This was particularly hard on the sick and feverish, undernourished, dehydrated men with filthy, suppurating wounds and bodies barely covered by torn, ragged uniforms. But anything the weather could produce, wind, rain, heavy clouds trailing down to the ground, was preferable to clear skies, which invariably meant the humming planes diving down at us like carrion crows attacking a moribund animal. Indifferent to everything, we continued our slow march. 2 or 3 times a day, covering troops were organized and left behind to slow down the enemy, who were following at a leisurely pace. The men chosen for this task dug shallow holes which protected less than a quarter of their bodies, and waited, resigned, for the juggernaut to crush them. We knew that we would never see them again. In other districts, entire regiments had been wiped out by Russian armoured troops which had caught up with them. The retreat was costly and reached its climax on the east bank of the river, in an incredible crush of men and materiel spread out over acres of flat sand, so that each Russian missile was assured a maximum destructive effect. A healthy mind in a healthy body would have done everything possible to escape those circumstances. Our eyes, which had grown used to accepting everything without surprise, gaped at the most astonishing sights. Everyone reached the river, the outer boundary of safety, in a state of indescribable panic, only to find it was necessary to trample on the men already there, even drown them, to have any hope of getting onto the wretchedly inadequate vessels, which often foundered before they reached the other side. On the 8th day, after skirting a broad hill, we reached the bank of the river, or, more precisely, the swarm of lancer who covered the bank, hiding it completely. Through the noise and confusion, we could hear the sound of engines, which we found curiously reassuring. Working engines must mean there was gasoline somewhere. We knew that motorized transport was essential for such a huge country, and that even with motors we could only move very slowly because of the terrible roads. However, if we heard engines, it must at least mean that some reorganization had begun. Among the crowd of men there were many vehicles which had been dragged as far as the river, despite almost insuperable obstacles, and were waiting in the long grass, which looked like dune grass. In fact, the engines we heard did not belong to refueled trucks, but to the boats, inadequate in size and number, which the engineers were using to move across as many men and machines as they could. Whenever material could be moved, it was given priority. Loading trucks and guns and light tanks onto vessels built to carry hay carts was not easy, but fortunately we had plenty of manpower to replace the cranes and derricks of a port, at least 100,000 at our point of arrival alone. I saw men standing up to their necks in water, supporting makeshift landing stages until the water rose over their chins, rickety, hastily improvised piers, which collapsed as soon as their human props moved away. Half drowned, these men worked frantically against time, with extraordinary persistence and patience. The urgent task of transporting 5 divisions was not begun until 2 days after our arrival, when all material that could be moved was across the river. We had 10 boats at our disposal, each with a maximum capacity of 20 men, 4 barges which had run out of gas and were towed in turn by 2 small boats equipped with BMW portable engines, and 4 precarious pontoons, each with a capacity of 150 men. At this point south of Kiev, the Dnieper is about 800 yards, about 732 meters wide. Had we chosen a section to the north of the city, we would have been in rich, densely populated country where we would undoubtedly have been able to acquire plenty of boats for crossing, and where, in addition, the river often narrows to less than 100 yards, about 91 meters. There were also bridges in Kiev itself. Some had undoubtedly been destroyed, but others must have been standing. By the evening of the 3rd day after our arrival at the river, at least 10,000 men had crossed to the west bank. First of all, the sick and wounded were taken, and I witnessed many instances of lightly wounded or sick men giving up their places to the more seriously injured. Although the rain was remorseless and savage, and we all were sickened by our diet of horse meat, often raw, we nonetheless made use of this forced delay to rest as much as we could. During the night of our 3rd or 4th day, everything turned hellish again. As we had feared, we heard the roar of war again as soon as the rain stopped. Dull and unclear at first, and then unmistakable. The rumble of tanks moving slowly through the mud. To begin with, there was only the noise, which in itself was enough to send a wave of terror through the 85,000 men trapped beside the water. On the slopes littered with exhausted soldiers, thousands of men lifted their heads to verify the terrifying sound. We stared through the darkness, trying to see the unseeable frozen for a minute and with our heads lifted to listen. Then, everywhere, shadowy figures began to move with frantic, intensifying speed. Tanks! Every man grabbed his things and began to run toward what we knew was an insuperable barrier, hoping that the boats were still moving and that somehow they would be able to take all of us at once. We were packed in a dense crowd onto a narrow strip of ground beside the river, and the sound of our shouting voices rose above the heavy rumble of tanks which now filled the night. Frantic men were abandoning everything on the bank and plunging into the water to try to swim to the opposite shore. Thousands of voices were shouting toward the grey water and the opposite bank, where they hoped they would at last be able to rest. Men waded out into the icy water until they lost their footing, and the sound of voices pleading and calling for help rose to such a pitch that the boats still operating hesitated to draw into shore for fear of being swamped. Madness seemed to be spreading like wildfire. Almost unconscious with exhaustion, I sat through about 20 minutes of panic with 5 or 6 other soldiers, collapsed onto a heap of packs which had been abandoned on the wet grass, letting the howling mob and the rush of events pass us by. Here and there, we could see other small groups like ours, moving only when the frantic stampede swept them along. The officers, who had managed to keep some self-control, organized a few more or less conscious men, and ran to meet the mob, trying to stop them, like shepherds trying to control a herd of crazed sheep. They were able to reorganize a few groups, which they posted on the slopes of the hills to attempt interception of the Soviet tanks, if they should come that way. Our dense crowd of men stretched down the riverbank as thinly as possible to offer fewer opportunities for mass destruction by the T-34s, which appeared about an hour and a half later. Fortunately, there were not many tanks, and they didn't linger, as their real objective was Kiev, where heavy fighting was in progress. I stayed where I was, sitting on the heap of packs with a few strays, when we heard that a raft made of tires taken from the trucks parked nearby would be able to carry a certain number of Lancer across to the west bank. We ran several hundred yards, about 91 meters upstream, and saw a tight cluster of men beside the dark water. We quickly went over to them. There must have been about 100 men wading in the mud. In the center of the group, about a dozen fellows were busily taking out the inner tubes of a heap of tires and tying them together to make a raft, which would clearly never be large enough to hold everyone. We were greeted with unwelcoming stares and given no encouragement to stay. Finally, a big fellow who was standing watching the work spoke to us. "You can see that this thing won't even take half the men here. Go on a little further. you'll be sure to find something." He must have said more or less the same things several times over to the fellows who'd arrived ahead of us, but most of them had stayed, hoping to get onto the raft somehow, even to fight their way on, if necessary. I had neither the build nor the strength to force my way onto a contraption that would probably sink anyway. So, despite the distant rumble which came to us in spurts on the wind, I went on up the river, accompanied by 2 stray artillerymen. We walked through a damp, heavy fog between clumps of dripping firs, past groups of frantic, terrified men pacing up and down that interminable bank. The fog grew steadily thicker until at last it blotted out the countryside completely and turned us into Chinese shadow puppets. We could no longer tell which way we were going and were gripped by continual anxiety that we were walking in the wrong direction. Luckily, from time to time, someone would check on the position of the river and shout out into the darkness, "Ach gut, das Wasser ist da." We went on without thinking, unaware that if we followed the river long enough, we would arrive at Kiev, which was the heart of the fighting. No one seemed capable of any logical connected thought, but the constant fear, exhaustion, and threat of tanks kept us moving, trying to get away. It didn't really matter where we might get to, or how, just away. The darkness of the night was continually broken by flares and by the noise of guns. A group of men passed by, invisible, but quite close to judge by the sound of their voices. "Achtung, Evans, Achtung!" I looked imploringly at the man from the artillery who had been stumbling along beside me for more than half an hour, but received nothing except the fixed stare of a hunted animal. We no longer understood anything. We had thought the Russians were on our right, behind the hills, but the firing was coming from the riverbank, which was on our left. Expecting the Russians to begin shooting at us at any minute, we began to run, to look for some hole or hollow where we could hide. Once we had flattened ourselves down into what seemed to be a shallow frog pond, we tried to grasp the facts of our situation. A non-com in our group thought the Popovs must be patrolling in boats, knocking off Germans whenever they could. To judge by the lights of the explosions, which were sometimes hundreds of yards apart, there must have been several Russian boats. The darkness which hid our trapped men rang with the sounds of our frantic disorder. Shells were coming in from the west and landing somewhere to the east of us beyond the hills. This comforted us somewhat, since the shells were falling beyond the hills, that they must be landing on the Russians and our men must be firing them. The artilleryman remarked in a pleased and knowing voice, "Those are ours all right. I'd know that yap anywhere." "I never thought we'd get any help," said a soldier who had just joined us. In the end, the shelling lasted only 10 minutes, and probably had very little effect, as there was no effort to aim it with any precision. The fog had grown so thick that the glow of the discharges of the 77s was almost invisible, emerging from the darkness and vanishing again, as if we were watching through a thin, semi-transparent cloth. But although the fog was thicker, the air had also grown astonishingly cold, stabbing our lungs every time we took a breath. "My God, it's cold," someone said. The temperature of the water, which came to the middle of our boots, must have been close to freezing. Despite their remarkable resistance to water, our boots had at last become waterlogged, and our feet felt frozen. "We can't keep on like this," said the artilleryman, almost laughing. "We've got to get out of here or we'll catch our deaths. Anyway, why should we be afraid of our own guns?" My boots each seemed to weigh a ton of dense, solid matter which was, in fact, something like 95% water. The exhaustion we had been dragging about with us for days increased the fear we could no longer control. Fear intensified our exhaustion, as it required constant vigilance. We had learned to see in the dark like cats, but on that particular night no look, however penetrating, could pierce the fog, which was as thick as a London pea super. I could no longer breathe through my clogged nose, and only drew in through my pursed lips the bare minimum necessary to sustain life. We seemed to be moving through a mixture of water and sulphur, and each icy breath stabbed me with hundreds of sharp points, all the way down to my empty stomach. I remembered the veteran's advice, but couldn't think of anything convincingly warm or dry, so I began deliberately to recollect pleasant things that had happened to me, that I might have experienced a long time ago. but this proved almost impossibly difficult, my mind filled only with unpleasant memories. The hunched back of the soldier in front of me could not be transformed into the back of my mother, busy with some household task on a long winter evening, or my brother's back, or the back of anyone I had ever known in peacetime. All I saw was a silhouette of the history of the war and Russia, which memories of youth could not blot out. It seemed as if the war would mark men for life. They might forget women or money or how to be happy, but they would never forget the war, which spoiled everything, even the joy which was bound to come, like the victory ahead. The laughter of men who lived through the war has something forced and desperate about it. It does them no good to say that they must now make use of the experience. Their mechanisms have been run too hard, and something has gone out of balance. Laughter no longer has any more value for them than tears. The back of the soldier in front of me filled me with pity and respect and even exasperation. I felt like hitting him until he fell, so that he would be on a level with the war. But if that man fell, there would be another right after him, and then thousands more after that, thousands of hunched backs swollen by acid fog. Russia is still full of backs like that, the hunched backs of men who have forgotten how to dream, and it will take more toil and war too before they all have been toppled. The roar of the guns was growing louder, like the noise of an oncoming train, and there was the sound of machine guns too, although we still couldn't see anything. We could also hear a vast din of human voices which rose above the thunder of guns and machinery. We stopped where we were, a light trace of breath escaping from each half-open mouth. I looked for some explanation on the filthy faces of my companions, but their expressions were as bewildered as my own, which had probably not changed much since I had begun to try to lose myself in memories. Since surprises in wartime can only be dangerous, we immediately looked for a hole. All I could find was the riverbank. I slid over the edge until I was up to my thighs in the invisible water, which seemed almost warm after the icy air. I immediately lost hold of my attempted daydream and stared feverishly through the black and impenetrable wall which hid the action from us, like a curtain in the theatre. The roar of the tanks grew louder and made the surface of the water tremble, with a motion I was just able to perceive. When danger finally comes, after hours of harassing fear, it is almost like a liberation. At least one knows what the confrontation will be, and if the danger is terrible, one knows that at least it will soon be over. But when danger continues indefinitely, it becomes unbearable. Then even an outburst of tears is no release. After hours and then days of danger, as at Belgorod, one collapses into unbearable madness, and a crisis of nerves and tears is only the beginning. Finally, one vomits and collapses, entirely brutalized and inert, as if death had already won. For the moment, I remained calm. The river blocked our escape, but at the same time offered a prospect of safety. I was already over my knees in water. The fog hid the terrifying breadth of the river from me, and I thought that, if the worst came to the worst, I could always try that way out, skimming over the surface like a will-o'-the-wisp. I felt almost convinced that I could do it. Then we saw lights and heard explosions like grenades and crackling sounds accompanied by little points of light. 5 or 6 gasping soldiers splashed into the water beside me. "It's those dumb bastards in the artillery who brought Ivan here." Terrifying screams drowned the sound of engines, screams so prolonged and horrible that my blood froze, and the water around my legs seemed even colder than before. "Mein Gott!" someone murmured in the darkness beside me. We heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions coming closer, punctuated by blood-curdling screams. Men suddenly plunged out of the pale, enveloping cotton and disappeared like ghosts into the black water. From the sounds of splashing, we guessed they were trying to swim. We felt petrified by fear and stayed where we were. A terrible, growling mass of machines passed by close to us, shaking the earth and water, and a penetrating headlight pierced the fog. We couldn't see where it was going, only that it was moving. During those moments of terror, we clung to each other like children. A piece of the bank broke away under our weight, and our heap of belongings slid into the mud. My head went under for a few seconds, and when I surfaced the riverbank and the long grasses hid what was happening. We could hear the sound of machine guns ripping into the air very close to us over the grinding roar of tank treads, and always terrifying screams as the tanks drove a bloody furrow through the tightly packed crowd paralyzed by terror and darkness. A little higher up, 2 other lights, barely visible in the gloom, were seeking out other victims. With daylight, we saw that there must have been about 10 tanks passing through without stopping on their way to Kiev. However, our tension was so great that we stayed in the water for a long time, without moving, in spite of the stinking mud which had seeped into our helmets and through our hair, which was standing on end with terror. With absolute accuracy, the German guns, firing from the other side of the river, had drawn the Bolshevik tanks onto us and contributed to the horrible deaths of many of our men. Cries for help drew us from our slimy refuge, and we ran to do what we could to help the dying, which was very little. We saw sights so horrible they were beyond any imagining. We shot a great many men to put them out of their misery, although mercy killings were strictly forbidden. At dawn the fog lifted, and an almost spring-like sun ushered in a new day of difficulties and disappointments. Burial squads were forcibly organized and began their grisly work, grimacing with horror. Everyone who managed to escape this duty went off as far as he could to try to sleep or warm up. My partly dried clothes had gone stiff, and I felt uncomfortable and ill. But my exhaustion, which weighed on my eyes and made the sunlight unbearable, prevented me from grasping that I should have stripped and washed in the river, allowing the sun to nourish my exhausted body. I stayed as I was, immobilized by my need for sleep, staring through half-closed eyes at the damp grey-green of my uniform, turning slowly yellow as it dried. When I finally did sleep, I was awakened almost immediately by shouts of terror. I opened my eyes and stared up into an infinite pale blue sky in which there was a familiar noise, planes. My bones creaked as I propped myself up on one elbow. I couldn't see anything unusual, only the piles of sleeping bodies among the gorse. Everywhere, faces drowning in sleep were turning to the sky. A fellow in a fatigue cap ran by, shouting like a deaf man. A heavy machine gun behind me opened fire. It took us a while to shake off our torpor. 4 Russian planes were circling like hornets about 3,000 feet, about 914 meters above us. Everyone was shouting, both men and officers. "Do you all want to be killed?" a ragged lieutenant was yelling at us. "You should at least try to defend yourselves." We feverishly grabbed our guns and waited with one knee on the ground for the enemy, who was about to drop from the clouds. However, the yaks went away. It was inconceivable that they should have been afraid of us, so we concluded they were running out of gas. We rubbed our eyes and sighed with relief as our partially revived sense of vigilance died down. Everyone was thinking of stretching out again and catching up with his lost sleep. Then the heavy machine gun pivoted rapidly on its mount and began to fire toward the north. Everyone turned that way too, before throwing himself flat. The 4 planes roared over us almost at ground level, firing rapidly with all their guns. We could just hear the lieutenant, who was very near us, shouting as loud as he could to make himself heard above the noise of the planes. "Fire, you bastards!" The planes passed overhead. I saw the lieutenant roll onto the ground, stand up again, and with one hand clutching his stomach, fire his revolver at the roaring planes. Then he grimaced, fell to his knees, and rolled over onto himself. Of all the men around us, he was the only one who had been hit. The planes had reserved most of their fire for the overloaded, almost motionless rafts, which made perfect targets. "Give us some help!" shouted a fellow with a long, thin face, who'd gone with a companion to see what he could do for the lieutenant. "Why in God's name did he stand up?" "He was acting like a hero," answered one of the Felds, "and he was the only one. We should all be ashamed." The thin-faced fellow was helping to carry the dying man down to the river's edge. I was behind him with some of the lieutenant's things. "Shame has nothing to do with it," he said, sighing heavily. We had not been abandoned. From the west bank, our anti-aircraft guns were firing on the Russian vultures overhead, and the 2 ramshackle rafts on the river were continuing their dangerous journey. There must have been many dead and wounded men on board, to judge by the agitation we could all see. The planes dived down toward the swarming strip of ground which rang with screams of pain and cries for help, and toward the rafts, and achieved a hideous massacre. Every time the danger withdrew for a moment so that we could lift our heads and look out over the reeds, we saw scenes of tragedy. Almost everyone on the rafts who hadn't been killed or immobilized by wounds had jumped into the water and was trying to swim. The planes made a fourth pass and were met this time by all our guns and Spandaus, which finally drove them away. We heard a loud sound of shooting. One of the Russian planes had been hit and was spiraling upward, trying to gain height, leaving a thick plume of black smoke behind it. Suddenly, it lurched into an irrevocable dive toward the water. We saw a smaller shape detach from the mass of the plane, probably the pilot, trying to jump to safety. But his parachute, if he had one, failed to open. Man and machine hit the water at the same speed and disintegrated. For a moment, our cheers drowned the groans of the wounded on the rafts. However, toward noon, the Russian planes were back again, about a dozen fighter bombers this time. In the interval, we had deepened our holes so that we were better protected, but we couldn't reach the planes with our fire. The Russians, as before, attacked the heavily loaded rafts on the river, which had almost reached the west bank. Our flak tried unsuccessfully to keep the planes away, and we watched, pale with helpless rage, as the bombs fell toward the water. A raft and all its human cargo were blown to pieces. Our fleet was being liquidated, and the attacks were just beginning. The Ilyushins were gaining height to dive down again. A soldier beside me was weeping and shouting over and over, "The bastards, the bastards!" Our damp hands scraped nervously against the ground as we maneuvered our guns. "We'll never get out of this," shouted my companion. "They'll wipe us out, the shits." Then a miracle occurred, which completely changed the tone of our cries. "Sieg! Sieg! Der Luftwaffe!" 9 Messerschmitt 109Fs had appeared and were diving down onto the Russian planes, which had just completed an attack formation. The Russian pilots, aware of the technical inferiority of their planes, were trying to get away as fast as they could. We could hear bursts of fire and felt a surge of intense, savage and vengeful joy when we saw 2 of the Ilyushins spinning through the air like partridges hit by hunters' bullets. Then our cries grew even louder. 5 Russian planes passed right overhead before we realized they meant danger. We shook our fists at them. The fellow beside me, who'd been trembling with fury a moment before, was now trembling with joy, as uncontrolled as a madman. Our fighters were chasing the Ilyushins, which fled, skimming low over the ground. Then the pack disappeared behind the hills, which blocked our view. We heard guns and a loud explosion. After that, we had nothing to do but tend the wounded. The next day, we felt almost happy to wake in the rain. Traffic across the river had continued all night, carrying over as many men as possible. Nevertheless, a vast number were still waiting on the east bank. We no longer knew how many days we'd been there, but despite all our difficulties, we'd been able to reorganize somewhat. Men belonging to the same units had sorted each other out and waited in distinct groups. Our officers had posted armed men on the hills to warn against a sudden attack. We knew that the Russians were very close and felt rather surprised that they hadn't attacked already. Probably the battle for Kiev had absorbed almost all of them. I had joined a large group of men made up for the most part of members of the Grossdeutschland, and men who had escaped from the infantry regiment which had come to our aid when we broke through at Konotop. The officers present, among whom I was delighted to see Herr Hauptmann Wesriedau, told us that as members of an elite division, and as specialized offensive troops, we should have been among the first to embark for the West. They also said that we would be the next to go. Naturally, we were glad to hear it, as everyone wished to reach the West Bank as quickly as possible. Some fellows suggested a technique that had occurred to many of us as soon as we arrived at the river. This was to tie together bunches of reeds with our belts and use them as floats. This had been proved successful many times, but it was not possible for moving the equipment indispensable to any soldier who did not wish to be considered a deserter. The reception of these unequipped men on the other bank must have been sufficiently poor for our officers to forbid escape by reed float, but it was difficult for them to impose discipline on men simultaneously paralyzed by fear and prepared to affront the devil. Many men, in fact, drowned or died of pneumonia, and many, after risking everything, were court-martialed. I no longer had any clear idea of our situation, and set about trying to discover from the soldiers in my unit what had happened to my friends. Perhaps someone among these 3,000 men waiting in the mud had run into Hals or Lenson or the veteran stretched out on an armful of long, soaking stalks, dreaming of a distant utopia, indifferent to the rain running down his resigned features. But my researches were in vain, and my questions remained unanswered. Once I thought I recognized a couple of faces from our disbanded company. I talked to the fellows, who answered evasively that they no longer remembered anything that had happened. They were absolutely exhausted, and my questions only seemed to annoy them. Their stunned minds seemed capable of only one idea: they had to cross the river. There was only one person who might know a little more than the others, Herr Kapitän Wessredau. But the respect and fear which officers required of us made it almost impossible to speak to them. A few of the older soldiers were bold enough to approach them, but for a boy like myself, it was entirely different. However, I was so consumed by desire to speak to the captain that it must have showed on my face. Also, I was always lingering somewhere near him or his group. I was sitting on my bundle a short distance away from Wessredau and 2 or 3 other officers, including a major, when Wessredau began to walk toward me. I stared in confusion at the tall figure in the long leather coat shining with rain, ready to leap to my feet and snap to attention. But the captain gestured to me to stay as I was, so I remained on the ground with my eyes glued to his face. He seemed even taller than usual because I was so low down. "What regiment do you belong to, young fellow?" he asked. I stammered out my regimental number, as well as the number of the scratch company I was taken into for the retreat from Konotop. He took me for a check, so I explained my origins to him. Was all he said about that. Those scratch companies were the last ones out. I led several of them myself. "I know, Herr Hauptmann," I said, blushing. "I saw you." I couldn't get used to the idea that the captain really was talking to me. "Ah," said Wessredau. "Then we have memories in common, of a difficult time." "Ja, Herr Hauptmann." He reached for a cigarette, but the packet was empty. Had he perhaps been going to offer me one? "We'll be crossing tomorrow, young fellow, and I expect you'll be getting a long leave." The word leave was like a sudden sip of champagne. Leave? "I think so. We won't have stolen it from you." Sensations which I had thought I would never feel again immediately revived, all the emotions I had buried with so much difficulty. Could it be possible? But it had always been possible. How could I doubt it? I suddenly realized the full weight of my despair, how absolutely I had given up hope. Now I began to think again, timidly and gently, of Paula. Since we had been organized into the special assault group, there had been no mail. Although we had been moving continuously, this lack of news had weighed on me terribly. And then, in the face of such intense misery and disgust, words describing love and tenderness lost their meaning. Everything I had felt seemed to have been swept away in the dust and noise of crumbling houses, and in misery far more intense than the miseries of love. I had often thought that if I managed to live through the war, I wouldn't expect too much of life. How could one resent disappointment in love if life itself was constantly in doubt? Since Belgorod, terror had overturned all my preconceptions, and the pace of life had been so intense, one no longer knew what elements of ordinary life to abandon in order to maintain some semblance of balance. I was still unresigned to the idea of death, but I had already sworn to myself during moments of intense fear that I would exchange anything, fortune, love, even a limb, if I could simply survive. I sensed that Captain Wessredau was about to leave, so I asked him if he knew anything of my usual companions. He was only able to remember the veteran, calling him by his proper name. August Wiener's company was supporting a howitzer battery at the beginning of the offensive. The first troops had a hard time. It was very difficult. In any case, the men who got through were probably sent to Kiev. That's where we would have regrouped if we'd had the trucks. I listened to him in silence. He nodded and walked away. "We'll be crossing tomorrow." My head was spinning with the thought of a leave, and with the anguish of the possible loss of my special comrades. Perhaps I had already walked past their burnt bodies on the shattered pavement of the Konotop-Kiev road. Would I also have to renounce the friendships which had seen me through so much? I knew that they also were so close to being stripped of everything that the sentiment I had for them seemed permissible. It was so gratuitous and disinterested. Must I also obliterate, without remorse, for remorse is a dangerous luxury in battle, the memories of Hals and Lensen, and even that bastard Lindbergh? However, if my friends had disappeared, the veteran had left me an inheritance, a special faculty. I would relive all my good memories, even in the worst moments, and lie on the ground, inert and almost insensible, oblivious of the rain which my saturated cap was no longer able to soak up, and which ran over my face and collar and down my neck. The rain streaming across my cheeks would take the place of the tears I should have shed. The rain continued for a long time, through the night and the next day until the end of the afternoon. The soil on which we waited had become a giant sponge. Each fresh bundle of rushes soaked up as much water from the ground as it received from the sky. We were so thoroughly soaked through that some of us stripped altogether to wait naked. Most of the time we stayed on our feet with tent cloths over our shoulders, watching the endless back and forth of the rafts. Toward noon, despite the terrible weather, a squadron of Ilyushins appeared. Once again, we cursed those birds of ill omen, which forced us to lie with our noses in the gluey Dnieper mud. The planes made 3 passes, scattering bombs and bullets wherever they could see anything. Once again we were filled with a panic, which ended only when the list of killed and wounded had grown a little longer. Finally, towards 6 in the evening, as the light was fading, our group was taken in charge by the transit services. We were ordered to collect our things and proceed in good order to the 3 embarkation points, which the incessant trampling had transformed into an astonishing quagmire. Carrying our arms and baggage, covered with slimy mire, we set off down the road despite the mud which threatened to engulf us. With heroic patience and discipline, each man waited his turn, enduring the torrential rain without complaint. With our feet in the muddy water our boots could no longer resist. We kept our assigned places. The last men to embark had to wait for several hours. Vague, momentary smiles lit our almost unrecognizable faces. At last we were going to cross, and all of this would be over. We would be able to dry ourselves and sleep, perhaps even in comfort, and stop feeling afraid. We clung to our more hopeful thoughts, although we were haunted by one last fear. What would happen on the trip across? Would the overused, overloaded boats make it? Or would they sink, carrying 100 desperate souls to the bottom? And then there were the Yabos, if any Russian planes appeared. We could all remember in clear detail the horrible massacre of the day before. Then it grew dark. Russian planes rarely flew at night, so perhaps we were at least safe from them. When it was my turn, I climbed with 100 other men onto a raft whose planks had been splintered by the passage of thousands of hobnailed boots. I watched anxiously as the water rose to within a foot of swamping us. "That's enough, Captain," shouted a non-com who looked about 40 years old. "Do you want us to sink?" "As many as possible, Herr Spies," an engineer said, laughing. "That's orders and we're used to it. Come on, let's have another 10. When we were on the point of foundering, the boatmen let go of the ropes and, with the agility of young goats, jumped onto the few inches they had reserved for themselves. So slowly we were almost unaware of it. The raft began to move out onto the water, which was barely creased by our momentum. Our balance seemed so precarious that no one dared move. The cursed bank, veiled in fog, disappeared from sight. I was huddled in the center of the raft between 2 fellows I didn't know, a young lieutenant from an infantry regiment which had come to help us at Konotop, and a fellow from my own company, who seemed to be asleep on his feet. He was the only one who seemed so indifferent. Everyone else was listening and looking intently, especially toward the rainy sky, which we mistrusted absolutely. A boat half the size of ours, but with the same engine, slowly pulled level with us. Its deck was as jammed as ours. How long was the crossing? Perhaps a quarter of an hour. It seemed interminable. The water slid past us with an easy, regular motion whose slowness made us frantic. Some of the fellows were counting aloud, marking off the seconds perhaps, or using them as one uses imaginary sheep to force sleep. Then voices announced the approach of the West Bank and safety and release from our torments. The men at the front of the raft could see it, enveloped in fog. Our blood ran faster in our veins as we tried by willpower to increase the speed of the engine. We were about to land, to be safe quick, while the sky was still quiet. An empty raft crossed our path, heading back for the East Bank. We looked at it coldly. Any movement toward the east made us shiver. Then the West Bank was only 20 yards, about 18 meters away. We no longer dared to move for fear of foundering, despite an intense joy which we would have expressed in other circumstances by jumping and shouting. After so many days and hours of waiting and despair, we had been saved. Then there were only 10 yards, about 9.1 meters, then 5. The engines went into reverse to slow us down. We drew up beside a pier made of tied branches, and we heard voices telling us to move slowly and carefully. With a sense of enormous privilege, we stepped, one after the other, onto the solid earth, which is to say, onto a quagmire exactly like the East Bank. But the mud no longer mattered. We had crossed to the other side. The West Bank meant security and safety, a barrier between us and the Russians. We had dreamed of this safety for so long and so intensely that we almost felt as if there were a barrier between us and the war itself. The bulletins had been official. We would hold on to the Dnieper. The enemy would not pass beyond that line, and in the spring we would push them back beyond the Volga. During our long and painful retreat to the river and our endless wait, our thoughts had crystallized around this idea. And actually stepping onto the West Bank seemed like the end of our misfortune. Reorganization, clean clothes, leave, and the assurance that we had not been beaten. Of course, the West Bank was still Russia, but it was the part of Russia which had welcomed us a few years earlier, the part of Russia which really favored us. Our exhausted brains clung to this fantasy. The West Bank was almost the motherland. Part 4 to the West Winter 1943 to Summer 1944. MIT UNS. The officers and soldiers waiting to direct us were not particularly agreeable, and the military police, with their badges glistening damply in the fog, were downright unpleasant. All organizations have police, and some of them must be fine fellows, and however, we wanted to forget the police at Romney and on the retreat from the Don to preserve some of the joy we felt at being back in the West. We tramped along, herded by a couple of fellows in a sidecar covered with mud. They didn't bother to line us up in threes, but let us walk any way we liked, almost as if we were out for a stroll, which was a pleasant variation of usual practice. Maybe they knew what a hard time we'd had, and had decided to give us a break. Now that we were out of it, maybe everything was going to be all right. The sidecar forced us to increase our pace. We went on for about 1.5 miles, stumbling through the mud and splattering our companions, to arrive finally at a big camp where the men who'd crossed ahead of us were already waiting. It was dark and a fine rain was falling. We could see the barbed wire gleaming with wetness. 2 soldiers with machine guns under their arms waved us through a makeshift entrance. Then we stopped, and the sidecar drove rapidly away. We stood where we'd been left, surrounded by barbed wire, not knowing what to think. We tried to tell ourselves that this was just how things happened in the army, and that this welcome seemed excessively cold because we were fresh from the hell of Konotop. They were probably making us wait so that they could take us straight to clean, comfortable barracks, where we would sleep and regain our strength. Or perhaps they were getting our passes ready. This last idea filled us with joy and annihilated the liquid mud and the rain and the barbed wire, which in reality held us prisoner. We waited for about 2 hours. A second group of new arrivals joined us. The rain had become heavier, and we were all streaming with water. Quite nearby, we could see a row of huts with firm roofs and weather-tight windows, to which men were being sent in groups of 20. We waited expectantly, certain that we were living through the last of our miseries. The fellows who went into the huts weren't coming out again. They must already be sleeping on soft beds, the lucky bastards. An hour later, it was my turn, along with 19 others. There were 2 non-coms and a lieutenant in our group. We went into the building, which had its own generator and was brightly lit. Our state of extreme filth suddenly made us feel awkward. Military men of all ranks and military police were sitting facing us behind a row of long tables. An Obergefreiter came up to us, yelling as in the old days at training camp. He told us to get over to the tables to be screened. We should be ready to produce on demand the papers and equipment entrusted to us by the army. This reception only increased our sense of astonished unease. "First your documents," an MP shouted across the table. The lieutenant, who was directly ahead of me in the line, was being interrogated. "Where is your unit, Lieutenant?" "Annihilated, Herr Gendarme. Missing or dead. We had a hard time." The MP said nothing to this, but went on leafing through the lieutenant's papers. "Did you leave your men, or were they killed?" The lieutenant hesitated for a moment. We were all watching in frozen silence. "Is this a court-martial?" The lieutenant's voice was exasperated. "You must answer my questions, Herr Lieutenant. Where is your unit?" The lieutenant clearly felt caught in a trap, as did we all. Very few of us could have answered that question with any precision. He tried to explain, but there is never any point in explaining to an MP. Their powers of comprehension are always limited to the form they wish to fill. Further, it appeared that the lieutenant was missing a great many things. This fact obsessed his interrogator. It didn't matter that the man in front of him was effecting a miracle simply by staying on his feet and had lost at least 30 pounds, about 14 kilograms, since entering the army. The MP only noted that the Zeiss field glasses, which are part of an officer's equipment, were missing. Also missing were a map case and the section telephone, for which the lieutenant was responsible. In fact, the lieutenant, who had managed to save only his life, was missing far too many things. The army did not distribute its papers and equipment only to have them scattered and lost. A German soldier is expected to die rather than indulge in carelessness with army property. The careless lieutenant was assigned to a penal battalion, and 3 grades were stripped from his rank. At that, he could think himself lucky. The lieutenant's eyes were wild, and he seemed to be fighting for breath. He was a pitiful and terrifying sight. 2 soldiers dragged him off to the right, toward a group of broken men who'd been dealt with in the same way. Then it was my turn. I felt stiff with fright. I pulled my crumpled documents from an inside pocket. The MP riffled through them, throwing me a reproving look. His bad temper seemed to soften somewhat at the sight of my apprehensive, mortified face, and he continued his inventory in silence. Fortunately, I had been able to reintegrate with my unit and had saved the scrap of white cardboard which stated that I had left the infirmary to take part in an attack. My head was swimming, and I thought I was going to faint. Then the MP read off a list of articles which ordinary soldiers like myself were supposed to carry at all times. The words rolled off his tongue, but I didn't catch them quickly enough and didn't immediately produce the items still in my possession. The MP then treated me to a certain German word, which I was hearing for the first time. It appeared I was missing 4 items, including that fucking gas mask I had deliberately abandoned. My paybook was passed from hand to hand to be inspected and stamped. In my panic, I made an idiotic move. Hoping to gain favor, I produced 9 unused cartridges from my cartridge belt. The MP's eyes lit on these like the eyes of an alpinist who spots a good foothold. "You were retreating?" "Ja, Herr Unteroffizier." "Why didn't you try to defend yourself? Why didn't you fight?" he shouted. "Ja, Herr Unteroffizier." "What do you mean, ja?" "We were ordered to retreat, Herr Unteroffizier." "God damn it to hell," he roared. "What kind of an army runs without shooting?" My paybook came down the line. My interrogator grabbed it and riffled the pages for a moment. His eyes traveled from the filthy, tattered page to my face. I followed the movement of his lips, which might be about to assign me a penal battalion, to the life of a prisoner, to forward positions, mine clearing, infrequent leaves always confined to camp so that the word liberty lost all meaning, and the cancellation of mail. I held back my tears with difficulty. Finally, the MP's rigid fingers handed back my liberty. I had not been assigned to a penal battalion, but my emotion overwhelmed me anyway. As I picked up my pack, I sobbed convulsively, unable to stop. A fellow beside me was doing the same. The crowd of men still waiting stared at me in astonishment. Like a miserable tramp, I ran past the line of tables and left by a door opposite the one we'd entered by. I felt that I had disgraced myself. I rejoined my comrades, who were standing in the rain in the other part of the camp. They weren't resting on the soft beds we'd dreamed of before coming to this place, and the rain streaming down their shoulders and backs was another hope disappointed. However, despite the slap in the face we had just received from our grateful country, we could still count ourselves lucky. 3 days later, we learned that the day after our crossing, with 6,000 or 7,000 of our men still waiting on the east bank, the Russians had attacked. They were probably discouraged by their failure to retake Kiev, where the heavily outnumbered German army was fighting desperately, and had decided to clean up the pockets still occupied by the Wehrmacht. 24 hours after our group left, our comrades on the east bank were suddenly dazzled by the flares that flooded their temporary encampments with brilliant light. The lookouts in the shallow trenches scratched into the hills overlooking the river, who were supposed to provide an illusion of protection, watched the shouting hordes of Russian infantry flood down to the river. These soldiers quickly realized they would never be able to stop that irresistible tide and succumbed to a moment of absolute panic. Some ran through the deafening explosions of Soviet rockets, which drowned out our Spandaus and light mortars. The Russians, driven by expectations of victory and by the exhortations of the people's commissars, pushed forward regardless of the cost. The cost was enormous. Each German projectile seemed to hit home. But Ivan continued his inexorable advance. On the mud landing stage from which I had embarked, panic gave way to madness. One of the rafts, which was loading up as usual, was swamped by a human flood. The few who managed to keep cool heads shouted for calm and sometimes even used their guns. In the grotesque trampling rush, mooring ropes gave way and the raft drifted out a few yards, shuddering under the weight of the mob which had overrun it. Hands trying to grip the edges of the raft were trampled and crushed by heavy boots. On the landing stage, friends were fighting each other. Some of the officers committed suicide. The raft moved out another couple of yards and then suddenly tipped away from the bank like a child's toy. A loud cry mingled with the sound of the approaching battle, and 200 terrified men floundered in the water, clinging together or trying to swim. A great many sank and drowned instantly. At that moment, Ivan appeared at the crest of the hills, having swept the defenders aside. Drunk with excitement, the Russian soldiers dropped to the ground on one knee and picked off Germans as if they were clay pigeons at a fair. A few Germans, white as ghosts, fired back with their FMS, but their numbers were so small the Russians scarcely noticed them. Several thousand others were running, screaming, trying to get away, and dying as they ran. The Russians also fired at the men in the water who were trying to swim, using flares to light the darkness. An hour after they had appeared on the skyline, the Russians reached the river. There were a few more scattered shots, but their victory was complete. A third of the remaining German troops were taken prisoner, and for the rest, everything was over. Their military responsibilities had come to an end, and they would never again be victimized by military police. At the reception camp, we stood in the rain a little longer, and then 3 blacked-out trucks appeared to collect us. Despite the appalling road and the overload which threatened to burst the slatted sides, 50 soldiers wrapped in sacking were piled onto each truck with all their equipment. I was stuffed into one of these human ant heaps, that is to say, one leg was buried in the swarm while the other dangled out. I was astride the back flap, but there were other fellows hanging on for dear life who were almost entirely outside the truck. We rolled off through the quiet night. I felt completely disoriented and hadn't the faintest sense of our direction. An hour later, we drew up to a group of buildings, which first appeared as a vague, blurred mass in the dim, bluish light. we realized that an unusual rush of activity was taking place all around, and then gradually perceived that we were looking at a row of structures bordered on both sides by tree-lined roads jammed with innumerable vehicles. There were troops everywhere, on foot or arriving and leaving on high-speed motorcycles, and many officers and MPs. The trucks jerked to a sudden halt, and we were told to get off. Although we still understood that we'd been saved, we were beginning to feel that we'd had enough. We were famished and dropping with sleep. We had to wait for another half hour before someone came to take charge of us. The rain fell steadily. Was it raining anywhere else? Was it raining in France? I tried to think of my house and my bed. Where were they now? In which direction? But I could only summon up confused and fragmented memories of the life I had left behind. My only world was the vast anonymity of Russia, which seemed to be engulfing all of us, absorbing entire regiments so that even their names vanished. Finally, a non-com came over to us. Our group leader handed him our papers, which he examined with a dimmed flashlight. Then he ordered us to collect our gear and follow him. At last, we entered the shelter of a roof, an amenity to which we'd grown so unaccustomed that we stared at it as if it were the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. "You'll be sent to your units later," shouted the non-com, who, like the rest of us, seemed to have had just about enough. "While you're waiting, try to get a little rest." He didn't have to repeat himself. We explored the darkness of the butt with our pocket flashlights and discovered that it contained a couple of benches and 4 or 5 large tables. Everyone stretched out where he could, making pillows of the nearest leg or buttocks or boot. The discomfort seemed unimportant beside the fact that at last we were out of the rain. Some fellows began to snore immediately, others tried to pretend they were somewhere else. Despite our harsh reception, we all had a sense that from now on everything would go better, and that once again life was offering its possibilities. We all thought of the leave we would surely be getting, which was now only a question of patience. However, soldiers fresh from the front cannot indulge the luxury of daydreams. The accumulated lack of sleep gripped our temples like an iron band. Like people suffering a serious illness, we dropped swiftly from consciousness into deep sleep. We probably slept for a long time. It was broad daylight when a burst of noise suddenly woke us. Then a long blast of a whistle ordered us to our feet. We were all filthy and horribly crumpled. If the Führer had seen us, he would either have sent us all home or had us shot. The non-com who had waked us looked at us with an expression of surprise. Perhaps he too had never imagined that the German army could be reduced to such a state. He spoke to us, but I no longer remember what he said. I was still only half awake, and understood that he was talking without really listening to him. We gathered that we were to prepare for departure. We were going to be returned to our units. One of the huts had been fitted with showers, but so many men were waiting that we clearly had no chance of getting inside. Instead, we were given some empty gasoline vats full of hot water. However, we all felt too exhausted to want to wash. Our days of training, when we were appalled by the smallest spot on our tunics, seemed very far away. Our concern had shifted from hygiene to something far more urgent. Furthermore, it was bitterly cold, and no one wanted to take anything off, not even the sacking draped over our shoulders. I was so cold I was shivering, and I wondered if I was getting sick again. We had to go outside for food, and lined up like a column of tramps beside the field kitchen. A cold east wind was blowing damp patches of fog in from the river. 2 cooks emptied large ladles of hot soup into our chipped and filthy mess tins. We had been expecting the usual ersatz, but it seemed that the time for that had long gone by. As a special gesture, they were serving us 11 o'clock soup early. The burning hot mixture made us feel much better. A Hauptmann stared at us as he walked by, and then turned back, obviously looking for our unit leader. The lieutenant who filled this position got up and walked over to him. "Kamerad," the captain said, "you and your men have been given this opportunity to clean up. I think you should make the most of it." "Jawohl, Herr Hauptmann." The lieutenant ordered us over to the vats, which were standing under the eaves of one of the huts. We looked enviously across at the fellows who were going to get into hot showers. At least 300 men were waiting for an experience which seemed like a blessing from heaven, so close to the front. Those at the front of the line had more or less undressed and were scratching the lice which had settled in a ring at the belt line when we were suddenly ordered to prepare for immediate departure. For me, at least, this was a reprieve. Stripping in that icy air had begun to seem impossibly difficult. I much preferred to keep my lice relatively warm between my grey undervest and my stomach, which was rumbling with hunger. I was certainly ill again. I no longer had any doubts. I couldn't stop shivering and felt cold right down to the soles of my feet. We piled into the open trucks, overloading them as usual, but no one complained. No matter how squashed we were, it was better than walking. However, I was soon caught in a grotesque predicament. The trucks rolled off down a road which the rains had transformed into a swamp. The truck behind us gave off 2 sprays of liquid mud, as steady and uniform as the sprays of a municipal fountain. I was strangely reminded of the retreat from the Don. Was Russia nothing but a vast sea of mud? As always, we were driving toward a northern horizon marked by dark forests. The echoes of occasional explosions drifted to us on the wind, but they didn't sound serious. The sky was overcast and threatened rain. Huddled between 2 companions, I swayed to the slow rhythm of the trucks struggling through the mire. I felt more and more uncomfortable and ill. My lips and face seemed to be burning, and the slightest motion of the air felt like ice against my skin. My stomach was griped by a brutal pain, which travelled outward through my body in waves of violent shivers. At first, I thought this must be an after effect of the hard times we'd been through, especially as I had never entirely recovered from my illness at Konotop. I knew that I must look more cadaverous than ever. My intestines were twisting themselves in knots. Naturally, no one gave a damn, and besides, I was certainly not the only one with a pain in my gut. Then, my pain became so imperative that I tried to double over, despite the crowding and all my gear. The fellow beside me noticed my restlessness and leaned his hairy face toward me. "Take it easy, friend. We'll soon be there." But he clearly had no more idea where we were going than I did. I've got a hell of a pain in the gut, and this is a hell of a time to crap. Suddenly, I realized what was the matter with me. My stomach was churning with increasing violence and threatened to explode. I certainly couldn't stop a military convoy because my guts were about to turn inside out. I had to laugh at my predicament despite my shivers and cramps and salivating mouth. But I also had to try to think of a solution. The convoy was now in the middle of a forest where there was no reason to stop, and even if we came to a camp, I couldn't just leave my group the moment we arrived without any apparent motive. If I did that, they might even shoot me as a deserter. But could I hold out much longer? I tried desperately to think of something else, but failed. My pains increased, and I broke out in gooseflesh. Finally, my gut simply opened. "Move over a little, fellow," I said, grimacing. "I've got terrible diarrhea, and I can't wait anymore." The truck was making a lot of noise, and no one seemed to hear me. I shoved with my elbows and shouted louder. The fellows on either side of me moved back about 4 inches, about 10 centimeters, but paid no further attention. I could feel myself blushing with embarrassment. I tried to undo my clothes, jostling one of my neighbors. "What's the hurry?" he said. "You'll be able to crap when we get there." "But I'm sick, damn it." He muttered something and moved one of his feet, although there was really nowhere to put it. No one laughed. In fact, everybody seemed entirely indifferent to my plight. I struggled desperately with my clothes, but in the cramped space, encumbered with all my equipment, I was unable to free the lower half of my body. Finally, I realized there was nothing I could do. My bowels emptied, pouring a stream of vile liquid down my legs. No one seemed even to notice my condition, which left me in a state of indescribable misery. My stomach was knotted with pain, and I collapsed into a stupefied torpor, which prevented me from appreciating the ridiculous aspects of my situation. In fact, the situation was not particularly funny. I was really seriously ill, and my head was spinning and burning with fever. This was the first attack of a chronic dysentery which has plagued me ever since. Our journey continued for a considerable time, during which I suffered 2 further attacks of uncontrollable diarrhea.
Although my state of filth was scarcely aggravated by these eruptions, I would gladly have exchanged 10 years of my life for a chance to clean off and fall asleep in a warm bed.
I was shaken by alternate fits of shivers and burning heat, and the pain in my intestines grew more and more intense. After what seemed like an eternity, we arrived at our new camp, and I was dragged from the truck for roll call. My head was swimming, but although fainting would have guaranteed the quickest route to the infirmary, I struggled to remain conscious. Somehow, I managed to stay upright among my comrades, each preoccupied with his own fate. However, my ghastly appearance did not escape the attention of the inspecting officer, and my gasping replies to his questions interrupted the regular rhythm of roll call. "What's the matter with you?" he asked. "I'm sick. I was barely able to stammer a reply and saw him only as a blurred and shifting silhouette. "What's bothering you?" "My stomach. I have a fever. Could I please go and wash, Herr?" "Take him to the medical service as an urgent case," continued the officer, speaking to a subordinate. The latter stepped forward and took me by the arm. Someone was actually trying to help me. I could hardly believe it. "I've got acute diarrhea and I have to clean off," I groaned as we tottered off. "You'll find everything you need in the sanitary block, camarade." At the infirmary, I stood in line behind some 30 other men. The pains in my abdomen tore at my entrails with an intensity which made me scream. I knew that my gut was about to pour out some more filth. I staggered from the line, trying to make my step firm, and followed the signs to the latrine. When that series of intestinal explosions was finished, I hesitated before pulling up my revolting trousers. Although I was in an incredible state of filth, I noticed that my excrement was streaked with blood. I went back to the infirmary to stand in line for another half hour. Then my turn came. One after the other, I peeled off my nauseating rags. "My God, what a stink!" exclaimed one of the orderlies, whose outlook was probably identical with that of the motto over the gate of our training camp, "Ian Laus der Tod." I looked at the long table where members of the sanitary service were sitting like judges. The only plea I could possibly make was guilty. "Dysenteric diarrhea," muttered one of the judges, obviously shocked by the shit which ran down below my knees. "Get to the showers, you pig," the other said. "We'll look at you when you're clean." "There's nothing I'd like better. You don't know how long I've been dreaming of a shower." "Right over that way," said the first fellow, who was clearly anxious to be rid of me. I threw my coat over my bony shoulders and went across to the showers. Luckily, no one was there but a bewildered-looking boy who was scrubbing the floor. "Any hot water in the showers?" "Do you want hot water?" His voice was gentle and friendly. "Do you have any?" "Yes, 2 big vats for 16th Company Laundry. I could let you have some, though. The showers only run cold." Through my fever, I saw him as another bastard who'd do a favor for cigarettes or something else. "I don't have any cigarettes." "That doesn't matter. I don't smoke." I stood where I was, considerably surprised. "Well then, could you do it right away?" But the fellow was already hurrying off. "Go in there," he said, pointing over his shoulder to an open cubicle. "You'll be more comfortable." 2 minutes later, he was back, carrying 2 buckets of steaming water. "Were you at the front?" he asked. I looked at him, wondering what he was trying to find out. He was still smiling his foolish smile. "Yes, and I've had enough of it too, if you want to know. I'm sick and disgusted." "It must be terrible. Feldwebel Hulf says that pretty soon now he'll be sending me off to get killed." I went on with the extraordinary relief of washing off my backside, but looked up at him with some surprise. "There are always fellows like that who enjoy sending other fellows out to get it in the neck. What do you do?" "I was called up 3 months ago. I left Herr Fechter, and after basic training in Poland was enrolled in the Gross Deutschland." That's a familiar story, I thought to myself. Who's Herr Fechter? "My boss. A little strict, but nice anyway. I've worked for him since I was a kid." "Your parents sent you out so young?" "I don't have any parents. Herr Fechter took me straight from the orphanage. There's a lot of work on his farm." I stared at him, someone else whose luck had been a little thin. He was still smiling. I clutched my stomach, which once again felt as if it might explode. "What's your name?"
Frosch, Helmut Frosch. Thank you, Frosch. Now I must try to get into the infirmary. I was preparing to leave when I noticed a short, thick-set figure standing in the doorway watching us. Before I could say a word, the man shouted, "Frosch!" Frosch spun around and ran back to the wet rag he'd left on the floor. I went out slowly, trying to pass by unnoticed, but the Feldwebel in any case was concentrating on Frosch. "Frosch, you left your work. Why?" I was only asking him about the war, Sergeant. "You were forbidden to talk during punishment fatigue, Frosch, except to answer my questions." Frosch was about to reply when a sonorous whack cut him short. I looked back. The Feld's hand, which had just given it to Frosch full in the face, was still raised. I took myself off as fast as I could, as a torrent of abuse poured over my unfortunate companion. "Bastard!" I shouted silently at the Feld. At the sanitary service, the aide looked at me without enthusiasm. I understood immediately that he was one of these fastidious fellows for whom a day of filthy scarecrows like myself was less than a pleasure, especially as he received no fees to encourage civility. He fingered all my parts, poking me a little all over, and concluded his examination by sticking his finger into my mouth to check the condition of my teeth. Then he added a string of numbers and letters to a card clipped to my papers, and I was sent down the line of tables to the surgical service. 5 or 6 fellows there checked my documents and asked me to remove some of the clothes I'd thrown over my shoulders. A brute who must have been a wild man of the woods in civilian life gave me a shot in the left pectoral muscle, and I was taken to the hospital hut, where there were beds for the officially disabled. My papers were checked once again, and then, like a miracle, I was shown to a bed, which in fact was only a simple pallet covered with grey cloth. There were no sheets or blankets, but it was nonetheless a genuine bed on a wooden frame, in a dry room protected by a roof. I collapsed onto the bed to relish its comforts. My head was ringing with fever and filled with a host of half-realized impressions. I had grown so used to sleeping on the ground that the degree of well-being a soft, clean mattress can induce struck me with astonishment. The room was full of cots like mine on which fellows were lying, whimpering and groaning. But I paid no more attention to them than one does to a hotel carpet, which is not entirely to one's liking. I felt almost light-headed with well-being, despite the pain which tore at my entrails. I took off some of my clothes and spread my filthy coat and ground sheet over my body instead of blankets, burying myself in them, and in the sense that I had been saved. I lay like that for a long time, trying to control the cramps which knotted my guts. After a while, 2 orderlies arrived, carrying a cumbersome piece of equipment. Without a word of warning, they pulled off my covers. "Turn over, camarade, and let us have a look at your ass. We want to clean out your gut." Before I understood what was happening, they had administered a copious enema and moved on to the next patient, leaving me with some 5 quarts of medicated liquid gurgling painfully in my distended abdomen. I don't know anything about medicine, but an enema has always struck me as a strange treatment for someone who is suffering from excessively frequent evacuations. The fact is that 2 repetitions of this operation enormously increased the misery of the next day and night, which I spent tottering to and from the latrine. This was situated some distance from the infirmary, which meant fighting the strong icy wind which blew continuously. Any benefits I might have received from this amount of time ostensibly resting in bed were thus reduced to almost nothing. 2 days later, I was pronounced cured and sent back to my company on rubber legs. My company, the one which had been organized as an assault group, was stationed in the immediate vicinity, only 5 or 6 miles, about 9.7 kilometers from divisional headquarters, in a tiny hamlet which had been half abandoned by the Russian civilian population. Despite my intense joy at reuniting with my friends, all of whom were present, including Olensheim, my condition remained as precarious as it had been the day before I went to the infirmary. My close friends, Hals, Lenson, and the veteran, made a special effort over me and did everything they could to help me get well. Above all, they insisted on pouring large quantities of vodka down my throat, which, according to them, was the only reliable remedy for my complaint. However, my precipitate visits to the latrine continued despite these excellent attentions, and the sight of my bloody excrement worried even the veteran, who went with me on these trips in case I fainted. Twice, on the urging of my friends, I tried to re-enter the hospital, which was inundated with wounded from the Battle of Kiev. But my papers, stating that I had been cured, presented an insuperable barrier. I began to look like a tragic protagonist, made of some curious white diaphanous substance instead of flesh and blood. I no longer left the pallet which had been given to me in one of the ISPAs. Fortunately, a reduced service requirement allowed me to stay where I was. Several times my friends took guard duty for me and did the other jobs which would ordinarily have been required of me. Everything was going well in the company, which was still commanded by Wes Rideau. Unfortunately, we were still in a combat zone, which meant that at any minute we might be sent to some exposed position. Wes Rideau knew that I would not be able to function in combat conditions as well as I knew it myself. One evening, about a week after I'd left the infirmary, I became delirious and was completely unaware of a fierce aerial battle which took place directly overhead. From some points of view, you're really the lucky one, Hals joked. Hals even went to speak to Wes Rideau about me. But before he was able to explain himself, Wes Rideau stood up and smiled. Wes Rideau about me. But before he was able to explain himself, Wes Rideau stood up and smiled. My boy, we'll be pulling out almost immediately. They're sending us to an occupied zone at least 60 miles, about 97 kilometers farther west. We'll have a certain amount to do there, but even so, it will seem like a holiday after this. Tell your sick friend to hang on for another 24 hours and spread the news that we're moving. We'll all be better off. Hals clicked his heels hard enough to shatter his shins and burst out of Wes Rideau's quarters like a hurricane. He looked into everybody he passed, shouting out the good news. When he reached us, he shook me from my torpor. "You're saved, Sajer! You're saved!" he shouted. "We'll be leaving soon for a real rest." He turned to a couple of fellows who shared the hut with us. "We've got to get all the quinine we can for him. He has to hang on another 24 hours. Despite my overwhelming weakness, Hals's intense joy communicated itself to me and ran through me like a restorative balm. "You're saved," he said again. "And just think, with a fever like yours, they're bound to take you in a hospital, and they won't cut it off your leave either. You are a lucky dog." Every time I moved, I felt it in my stomach, which seemed to be rapidly liquefying. Nonetheless, I began to collect my things. Everyone around me was doing the same. I put my packet of letters within easy reach. A voluminous backlog of correspondence had been kept for me by the Divisional Postal Service. There were at least a dozen letters from Paula, which greatly eased my illness, as well as 3 from my parents, full of questions, anxiety, and reproaches about my long silence. There was even one from Frau Neubach. Somehow I found the strength to write everyone, although my fever undoubtedly interfered with the coherence of my messages. Finally, we left. I was given a place in a small auto-union truck, and we drove to Vinitsa on roads which belonged to the Carolingian era. Our faltering machines almost drowned in incredible quagmires, whose condition was aggravated by the rain. For a while I thought we had reached the notorious Pripet marshes, which were in fact not very far away. We avoided them by driving around them, on extraordinary wooden pavements which seemed to be floating on mud. These uneven roads made of split logs, on which one could obviously not drive very fast, were surprisingly effective in wet weather. However, it took us at least 8 hours to travel 90 miles, about 145 kilometers. The weather was cold and bad, snow flurries alternating with violent bursts of rain, but at least this protected us from Soviet aircraft, which were very active at that time. When we arrived, I was sent immediately to a hospital, along with some 6 others from my company. Diarrhea was a common complaint at that time, and a group of specialists were able to stop mine very quickly. My friends were stationed some 15 miles, about 24 kilometers away, and I knew I would rejoin them once I was well. The doctors had some trouble getting me on my feet again. I was told that because my complaint had not been attacked until late in the day, my intestinal flora had been severely damaged. In fact, it was a good 2 weeks before I was able to eat normally again. Every day I offered my backside to the orderly, who stabbed me as full of holes as a dressmaker's pincushion. Twice a day, the thermometer recorded my fever, which remained obstinately at 100 degrees. Winter had arrived, and I rejoiced as I watched the snow falling from behind the panes of a heated dormitory. I knew that for the moment my friends were out of danger, and in a state of blissful ignorance, was unaware that over the whole front, things were going from bad to worse. Our paper's coverage of news from the front was limited to photographs of smiling artillerymen installing themselves in a new position or organizing their winter quarters, and articles which said nothing at all. Hals came to see me twice, bringing mail. He had managed to get himself made a postal assistant, which allowed him to visit me quite easily. He rejoiced at the slightest occasion for rejoicing, roaring with laughter whenever he missed me in a snowball fight. He was just as ignorant as I of the realities of our situation, which would soon involve us in an agonizing retreat and acquaint us with the depths of horror. When I had been in the hospital for about 3 weeks, I was given some marvelous news. I was told to go to the office to be checked for discharge. There an orderly inspected me and told me that since I was making a good recovery, he was going to authorize a leave for me. "It occurs to me," he said, "that you would rather complete your convalescence at home than here in the hospital." I replied that I would, restricting myself to mild assent, lest I offend that kindly angel with excessive exuberance. As a result, I found myself with a 10-day pass, a little shorter than the first one, which would go into effect as soon as it had been stamped. I thought immediately of Berlin and Paula. I would try to get permission for her to go with me to France, and if that was impossible, I would stay in Berlin with her. Despite the weakness, which still limited me severely, I was overjoyed. I got ready in record time and left the hospital, grinning broadly. I also wrote a note to my friends, excusing myself for not having visited them before I left. I thought they would surely understand. My polished boots moved noiselessly across the snow as I walked to the station. I was so overflowing with happiness that I even nodded and spoke to the Russians I passed on the way. My linen and uniform had been cleaned and mended, and I myself felt neat and new. I forgot my bygone sufferings, and felt only gratitude to the German army and to the Führer for having made me into a man who knew the value of clean sheets and a watertight roof, and of friends who had nothing to offer but devotion, and offered that without reserve. I felt happy once again, and ashamed to have been despairing and afraid. I thought back from a great distance to some of the hard times I had experienced during my youth in France, which had sometimes made me think sourly of life. But was there anything that could sour me now? What disappointment could possibly darken things for me? Perhaps if Paula suddenly told me she no longer cared for me. Yes, perhaps that. But I felt as though I were now cured of a great many things. During some of my worst moments, I had imagined certain personal disasters, the death of my mother, for instance, and told myself that I could accept even that, if only the firing would stop. I had asked the pardon of every supernatural power for harboring such thoughts, but was prepared to pay that price if it would cut short the carnage by even a little. The war seemed to have turned me into a monster of indifference, a man without feelings. I was still 3 months short of 18, but felt at least 35. Now that I have reached that age, I know better. Peace has brought me many pleasures, but nothing as powerful as that passion for survival in wartime, that faith in love, and that sense of absolutes. It often strikes me with horror that peace is really extremely monotonous. During the terrible moments of war, one longs for peace with a passion that is painful to bear, but in peacetime, one should never, even for an instant, long for war. The station was at the end of a cul-de-sac. In front of the esplanade, which took the place of a platform, 3 wide-gauge Russian tracks ran for a short distance, and then were regrouped into 2 switchings. A third section of the track vanished after 500 yards, about 457 meters, without any apparent reason. The soft snow deadened all noise and made everything still uncovered look cold and black. A few wagons and a few empty boxes lay scattered across this peculiarly empty place. Beside the principal station building stood a neat pile of boxes marked WH. Inside, next to a hot stove, 4 or 5 Russian railway men sat absolutely motionless, as if they had died of boredom. There was no sign of a train in any direction, except for a large stationary locomotive, which appeared to be near death after a century of hard use. I no longer remember the name of the place. Perhaps it didn't have one, or perhaps the signboard had been stuck off in some odd corner so that we Europeans shouldn't catch sight of its unreadable characters. The prospect of a train passing through seemed as remote and uncertain as the first day of spring. Despite the slip of paper in my pocket entitling me to a leave and warming my whole being like a glowing stove, I suddenly felt extremely lost in this huge, heavy country. Instinctively, I went to the main station building, and where the Russian railwaymen had seemed more profoundly sunk in inertia than any postal worker in France. I knew that it would be almost impossible for me to make myself understood because, even if one of them knew some German, I still spoke it so badly that my fellow soldiers were often hard put to it to make me out. I walked past the door several times, hoping that someone would see me through the pane of glass set in the heavy wood and give me some information. As no one moved, I pressed my nose against the glass. Inside, I could see 4 railwaymen identifiable only by the filthy armbands they wore on their sleeves. Otherwise, they were just civilians and seemed paralyzed by inertia. Not one so much as looked in my direction. I was astonished to see a grey-haired soldier sitting beside them, apparently infected by the same immobility. I looked again to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but there it was, a soldier of the Reich fast asleep beside 4 citizens of occupied Russia. Outraged, I shoved violently against the door and entered the room, where a heart-warming heat instantly inflamed my cheeks. I clicked my heels as loudly as I could, and the noise resounded like a gunshot through the calm heat of this remarkable place. The Russian started and slowly stood up. My half-countryman and fellow soldier only shifted one of his legs. He looked about 50. "What can I do for you, camarade?" he asked, like a shopkeeper greeting a potential customer. I stood there for a moment, astounded by such casualness. "Well," I said finally, becoming more German than the Germans, "I'd like to know when the train to the fatherland will be coming through. I'm going home on leave." The other soldier smiled and slowly stood up. Then he walked toward me, bracing himself against the table like a rheumatic. "So, you're going home on leave, young fellow?" His voice sounded as though it might break into laughter at any movement, which irritated me. "A fine time to take a vacation. When will there be a train?" I was hoping to cut short the conversation I knew was coming. "You have a strange accent. Where are you from?" Unmasked again, I felt sure that I was blushing. "I have French relatives," I said, almost angry. "My father, in any case, I grew up in France, but I've been in the German army for nearly 2 years now." "Are you French?" "No, my mother is German." "In cases of that kind, it's the father who counts, though." He was getting angry too. "Look at that," he said to the Popoffs, who apparently hadn't understood a word. "They're even taking French kids now." "What time will there be a train?" "Don't worry about trains. Hereabouts, they come when they can." "What do you mean?" "There's no timetable, you know. What do you expect? This is no Reichsbahndienst." "But after all, trains come through from time to time naturally, but you can never predict them." He smiled and gestured vaguely. "Have a seat here with us. You've got plenty of time." "No, I haven't got plenty of time. I've got to get out of here. I'm not going to sit here gassing with you." "Suit yourself. If you'd rather walk around outside and get cold, or you could hike over to Vinitsa. Trains go through there more regularly. Only I warn you, it's 40 miles, about 64 kilometers, through thick woods, infested with the friends of these fellows here." He nodded toward the railwaymen, "who aren't exactly in agreement with Adolf, and who might very well put an end to your leave." He looked at the Russians and grinned. They smiled back without any idea why. "What do you mean?" I asked. Partisans, for God's sake! You mean those bastards are around here too? This time it was his turn to be astonished. Of course, and in Romania too, and in Hungary and Poland, maybe even in Germany, I was flabbergasted. So sit down, young fellow. It's a big mess that really has nothing to do with you, and you shouldn't be mixed up in it at all. It would be crazy to get killed just for the sake of a few hours. I managed to get hold of some real coffee, and it's here in this kitchen, nice and hot. There's a fellow at the commissary with a good heart who's just about fed up with this war himself. He came back carrying a big army coffee pot. We drink enough coffee here to send us right up the walls, he said, looking at the Popoffs who were still smiling. I felt somewhat disconcerted. Would you mind telling me what your job is? Hell, he said in irritation. I'm supposed to be guarding that pile of boxes. He nodded at the neatly stacked crates outside. And these poor fellows here. Who the hell do they think I am? Nearly 60 years old, and they bring me here to play sentry. I spent 30 years of my life working for the railways in Prussia and Germany, and this is the thanks I get. Specialization, that's what it is. No useless efforts. Everyone in his place. An efficient force. Sieg Heil, I can tell you. I'm fed up. By the time he was finished, he was shouting. He slammed the coffee pot down on the table. We might have been in a Paris bistro. I felt as if the world had suddenly turned upside down. That coffee pot is army property, and you just took it, I said, clinging to the thread of my first idea. The fellow looked at me and slowly put down a cup, which he filled with steaming liquid. Then he held it out to me. Here, young fellow, drink this. There was a moment of silence, and then he began talking again in a calm, serious tone which one could interrupt only with difficulty. Now, you listen to me, my boy. I am 57 years old. I fought in the cavalry in 14 to 18 and was a prisoner in Holland for 2 years. Now it's been 3.5 years since they put me back in the army again. I have 3 sons fighting on 3 of the fronts which our beloved country has decided to defend. I am an old man. And even if I once felt fiery about political principles which have long since been altered by time, the politics of today leave me cold, and I don't give any more of a damn for them than I do for this coffee pot. So drink in a little of the heat it offers you, and take this chance to forget for a few minutes that you're mixed up in all this mess. I looked at him, astounded. I'm not a spess, or an officer, or the Führer, but only an old railway worker who was forced to change uniforms. Sit down and relax and drink your coffee. But what you just said is outrageous. After all, every minute of the day, soldiers are dying for our country, and if our country needs something from me, I'll postpone my retirement for a couple of years. But I felt as if I were choking. I couldn't find the words to express the intensity of emotion which German idealism created in me. I had already suffered a great deal from the war, but couldn't conceive a life other than the one assigned to me. I felt that this man was somehow missing the point, and that I was unable to express it adequately. Perhaps I was too young to understand it. I don't agree with you at all, I shouted, beside myself with rage. If everyone thought the way you did, nothing would be worth anything. Your way of thinking strips life of all its meaning. His gun was lying in the corner of the room. Your friends might pick that up, I said, nodding at the gun, and then at the Popoffs. Did that ever occur to you? I thought he was going to throw me out, but his attitude was inconsistent. Perhaps he was a little afraid of me. I'll take the coffee pot back when we're through with it, he said with a bitter laugh. Would you like a little more? I held out my cup, feeling pleased with myself for putting a fellow soldier back on the right track. I waited for more than 9 hours and had almost given up hope, when at last a train arrived and took me away. Cancelled leave partisans. On the train from Vinitsa toward Lvov and Lublin, I was travelling with soldiers who'd been at Cherkasy and Kremenchug. They told me about the hellish fighting which had taken place near those towns, now lost to us or slipping from our grasp. Everywhere the crushing numerical superiority of the enemy was finally overwhelming our positions, which we defended with desperate determination, paying an appalling price in casualties. All the fellows on the train were going on leave too, but despite their joy, they seemed crushed by the experiences they had just lived through. The train came into Lublin station at dawn on a winter morning. The ground was covered with snow, and the Polish cold felt much sharper than the cold in Russia. Even though we were used to sleeping outdoors, no one had been able to rest on the train, and we greeted the morning with turned-up collars and grey faces. Despite the early hour, the station platforms were crowded with soldiers walking up and down to keep warm, dressed and equipped for the front. There were many new recruits, easily distinguishable by their boyish, rosy faces. Military police had been stationed at intervals of 10 yards, about 9.1 meters, down the length of the platform for incoming trains. I had overestimated my strength. As I obeyed the orders barked over the PA system and jumped down onto the platform, I was shaking with sleeplessness and cold, and my legs were buckling under me. We lined up parallel to the train and marched into the big hall which stood at one end of the station. As we tramped toward the hall, the gasping locomotive pulled the empty train onto a secondary track. In the hall, we were each given a cup of steaming ersatz and 2 spoonfuls of a curious jam. As we ate, several officers climbed onto a wheeled platform equipped with a loudspeaker. Military policemen were standing watchfully on either side of them and at the foot of the platform. First, the amplifier crackled and buzzed for a moment, and then a nasal voice roared unintelligibly until someone adjusted the mechanism. The principal thrust of the officer's speech struck all of us like a slap in the face. Leaves must be cancelled. We thought we must have misunderstood him, but then the familiar series necessity, difficulty, duty, supplementary effort, victory, brought it home to us that this was no dream. The crowd buzzed angrily, and a few fellows even shouted their outrage. But the loudspeakers were already blaring the Deutsche Marsch, drowning our fury in martial music. As the hopes and plans of several thousand men crumbled, the music grew louder. The jam we were swallowing suddenly seemed tasteless, and the ersatz bitter. Before we had time to feel sorry for ourselves, the MPS were herding us toward a train which was ready to leave for the east. 3 cars were loaded with supplies for the troops, and we were ordered to line up beside them, because our nervous exhaustion and disappointment was so evident, and the desire to desert was so clearly stamped on so many faces, we were closely hemmed in by police. We were issued fur hats, like the hats worn by Russian troops, crudely made overvests of reversed sheepskin, cotton gloves with woolen linings, and enormous overshoes with reinforced cork soles and felt uppers. A few boxes of tinned food were added to this voluminous issue, and we no longer entertained any doubts as to our fate. We were obviously being shipped back for another winter in Russia. Most of us were ready to cry with disappointment. The train was crammed to the bursting point. Some of the passengers were young boys about to go into combat for the first time. Others were veterans returning from leave, who were scarcely any happier than we were, and others, like myself, had been suddenly obliged to replace their plans for leave with the sinking apprehension which all men, no matter how brave, feel as they are about to confront a highly problematical fate. We rolled east for a considerable time before we finally grasped what had happened to us. I was dumb with disappointment, remembering Magdeburg and my despair when the scope of that leave was abruptly limited. This time Berlin wasn't even on my route, and there was no chance of encountering Paula. There had been no period of grace at all, not even 24 hours. As I thought about it, the weight of what had just occurred seemed to increase, dragging me down into a black depression. However, I still had one hope. As soon as I had returned to my unit, I would have my status as a convalescent officially verified. Why hadn't I thought of explaining that to the police at the station? But of course, no one in his right mind should ever expect anything decent from a military policeman. My last chance was that once I got back to the company, Wes Rideau would be able to arrange things for me. As always, the trains for the front were moving at top speed, unlike westbound trains, which often made long, inexplicable stops. Ours was no exception to this rule. Nevertheless, an important incident broke our momentum. The locomotive had just refueled and resumed the speed which was to carry us through to Vinitsa. The station where we had stopped had bristled with signs bearing the names of towns no longer accessible to us: Konotop, Kursk, Kharkov, names which evoked unbearably painful memories. About 15 minutes out of the station, the train braked so violently that all the carriages shuddered, and we nearly left the rails. Inside, men and boxes were flung to the floor, and the air rang with angry curses. We all thought we had in fact been derailed. Soldiers in long coats were running down the length of the tracks, answering our shouted questions by waving ahead. "You were lucky we could stop you," one of them yelled. About 500 yards, about 457 meters to the east, the track, which ran between two walls of sparse woodland, was blocked by a chaos of overturned cars. We jumped down to the ground to find out what had happened. Partisans, dynamite on the track, train loaded with munitions, 150 soldiers killed, reprisals, patrols, pursuit. The immediate work had already been divided among 300 unhurt soldiers. One group remained on the spot to help the wounded, and another left in pursuit of the partisans, who had not been content simply to derail the train, but had opened fire as our men struggled to get free of the wreckage. Officers were blowing their whistles, and at least 3,000 men from our train climbed down. We were divided into 3 groups. The largest of these, about 2,000 strong, was sent out in pursuit of the enemy. I was included in this section. The second was sent to help our wounded comrades, while the third was deployed in the immediate area to ensure the protection of the train. The bulk of my belongings, like everyone else's, remained on the train, and at the blast of the whistle we dog-trotted off into the countryside, which lay under a foot of snow. Running through snow isn't easy. In less than 2 minutes one is lathered with sweat, and after 20 it is almost impossible to breathe. Within an hour, one's lungs feel bruised by the pressure of one's ribs, and everything is dancing with colored lights. The weather wasn't very cold, and the effects of our gymnastic efforts nearly suffocated us. The non-coms and officers who had followed us eventually grew tired of sustaining a zealous performance and resumed a walking pace. An hour and a half after leaving the train, we slogged into a large peasant village, our heads drooping with fatigue. Almost all the houses had thatched roofs and attached sheds made of woven sunflower stalks for storing winter supplies. When we arrived, the place was already full of German soldiers, and the snow-covered central square was tightly packed with civilians, men, women, and children, gesturing excitedly and talking loudly. Soldiers, some of them with spandaus ready to fire, were stationed all around the square, and toward the center other soldiers were shoving their way through the mass of civilians, roughly driving some of them off to one side. To the right, beside a building which probably served as the village hall, a third group of soldiers were standing with drawn guns, over a dozen Russians lying on their stomachs in the snow. At first I thought they were dead. "Partisans we caught here," explained one of the soldiers standing beside me. "Were they really guilty, or were they only suspects? None of the questioning was up to me. The interrogations lasted for at least an hour. The pop-offs lying on their stomachs must have had frozen guts, but that was true for our machine gunners too. An SS section had been included in the pursuit group. I had the honor of being assigned by them to a smaller group of 100 men who, like me, were returning to duty. Their attention was undoubtedly drawn to me by the edge of my left sleeve with its Gross Deutschland inscription. The SS preferred to use men belonging to elite divisions. Without explanation, we were loaded onto SS trucks, ignorant of the fate of the civilians lying on the ground. We drove for about 20 minutes over very hilly country. Then we were ordered to leave the trucks. An SS Hauptmann in a long, dark leather coat addressed us briefly. "You will fan out to the right and move into those woods, taking every precaution. A factory, which you can't see from here, is situated about 3/4 of a mile to the west. The Russian informants who are accompanying us have indicated that this is an important center of terrorist operations. We must take them by surprise and wipe them out." He appointed squad leaders, and we moved off. What a splendid convalescence. I would have done better to stay in the hospital at Vinitsa. After a short time, we saw a series of metal roofs, which must have been part of the factory, but before we had a chance to give them a second look, a burst of machine gun fire broke the silence. One of the SS men shouted, "We've got you, you bastards! You might as well give up!" It looked as though the Russian partisans we'd caught in the village had given this place away under pressure. There were some more shots, and then the familiar clatter of Russian machine guns coming from the edge of the buildings. Another fellow and I threw ourselves down under a small tree whose snow-laden branches touched the ground. We heard whistles ordering us to advance, but for the moment I stayed where I was. It would be too stupid to get knocked off by a handful of terrorists. The other fellow muttered in my ear. "The bastards! We've really got them this time. Now we'll teach them to blow up trains." After 5 minutes of hard fighting, German soldiers began to stand up all around us. We had taken about 10 more Russian prisoners. Some were singing a Russian song of vengeance, but most were begging for mercy. About 30 SS men were herding them toward the truck, already beating them and shouting questions. We thought everything was over when the SS captain blew his whistle to fall in. "Those bastards," he said, gesturing at the sobbing prisoners, "claim they're the only ones here. Maybe they think they can fool us and protect their friends who are still hiding inside. But I want you to clear the place." He pointed at the factory buildings. "We've got to take the whole bunch and all the weapons they're hiding there." Of course, there was no question of argument. With dry mouths, we moved forward into the factory buildings, which were littered with hundreds of large objects, ideal for snipers and as bad as possible for us. The relatively large size of our force was in no way reassuring. Even if we overwhelmed the partisans in the end, each bullet they fired was bound to hit someone, and if I should happen to be the only casualty in a victorious army of 1,000,000 men, the victory would be without interest for me. The percentage of corpses, in which generals sometimes take pride, doesn't alter the fate of the men who've been killed. The only leader I know of who finally made a sensible remark on this point, Adolf Hitler, once said to his troops, "Even a victorious army must count its victims. What was made in this factory lost in the wilderness? Perhaps they processed timber." The first shed housed a large bandsaw, and farther on we passed several others, as well as a kind of dredging machine with a string of rusty scoops. The first 2 sheds were empty. Perhaps the prisoners had been telling the truth, but our orders were to check the whole place. Our group surrounded the entire factory complex and then began to move toward the center. We passed through a series of enormous barn-like buildings which seemed to be on the point of collapse. They had never been painted, and every iron fixture was half eaten away by rust, like the old anchor chains at a port. The wind was blowing hard, and the buildings echoed with sinister creaking sounds. Otherwise, everything was quiet, except for an occasional clatter made by one of our men deliberately shoving aside some metal object or overturning a pile of crates. About 8 of us had moved into the darkness of a building littered with a jumble of miscellaneous clutter. There were no windows, and consequently there was almost no light. Then we all heard a series of clicking sounds, but the wind blowing through the building filled the air with the bangings and clickings of loose boards and tiles, although everyone understood that theoretically each moment might be our last. No one really accepted that idea, and no one took any special precautions. Outside, the SS must have cornered several Russians. We heard a series of shots and cries and sounds of running and shouting. Suddenly our shed was filled with the noise of explosions. 5 or 6 flares thrown from a room or closet in an upper story lit the darkness, and almost simultaneously 4 of our companions screamed with pain. A moment later, 2 of them had collapsed onto the dusty floor, while the other 2 staggered toward the open door. The rest of us looked hastily for shelter, stumbling through the darkness, uncertain of where we might find cover. There were several more shots, and somewhere to my right 2 more soldiers howled with pain. My gun shuddered violently in my hands. A bullet had struck it in the butt, taking a piece with it and missing me by inches. The 2 fellows trying to get to the door were both hit again, but neither of them fell until they had reached a drift of white snow which the wind had blown over the threshold. Outside, more soldiers had run up, but they stopped at the door and fired a few shots which were far more likely to hit one of us than any partisan. There were 2 of us still unhurt, and we began to shout as if we were 50. Some idiot might think of tossing in a grenade, which would finish us off along with all the Russians. Luckily, someone heard us in time to think of another tactic. While our comrades outside tried to break through the corrugated iron walls, the Russians inside were firing at every detectable movement. The bullets which pierced the flimsy walls were as dangerous to our men outside as they were to us. I was half dead with fright. Was I going to be the last German soldier left in that damned shack? I knew that at least one other comrade was hiding somewhere. I felt even more caught in a vice of terror and danger than I had at Belgorod. I bit my lips to keep from screaming. Our men outside were pressing in as about to blow the building apart, while inside the Russians were perched in the rafters as silent as spiders. From where I lay, I could see nothing. Suddenly, I heard a scratching noise behind me, somewhere between a haphazard pile of objects and an upright support. I froze as still as the large glazed pipe behind which I was hiding. The uproar outside prevented me from distinguishing anything clearly. I tried deliberately to extend my hearing beyond the limit of its capacity, and caught a series of scratching sounds, some very faint, some a little louder. I held my breath until my lungs were on the point of bursting, and tried to stop the pounding of my heart. My brain was teeming with horrible possibilities. I saw myself dead or a prisoner of the partisans who would use me in an attempt to escape from our noose. I was overwhelmed with an intensity of panic greater than anything I had ever felt before, which was suddenly replaced by a savage passion of self-preservation. Trembling with terror and rage, I abruptly stopped thinking. Some supplementary sense informed me that danger had drawn very close. Had I been a millionaire, I would have staked my entire fortune on the certainty that someone was moving on the other side of the barrier which concealed me. I felt very much alone and desperate and determined to defend myself at any price. Suddenly, I saw a man no more than 5 yards, about 4.6 meters from me. I felt my skin crawl. Then a second man appeared behind him, crawling toward a pile of sacks. Although they had both been in shadow, I had seen enough to recognize civilian clothes. The one nearest me was wearing a large cap. His silhouette remains indelibly stamped on my memory. He was tall and looked strong. He froze for a moment and appeared to be inspecting the shadows. Then he moved a few steps away from me. As slowly and silently as sand running through an hourglass, I raised my gun until it was pointing at him. I knew that there was still one bullet left in the barrel, so I didn't have to move the bolt. Tightening every nerve, I tried to suppress the trembling which made my gestures uncertain. I knew that at the slightest sound the other fellow would let me have it. Luckily, there was plenty of noise outside, which divided his attention. My gun was now level, and my finger lay nervously against the trigger. Then I hesitated for a moment. It isn't easy to kill a man in cold blood, unless one is entirely heartless or, as I was, numb with fear. The man changed his course a little and began to move slowly toward my hiding place. His companion was scarcely visible now, and must have been some 20 yards, about 18 meters away from us. I could hear the man breathing as he approached. For a moment, perhaps, he distinguished a figure crouching in the shadows, or glimpsed a dull, metallic gleam. For a tenth of a second, perhaps, he hesitated. Then a sudden glow of brilliant light blinded him, and he collapsed in the dust, his belly torn open by the shot fired from the weapon, which still quivered in my sweat-drenched hands. The other Russian had run off, leaving his companion dead at my feet. I felt as if my skull enclosed a black void, and that a nightmare enclosed me like a fever. As the noise outside grew louder, I felt myself sinking into a pit of unimaginable depth. I was torn between the desire to flee and my paralyzing fear. I stared at the corpse lying face down on the ground in front of me. I couldn't really believe I had killed him, and waited for the tide of blood which would soon begin to seep from beneath his body. Nothing else mattered to me. The weight of the drama which had just occurred was so overwhelming that I could only stare at the motionless body. Suddenly, a piece of the wall collapsed. The soldiers outside had managed to pull off a section of corrugated sheeting, and the glare of full daylight somehow diminished the importance of what had happened. The sight of other German soldiers entering the building snapped me from my lethargy. I even distinguished the SS captain, who had just joined them, ducking down behind a piece of crumpled metal. He was facing me at a distance of about 20 yards, about 18 meters. "Anyone still alive in here?" he shouted. I waved a hand, and he saw me. I knew that there was still at least one Russian in the building, and I didn't want to attract too much attention to myself. Another German, who must have been as terrified as I was, shouted from somewhere deeper in the ruins. "Over here, Kameraden. I've got a wounded man too." "Don't move yet," the captain shouted back. "We're going to clear out the rest of the pop-offs." He had just spotted the dead man, lying almost at my feet. We heard the sound of an engine, which was rapidly growing louder. From my hiding place, I could see a black machine gun carrier rolling across the snow. A moment later, it was thrusting through the hole in the wall with an SMG pointing from its turret. A powerful headlight lit up the shed, and soldiers crouched beside the vehicle were aiming their guns at the interior. The beam of light passed over me for a moment, and a shiver ran down my spine. I could almost imagine the faces of the waiting Russians contorted with terror. In the doorway, beside the two German bodies, I could see other German soldiers regrouping. The Hauptmann shouted, "Surrender, or we'll shoot you down like rats." There was no answer. Then a cry of terror rang out from the dimly lit rafters, like the cry I had fought back in myself a few moments before. The heavy machine gun began its slaughter. Each explosion echoed through the shed as if it would blow it apart. The bullets themselves were explosive and ripped open the roof, letting in new streams of daylight. All the German soldiers outside were firing into the rafters, where some 15 Russian terrorists were still hiding. I doubled over onto the floor and pressed my hands against my ears, trying to deaden the sound. Directly overhead, I could hear Russian machine guns. Once again, there were blood-curdling screams, and a body fell to the floor with the heavy thud of a quarter carcass thrown down onto the butcher's block. The SMG demolished the rest of the roof, and full daylight flooded in, destroying the partisans' last hope of invisibility and escape. Another fell to the floor as the rest began a frantic attempt to scramble away through the twisted metal supports overhead. Some dropped to the floor, others clung to the rafters. In the end, all were killed, and our deaths on the train were avenged. The place filled with German soldiers, and I was able to leave my hideout. I was covered with dust, and even found pieces of debris between my belt and my coat. We marched back to the village singing "Märkische Heide, Märkische Sand, Sind des Markers Freude, Sind mein Heimatland." We were still the masters, and no one under heaven could judge us. The SS took over the few prisoners who had surrendered before the massacre and loaded them into their trucks, which then drove off down the road that had brought us here. We were ordered to fall in by threes. By the time we reached the village, the crowd that had watched us leave was gone, which was a relief. The SS task force gave each of us a slip of paper to explain the delay in our return to our units. We were advised to rejoin the wrecked train immediately. No one regretted leaving that place with its miserable memories. Unfortunately, a final spectacle, as depressing as anything we'd seen in the shed, was unfolding just as we marched by. A firing squad was performing its duties. 4 consecutive salvos rang out, each one disposing of 4 partisans. Their bodies were left on the snow, and the squad marched back to the village. Not one of us said a word. At least 100 of our soldiers had been summarily killed in the derailment and the disintegration of some of the cars. An officer spoke to us briefly about the tragedy we'd just witnessed. The partisans were held responsible for everything that had happened. Also, partisans were not eligible for the consideration due to a man in uniform. The laws of war condemned them to death automatically without trial. We spent the night on the motionless train. I was able to sleep only fitfully and with difficulty. Each time I closed my eyes, I was caught in a hideous nightmare. A huge stone rose up in front of me, and from beneath it a flood of dark, blackish blood flowed toward my feet, burning them as it touched. The next day was piercingly cold. We joined another train which came to our rescue farther down the line and settled down to listen to the penetrating clang of the wheels on the rails. We stared out at the tundra, buried under deep snow. From time to time, the monotony was broken by a distant horizon marked by pine-covered hills. Once again, the vastness of this countryside, untouched by any human life, filled us with a sense of constraint. The idea of space, the conception of immensity, could not be more perfectly expressed than by this scenery designed for giants. Could anyone possibly control this country? Could we? Could the NKVD? We arrived at Vinica that evening. An air raid alert had disorganized the traffic, and the station was overflowing with soldiers in long winter coats. At that time, the Großdeutschland division was partly based in the town, and the military police were able to direct me to its command post. I was surprised by the efficiency of divisional organization. With only the name and number of my company, they were able to give me its precise location. I was horrified to learn that we had returned to the front, and along with 20 other companies, were occupying a zone some 300 miles, about 483 kilometers from Vinica. I was given a precise district and the number of the sector. I had mentally prepared myself for a reunion with my friends, huddled around some blazing Russian hearth, discussing my cancelled leave and the possibilities of getting it revalidated. Instead, we were destined to meet in some frozen trench, in conditions of misery and danger. This misfortune overwhelmed me with the force of a stupefying blow. I stood, motionless and stunned, in front of the Stabsfeldwebel, who had just checked my name on the list. He would have paid me no other attention, but was suddenly struck by something about my appearance. "What's the matter?" he said. "Are you sick?" I was too numb to think of a suitable answer, so I told him the truth. I was just beginning a convalescence leave, Herr Stabsfeldwebel, and it was cancelled at Lublin. "The fatherland is living through a time of serious trial, young man," he answered after a short pause. "You are not the only one to be deprived of a well-earned rest. The men who have gone through here before you and those coming after you are all in your situation." I was about to remark that this was in fact my official convalescence when he came on the paper from the SS Hauptmann. "I see that you recently distinguished yourself in an encounter with partisans," he said. "My congratulations. I shall include that information in your dossier, and your company commander will undoubtedly promote you." Despite my nervous exhaustion, I smiled for a moment. "I am very pleased, Herr Stabsfeldwebel," I said in a semi-sincere, semi-official tone. "And I am equally pleased for you," he answered, holding out his hand. I left with some 30 others in the same plight as myself, my mind torn by conflicting thoughts and feelings. However, we were sent to spend the night in a warm and comfortable house, which had been turned into a military dormitory. There weren't enough beds, but every room was heated, and the floors were thickly carpeted. We all slept well, despite our anxiety about the immediate future. We had all learned to use waiting periods for sleep whenever we could, simply to stop thinking and lapse into unconsciousness. Reflection added nothing to such times except increased awareness of the misery that weighed on the world. Sleep, on the other hand, helped in many ways. It blotted out the present and revived one's strength. It seemed most unfortunate that one couldn't store up a surplus of its benefits to use in future emergencies when sleep would be impossible. We spent most of that night and the next 24 hours asleep or dozing, interrupting our rest only for meals. During the second night, we were finally dragged from our torpor by a non-com who led us to the trucks which were to take us to our positions. The brutal winter cold fell onto our backs with the shock of a poorly regulated shower. Winter had arrived in full strength, coating everything with a bluish glitter. Roll was called, and we boarded the trucks. Before daybreak, we arrived at a village of huts which had been built by the engineers. We were ordered out of the trucks and offered an ersatz drink which was kept hot through the day in 3 large kettles. The cold was piercing and revived all our memories of the previous winter. The shivering mornings, the cold, which became an almost unbearable torture, the impossibility of washing, the lice and the 1,000 other elements which made life insupportable. Everything smelled of the war, and every face was stamped with urgent anxiety. Large holes, which suggested air raids, also implied that matters were not entirely under control in this sector. About 50 of us were rejoining units in sectors separated by as much as 40 or 50 miles, about 80 kilometers. We were divided into 4 groups, each of which was given mail and the supplies requested by particular companies. Then we were shown our approximate routes, and a non-com informed us in a tone of triumph that we would have to cover at least 20 miles, about 32 kilometers. We began our march through a chain of long snowy valleys. A network of heavy defenses extended for about a half-mile around the center we had just left. Anti-tank guns, minefields which we were careful to avoid, and innumerable nests of machine guns. Beyond us, wild, empty country stretched out into infinity, hardened by winter and favorable to any kind of hostile surprise. As soon as we left the last line of defenses, we knew we were on ground which belonged to whoever was walking across it at any moment, and which could change hands from day to day. The front in this sector was never precisely drawn, but was more like a piece of lace embroidery, with a multitude of recesses which sheltered ambushes and encounters more or less foreseen, and unpredictable clashes. One of the men in our group was a new recruit, very young and tall and stringy, like a weed that has grown too fast in a spell of damp weather. His enormous gazelle-like eyes stared at the anonymous vastness of the landscape, which he was clearly incapable of absorbing. He was visibly affected by the loss of his native dimensions. The short vistas of the Rhineland had never led him to suspect that such a huge scale was possible. A year ago, I had felt the same way. The cold, which had turned dry after 10 days of snow and cloudy skies, made the landscape into a white screen against which darker objects were startlingly visible. The wind of the preceding days had swept across the snow, piling it up against every barrier, filling in hollows, and leaving brown patches of bare soil in other places, like great stains. As long as we didn't have to make any excessive detours, we preferred to follow the bare patches. Every hour, we stopped for a short rest. 5 or 6 planes flew by to the south. We froze for a minute, trying to discern their purpose, but they vanished over the horizon before we were able to distinguish whether they were Yaks or Me-109s. By lunchtime, we were still unsure of our bearings. The non-com responsible for getting us to our destinations claimed that we were moving in the right direction, but his face and voice betrayed his panic. Country on such a vast scale cannot be trifled with. One can play explorer in the forest of Fontainebleau, but not on the tundra, where one feels too small and trivial for games. The hostile indifference of nature seems so overwhelming, it is almost necessary to believe in God. We walked for a long time and finally came to a line of telegraph poles stuck unevenly into the ground. They were following the edge of a road which we could see was in use, as it was deeply marked by fresh ruts. The non-com decided we should take the road to the south as the quickest way of finding our units. This seemed odd, as it was clear that we would be proceeding perpendicular to our previous direction. However, no one hesitated. We had long ago learned that it was useless to argue points which had lost all meaning. We also felt heavily oppressed by the prospect of a night in the open, the first of a long series which would require all the patience and endurance we could muster. For a fraction of a second, the thought of my wrecked leave flared through my consciousness like a shooting star in the night sky. I swallowed hard, and everything sank back into uniform grey. The weedy young recruit remained speechless. His astonished eyes moved from the snowy steppe to the faces of the experienced veterans we seemed to be. Trusting us as a shepherd trusts the stars, he plodded dutifully on. We suddenly caught sight of a massive object buried in the snow about 500 yards, about 457 meters ahead of us. A long gun barrel poked through the white crust, and we realized we were facing a camouflaged tank. Of course, it was one of ours, otherwise we would all have been dead. The Panther was buried up to its turret, and behind it 2 or 3 bulges indicated bunkers. Suddenly a fellow appeared on top of the tank, wearing a sheepskin vest over his black tank corps uniform. He jumped down and walked out to meet us, shouting his name. We did the same, according to the custom of the times. He told us that when his tank had broken down, he had been ordered to half bury it and turn it into a blockhouse. With considerable difficulty, he and the 8 other men with him had carried out the order. Separated from their armored unit by the force of circumstances, they had been standing guard over this vast, empty panorama for 3 weeks now. Once in that time, some Russians had come by, but the tank's 2 SMGs had forced them to pass far to one side. This accident had transformed them into an official surveillance post, and they were due to be relieved in 2 weeks' time. They had been there for 3 weeks already, and admitted that it was difficult to sleep really soundly at night. "Where is the front?" our non-com asked. "More or less everywhere," the other said, "and mostly mobile units. In the evenings, convoys come through on the track. They never have their lights on, and every time it scares us to death. A plane knocked our radio out, so we're completely cut off. It's enough to drive a fellow mad." "We're supposed to be rejoining our units," the non-com explained. "Do you think we've still got far to go?" "Well, the front is certainly 5 or 10 miles, about 16 kilometers east of here. But it's very fluid. It's impossible to be exact." We all felt extremely perplexed. "Let's go along that way," our guide said finally. "We're bound to find something." The tank crew watched us go with regret. With darkness, which fell earlier than we had expected, accompanied by a heavy fog, we arrived at the precarious approximation of a front which existed in that sector. A few arbitrarily disposed packs emerged from the darkness, and a sentry, green with terror, shouted, "Werda!" in a trembling voice. The same terror made our non-com squeak an incomprehensible reply. Our preservation from the guns of our own men could only be laid to a simple collapse of vigilance. A frozen, ill-tempered soldier led us to the company commander. "The Russians come through this way from any direction," he said as we walked along. "It's pretty demoralizing. And unless the front is stabilized again, it'll go on this way, as far as I can see. Anyway, the regiment you're looking for isn't around here." We ran into the company commander, a captain, coming up from a candle-lit hole. He looked old and ill. His long overcoat was thrown carelessly over his shoulders, and his chest was covered by a thick, pale scarf which stood out against the grey-green of his uniform. He wore a forage cap instead of a helmet. We snapped to attention out of habit. The officer studied our map, trying to find some helpful directions he might give us. He seemed bewildered. The map included very few details, which made it almost as easy to get lost on paper as it was on the ground. He made some deductions in the light of a pocket flashlight and decided to send us to the northeast. As the regiments were disposed, ours must be in that direction. This seemed a long way from the orderly procedures of the Grossdeutschland office in Vinica. Despite the exhaustion of the long, painful march on which we had been engaged since dawn, we set off again into the icy, foggy darkness. 3/4 of an hour later, some fellows in a company buried in that white desert huddled a little closer in their shelter to make room for us. We had to stop, or we might have been lost for good. The acid, almost palpable fog burned our throats and made every effort excessively painful. We managed to fall asleep despite the cold, which, as always, was much harder to bear at the beginning of the season, before our bodies were used to it. Outside in the trenches, the sentries were stamping up and down to keep from freezing on their feet. The veil of fog wrapped them round completely, cutting them off from everything that lay beyond their parapets. We spent a harassed night of half-sleep. Despite the lamp heaters and the canvas stretched across the mouth of our shelter, the cold, still only relative at the beginning of the season, was severe enough to make us feel half frozen. The thermometer must have fallen to as low as 15 degrees, and the fog poured in, almost as thick as outdoors. The troops passed the time as best they could, either sunk in sleep despite the discomfort, or playing scat, or writing home with a pen precariously balanced between numbed fingers. The candles, on which they had been ordered to economize as much as possible, were stuck into empty tins which caught the melting wax, prolonging their lives by as much as 4 or 5 times. The memory of those bunkers buried in the wildness of the steppe still haunts my memory, like a legendary tale heard in childhood. The demoralizing dawn cold greeted us as we left the hole. Silently we resumed our march and our search. Everything was quiet, as if paralyzed by the cold, as dangerous an enemy as the Red Army. For a long time we walked parallel to a frieze of barbed wire coated with frost. The fog, which had not yet lifted, clung to the wire in minute drops which froze instantly. Toward the end of the morning, 2/3 of our group at last found their regiment, whose officers were able to tell us the approximate positions of the other 2 regiments we still had to find. More precisely, for the 16 of us still at loose ends, we were looking for 2 regiments and 3 companies. The young recruit and I, for example, belonged to separate companies, and the weather was no help. The inescapable necessity of trial and error added a considerable number of miles to our progress. We grew increasingly angry. How could our instructions have been so vague? Organizational failure of this kind were particularly hard on German troops, who were accustomed to the utmost efficiency. In fact, the centers of responsibility had practically ceased to exist. The extraordinarily tight army organization, which had functioned so superbly in Poland and France and all the smaller countries invaded by the Wehrmacht, was lost in the immensity of Russia, where the front was nearly 1,500 miles, about 2,414 kilometers long. Our rapidly dwindling transport capability further complicated the situation during the terrible winter, which was to be followed by only one more. Our group of 16 men was made up of 14 fellows belonging to one unit, myself attached to another, and the tall young recruit who was looking for still a third. To be exact, he and I belonged to 2 separate companies in the same regiment. Just before dark, the main group of 14 ran into their unit unexpectedly, as had the others. The young fellow and I were left to fend for ourselves on the icy track already packed hard by endless comings and goings. Feverish with anxiety, we pursued our tentative route, passing through a half-deserted hamlet. The few soldiers occupying it, dressed as they pleased, or as they could, stared at us in silence. We felt embarrassed and frightened. According to our instructions, we were to keep on to the northeast. As long as there was any light, we tried to fix reference points on the slightest hollow or hump in the ground, on features more imaginary than real, which we projected onto the infinite monotony. We kept the earthworks and trenches of the front on our right. However, the fog soon reduced the possibilities of navigation to nil. Despite my youth, it seemed that circumstances required me to assert myself. The other fellow was looking at me with wild, questioning eyes. I suggested digging a hole deep enough to cover with our 2 canvases to make a shelter for the night. This idea terrified my companion, who wanted to keep going. "Our regiment must be quite close now," he said. "You're crazy," I said. "We can't keep on like this. We'll only get completely lost, and then the wolves will eat us." "Wolves?" "Yes, wolves. And there are plenty of other things about Russia even worse than that. But they could come after us right here too. Of course if we're in the open, but once we're under canvas they'll leave us alone, and then if they do come, we'll shoot them. Well, then it comes to the same thing, and by tomorrow we won't remember any of the directions. We're following a sort of track, aren't we? We'll keep on with it tomorrow, and that's that. Believe me, it's the best thing to do." I finally persuaded him to do as I said. We had just begun to attack the rock-hard ground with our picks when we heard the sound of an engine. "A truck!" the young fellow shouted. "A truck! You're crazy! Don't you hear the treads?" He stared at me. "A tank! Is it a German tank? How the hell would I know? But we're behind our lines, aren't we? Oh, for God's sake, of course, I hope so." People who need long explanations at moments when everything depends on instinct have always irritated me. "What are we going to do?" he asked. "Get the hell off the track and try to hide in the snow." I was already moving back. The noise had grown terrible. The tank was nearly on top of us and was still totally invisible. I know of no other experience which twists the guts harder than that. We waited for what seemed an eternity before we perceived a squat silhouette sliding smoothly over the ground. The noise was overwhelming. I stared through the darkness, trying to catch some distinguishing details. Finally, drawn by an inexplicable force, I got up and moved forward cautiously, leaving my astonished companion to his own devices. After a moment, he joined me, staring at me with anguished, questioning eyes. "It's a Tiger One of ours. We've got to try and catch it. Let's run after it." "We have to be careful, though. They might think we're Russians. But if we catch up with them, they could take us along." "Exactly." We began to shout like madmen, running after the tank with some anxiety, but as hard as we could. The noise of its engines drowned our voices, and it passed us by. "Grab your things," I yelled at the recruit. "We've got to gallop behind them. We've got to catch them." We began to run along the ruts left by the treads. Although the tank was moving slowly, it was still going faster than we could run. We were already gasping for breath. I quickly realized that we were never going to catch it and that we would have to take a chance. I grabbed my Mauser and fired into the fog, into which the tank had almost disappeared. This, of course, was extremely dangerous. The tank crew might think they were being attacked and let us have it with their machine guns. The tank stopped. They must have heard the shot. We shouted, "Kamerad!" as loudly as we could. The engine was idling and was making much less noise. We heard someone from the turret. "Was ist da?" We rushed forward, drawing on all our strength. We were now very close. The fellow in the turret must surely have had his finger on the trigger. "Only two of you," he yelled when he could see us. "What the hell are you doing here?" "We're trying to find our unit, Kamerad. We're lost." "I'm not surprised. We're lost too." We noticed with relief that he was wearing a white helmet stenciled with tiger stripes, which meant that he belonged to the Großdeutschland. We explained our situation, and they pulled us into the tank. "You're both Großdeutschland?" "Yes." The interior of the tank, which seemed to be painted with orange lead, was filled with the dim, yellowish light of a metal mechanic's lamp which hung from the ceiling. There were two fellows in the turret, and probably a couple more up front. The engine made so much noise that it was almost impossible to talk, but it warmed the air agreeably and filled it with the smell of hot oil and exhaust. Despite the ample dimensions of the turret, the steering gear and ammunition cases took up so much room it was a squeeze to fit us in. The tank commander was keeping his eyes and ears open, thrusting his head from the turret at closely spaced intervals. He wore a thick winter hat, which looked quite Russian. The tank crew told us that they too were looking for their unit. Some engine trouble had held them up for nearly 2 days. Now they were trying to orient themselves by the batteries and companies they passed a dangerous business, because a solitary tank is like a blinded animal. They didn't have a radio, and their group leader seemed to be doing nothing about them. Maybe he had already classified them as missing. They also told us that the new Panzers were coated with a magnetic anti-mine paste and exterior fire extinguishers. The most dangerous weapon for them was still the rocket launchers which the Russians had perfected after encountering our Panzerfaust. They said that none of the Russian tanks could stand up to our Tigers. In the spring, on the Romanian frontier, we would see the Tigers in action for ourselves. The T-37s and KW-85s discovered the Tigers' superiority for themselves the hard way. An hour later, the tank stopped. "A signpost!" shouted the commander. "There must be a camp near here." It had begun to snow large feathery flakes which clung to every surface. A post bristling with signs loomed unexpectedly out of the darkness. One of the crew brushed the snow off the signs with his gloved hand and read out the directions. It seemed that the company the young recruit was looking for, along with 3 or 4 others, was somewhere to the east. The rest of the regiment was to the northeast, which was the way the tank was headed. The young soldier who was arriving at the front for the first time had to say goodbye and walk off alone into the darkness. I can still see the expression of terror on his white face. 20 minutes later, we ran into my unit, and the tank crew decided to stop for the night. I jumped down and went over to a cluster of wretched ispas to ask directions. The long, peaked roofs rose from the ground like large tents. In the command hut, a non-com was sitting at a rough desk made of a couple of boards propped up on boxes and lit by 3 candles. As there was no heat, he had thrown a blanket over his coat. He was able to tell me roughly where I could find my company. I found myself moving through a succession of bunkers, foxholes and trenches, as on my first visit to the front, only these were far more precarious and much shallower than the ones on the Don. The engineers, who were spread very thin on the ground in this sector, had done what they could, but most of the work had been left to the picks of the exhausted infantry. Winter had begun in earnest, the ground was frozen hard, and from now on things could only get worse. I kept asking questions, and finally a fellow from liaison took me to our officer's bunker. The sentry at the entrance inspected me narrowly before pulling back the canvas, astonished to see an ordinary soldier escorted like an officer. Wesrado was not asleep. A short pipe which had gone out jutted from the high collar which hid most of his face. He was bareheaded and seemed to be studying a map. 2 lamp heaters lit the whole, but didn't have much of an effect on the cold. At the back of the dugout, a man was lying on the ground, dead asleep.
A lieutenant sitting on a pack was also sleeping, with his head in his hands. Captain Wesrido looked up to see who had come in. I was about to announce myself when the telephone rang, probably some unimportant report. A moment later I began again. Gefreiter Sayer, Herr Hauptmann. Back from leave, my boy?
Not exactly, Herr Hauptmann. My leave was cancelled. Ah, but you're well now? How do you feel? I wanted to tell him how disappointed I was and how much I still hoped to have at least a few days off, but the words stuck in my throat. I suddenly felt the full strength of my attachment to all the friends who must have been very nearby, an emotion which struck me as both idiotic and profound. I'm all right, Herr Hauptmann. I can wait until my next leave. Wesrado stood up. Although I couldn't really see his face, I thought he was smiling. He put one hand on my shoulder, and I felt myself tremble at his touch. I'll take you to your friends. I know that being with friends can make up for the lack of a comfortable bed, even for the lack of food. I felt stunned. Herr Hauptmann led the way out, and I followed him. I always try to group my men as friends, he explained. Wiener, Hals, Lenzen and Lindbergh are covering a pack position. They'll be glad to see you again. Wesrido's tall figure strode through the ghostly fog, which drifted against the darkness in white patches. As we passed, fellows stupefied by sleep stumbled to their feet, and non-com signalled that everything was calm. We came to a hole which was somewhat deeper than the others, and which seemed to be occupied by 3 hunched-up sacks and 2 figures leaning against the parapet. I recognized the veteran's voice immediately. Welcome to our hole, Herr Hauptmann. We'll be able to talk tonight. Everything's quiet. The familiarity of that voice astonished me. Wesrido said, Here's Sajer, who's just come back. Sajer! I don't believe it. I thought he was living it up in Berlin. I felt lonesome for you fellows, I said. That's a good boy, the veteran answered. You're quite right too. Here we sometimes even have fireworks, and in Berlin it's total blackout. I remember that from the last time I was there, over a year and a half ago. I could hear Hals grumbling sleepily. What the hell's going on up there? Wake up, step boy, Wiener shouted even louder than before. Herr Hauptmann is here with our dear friend Sajer. Hals jumped up as if he'd been shot. Sajer, he said, but he's crazy to come back here. Wesrado felt obliged to make a formal intervention. If I wasn't aware of your courage in combat, I should be forced to assign you to a penal battalion, Gefreiter Hals. Hals was suddenly fully awake. Please excuse me, Herr Hauptmann, I was half asleep. Your sleep is pessimistic, Gefreiter Hals, the veteran answered for him. The day before yesterday, the Don. Yesterday, the Donitz. This morning, the Dnieper. You must admit, Herr Hauptmann, that even an elephant hide would find that somewhat discouraging. I know, Wesrido answered. It's just what I've been afraid of ever since we came to Russia. But if we lose our confidence, everything will be much harder. It's territory and men that we're losing, Herr Hauptmann, much faster than confidence. The Russians will not be able to cross the Pripyat for absolute geographical reasons, believe me. Where could we retreat to after that? Lindbergh asked stupidly. To the Oder, the veteran said. The cold seemed to strike all of us in the vitals. God keep us from such a catastrophe, murmured Herr Hauptmann. I would rather be dead than see that day. Probably Wesrido believed in God. In any case, his prayer was granted. Red tanks, the second front on the Dnieper. It was now 10 days since my return, which we had celebrated according to the circumstances. In the windowless Isbar we were assigned for rest periods. We had emptied a 5-quart container of ersatz, no vodka, no biscuits, but then that's war. In any case, we had reserved the ersatz for me and my friends. The rest of the company might as well have been in limbo. Beyond the boundary of our friendship, and indifferent to it, they washed their dirty feet in large dishes of faintly warmed water, or attacked their lice or organized lice races to pass the time. For a brief moment, we felt a sense of occasion, but that quickly faded. One can tell the same stories only a certain number of times. We very soon sank back into the torpor characteristic of soldiers at the front. Nothing was new to us. We had been through it all before, and even on days when our morale was relatively high, we felt constrained by the inevitable anxieties of the front. For 10 days we shuttled back and forth between our hole in the ground and the Isbar where we rested. Every 12 hours, we tramped the half-mile which lay between our outpost and the shattered remnants of a village overrun by war. During the day, we stared vacantly at the empty frozen country beyond our hole. At night, the fog limited our vision to 10 or 15 yards, about 14 meters at most. We weren't yet trying to stop the enemy. Their front was still extremely fluid. From time to time, a few attempts at penetration, always motorized, forced us to open fire. And once, since my return, enemy tanks had appeared and fired at our frozen batteries. Otherwise, we had all the time in the world to observe the crystal structure of snowflakes against our infantry half-boots, which became as hard as wood during our 12 hours of duty, and softened again in the stable-like warmth of 60 bodies huddled together in the Isbar during our 12 hours off. Fires, of course, were streng verboten, as smoke would give away our position. Wesredow often visited us. I think he felt especially warm toward our group, and with the veteran, able to speak directly as man to man. We young ones listened to them talking, the way boys listen to their elders, and what we heard was always alarming. Our exhausted troops had abandoned Kiev, which, in spite of everything, remained a center of combat. We were still trying to hold the Dnieper, but even that famous barrage seemed to be doing us very little good. From Cherkasy to Kremenchug, the Russians were on both banks of the river. They also held both banks of the Desna. At Nedrigailov, victory was no longer a possibility for us, and our men were faced with a choice of captivity or death. Fortunately, as our front was extremely precarious and shallow, we were only supposed to be covering the southern wing of the fighting. The area we were holding was as flat as a billiard table, and a strong defense would have been difficult even with adequate supplies. On the 12th day after my return, we were attacked by Russian planes, which cost us many casualties. Later that day, a column of German soldiers straggled over the horizon, partially made up of troops pushed from Cherkasy. 7 or 8 ragged, famished regiments, overloaded with wounded, descended on us like a plague of locusts, ravaging and plundering our reserves. The intensity of the battle they had just survived could easily be read on their shaggy, exhausted faces. This fragment of the Wehrmacht, with worn-out boots, empty packs, and eyes glittering with fever, preceded by 4 days the Russian thrust which began at Kherson and pushed through to the west bank of the Dnieper. At precisely this moment, winter also began to attack in earnest. The thermometer suddenly plunged to 5 degrees below zero. On an evening of savage cold, the enemy reached our lines. The noise of their arrival preceded them, carried on the wind to the shivering bundles of rugs and blankets waiting behind frozen parapets. We listened, as animals at bay listen to the pack closing in. For at least 2 hours we lay with straining ears, our enormous eyes staring fixedly through frozen films of protective tears. Although we could see nothing, voices kept announcing, "Here they are." Our tense imaginations invested the visible edge of our defenses with 1,000 imaginary movements, and 1,000 thoughts and visions whirled through our heads, our distant homelands, our families and friends, and our desperate, passionate loves. We imagined every possible outcome to the imminent fighting: surrender, captivity, flight, or death, a quick death, to be done with it all. Some grasped their weapons all the more firmly, dreaming of a heroic defense which would push the Russians back and hold the line. But most of us were resigned to death, a resignation which often created the most glorious heroes of the war. Simple cowards or pacifists who had been opposed to Hitler from the start often saved their lives and the lives of many others in a delirium of terror provoked by the accident of an overwhelming situation. Faced with the Russian hurricane, we ran whenever we could, but often we had no choice and became heroes without glory, who were somehow able to conjure up a strength superior to the enemy's. We no longer fought for Hitler or for National Socialism or for the Third Reich or even for our fiancés or mothers or families trapped in bomb-ravaged towns. We fought from simple fear, which was our motivating power. The idea of death, even when we accepted it, made us howl with powerless rage. We fought for reasons which are perhaps shameful, but are, in the end, stronger than any doctrine. We fought for ourselves, so that we wouldn't die in holes filled with mud and snow. We fought like rats, which do not hesitate to spring with all their teeth bared when they are cornered by a man infinitely larger than they are. Although we were already beaten 10 times over, our terror became a fortress of despair, which the Russians found difficult to breach. We lay huddled against the frozen soil and listened to the growing tumult of their approach. We began to hear distinct, separable sounds. The black potato sack, which was Hal's, changed shape and moved toward me. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. "They've got tanks." At first I heard nothing but tanks. Then there was the sound of singing too, a Russian victory song. It was their turn now to feel the infectious enthusiasm of advancing troops. "A year and a half ago we were marching on Moscow, and I was singing just like that," muttered the veteran. The night wore on. The noise of the Russian advance changed in quality and intensity, but never stopped. The men who had been resting in the Izbus came back to their forward positions. Everyone was now in the line. Even the auxiliary services had been organized to defend the village. The front was long and thin. Our division alone held some 60 miles, about 97 kilometers, with the regiment standing elbow to elbow. There were a great many of us, but at least 30 times as many of them. Our anxiety hovered over us like a pessimistic exhalation trapped by our heavy steel helmets. Our breath condensed on our nostrils and lips and on the upturned collars of our coats. For a long time now, our hands and feet had been hurting us. For the moment, stiffened by cold, they seemed detached and separate from our general nervous tension. On other evenings, the fellows moved about in their holes to keep from freezing. This evening, however, our cumbersome overshoes had been tossed aside, and everyone was still. The biting cold passed over us like a silent dream, depositing a film of frost on the earth and on us. Periodically, we had to clear our weapons, and every time the touch of the icy metal struck us like an electric shock. To the east, the Russian troops were silent. All we heard from their side was the disquieting roar of their engines. Occasionally, we heard a horse whinnying, one of our starving beasts protesting the onset of death. The desire for sleep weighed on us as heavily and oppressively as our fear and the cold, and kept overwhelming us for 5 and even 10 minutes at a time despite our wide-open eyes. Then we would jolt back to reality, to wait for the first hours of morning, a time when men and animals often die of cold. The Russians were taking their time. Since we had caught the first sounds of their new front, a full day had gone by, but nothing more had happened. Had we possessed sufficient strength and equipment, a counterattack would almost surely have been successful. But our orders were simply to resist and hang on. We were operating on a system of 4 hours on and 4 hours off, organized so that a maximum number of men was in the line at any given moment. Many men fell asleep beside their guns to wake suddenly, badly frozen. We were steadily losing sick and wounded men who withdrew on foot or on horseback, and no reinforcements were arriving to fill the gaps. "It's a racket," grumbled the veteran. At dusk, we found Lindbergh naked from the waist down. He had gone off a short distance, supposedly to crap, and had stayed that way for nearly 3/4 of an hour. By the time we found him, he was crying like a baby, and he wouldn't have lasted much longer. Hals blew up at him, and let him have it on the backside and thighs with the strap of his gas mask. By the next morning, the Russians had still not attacked. We had grown steadily colder and more nervous, and it was difficult to seem calm. One of our planes flew over and dropped 4 sacks of mail. I had 4 letters, 2 from my family and 2 from Paula. All were very out of date, particularly one of the letters from France, which was more than a month old. I devoured Paula's letters, which seemed filled with sadness. She had been sent to a small factory out in the country some 40 miles, about 64 kilometers from Berlin. She said that life in the capital was no longer possible. What was I supposed to think? What could I imagine? My parents' letter, with the standard 2-line refrain from my father, irritated me by its tone of unjustified complaint. I mentioned this to Weena, who replied, "That's all the French know how to do, complain." My mother's last letter astounded me by its lack of realism. The poor woman begged me to take care of myself, to avoid showing off, to do my duty, but nothing more, to protect myself from meaningless risks. This sort of advice seemed so irrelevant that for the moment I was staggered. I looked up from the letter, yellow against the snow, to the whiteness which veiled the appalling danger threatening us from the east. The pathetic futility of my mother's attitude made my eyes fill with tears. Everyone seemed to be reading a letter whose contents were so unexpected that fellows far older than I were overcome by tears. Others jumped to their feet, screaming like madmen. A close relative or friend had been killed in an air raid. "This mail is only upsetting everyone," said a tall fellow next to me, as he looked at a friend who was weeping like a child. It seemed we were to be spared nothing. In the afternoon, some patrols were sent out into the whirling snow. Our command had grown tired of waiting and had decided to test the enemy. We heard a few shots, and then the patrols came back, reporting that they'd seen a heavy concentration of Russian materiel. I and my comrades were wakened just before nightfall. With pounding hearts, we ran to our forward positions. The Russian tanks were rolling through the storm, and we could feel the vibration of their treads against the frozen ground. Our anti-tank gunners and men with Panzerfausts kept their eyes glued to their telescopic sights, which they had to wipe continually. A few anti-tank trenches had been dug, but these were ludicrously inadequate both in number and size. We knew that if our anti-tank defenses gave way, we were lost, and we nervously clenched our fingers around the anti-tank grenades and magnetic mines which had been distributed. At the park we were protecting, Olinsheim, Barlers, Freivich, and others were ready to work the gun. Our visibility had been seriously reduced by falling snow. To the north of us, an SMG had just opened fire. The rumbling of tanks was louder than ever, but the tanks themselves were still invisible. To the north, fighting had already begun, and we could see flashes of light despite the thickly whirling snow and the rapidly growing darkness. Short bursts of anti-tank fire lashed the plain, producing a curious muffled echo. As the roar of tanks grew louder, we felt our lungs lift. Long flames ran the length of the horizon, while others rose vertically, illuminating at different levels the whirling masses of falling snow. Then the sound of tank engines in full acceleration shattered the night and our eardrums. 5 vaguely defined monsters loomed out of the darkness, rolling parallel to our line of defense. Our anti-tank crew was already firing. Weena calmly steadied the butt of his FM against his shoulder, and I felt myself stiffen with 1,000 indescribable terrors. Flashes of yellow light burst against the lead tank in the group of T-34s, whose turrets were pointed toward our line. 5 shells had already left white traces on the huge machine, which otherwise appeared to be unaffected by the efforts of our anti-tank gunners. A tank was roaring past us, at a distance of about 10 yards, about 9.1 meters. We heard a howling sound, and a shell from a Panzerfaust burst against its side. The monster immediately reduced its speed, and thick black smoke began to seep from every joint, to be lashed to the ground by the wind. The hatches opened, clanging back against the heavy metal plates. We could hear shouts and cries which were quickly drowned by a powerful explosion. The turret disintegrated, leaving fragments of human beings suspended from the shattered metal in colors ranging from purple to gold. But there were no cries of triumph from our position, only the barking voice of our puck. One of our shells hit a joint on the back of a second tank, and it too began to pour smoke. Then the cartridges were running through my fingers. Everyone who escaped from the immobilized tank was shot down without mercy. For a moment we breathed more easily. By now, our surroundings were lit by flames, and we were able to see the Russian tanks before they got so close. One of them had actually crossed our lines, and as it drew near us, we could feel our hair stiffening with terror. The anti-tank crew were working as fast as they could. Within 3 seconds, their gun was facing this new threat, and a shell, fired at the earliest possible instant, was bursting against the enemy's front apron. At the moment of impact, the engine stopped and then began to scream as if it had been thrown out of gear. Simultaneously, somewhere to our right, we were aware of 2 brilliant flashes and heard a long drawn-out explosion. Another tank began to fire at us, and large pieces of frozen earth hurtled into the air. I no longer knew what was happening. The tank to our right burst into flames, groaning at all its seams. "Für den Panzerfaust, Sieg Heil! Heil!" someone shouted. Our gunners were now firing at the second tank, which had penetrated to our rear and which seemed to be having mechanical difficulties. Then its left side disintegrated in a prolonged explosion, but our attention was drawn to a hallucinating spectacle farther to the rear. A T-34 had driven over one of our positions, crushing our men under its treads. One of our half-tracks, armed with an anti-tank machine gun, was chasing it from behind, firing as rapidly as it could. Our anti-tank crew were in trouble. Frevich was wounded, perhaps even dead. We fired our machine guns at the Russian monster, which never slackened its speed, but continued to make for its lines as fast as possible. 2 shells fired by other tanks exploded beside our half-track, and a third disintegrated it right in front of us. But the enemy tank, believing it was still pursued, vanished into the whirling snow. The Russian armoured assault was over. It had lasted for about half an hour and had clearly been testing our defences. A certain number of tanks had been disabled or destroyed. Their losses were visibly greater than ours. Unfortunately, these losses counted for nothing compared to the vast armada regrouping opposite us. For us, although quantitatively our losses were smaller, the destruction of 4 anti-tank positions in our sector was extremely serious. For the moment, the tension dropped somewhat. Trench telephones rang, asking for reports, and voices shouted for the stretcher-bearers who were running and sliding across the icy ground. The veteran slid to the bottom of our hole and lit a cigarette, despite the ban. Hals jumped down and joined us. "I just heard that Wesridau's bunker was crushed by a T-34, he said, gasping. We gaped at him, waiting for more information. "Stay here," the veteran said finally. "I'll go and see." "Achtung, Zigaretten," warned Hals. "Danke." The veteran extinguished his butt and tucked it into the cuff of his sleeve. He reappeared half an hour later. "We had to dig for 10 minutes before we could get Wesridau out," he told us. "He's all right, and so are the 2 other officers, just a few scratches. But the fellow from liaison outside was killed. He must have panicked and tried to get inside. We found his body in the rubble." We quickly suppressed that mangled vision to rejoice that our Hauptmann was safe. We all felt very attached to him and dependent on his survival. By next morning, the snow had stopped. The plain was strewn with the carcasses of wrecked tanks, which the storm had not entirely covered. At least 20 in the immediate vicinity of our position. Parts of these huge black cadavers, still warm from the fires which had burned over and through them, had turned red in the intensity of the flames. It seemed that the Russians had attacked our line at 4 points, separated by intervals of 15 miles, about 24 kilometers. One of those had been centered directly on our position, which was held by 6 companies. The other 3 were farther to the north. We went back into the line at 8 o'clock. Everything was motionless and muffled under a low, dark sky as opaque and heavy as a lead roof. Nowhere else have I seen skies quite like the skies of Russian winter. We used to stare up, amazed by the oppressive solidity. The diffused light seeping slowly downward made everything look unreal. Our reversible winter overalls stood out against the immaculate new snow, a dingy piss yellow. A great many men were already wearing all the winter clothes we'd been issued. coat, vest, sheepskin, etc., which made their movements slow and clumsy. As the overalls had not been cut to cover so much bulk, they often tore. We looked like a collection of filthy, tattered pillows. Despite our sense of inferiority, we all felt much less tense. The carcasses of the Russian tanks looked to our otherwise pessimistic eyes like the slaughtered beasts of a triumphant hunting scene. We all knew that it had not been a serious attack. Nonetheless, we had managed to hold off the enemy's most dangerous machines. The possibility that the Russian tanks had been ordered not to advance any further occurred only to the veterans among us. All the younger men preferred to believe that we had stopped them. A few bottles of alcohol, theoretically reserved for wounded men, were opened by the captain himself, and that evening we celebrated in the Ispas. In our hut, we particularly honoured our Panzerfaust team. In the dim, wavering light of 7 or 8 candles, we drank to the healths of Obergefreiters Lenzen, Kellermann and Dunder. Grenadiers, Smellens and Prince touched glasses with Herr Hauptmann Wesridau, who wore a large dressing on his left hand and 2 others on his face. There were also 2 wounded men lying on stretchers, to whom we gave as many cigarettes as they wished. Hals, exuberant as always, was describing the battle, miming certain scenes with sweeping gestures of his left arm and hand, which held his glass, while with his right he vigorously scratched his armpits, which swarmed with lice. Lindbergh, as always when things were going well for us, was in a state of high excitement. Cowardice had affected him more than anybody else, and his face, although it looked as young as ever, bore the traces. Several men had fallen asleep, despite the noise. Everyone who stayed awake was soon quite drunk. As always at a German celebration, several fellows began to sing marching songs, because we knew hardly any others. In the shadowy light of the Ispa, the scene looked fantastic and unreal. The veteran began a Russian song. None of the rest of us understood him. We didn't know whether we were listening to a revolutionary song or a song from the friendly Ukraine. Although the distinction no longer mattered, as our Ukrainian days were over, everyone was singing whatever he liked, as part of a continuously increasing uproar. Hals had been twisting my arm to sing something in French, and I obliged, despite a growing desire to vomit, adding the sombre et meuse and a series of more or less obscene songs to the general discord. Hals, who was as tight as a drum, burst out laughing and shouted, "Here come the Franzosen to the rescue! Ura Pobieda!" Then something disagreeable happened. Lenzen stood up, stiff with drunkenness. "Who the hell is talking about the Franzosen? What can anyone expect from a bunch of lousy milquetoasts like that?" He was shouting at Hals, who was dancing heavily, like a bear. Hals grabbed him by the arm and tried to pull him into a waltz. "Shut up, you idiot," Lenzen yelled. "Go stick your head in the snow instead of belching out such crap." Hals, who was almost a head taller, went right on dancing. Then Lenzen let him have it with his fists, shouting at him louder than his minuscule superiority of rank gave him any right to do. "Stillgestanden, Gefreiter," he yelled. "Who the hell do you think you are? Are you telling me to shut up?" Hals was trying to stare at Lenzen through eyes clouded by drink. "Stillgestanden," Lenzen repeated, "or I'll give you something you won't like." "But you're forgetting Sajer," Hals shouted, waving at me. By now he was purple-faced too. "He's half French, and he's lived in France all his life. And anyway, the French are with us now." He'd obviously been reading the same stories I had. "You damned fool! Where the hell did you get that?" "But it's true," someone else shouted. "I read it in Ostfront." I no longer knew which way to look. "Wake up, you dummkopf. So what if a handful of those milksops have come over to us? It doesn't mean a damn thing. And anyone who thinks anything different is no better than they are, goddamned black-haired guitarists whining over their goddamned love gongs." I knew that Lenzen was talking about the fundamental discord which has always existed between South Germany and Prussia. "You're forgetting, Lenzen, that my mother grew up just outside Berlin," I said. "Well then, you've got to choose. Either you're German like us, or you're one of those worthless, feckless frogs." I was on the point of saying that after all, I didn't really have much choice. And you were asked to make just that choice in Poland, even at Chemnitz. I remember. I was there. But he did choose, Hal shouted, and here he is in the same boat as you and me and all the rest of us. So he doesn't have any more goddamn connection with the French. Lenson, who was unquestionably brave, had been awarded the Iron Cross after destroying his 7th tank. I suddenly felt overwhelmingly depressed and vulnerable, and incapable of ever attaining anything like Lenson's record. As always, I found the war almost totally paralyzing, probably because of my soft French blood, which Lenson despised so much. I was really almost as bad as Lindbergh. He wasn't a true German either, but came from somewhere near Lake Constance, one of Lenson's typical black hairs. A joyous group had begun to sing Marienka, and general drunken revelry took over again. This time, though, I stayed on the sidelines, sunk in thought. All the pride I had felt when I had sworn my oath at Camp F, all my joy in feeling that at last I was the equal of my companions, for whom I felt an unquestioning respect, all the struggles and miseries undertaken and endured with the burning faith of a true believer, all of these had been once again cast into doubt by Lenson's drunken outburst. I had always sensed a certain scorn on his part. However, once in Poland he had come to my defense, and I had jumped to the conclusion that he held nothing against me on account of my origins. Now I knew the truth. Despite all my efforts and all the suffering we had been through together, my comrades rejected me. Would they ever think me worthy of bearing German arms? Inwardly, I cursed my parents for having brought me into the world at their particular crossroads. I felt angry and sad and incredibly alone. I knew that I could count on Hals and Wiener and maybe a few others, but even they had started drinking and singing again, beside their blood brothers. I would never again be able to sing with a light, casual spirit those German songs I enjoyed so much. And someday, maybe very soon, I might die, in a position not much better than that of an adoring black slave at his master's side. This vision of things was unbearable, and increased the nausea brought on by alcohol. I went outside to vomit and take a few breaths of icy air. My drunkenness prevented any further thought, and when I returned to the hut, I collapsed onto a heap of packs to scratch at the lice biting me under my belt. The next morning, the Russian front began to move again. First, they sent over a few rounds of artillery. They had been keeping us in a state of expectation for several days now, undoubtedly preparing a definitive offensive with the slowness characteristic of their organization. During the day, we were reinforced by an artillery column which meant digging new trenches and blistered hands for all of us. All along the front, our troops were ordered to break up the Russian positions. That afternoon, we pounded the enemy with our big guns. They remained obstinately quiet. As soon as it was dark, certain sections loaded with ammunition left our trenches and advanced across the snowy ground. We had resumed our push to the east. Scheiss. In a state of considerable apprehension, these groups fell on a motorized Soviet regiment whose mass of vehicles seemed immobilized for all eternity. The night stillness was broken by the sound of our FMS and grenades, the cries of the Russians, surprised by this sudden and unexpected display of aggressiveness, and the roar of incendiary bombs, which must have consumed a costly quantity of materiel. Then our men made a half-turn before the Russians were able to muster an organized reaction and ran back to our trenches, bathed in transitory glory. We had, in fact, aroused the anger of the Russians, who decided to retaliate as soon as it was light. As at Belgorod, the whole horizon burst into flame with the sudden total involvement of the opening bars of a Wagner opera. Our frantic dash to our positions assumed a tragic quality, as the rain of fire was so dense that a quarter of our men fell before they'd reached the line. Then we relived scenes and experiences very like what we'd known before. The sight of comrades screaming and writhing through final moments of agony had become no more bearable with familiarity, and I, despite my longing to live or die a worthy hero of the Wehrmacht, was no less of an animal stiff with uncontrollable terror. Fortunately for us, the Luftwaffe, on which we could no longer rely, made an unexpected appearance and somewhat reduced the force of the Russian blow. But the next day this intervention was answered in kind, and Russian planes did what they could to knock out our artillery. As a result, our artillery was withdrawn during the night, leaving us to do the honors unsupported. We held our positions for 4 more terrible days, in spite of continuous infantry attacks supported by armor. Whenever possible, we buried our dead in the holes where they fell. 83 names were scratched off the company list. Among these, Olensheim, who had recovered from a serious wound at Belgorod, to receive his coup de grace here on the west bank of the Dnieper, where tranquility was to have been assured. The Russians had finally regrouped for their supreme effort, and were delaying only to complete last-minute preparations. Their artillery, which seemed to be growing stronger by the hour, pounded our positions and the countryside for a long way back. The veteran had just been wounded and was waiting, along with some 100 other men, for evacuation to a hospital, or at least to a quieter zone in the rear. A brusque sergeant had taken Wiener's place, and I continued to feed ammunition into the Spandau, operated by someone considerably less expert than my friend. The night which followed was so horrible that I retain only a confused and fragmented memory of it. Fresh supplies of ammunition were often slung into a length of canvas and carried across the trenches by 2 or 4 fellows. The night of which I speak was, of course, total by 5 in the evening. Time in Russia is like that. In the summer there is almost no night, and in the winter no day. We had just withstood 2 or 3 major assaults. From the screams of anguish to our left, we concluded that a great many of our men had been killed. We had emptied 5 magazines and were warming our fingers on the hot metal of the machine gun. Our 6th and last magazine had been attached, and we were anxiously waiting for fresh supplies. The night was continuously lit by the explosions of thousands of Russian shells, which made movement extremely difficult. Our trenches, which in any case were not deep enough, extended only to certain positions. The others had to be reached by leaps and bounds, alternating with plunges to the ground, and writhing on our stomachs across dozens of yards of snow mixed with chunks of frozen earth. From time to time we could see 4 figures moving toward us, jumping from crater to crater, carrying shells for our 50mm, mortar and magazines for the Spandau. They were still about 40 yards, about 37 meters away, when their shadowy mass was surrounded by a flash of white light. We never heard any cries. A few minutes later, I was sent out to crawl to the point of impact. The sergeant ordered me to bring back at least 2 magazines. I had just arrived at my destination when I heard the Russian assault cry, followed by a shower of grenades and mortar shells. The ground shook beneath me in a manner which defied all prediction. I felt like a pea inside a ferociously beaten drum. I was lying flat on the ground among the bodies of comrades killed only a few minutes before, unable to see any of the supplies I'd been sent to fetch. Then I heard the sound of a tank. The darkness all around me was broken by streaks of light and large pink and yellow explosions. In a momentary beam from some headlight, I could see a small sign marked S-157. I opened my mouth wide as prescribed because I could hardly breathe and lay where I was, frantically groping for something to hang on to in that diabolical setting where horizontal and vertical alternated to the rhythm of the lights which slashed the darkness. I thought that I could recognize through the uproar the crackle of the weapon I had operated with Wiener and had left only a moment before, and felt that my sanity might be close to collapse. I could see no escape from my situation, and lay glued to the ground with my head down, like a trussed animal, waiting for the butcher's axe. 100 yards, about 91 meters to my left, the pack, with its barrel marked for 11 kills, was fleeing into the striped darkness with its ammunition and gun crew. I heard the terrifying roar of a tank rising above the general tumult, and a headlight wavered and leapt through the undulating darkness. It had obviously driven through our defences and was now passing within 20 yards, about 18 meters, of where I lay. I saw it suddenly burst into flame, and despite the intense cold, a wave of hot air almost asphyxiated me.
Half unconscious, I could hear the trample of running feet all around me, and, despite the noise of guns and explosions, cries which sounded more like curses than anything else, and were certainly neither French nor German. I thought I could distinguish 3 or 4 pairs of boots thumping past me. Everything happened so quickly at that moment that I am no longer sure of what in fact I did see. I could still hear the sound of a machine gun, and then there were hundreds of shouting voices. The tank exploded a second time, showering steel fragments all around me. Some of our soldiers must still have been firing. Then there was a period of relative calm, which lasted for about 3/4 of an hour. Exhausted by nervous tension, I managed to pull myself out of my torpor enough to take a few steps toward the position I had left 20 minutes earlier. But nothing remained of it except smoke and motionless bodies. Furthermore, the entire sector, as far as I could see, was veiled in smoke. I turned back again, heading for our rear lines, and, too late to stop myself, tripped over a corpse. I realized that I had no weapon and grabbed the dead man's gun, which was lying beside him. Then I began to run. I heard 4 or 5 shots. The whistling flight of the balls made me think of hell. I knew that I might faint at any moment, and between 2 spasms of nausea fell into a hole where 3 fellows in roughly the same state as myself were staring fixedly at the dark, somber east. Literally crumpled into the bottom of the hole, I attempted to order my thoughts. My retina still bore the imprint of 1,000 darting luminous points, which prolonged my sense of vertigo. For a long moment, I stayed where I was, wondering where to head for next. Then I heard the other fellows in the hole exclaiming with astonishment. Far to the south, the earth seemed to have caught on fire, and the sky rang with the sound of thunder. 20 miles, about 32 kilometers to the south, the Second Dnieper front had given way in the face of irresistible Russian pressure, and thousands of German and Romanian soldiers met an apocalyptic end. Some 20 regiments had been unable to disengage in time, and had laid down their arms to be rewarded for their bravery by captivity and degradation. For the rest of us, the war continued. In a rush, I decided to leave the hole which had received me a few moments before. Doubled over, I ran like a madman to another defensive position, where a group of soldiers were clustered around a motionless figure who was being bandaged. A fellow I didn't recognize hailed me by name. "Where have you come from, Sajer?" My head was still pounding to the rhythm of the bombardment. I stared at him. I don't know anymore. Everyone back there is dead. I ran away, through all the Russians." Behind us, we could hear the roar of an engine. A tractor was pulling a heavy anti-tank gun into position. Then we heard the burst of the exhaust a moment before each shell exploded. Our overwhelming weariness was now affecting us like a drug. Russian shells were coming over in profusion. For a moment we watched the storm closing in. Then, with a cry of despair and a prayer for mercy, we dived to the bottom of our hole, trembling as the earth shook and the intensity of our fear grew. The shocks, whose center seemed closer each time, were of an extraordinary violence. Torrents of snow and frozen earth poured down on us, a white flash accompanied by an extraordinary displacement of air, and an intensity of noise which deafened us, lifted the edge of the trench. None of us immediately grasped what had happened. We were thrown in a heap against the far wall of the hole, wounded and intact together. Then, with a roar, the earth poured in and covered us. In that moment, so close to death, I was seized by a rush of terror so powerful that I felt my mind was cracking. Trapped by the weight of earth, I began to howl like a madman. The memory of that moment terrifies me still. The sense that one has been buried alive is horrible beyond the powers of ordinary language. Dirt had run down my neck and into my mouth and eyes, and my whole body was gripped by a heavy and astonishingly inert substance, which only held me more tightly the harder I struggled. Under my thigh, I felt a leg kicking with the desperation of a horse between the shafts of a heavy cart. Something else was rubbing against my shoulder. With a sudden jerk, I pulled my head free of the dirt and of my helmet, whose strap was cutting into my windpipe, nearly strangling me. Some 2 feet, about 6 meters, from my face, a horrible mask pouring blood was howling like a demon.
My body was still entirely trapped. I knew that I was either going to die or lose my reason. My throat burst with screams of rage and despair. No nightmare could possibly reach such a pitch of horror. At that moment, I suddenly understood the meaning of all the cries and shrieks I had heard on every battlefield, and I also understood the marching songs, which so often begin with a ringing description of a soldier dying in glory and then suddenly turn somber. We marched together like brothers, and now he lies in the dust. My heart is torn with despair. My heart is torn with despair. Once again I learned how hard it is to watch a comrade die, almost as hard as dying oneself. During the night, the Russians made 9 attempts to break through our lines and failed. If they had persevered once or maybe twice more, they would surely have been successful. I watched, 3/4 buried, for about 20 minutes, while a hurricane of fire broke over our rear, destroying what was left of the village and killing something like 700 men in our regiment alone, which, at the beginning of the offensive, had numbered about 2,800 men. I scratched at the ground with my hands and somehow managed to free myself. 2 men were lying beside me in pools of blood. The dying man had been buried under more than a yard of earth and could no longer hope for anything but the mercy of heaven. A fellow beside me, who had been wounded, was groaning with pain. He was buried almost as deeply as I had been. I dug him out as fast as I could and helped him to crawl through the explosions toward the rear. On the way, I saw a gun lying on the ground and picked it up. The rest of the night was consumed by a series of almost insuperably difficult problems, as if we were caught in a terrible game with all the odds against us and our lives at stake. At dawn, in the first faint light of a dark winter day, the front grew quiet. The scattered remnants of our regiments collected as they met among the craters and shell holes. A cloud of stale smoke hung over the snowy ground, which was littered with Russian and German dead. The wounded who had not yet succumbed to the bitter cold were still groaning, filling the air with a chorus of misery, which our exhausted ears heard, as they might have heard a winter wind howling over the roof of an isba in an isolated hamlet on the steppe. Sections were organized to help the stretcher-bearers with a job of impossible magnitude. As always, the Russians left all rescue efforts to us. Their wounded were left lying where they fell, with a possibility of either dying on the spot or of being picked up by one of our first aid teams. Their supplies of materiel seemed to be increasing daily in quantity and quality, but their medical services barely functioned. As our army grew more and more disorganized by retreat, we became increasingly unable to care for the thousands of wounded soldiers whose number was continuously growing. The Russian wounded could hope for very little from us. While the medical service tried to deal with the wounded, some 12 of us settled into a half-covered bunker back of our former sleeping quarters, which had been entirely destroyed. Herr Hauptmann Vesreidau, who had just arrived, was one of the group. Despite a general sense of foreboding in the face of disaster, we all felt a surge of joy whenever a particular friend appeared. Hals, Lenzen and Lindbergh were all there. I was helping a wounded corporal bandage his severely burned right hand when the captain announced that we would retreat. He sent us out to help the non-coms count off and regroup our decimated company before moving camp at dawn. I went with Lenzen to help him find what was left of his section. The Russians, who had also taken a beating, were catching a moment's rest before demolishing what remained of our front. For the moment, everything was quiet in the eerie half-light of December. Lenzen couldn't quite grasp what had happened to me. For him, the simple fact that I had survived the Soviet thrust was extraordinary. My explanations that at the time I had understood nothing made no difference to him. He simply supplied his own scenario. My winter overalls had entirely disappeared, leaving me with nothing but my singed overcoat. During my flight, I had picked up a gun which proved to be Russian. For Lenzen, it was all clear. The Russians had overrun my position and had either failed to notice me or had taken me for dead. In a desperate man-to-man struggle, I had managed to wrest a weapon from one of them and, with his gun, had fought my way to our lines. "You're still stunned," he insisted. "But I'm sure you'll remember later. I don't see any other explanation."
Lenson's version certainly had its advantages. I myself retain nothing but a chaotic impression of flashing lights and thunderous noises over a sense of such total disorientation that I had no longer been capable of distinguishing east from west or up from down. Perhaps Lenson was only trying to compensate for his attitude during our evening of celebration. At dusk, which fell in the middle of the afternoon, the German army abandoned the second Dnieper front, while the immense Russian thrust whose fringe had swept over us was pressing with its principal strength against German and Romanian units further to the south. Our depleted columns withdrew from their positions, abandoning all materiel which was no longer usable or transportable. Our Gross Deutschland regiments, half of us on foot, left in relative silence, our backs bent by the weight of our burdens, hoping that the grey skies would hold back for a while longer the rain of metal and fire which the pursuing enemy was bound to send after us. The third retreat partisans at Christmas 1943, the siege of Boporovska. Our prayers were granted, and we were able to march for 30 miles, about 48 kilometers, undisturbed. We were unpleasantly surprised to find no reserve positions in that distance. Except for a few surveillance posts, where the fellows to their astonishment were told to pack up and leave with us, we encountered no serious defensive efforts. The Russians could easily have continued their advance without firing a shot. On the second day of this third retreat, the most mobile portion of our battalion stopped and settled in to act as a covering force, while the rest continued westward. Some 2,000 men, among them myself, were stationed near a village which was not marked on any of the staff maps. As we arrived, the inhabitants fled into the thick forest. We established ourselves with light but motorized weapons. We had 4 minuscule tanks, which had been effective in Poland, but were like toys compared to the T-34s. Their armament consisted of a double-barreled machine gun and a grenade thrower, and we used them principally as tractors to pull the 12 sleighs which made up our train. 4 half-tracks doubled as anti-tank machine gun posts and as a source of emergency power for our 6 trucks when they stuck in the deep snowdrifts. 3 enormous Zundap-Russland sidecars skated through the powdery snow, which often plugged the space between the front mudguard and tyre, preventing that wheel from turning. Their engines were powerful enough to free the back wheel and the wheel of the sidecar, which was also motorized, and send the whole machine zigzagging forward, roaring from its twin exhausts, while the blocked driving wheels skated over the surface like the runner of a sleigh. 3 packs completed our defense. With these weapons, which were suitable for chasing partisans, and the classic infantry weapons in the evenings, mortars, FMS, and grenades, we had been ordered to stop 3 Russian divisions, including several armored regiments, for at least 24 hours. Lastly, our orders were to withdraw, even if our efforts should be triumphantly successful. Throughout our sector, whose front was roughly 60 miles, about 97 kilometers long, groups analogous to ours were left behind, while the main body of troops withdrew to the west in a series of forced marches. The Russians, who had broken through further south, neglected our sector. There was no need for them to take any more losses pursuing an enemy who was withdrawing anyway. The Red Army left our harassment to the partisans, whose numbers were continuously increasing, and which soon reached proportions astonishing in a country nominally under our control. On Stalin's orders, they intensified the desperation of our retreat with sudden ambushes, shells with delayed action fuses, booby-trapped and mutilated bodies of men from interior positions, attacks on supply trains, isolated groups and rallying points, hideous mutilation of prisoners, and a constant refusal of contact with units capable of fighting. The partisans or terrorists, a name they richly deserved, always took on easy victims and greatly intensified the usual cruelties of wartime. By these means, they achieved an effect which the regular army was never able to equal. The Wehrmacht bent before the power of an incomparably greater enemy. The unbearable harassment by partisans was added to the overwhelming and heroic rigors of the front, while our territories in the rear no longer guaranteed any repose to our exhausted troops. The Ukraine, which had shown some sympathy for us, was itself pillaged by partisan bands on orders from Moscow.
The Ukrainian population had to choose and be actively for one side or another. The partisans either killed or enlisted the young Ukrainians who had until then been so respectful to us. The invisible war triumphed, war which no longer offered any retreat or calm or pity. Wars of subversion have no face, and like revolutions create their own martyrs, innocent victims and hostages, and provoke confused judgments of ill-considered actions. Men kill for revenge, in reprisal for what has happened or might happen. The partisans were pouring oil onto a huge conflagration. In the name of Marxist liberty, the Ukraine was forced to alter its attitude. German and Ukrainian alike grew bitter and full of hate. The war became a total war, a war of scorched earth, offering the towns and villages in its path no more relief than we would eventually receive when we became the vanquished. In this period, as the war attained the most violent paroxysms of an already unbearable conflict, our unit sat out its sentence of round-the-clock guard duty in the murderous cold. Over the snow-covered ground silence hung, unbroken except for the occasional howl of a grey tiger wolf deep in the forests, which were still largely unexplored. A quarter of our men were always on guard, watching from the shelter of ludicrously inadequate fortifications or frost-covered tank turrets, or mounting hurried patrols at the edge of the forest. The rest waited in the abandoned izbas. The stoves in these huts had been systematically destroyed before we arrived, no doubt by partisans, who hoped that without shelter we would die of cold. Some of the izbas were open to the sky, with their roofs burned or pulled off. Probably the partisans had not had time to destroy the village completely before we arrived. There were far too many of us for the number of buildings still standing, and hundreds of men were reduced to finding what shelter they could, huddled behind gutted walls whose only roof was the heavy, opaque fog. Inside the walls, these men burned everything they could find. In the better izbas, the intense flames threatened to set fire at any moment to the structures themselves. Our exhausted troops no longer bothered to collect deadwood from the forest and burned every combustible fitting left in the huts, cursing at the smoke which blinded them and which in the roofed izbas escaped only through the open doors. Our soldiers, packed closely together for warmth, tried to sleep on their feet, despite the coughs which shook their bodies. In the izbas without roofs, smoke was never a difficulty, but the men were never warm. Those closest to the fires rapidly grew so hot they had to move, while others, only 4 or 5 yards, about 4.6 meters away, felt only the faintest warming of the air, whose temperature rose to 15 or 16 degrees above zero. Every 2 hours, another quarter of the men went back to the dugouts to make room in our precarious sleeping quarters for those who would return white with cold. The winter was now serious. 15 degrees below zero, according to the thermometer of our radio group. As before, our general state of filth aggravated the situation. Any desire to piss was announced to all present, so that hands swollen by chilblains could be held out under the warm urine, which often infected our cracked fingers. I was taking my first tour of guard duty in the early morning hours of polar darkness, and my second began at 1 o'clock, in the diffused light of midday, which was veiled by a sky as dark as the sky over Tempelhof the day it was destroyed. Toward the end of my patrol, the day would turn an unusual pink. By 3 o'clock, when I returned to the smokehouse, there was nothing further to report. My eyes hurt me, and my nose was so inflamed by frostbite I could no longer bear to leave it uncovered. We hid our faces like Chicago gangsters, with our collars raised and tied around our faces with scarves or strings. An hour later, the pink light turned violet, and then grey. The snow turned grey too, and then it was dark from mid-afternoon until 9 the next morning. With darkness, the temperature always plunged sharply, often to 35 or 40 degrees below zero. Our materiel was paralyzed, gasoline froze, and oil became first a paste and then a glue, which entirely blocked the mechanism. The forest rang with strange sounds, the bark of trees bursting under the pressure of the freezing. Stones cracked only when the temperature fell to 60 degrees below zero. For us, the horror we had been dreading for so long had arrived. Winter at war, a reality we had almost forgotten, fell on us like the die of a gigantic press ready to crush us. Everything combustible was burned. A lieutenant defended 2 of our sleighs with a gun against some 40 lancer whose breath rattled through their congested lungs. The nose of every face cover developed a block of ice which grew larger as each fresh breath condensed and froze. "We want the sleighs for wood," the men shouted. "Get back," the lieutenant screamed in reply. "The forest is full of wood." The lancer stared at him, wondering what good the sleighs would do them if they all froze. A party sent out to fetch wood from the forest ran to the shelter of the trees. Faceless spectres returned with bundles which they threw down onto the dying fires. The fires had to be kept alive, which made rest impossible. We prayed that the Russians wouldn't attack. All attempts at defense had been abandoned. Guard duty was the hardest of all. To stand still, one seriously risked being frozen alive. At 9 o'clock, it was my turn again. 15 of us were standing watch in the ruins of a building crusted with hard snow which cracked like glass. We got through the first half hour beating each other to keep our blood moving. The second half hour was torture. 2 men fainted. We thrust our stiffened hands from our sleeves and clumsily tried to help them. Our gloves, part wool and part leather, were already full of holes and good for nothing. The pain in our hands and feet seemed to travel through our bodies and clutch at our hearts. 4 men carried the unconscious soldiers to the fires which gleamed in the darkness. If the Russians had come, they could easily have wiped us out. 1 man was running round and round in small circles, crying like a baby. The pain in my feet made me scream aloud. Despite orders, I abandoned my post and ran to the nearest izba. Shoving my way through a compact mass of soldiers, I stopped just short of the fire and fell grimacing to my knees. Then I thrust my boots right into the coals. They immediately began to crackle and hiss, and at the pain of contact between hot and cold, I burst into loud sobs. I was not the only one to cry, and there were others whose screams and moans were far louder than mine. The hour of release finally came, and we prepared to leave. The Russians had not swarmed down on us, and the steel of our frosted weapons, which had not been heated by explosions, glimmered bluer than ever in the horrible cold, and looked as brittle as glass. Our men assembled listlessly, torn by a conflict of disloyalties which brought them close to madness. Although no one had covered himself with glory fighting against the Russians, another fight, which was equally formidable, had been fought against the cold, and our exhaustion and filth and the lice we scarcely felt, they had become so much a part of our everyday condition. The cold had also claimed its victims. 3 times, detachments of the last group on guard had returned to the fires carrying inert bodies. Pneumonia, generalized frostbite, and physical weakness had been unable to resist the overwhelming cold. For 3 men, their return to the fire came too late. 5 others were revived by flagellation and alcohol. In the motionless cold of the polar night, we covered the rigid corpses with snow, marking each improvised grave with a stick and a helmet. There was no time for sentiment or reflection. Those who were still to their astonishment among the living were trying to shake off the general numbness enough to start our solidly frozen engines. The situation seemed desperate. Not one of the engines turned over. Feldwebel Spalovsky stamped down on the pedals of his Zundab, which resisted the pressure his 190 pounds, about 86 kilograms of flesh and bone could still bring to bear, and then cracked like a piece of dead wood. The metal itself seemed to be affected. We lit fires under the Panzers to try to thaw them slowly before making any attempt to start them. For the cursing, gasping Lancer, the effort was immense, straining our congested lungs, which whistled and rattled. Wezrido himself was impatient. He had wrapped his boots in rags picked up during the retreat. "We should have kept at least 1 engine running all night," he exclaimed. "It's elementary. This sort of carelessness could ruin all of us." We listened to him with expressionless faces. Undoubtedly, several among us would have regarded death as a deliverance. An hour or so later, we heard the asthmatic backfire of an engine. Someone had managed to start one of the half-tracks. The driver let it warm up for a while and set to work on the gearbox, which had not yet thawed. After 2 hours of intense effort, our column set out, under orders to maintain the lowest possible speed. Until the machines had reached a certain minimum temperature, we had to limp after them on foot. At midday, there were several breakdowns and the convoy had to stop. The radiator hoses of several vehicles had been damaged by the pure alcohol in the radiators, and we had to repair them, using spare parts if we were fortunate enough to have them. Otherwise, we patched them up as best we could. While the work was in progress, we opened some cans of solidly frozen food, meat which could be chopped with an axe, a puree of peas and soya with the consistency of cement, and a solid brick of wine. Our enforced stop cost us an hour. According to radio instructions, we had 1 more hour to rejoin the main body of troops. We were crossing the territory of one of our interior defense posts, 2 round blockhouses and 3 or 4 huts built into the ground. No one came out to meet us, and the place seemed deserted. However, a plume of smoke was rising from one of the blockhouses. No doubt the men inside were asleep beside a warm fire. We sent a small group over to investigate. 5 minutes later, one of them ran back to the column, his breath spreading around his face in white clouds. When he reached us, he stopped, gasping. "Everything in there has been destroyed, Herr Hauptmann, and everyone is dead. It's terrible." Every grey face filled with anxiety. Looking more closely, we saw that the doors of the Isbus had all been knocked in, and that 4 or 5 bodies lay beside one of the huts. "Partisans!" someone shouted. 6 men recently killed. There's been fighting here recently, Herr Hauptmann. Those bandits must still be holding their guns." Another detachment went into the second blockhouse. There was a long, echoing explosion, and a geyser of earth and snow and fragments of wood shot into the air over the building. Wesrido cursed aloud and ran toward the smoking bunker. We followed him. 3 men had just been torn to pieces. 2 were unrecognizable, while the third was gasping his last breath, rattling as the blood spurted from his body. Mixed into the rubble lay the bodies of 4 German soldiers who had been killed before we arrived. "Watch out for mines!" Wesrido shouted. Smoking bunker. We followed him. 3 men had just been torn to pieces. 2 were unrecognizable, while the third was gasping his last breath, rattling as the blood spurted from his body. Mixed into the rubble lay the bodies of 4 German soldiers who had been killed before we arrived. "Watch out for mines!" Wesrido shouted. The word passed from mouth to mouth. Soldiers stopped at the door of the second blockhouse and looked in without daring to enter. 6 men, who had been stripped almost naked and hideously mutilated, were lying in pools of black congealed blood. Some of the mutilations were so horrible that we couldn't look at them. 2 soldiers' men who had fought outside of Moscow at Kursk, Bryansk and Belgorod and seen appalling horrors hid their faces in their hands and walked away. None of us had ever seen anything so gratuitously horrible. Taking infinite precautions, a section removed the cadavers. 2 of them had been booby-trapped. We covered their bodies with debris, as we had neither the means nor the time to dig graves. To all of us, the tactics of the partisans seemed more ignoble and senseless than anything else we'd seen. Wesrido led a ceremony of final farewell to the 18 massacred men. We removed our hats and caps and helmets and stood bareheaded in the snow. Ich hatte einen Kameraden. Our funeral song rang through the Stone Age setting of Russian winter with the discordant sonorities of thousands of voices. There were no flags or fanfares, only profound consternation. The spirit of revenge motivating the terrorists further destroyed the fragments of understanding so far spared by the war. Our men could not accept it. If they could still bear the torment of the trenches with heroic resolution, they could not accept the treachery of the partisans. Our column set out again. As we passed the center blockhouse, we saw the coarse placard thrust into the snowy mound. Across it, scrawled in charcoal, we read the word revenge. We drove on for another hour. The snow, which deadened the noise of our vehicles, also intensified distant sounds. Suddenly, we heard the crackle of automatic weapons. Wesrido, together with our 2 other officers, ordered us to halt. Immediately, we heard the noise of firing more distinctly. Some 5 miles, about 8 kilometers to the west, fighting was in progress. We were ordered forward on the double. The tank crews wanted to go on ahead and rush to the scene of combat, but our officers couldn't allow them to leave the column. We had to stay together, with our tank tractors each pulling 3 Russian sleighs loaded with men and equipment. The half-tracks helped the trucks, which would never have been able to make it alone. I was riding on the 3rd sleigh of one of these trains. Behind us was a large sidecar whose transmission was failing. The tanks were pulling with full power, to the great peril of their own mechanisms. The crackle of guns grew continuously louder. Suddenly, WWII stopped the convoy and jumped down to check his maps. Everyone on the sleighs was ordered to follow him, and I found myself going into action once again. The Panzers detached themselves from their trains and drove toward the noise. We followed, running as fast as we could, waved forward by WWII, who came with us in a large BMW sidecar, a Steiner with an 80mm. Mortar skidded past us in a cloud of whirling snow. Gasping for breath, we ran along the track made by the tanks. They had pulled far ahead of us and entered into combat with the enemy some 10 minutes before we reached the scene of fighting. We could hear their machine guns ripping into the air, sounding much louder than usual. The sidecar came back toward us and suddenly spun round. Spread out into the forest. We carried out the order, some of us remaining behind to pull out the sidecar, which was stuck in a drift, before running on through the trees, standing up as straight as the masts of ships. The virgin snow rasped and cracked in great sheets under our weight. We could no longer see the tanks, which seemed to be pursuing an enemy in flight. We didn't meet any partisans ourselves. 20 minutes later, a flare called us to the nearby blockhouse, which was like every other. It was supposed to guard the track, which in normal times was heavily used. The post had been attacked by partisans, which of course we had to expect, probably the same band that had massacred the men we'd found earlier. Here, fortunately, there had been time for the defense to react. Of the 22 men holding the post, 6 had been wounded and 2 killed. Some 20 enemy dead or wounded lay on the trampled snow. There were also several guns, Russian and German and some American. A few wounded partisans were trying to crawl into the forest. No order could have stopped our men. They fired at the Russians and put an end to their suffering. 2 shaggy prisoners had fallen into our hands. Their eyes rolled wildly like the eyes of trapped wolves, and they answered our questions with absurd, repetitive replies. We, not communists. What did they take us for? Or did they really know nothing? That, of course, was possible. They looked like beasts being dragged to slaughter. No talk was possible, and our men were muttering for revenge. WWII looked at the partisans and then at us. He tried a little longer to get something from the prisoners, but his efforts were unavailing. Finally, his patience exhausted, he raised his arm with feigned indifference. Our men grabbed the 2 prisoners and pushed them along in front of them. The human wolves looked back, snarling, but the sight of our guns made them lose their heads. They began to run and ran until the first volley caught them and knocked them to the ground. The post had been saved at the last possible moment. According to the men who'd been there, at least 400 partisans had attacked them, and the fighting had lasted for over 2 hours. The men greeted us with bear hugs. They were overjoyed to hear that we had brought an evacuation order with us. For the moment, we seemed to be acting as the last broom of the Wehrmacht, making a clean sweep. To crown the misery of the day, a hideous incident occurred within 10 minutes of our departure from that place. The sidecar at the head of the column, preceding the first tank by some 30 to 40 yards, about 37 meters, drove back onto the track, moving through the snow with considerable difficulty. A tank followed it, rolling over the same ground. Suddenly, an explosion shook the earth and reverberated through the air. Frozen snow showered down with a crystalline sound from the heavily laden branches all around us. The tank had been blown off its tracks and torn open from below. We could hear the roar of the flames as fat plumes of smoke rolled out from beneath the machine, spreading over the icy ground. The men on the sleighs which followed reacted immediately. One of the junior officers jumped onto the turret of the tank to try to free the frantic men inside, who were probably seriously wounded.
Others ran to help, while the infantry spread out on either side of the road to be ready for any eventuality. By now, the tank was wrapped in thick black smoke, and we could do nothing to help the trapped men. We emptied 3 extinguishers onto the blackened metal, but the flames inside only increased in violence. The sleighs were hastily drawn back, as the tank's reservoir poured out 40 gallons, about 151 litres, of flaming gasoline, which spread across the snow. In panic, the scorched Lancer yielded to the fire whose black plumes of smoke were climbing into the dark sky. In helpless anger, officers and men alike watched the immolation of 3 men. The smell of burned flesh mingled ignominiously with the smell of gas and oil. The 2 men in the lead sidecar had passed over the same spot a few seconds before the tank. Their tires must have missed the detonator of the partisans' mine by only an inch or 2. They also watched the hideous scene with cold sweat running down their spines. The column abandoned the burning tank, whose flames had begun to make its ammunition explode. We also abandoned 3 heavy sleighs and some of our materiel, which we burned. The men who had ridden on those sleighs found places on other vehicles. We all made a wide detour to avoid the exploding machine gun bullets. We left behind the tomb of 2 men who had been killed without a chance to defend themselves. 2 men who had 3 years of fighting behind them and who deserved Valhalla. We abandoned the territory to the red waves that followed us. This was the final passage of the last European crusade in the complete sense of the word. The piercing cold was a continuous element we could never forget, even during moments of strong emotion, as in our recent clash with the partisans. A short time later, we rejoined the division in a town of a certain size and importance called Boporoevska, if I remember correctly. Between the trenches and the barbed wire, the engineers and the TOT organization were busy mining the area. Other infantry regiments and an armored unit equipped with Tiger Panzers had also reached this point. A dozen of these motionless monsters seemed to be grinning at us as they watched the passage of our battered equipment. The presence of the Tigers reassured everyone. They were like steel fortresses, and no Russian tank could equal them. Several Wehrmacht civil servants had been billeted at Boporoevska. These gentlemen were surprised and displeased to find themselves suddenly at the center of a battlefield. They all seemed to be in an extremely bad humor, and their attitude toward us seemed tinged with a certain distrust. Perhaps their bureaucratic minds resented our fighting as we retreated. For them, Russia meant this organized town where one could shelter from the cold and eat one's fill, provided one had established the proper connections with supply. Perhaps there were also charming evenings with the charming Ukrainian women who seemed to abound in these parts. These ladies and girls seemed to be preparing for a hasty departure in the company of their gentlemen friends to look for a distant and more tranquil spot. We, it seemed, would be given the honor of defending these bureaucratic love nests. This attitude infuriated us, and many brawls began, but were quickly stifled. In the end, we were too exhausted and hungry to bother with these people, and occupied the warm isbas we were given with the greatest satisfaction. In the isbas we found food and drink and the opportunity to wash. Our cabins were rarely equipped with candles or lamps, but the flames in the fireplaces, which we fed with every combustible substance we could find, brilliantly lit these fragments of paradise. Within a few tours of our arrival, several cubic yards of snow had been melted in each billet, and we were all stripped naked, scrubbing off our filth as best we could. We soaked our trousers, underwear, shirts, and tunics with feverish, almost panicky haste. Our opportunity would certainly be brief, and everyone wished to make the most of it. Someone had even found a box full of small cakes of toilet soap. These were mixed into the water of the largest tubs. In turn, timed by a stopwatch, we plunged into the warm, foaming bath, 2 minutes each and no overtime. We joked and larked as we hadn't done for months. The water spilled over the edge of the tub and flooded the big room, where some 30 shadowy figures cavorted. We kept pouring water into the tubs to keep the level up. The dim light prevented us from noticing that the foam which so delighted us had turned grey with filth. However, our lice died a scented death. Marie rose. When we had finished washing, we emptied the tubs into a hole we had dug inside the isba.
there was no question of going outside. The thermometer registered 20 degrees below zero, and everyone was naked. When the water was gone, we broke up the tubs and burned them. The fire had a voracious appetite, which was difficult to satisfy. Hals was exultantly chewing a fragment of soap, laughing and shouting that he had to clean his innards too, as they were probably just as filthy and overrun with lice as his skin. "Now the Popovs can come whenever they like," he shouted. "I feel like a new man." The door suddenly opened, letting in a blast of astonishing cold. Everyone howled in protest. 2 soldiers stood on the threshold, their arms loaded with delicacies for the table. We gaped at this gift from heaven as the soldiers laid down their burden on a pile of damp overcoats. A string of spicy wurst, several loaves of gingerbread, several boxes of Norwegian sardines, a brick of smoked bacon. There were also 8 or 10 bottles, schnapps, cognac, Rhine wine and cigars. The fellows kept right on emptying the huge pockets of their coats, and our shouts of astounded delight seemed to shake the flimsy walls. "Where did you find it?" someone asked, almost sobbing with joy. "Those goddamn bureaucrats were really living it up. Gransk, our company cook, never saw anything like this. Those bastards were keeping it all here. They were ready to run off with it too. This is just a small sample, but they're all as mad as hornets. Said they'd report us for stealing personal possessions. Who the hell do they think they're fooling? They can take their goddamn report, and any time they like, I'll tell them what they can do with it. To hell with them." Everyone plunged into that astonishing mound of delicacies. Halsey's eyes were starting out of his head. "Keep my share for a minute," he said, pulling on his damp clothes. "I've got to have a look for myself, and bring back some more. Those bastards think they're going to leave us, to take care of the front while they clear out with all this delicatessen, for God's sake." Hals wrapped himself in a Soviet eiderdown and rushed out into the cold. Solmar, a young fellow who was half Hungarian and had joined the regiment under more or less the same circumstances as I, had went with him. When they had gone, Pastor Ferrum, aided by Obergefreiter Lenzen and Hoth, Lenzen's number 2 man at the Panzerfaust, divided up the food. We had to hack the bacon with our picks because our bayonets were too blunt. Ferrum, who must have left some of his religious convictions on the east bank of the Dnieper, along with his virginity, was swearing like a pagan. "To think that this damned thing which has already poked holes in plenty of guts should be stopped by a goddamn piece of bacon. Borrow some dynamite from the tot if you have to, but hurry up with it." No one was cheated. The amazing sense of comradeship and unity of the Wehrmacht held, and everyone received a fair share. The war had brought together men from many different regions and walks of life, who would probably have mistrusted each other under any other circumstances. But the circumstances of war united us in a symphony of heroism, in which each man felt himself to a certain extent responsible for all of his fellows. The bureaucratic attitude which had been preserved in this relatively peaceful atmosphere astonished rather than shocked us. We felt that it was perfectly legitimate to plunder these stockpiles of hoarded goods. The sense of order which was part of National Socialism was still very much alive among the troops who were fighting for it. Those who appropriated delicacies for themselves while combat troops were dying of hunger seemed to belong to another species. Ferrum spoke of all this as he ate, comparing these officials to the bourgeoisie Hitler speaks of in Mein Kampf. Combat troops have immediate concerns. For men living the lives of hunted beasts, all leisurely conversation is a waste of time. We had to eat and drink what and when we could, and make love when we could, without taking any time for eloquence over the girl's hair or eyes. Every moment was precious. Every hour might be our last. Halsey's and Solmar's shares waited for them inside their helmets, which were turned upside down. We sang as we emptied the bottles. Our friends who'd gone out for more didn't come back, and later Hals cursed that impulse. He and Solmar had been caught pinching some cognac from one of the bureaucrats, which meant 6 days of detention for both of them. Still Nacht, Heilige Nacht, oh, Weihnacht, Christmas night, 1943. The wind howled through the labyrinth of trenches north of Boporoivska. 2 companies occupied the positions prepared by the security division and the TOT organization. which had since withdrawn to the west, beyond the Bessarabian frontier. We had settled into these ice-coated molehills 2 days earlier. The front seemed solid, and we would almost certainly be fighting soon. The collapse of our southern front had forced this last retreat and regrouping along this line. The vast Soviet thrust was moving inexorably and slowly toward us, like a steamroller. We were well aware of this, and the continuous build-up of reinforcements in our sector led us to foresee a violent clash. The country immediately around us was hilly and wooded. Tanks and mobile artillery waited in the frozen underbrush and terrible cold, which stripped the bark off the trees. The stocks of provisions in Boporoivska had been repeatedly plundered. Our commandant had tacitly consented to a few days of carousal, as if to compensate for the impending Holocaust. It was Christmas night. Despite our miserable circumstances, we were filled with emotion, like children who have been deprived of joy for a long time. Under our steel helmets and behind our silent faces moved a crowd of glittering memories. Some men talked of peace, others of childhoods which were still very close, trying to hide their feelings and hopeless, ludicrous dreams by hardening their voices. Wezredo made his round of the trenches, talking to the men, but his words seemed only to be disturbing private reflections, and he soon withdrew into his own. He too undoubtedly had children and wished to be with them. Sometimes he stopped for a moment and looked up at the sky, which had cleared. The frost glittered on his long coat like spangles on a Christmas tree. For 4 days we had to endure nothing more severe than the cold. The sections in the line were relieved continually, and the unbearable nights were divided into 2 parts. Each day brought fresh cases of pneumonia. Frostbite had become commonplace. Twice I was carried into an isba and brought back to consciousness and life from the brink of death. Our faces were badly cracked, particularly at the corners of the lips. Fortunately, we had enough to eat. The cooks had been given special orders to prepare our food with as much fat as possible. Supplies arrived regularly, which enabled Grunsek to produce gluey soups full of margarine. These concoctions were nauseating but effective. Our cooks had learned something about cold weather cooking from the ingredients of Russian soups. We also took saunas a horse doctor treatment, which didn't coddle any weaklings. We moved straight from the hot steam into cold showers, a transition so violent that our hearts often threatened to stop beating. Like Gransk's greasy soups, however, these shocks were effective, and we always felt better afterward. "Make the most of it," Gransk told us. "Eat up and enjoy it. In Germany, kids are going without dessert, so you can have this." Alas, Gransk's words were too accurate. As Paula explained in a letter which reached me in only 6 days, rationing bad become very strict. We were getting much closer to our own frontier, and every day the distance from home seemed smaller. Soon Germany at bay would no longer be able to send us even margarine. One morning, the Feldwebel's whistles drove us from the overheated Ispa where we slept. A patrol of Soviet tanks was just over a mile from Boporoivska. The cold as we ran outside was like a blow from the butcher's axe. Each man galloped to a precise point. We had not yet reached our positions when the sound of heavy explosions shook the thin air to the west of us. Russian tanks, charging like maddened bulls, had driven onto our minefield. Now it was the turn of Russian tank crews to go up in smoke. Our observers were watching through their field glasses. Almost all the tanks were trying to withdraw the way they'd come. Our artillery remained silent, leaving the tanks to the mines. Firing might even set off these traps. However, 3 Stalin tanks had managed to cross the minefield and were driving toward the town in a roar of chains and exhaust. With extraordinary courage, they took the fire of our 37 anti-tank guns without slowing down, only to be hit by our camouflaged Tigers with their terrible 88s. In a sequence as unreal as anything Hollywood could contrive, all 3 tanks were hit by the first salvo. One turned over and exploded. Another stopped dead like a boar hit behind the shoulder. The third, although hit, turned without stopping, exposing its flank to our anti-tank machine guns, which ripped off all its protruding guns. It continued in a circle broken by a series of banking turns, trying to execute a half-turn. This dramatic attempt left us gasping with admiration. In his will to survive, the Russian driver headed straight for our minefield. A series of explosions ripped the tracks off his left side, and the tank slowly settled like a vanquished beast. As the thick black smoke began to pour from its entrails, two dark figures climbed out, but our cold, stiffened fingers did not fire. Both Russians were holding their pistols, prepared to defend themselves. When they didn't hear any guns, they took a few steps toward our lines, then threw down their guns and raised their hands. A moment later, they were crossing our front line. The Lancer, who considered them heroes, grinned, and the Russians grinned back, their teeth gleaming very white, like Negroes' teeth, in their smoke-blackened faces. Our men took them to an izba and gave them some schnapps. Their attitude and performance seemed so far removed from those of the partisans that we felt no hate for them. Lenson watched them for a moment and said, if Wiener were here, he'd probably drink a toast with them. During the following night, we sent out patrols to relay the minefield. Our defensive fighting was relying increasingly on mines to take the place of weakened or missing lines. The next day, there was a general reinforcement of the front. 2 Romanian regiments and a Hungarian battalion were sent to join us. We were told that we would also have the support of a squadron of fighter bombers based somewhere near Vinica. "It seems we're getting ready for a big show," Fairham observed. "I don't like it." Obergefreiter Lenson took the opposite view, rejoicing in our increased strength. As he saw it, the red tide must be stopped here. The idea that Prussia itself would soon fall into enemy hands never even crossed his mind. But then, that was true of all of us. One night, the Russians sent a human wave of Mongols in a direct assault against our positions. Their function was to knock out the minefield by crossing it. As the Russians preferred to economize on tanks, and as their human stockpile was enormous, they usually sent out men for jobs of this kind. The Soviet attack failed, but Stalin hadn't been looking for success. The minefield exploded under the howling mob, and we sent out a curtain of yellow and white fire to obliterate anyone who had survived. The fragmented cadavers froze very quickly, sparing us the stench which would otherwise have polluted the air over a vast area. The Russians had not even used any of their artillery to help the Mongols, which seemed to confirm our estimate of the situation. We sent out patrols to try to remine the field, but the Russians were ready to fire on anything that moved. We were able to put down only a light sprinkling of mines, with regrettably heavy losses. It was clearly no longer possible to rely on mines to protect our front lines. On another evening, when the cold had attained a dramatic intensity, the Russians attacked again. We were manning our positions in a temperature which had dropped to 45 degrees below zero. Some men fainted as the cold struck them, paralyzed before they even had a chance to scream. Survival seemed almost impossible. Our hands and faces were coated with engine grease, and when our worn gloves were pulled over this gluey mixture, every gesture became extremely difficult. Our tanks, whose engines would no longer start, swept the spaces in front of them with their long tubes, like elephants caught in a trap. The moujiks preparing to attack us were suffering in the same way. Freezing where they stood before, there was time for even one Ura Pobieda. The men on both sides, suffering a common martyrdom, were longing to call it quits. Metal broke with astonishing ease. The Soviet tanks were advancing blindly through the pale light of flares which intensified the bluish glitter of the scene. These tanks were destroyed by the mines which lay parallel to our trenches some 30 yards, about 27 meters, from our front lines, or by our Tigers, which fired without moving. The Russian troops, with frozen hands and feet, faltered and withdrew in confusion in the face of the fire we kept steady, despite our tortured hands. Their officers, who had hoped to find us paralyzed by cold and incapable of defense, were unconcerned about the condition of their own troops. They were ready to make any sacrifice so long as our lines were attacked. I managed to keep my hands from freezing by thrusting them, in their gloves, into 2 empty ammunition boxes when the cartridges had run into the Spandau. Our gunners, and everyone forced to use his hands, sooner or later turned up at the medical service with severe cases of freezing. There were a great many amputations. The intense cold lasted for 3 weeks, during which the Russians restricted themselves to sending over music calculated to make us homesick and speeches inviting us to surrender. Toward the end of January, the cold lessened somewhat and became tolerable. At times during the day, the thermometer rose as high as 5 degrees above zero. The nights were still murderous, but with frequent shifts of duty, we managed to get through them. We knew that the Russian offensive would soon resume. One night, or rather one morning, toward 4 or 5 o'clock, blasts of the whistle sent us out once again to our interception posts. A mass of T-34 and Sherman tanks were moving forward in a loud roar. An artillery bombardment had preceded them, inflicting heavy damage on Boporoivska and provoking a mass evacuation by the civilian population, which had been waiting for the fighting in terrified apprehension. Our tanks, about 15 Tigers, 10 Panthers, and a dozen Mark IVs and IIIs, had managed to start their engines, which had been heated continuously the day before. At the beginning of the offensive, 2 Mark IVs had been destroyed side by side in the Russian bombardment. The front was once again threatening to give way. We lay in our trenches, our eyes reduced to slits, waiting for the hordes of Red infantry, which would surely be coming soon. For the moment, our machine guns and Panzerfausts were quiet, leaving the way clear for our heavy artillery and our tanks. Adroitly camouflaged, the Tigers lay waiting, with their engines idling. Almost every time a Russian tank came into range, a sharp, strident burst set it on fire. The Russians were moving toward us slowly, sure of themselves, firing at random. Their tactic of demoralization would have worked if there had not been so many plumes of black smoke rising against the pale February sky. Our 37s and Panzerfausts, designed to be used at almost point-blank range, were scarcely called on. The first wave of Soviet armor was consumed 500 yards, about 457 meters, from our first positions, nailed down by the concentrated fire of our Tigers and Panthers and heavy anti-tank guns. The Tiger was an astonishing fortress. Enemy fire seemed to have almost no effect on its shell, which at the front was 5.5 inches thick. Its only weakness was its relative immobility. A second Russian wave followed closely after the first, more dense than the first, and accompanied by a swarm of infantry which posed a serious threat. We waited, dry-mouthed, our guns jammed against our shoulders and our grenades in easy reach. Our hearts were pounding. Suddenly, like a miracle, 30 of our planes flew over. As promised, the squadron from Vinnytsia was attacking. This particular job was easy for them, and every bomb hit home. A cry of "Sieg Heil der Luftwaffe" rang so loudly from our trenches that the pilots might almost have heard it. We opened fire with everything we had, but the Russian offensive kept coming, despite overwhelming losses. Our tanks drove at the stricken enemy with an ardor worthy of 1941. The noise became unbearable. The air was thick with bitter fumes and smoke, and the smells of gunpowder and burned gasoline. Our shouts mingled with the shouts of the Russians who were reeling under the unexpected resistance. We were able to watch the magnificent progress of our Tigers, pulverizing the enemy tanks before they were able to complete a half-turn. The Luftwaffe attacked again with rockets and 20mm cannons. The Russian rout was hidden by a thick curtain of luminous smoke. The Russian artillery kept on firing at our lines, causing several deaths which we scarcely noticed. However, their guns were soon overrun by their own retreating troops and fell silent. A second wave of German planes, an undreamed-of extra luxury, completed the Russian debacle. We hugged each other in excitement, bursting with joy. For a year now, we had been retreating before an enemy whose numerical superiority was constantly increasing. Lenson was shouting like a man possessed by demons. "I told you we'd do it! I told you we'd do it!" Our achievement was mentioned in special bulletins. The front on the Romanian border had held. After months of sustained attack and terrible cold, German and Romanian troops had once again pushed back the Russian offensive and destroyed quantities of enemy materiel. The mass of broken, twisted metal strewn with corpses which lay in front of us was visible proof of what we'd done. Along a front of 200 miles, about 322 kilometers, the Red Army had launched 16 attacks inside of a month. Taking into account the 3 weeks of inactivity during which all operations were impossible, these 16 attacks had all occurred inside the space of 1 week. 5 points had borne the brunt of the Russian effort, and at only one had the Russians come close to success. The front was broken to the south, but this thrust was cut off, and the Russian troops were either annihilated or taken prisoner. In our sector, all the lines had held, and we felt very proud. We had proved once again that with adequate materiel and a certain minimum preparation, we could hold off an enemy of greatly superior size, whose frenzied efforts were never intelligently employed. The veteran Wiener had often remarked on this Russian failing at difficult moments. At the sight of an enemy tank in flames, he would bare his teeth in a wide wolfish grin. "What a damned fool," he would say, "to let himself get caught like that. It's only their numbers that will get us someday." There were 30 Iron Crosses for the Grossdeutschland and as many for the small tank regiment, which also earned the honor. Returned to Poland, the division had been routed several times and had sustained serious losses. Units believed to be intact were often borrowed from us and sent to bolster some faltering position. When they arrived, they would be found short by about 2/3 of their strength. There was nothing to be done about it. Our own group was enjoying a much-needed spell of relative calm. Our existence would have been almost idyllic, except for the depressing and infuriating quality of barracks life. The exercises we were given, as if we were green troops in for basic training, brought us close to open revolt. We had moved 250 miles, about 402 kilometers, to a position in Poland, far from the front. Our camp was on the banks of the Dniester, some 50 miles, about 80 kilometers from Lvov in the foothills of the Carpathians. The river is quite narrow at this point, and its waters, when we arrived, were swift and tumultuous, running through a network of small islands loaded with snow and ice. On any wide stretch, the river was frozen to a considerable depth, and the current ran beneath the ice, giving off a strange, muffled noise. Our view was magnificent. A pale blue sky and a horizon marked by snow peaks, against which we could watch flights of eagles. For 2 months we enjoyed the agreeable change from the black and grey of a Ukrainian winter to the sportive landscape of eastern Galicia. Galician snows were also very heavy and the cold was severe, but we slept in clean, heated barracks. Although an exaggerated sense of economy kept the heat at some 50 degrees or so, this at least enabled us to be fully alert when we were awake. Our camp was huge and organized with all the Prussian rigor of an army on the eve of battle. About 150 wooden buildings without floors had been built in blocks, carrying numbers and letters. Nearby, in the snow-covered woods, we could see a large stone building, which must have been part of the village beside the camp, and which housed our secretariat and principal officers. All our materiel had been repainted and overhauled. In these conditions of order and apparent abundance, none of us dreamed that Germany had reached the limit of its capacities. After the chaos of the front, the atmosphere of efficient organization, with its requirement that every move be registered in writing, made us feel like wild beasts suddenly caged. The camp was built around a large central square for reviews and drills, in which young recruits were instructed in the art of manipulating arms, so useful in parades and so useless at the front. The young recruits seemed to enjoy these exercises. Others, like Hulls and me, were seeing ourselves as we had been a year and a half ago, back in Poland, where we had handled explosives for the first time. The memory of those days seemed at least 10 years old. One ages quickly in wartime. Our world-weary attitude did not escape the attention of the young recruits, who responded by holding themselves even more stiffly, as if to show us that the war was now their affair. This healthy enthusiasm of schoolboys suddenly transformed into soldiers was destined to weaken somewhat after a few nights in the mud and the shock of seeing a field hospital for the first time. We had been through all that. They would soon learn that war does not always create the same exaltation as the intoxicating explosion of the plaster grenades in the war games of training camp. The Führer, who was now scraping the bottom of the barrel, had been forced to send his arrogant Polizei off to war. These elderly new recruits were having a hard time of it. The sight of policemen crawling through the mud on their bellies delighted us enough so that we almost forgot our sufferings. Police officers whose competence in war was limited handed over their men to officers of the Wehrmacht who put them through the works. This spectacle, which gave us so much pleasure, was hard on the eager young recruits, directly exposed to the bad humor of those bastards who did everything they could to keep the younger men in a state of inferiority. For us, life was also very far from perfect. Before settling into our new quarters, there had been a long and difficult journey. We had begun by tramping more than 30 miles, about 48 kilometers, on bad Russian roads, deeply rutted and coated with ice. Then we were loaded onto trucks and driven as far as Mogilev, an oriental-looking town, where we boarded 2 trains, both in very bad condition, for the remainder of the journey along the Bessarabian frontier to Lvov in Poland. From Lvov, trucks had brought us to the camp, where we had stumbled out, exhausted and filthy, under the suspicious gaze of polished, healthy officer-instructors. We were allowed 48 hours to rest before our clothes and equipment had to be in perfect order. At our first inspection, the condition of our uniforms shocked the inspectors, although we had brushed and beaten them as hard as we could. They had completely lost their original color and appearance. Grey-green had become greenish piss-yellow, decorated by tears and holes and reddish-brown burns. Our worn and crumpled boots had lost their black finish, and many were without heels or laces. We looked like a bunch of tramps, and the inspectors were ready to jump at the slightest sign of negligence. These evident traces of the battlefield struck them like slaps in the face, to which there was no answer. Those fops should, in fact, have been honoring us. They knew it too, and the knowledge irritated them. They persisted in picking on details to try to save face. A short way off, sections of police and students in camouflage uniforms were marching to their daily sweat baths, singing gaily in the dry, cold air, which had brought out the color in their cheeks. Das schönste auf der Welt ist mein Tiroler Land. However, instead of the Alps, the Carpathians witnessed their compulsory gaiety. The instructors, intent on inspection, were insensible to the poetry of the scene. One of them stopped short in front of a Gefreiter whose coat ended in a fringe as full of holes as a piece of Alençon lace. At last, the Stabsfeldwebel could unload a little rage in front of his sarcastic audience. Our heads turned slightly, scarcely noticeably, to the right, toward the fellow accused of negligence. We rolled our eyes as far as we could, trying to see who was getting it. "Name and number," shouted the Stabs, stiffening his neck. Even if we couldn't see anything, we could hear it. "Frosch, Herr Stabsfeldwebel," the accused shouted, adding the number which each of us was supposed to know by heart. "Frosch!" The name stirred an echo in my memory. Frosch? And then the barracks the day after we crossed the Dnieper came back to me. Hot water and a foolish-looking fellow of angelic goodwill. What was the Stabs going to pin on him? In the third row of men, some 10 or 12 yards, about 11 meters from me, Frosch was standing at attention, while abuse rained down on him. He was staring straight ahead, as required by convention. His gaunt, hollow face was partly hidden by his heavy steel helmet. Unfortunately, his stupidity was obvious enough to give the Stabs a sudden sense of confident superiority over this soldier, who had clearly seen a lot. 2 large hands, red with chilblains, emerged from his ragged sleeves to press for warmth against the folds of filthy cloth. The coat no longer had any buttons. Frosch had fastened it at each buttonhole with a short piece of wire. With a touching sense of aesthetics, he had bent in the ends of each wire as if to demonstrate his good intentions. Unfortunately, he had linked a lower buttonhole to a higher one, which produced an improper and all too visible crease. This anomaly leaped to the eye of the inspecting non-com, who couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip. However, in complete disregard of normal practice, the company officer intervened, reminding the Stabsfeldwebel that our detachment had just survived an extremely difficult experience. "Your supply report specifically stated that you possessed the necessary materials for keeping your clothes in good repair, Herr Leutnant, and specifically mentioned buttons.
The lieutenant didn't know how to answer. In addition, Herr Leutnant, Gefreiter Frosch hasn't even bothered to line up the buttonholes correctly. There was a moment of charged silence. The lieutenant threw Frosch a look of despairing compassion. Couldn't he have spared himself all this and deprived the instructor of this ludicrous opening? But the facts were as they were, and the lieutenant, despite all his goodwill, couldn't alter them. He resumed his former position with an impassive air. A wave of irritation seemed to run through the company. "Stillgestanden!" the Feld shouted. In a flood of gratuitous invective, Frosch was given 20 days' detention and a series of punitive fatigues. Without flinching, Frosch left his position to stand in the ranks of the guilty. He was the only one. The inspection was over. Quarter turn, left, left. Our companies went on to march around the camp. Frosch remained where he was, staring straight ahead. As the only man to be punished, he seemed a symbol of injustice, alone in his punishment as he had always been in life. He had found some comradeship in the Wehrmacht, but the exigencies of military life exacted a high price. 10 days later, when the rest of the unit drew new clothes, Frosch kept his rags. He had in truth become a symbol. He didn't know how to hate, and always wore his expression of touching stupidity and banal goodwill. Later, the veteran said of him, "He's as humble as Diogenes. If he doesn't deserve victory, at least he deserves paradise." Section forward. On the ground. On your feet. Run. Forward. On the ground. On your feet. Facing me. The hard, frozen ground scraped our hands and knees, and the sharp twigs of the leafless scrub finished off our threadbare uniforms. They had put us through a series of exercises with concussion bombs. We who had faced the fire of Russian Katyushas just laughed. Then we had made ourselves as flat as the Ukrainian soil. Now we lay propped on one elbow, half amused, half exasperated. Our attitude provoked torrents of abuse and a collective punishment for the whole company. We had to crawl along the entire perimeter of the camp. The ground, 3 or 4 inches, about 10 centimeters beneath our eyes, soaked up the muttered curses of our progress. The instructor non-coms were working hard, running along the carpet of soldiers. A short way off, Wesridal was watching this bad joke and arguing with the officers responsible for the camp. But he might as well have saved his breath. Orders from higher up had put an end to the coddling of troops just back from the front. We had to reinstate the rigidity of 40 to 41 and wage war to the death. We went on long marches carrying all our gear. We tramped through villages in step, singing. These demonstrations were intended to impress the local population who, in fact, greeted us as we went by, the boys waving and the girls smiling. The routine never let up. We even had to practice retreating in a series of backward leaps, a skill which might always come in handy. Every 4th day, we were free from 5 to 10 in the evening. We flooded into Novotorechi and Sweka, 2 villages near the camp, where the peasants often invited us into their houses and gave us something to drink, and sometimes even to eat. Our soldiers quickly amused themselves with the girls, who were not shy. These few hours of liberty, used to the utmost, made us forget the rest. The following day we would return to the training routine. Despite the boredom, we cooperated, thinking that perhaps these were necessary measures. We were still inclined to believe in the validity of orders. Perhaps these exercises would help us bring the war to a quicker end. At last, we were issued new clothes. Some of the uniforms were quite different from the ones we'd always known, with blouses like those worn in the French army today, and trousers tucked into short, thick spats, looking like a grotesque parody of a golfing costume. This new design was for the most part distributed to new troops. The Großdeutschland, as an elite division, kept the old design. We were even given new boots, a further sign of privilege. However, the cloth of the uniforms was of very inferior quality, much more brittle than formerly. It reminded us of specially treated cardboard. The new boots were also markedly inferior, of rough, stiff, 4th quality leather, which cracked at the ankle instead of forming the usual creases. The underclothes were the worst of all. They were made of a cloth which seemed to have substance only where it was doubled at the hem and the seams. The new socks, which we appreciated immensely, also seemed curiously synthetic. "If this is what we're getting," Hal said,
I'll keep my Russian socks. In fact, the new socks wore a great deal longer than the old ones. However, they were less warm. They were among the first to be made with nylon, which was still largely unknown. We slapped a great deal of black polish from the store onto the boots to make them lose their look of cardboard paste. We all felt better to be out of our stinking, tattered rags and in new clothes despite the synthetic fabrics. Our brightened appearance also had its effect on the local inhabitants, who decided that all must be well with the Wehrmacht. Hals, in his fresh and dashing uniform, had fallen in love once more, this time with a pretty young Polish girl. With him, falling in love was compulsive. He really couldn't help himself and lost a piece of his heart every time we stopped in a rest zone. This time, as always, he was ardently wooing a girl during our short periods of free time, and we all had to hear about it constantly. "You're driving us all up the wall with your tart," Lenson complained. "Why can't you just kiss and run like everybody else?" Lindbergh grinned. He was remembering his last outing with Lenson, Ferrum, and Solma. The four of them had trapped a Polish woman of about 40 in a barn. She had yielded to their ardor, which had lasted the 4 hours remaining. "Her husband came home while we were at it," Solma remembered joyfully. "He laughed with us and said, 'Mama, too old for me now, for you.'" Later, they'd all had a drink with the husband, who seemed perfectly content that they'd done him that service. "She's nothing but a sow, your Polska," Hal said, "and you're just a bunch of pigs. No poetry at all." The barracks shook with our laughter. Pastor Ferrum laughed too, because he couldn't do anything else, but all the same he was somewhat troubled. Our company's love life was doing far too well. I myself didn't have any particular adventures. I had poured 1 or 2 girls, but matters had never progressed any further than that. Of course, I was in love with Paula and wrote to her often. Above all, I longed for a leave and lived on that hope. For the rest, strange bodies made me uneasy, almost sick. As soon as I saw naked flesh, I braced myself for a torrent of entrails, remembering countless wartime scenes with smoking, stinking corpses pouring out their vitals. All things considered, I preferred platonic love by mail. To me, Paula was in an entirely separate category from all these other women, something delicate and marvelous, which could not be eviscerated, or so I tried to think. Then I was involved in an episode which gave everyone else a laugh at my expense. We were on leave at Sueca. It was a beautiful day with only a light trace of frost. We all felt like a spree, but were also extremely interested in food. Our rations were now so small that we were always hungry when we left the mess halls. The peasants would usually sell us something to eat in exchange for the paper currency, which looked as though the Rentenbank was printing notes in excess of its reserves. We had, in fact, been given these notes as supplementary pay in addition to the special tickets issued to occupation troops. Eggs were the easiest form of food to come by. At Sueca, we divided the job. There were 3 of us, Hoth, Schlesser, and me. We had left Hals with his Polska at Nowotoreci. Nowotoreci was right beside the camp, and the soldiers had already stripped it of all extra food. We decided to go 3 miles, about 4.8 kilometers, farther to Sueca, which was also on the Dniester, taking separate routes through the countryside to try our luck at the farmhouses, whose location every man in the company had by heart. I set off along a road which ran downhill between 2 walls of snow. I can see it still. At the bottom of the hill there was a frozen pond which pink and yellow ducks were tapping with their bills, apparently mystified by its solidity. I turned to the right. Ahead of me were 2 low columns twined round with what looked like lifeless Virginia creeper, and beyond them an enormous pile of wood which almost hid the low thatched house. To the left, with their backs to the river, was a group of squat, irregular buildings made of rough wooden planks. The whole scene was inescapably rustic, but there was also a rudimentary sense of style, which was noticeable here, even in the poorest, roughest setting. I was walking toward the cottage when I saw a woman coming from one of the outbuildings. Her clothes might have belonged to a medieval peasant. We both smiled. She said something unintelligible. "Guten Tag, Frau, I bitte." I was sure she wouldn't understand French, but she might very well know the German for egg. I, beta. She came closer, still smiling and pleasant, speaking and making gestures I couldn't understand. I contented myself with returning her smile. She signaled that I should follow her, which I did. We walked over to a ladder and she began to climb, signing me to hold it steady. As she went up, laughing and talking, my eyes naturally followed her ascent toward a loft bulging with hay. My astonished gaze struck her rump, which was of very dubious charm, and a pair of enormous meaty thighs. Her buttocks seemed to fill the view with a curious obstinacy. Her drawers had the texture of a loosely knit sweater. I stared at them as I might have stared at some medieval monument of the 12th century. The Polska, who saw that I was watching, finally stopped by the false window of the loft and waved at me to follow her. I felt awkward and uneasy. I had often watched a tank trying to outmaneuver a machine gun, but this type of maneuver was beyond me. I was used to going straight ahead and climbed the ladder as if it were an assault wall which I had to scale under the eye of an officer. Then I was bent double in the piled-up hay beside the Polska, whose thighs must have been a half-yard round. She was laughing and clucking as if she herself were about to lay an egg. My gun caught on everything, and I felt once again as if I were crawling down a trench. The hay was full of chickens. The Polska chased them off and collected a few eggs. She turned back to me, still laughing. Her teeth were somewhat too widely spaced, but were dazzlingly white. She came toward me, holding out the warm eggs, which, in a manner of speaking, she had collected for me. I felt her breath and the warmth of her body. As she thrust the eggs and her hands deep into the pockets of my tunic, her fingers pressed against my hips, my startled eyes rolled in my head as I waited for the order to disengage. But the order didn't come, and the bold fingers of the enemy kneaded my flesh through the double folds of my pockets. For the love of God, danke schön, danke schön. I wanted to make the quickest possible departure no matter what she thought of me. She was now so close, an embrace seemed inescapable. Her smile was one of certain anticipation, and her eyes were rolling feverishly. Mein Gott! I braced myself for her cry of Ora pobieda. There were two possible courses of action as I saw it. I could withdraw in a hurry and risk cracking my skull at the bottom of the ladder, or counterattack, rolling my adversary into the hay. However, these calculations came too late. The woman, who must have weighed at least 20 pounds, about 9.1 kilograms more than I did, suddenly enlaced me, adroitly pushing me to the left so that I lost my balance. I found myself gesticulating in vain desperation beneath a massive enemy. One of her hands was already busy with the fly of my new synthetic trousers. The eggs in both pockets were broken, and my gun, which was slung behind my back, was no use to me. If the Führer ever saw me like that, I'd be thrown out of the Gross Deutschland for good, shipped off to one of the Brandenburg disciplinary battalions. To complete my downfall, my ravisher, who was clearly more accustomed to manipulating an axe handle than the personal appendage in question, had grabbed me and was making me jerk and shudder like an invalid with a severe case of hiccoughs. I might perhaps have been able to oblige her if the Polska, in the height of her frenzy, hadn't suddenly flung up her petticoats over the obese folds of her stomach and thighs. This spectacle destroyed the minimal desire my predicament might have aroused in me, and the delicious memory of Paula offered a contrast which was too absurd. With a brusque twist of my body, I freed myself from this female in rut, who was exciting herself without any cooperation from me. Her somewhat porcine face, in which a few moments before I might have found a certain charm, now wore an expression of bovine ecstasy. I stood up and turned out my pockets, which were filled with liquid egg and broken shell. My companion regained some measure of self-control and tried to laugh, suddenly afraid that her audacity might provoke severe consequences. In a flash, I was at the bottom of the ladder, gesturing to the women to bring me something to clean off my jacket. I myself was worried about the consequences the stains on my uniform might bring down on me. I tried to look furious, but an overpowering sense of inadequacy made me flush hotly instead. The Polska, half smiling, half uneasy, led me over to the house. We went through a door which opened outward down a few steps, and then through a second door which opened inward. The house was built into the ground to a depth of about 2.5 feet. We came into a dark, low-ceilinged room with a single tiny window whose yellowish panes admitted very little light. The building was divided by a heavy wooden grate. One side was for people, the other for animals. This explained the fetid smell which I noticed as soon as the door was open. A couple of pigs were being fattened just beyond the grate. The wide benches built against the grate and covered with straw ticks were obviously the beds. An old woman turned toward us as we came in. She smiled with the indifference of a sphinx. I doubt if the idea of a German even existed for her. 2 children were playing on a woodpile which stood in the middle of the room. The Polska brought me some water in a wooden dipper, like the ones used in Russia for measuring millet. I had to take off my tunic and reveal the extent of my deprivation. The pullover my mother had sent me over a 1.5 years before no longer had any sleeves below the elbow, and the waistband had become a scant lace-like fringe. I was preparing to wash my tunic when the Polska took it from me. She rubbed the stains between a round stone and a stiff straw implement shaped like a large cork. With a graciousness which almost excused her excesses of a few minutes earlier, she returned my tunic, which was clean once more. I didn't dare smile lest I rekindle her amorous fury. However, all of that seemed to have been forgotten. These Polish peasants seemed curiously primitive, living wholly in the present, unburdened by any thoughts of the past or the future. I said goodbye, thrusting out my stiffened arm in a regulation salute, while the old woman on the bench smiled, a smile which seemed to cross a gulf of several millennia. The younger one rummaged through a heap of cooking pots which stood on the table. She found an egg and held it out to me. I accepted it, not knowing what expression to put on to disguise my embarrassment. The egg recalled the loft of recent history. I could feel myself blushing as I went through my pockets for the correct change. However, the woman gestured to me that I need not pay. Still embarrassed, I withdrew in a flurry of Dankeschöns. I had already taken a few strides away from the house when the door behind me opened again. The woman stood there calling me, holding out the gun which I had left propped against the table. How humiliating! I recovered myself with another sequence of voluminous thanks, and feeling ridiculous, straightened my back and tried to look stern, to make up for what had happened. I knew that this episode was destined to lighten the evening hours of these people, and found it hard to forgive myself. What an idiot to survive the Battle of Belgorod, only to get my pants torn off by a fat Polish mama. I might be a proud member of a proud regiment, but all I had to show for it was a single egg, and an experience I wasn't going to disclose in a hurry for fear my friends would rip off my pants again to make sure she hadn't stolen anything. "Why didn't you tell us right away?" they asked me later. "We would all have gone there, and all insisted on it. Reprisals, you know," Spring burst out with sudden brutality. On the Eastern Front, things were going from bad to worse, but our training continued in the spirit of an athletic team preparing for a competition. Even more extraordinary, our schedule of exercises was markedly reduced, and we were often given free half-days. These were in fact necessary to give us time to forage and keep adequately fed. Our official rations had been cut back again, and now amounted to a starvation diet. The 2 villages closest to the camp had almost nothing left to give us, and we had to go farther afield in search of the calories, which were largely consumed by our comings and goings. We took up fishing in the Dniester. Unfortunately, we had neither the proper equipment nor any local knowledge. 3 times, Herr Hauptmann Wessreidau went with us. As an officer, he had appropriated a certain number of explosive devices, which made the operation profitable. Some pools produced giant fish. There was also an accident. 2 fellows who went out to look for food disappeared. Their friends said they'd gone toward the mountains. 2 days went by without any news of them. No one knew anything about them in the villages where we asked. It sounded like partisans. We sent out 2 search parties, which did in fact run into partisans, and suffered 5 stupid deaths without finding a trace of the missing men.
While the Red Army pushed into Poland toward our camp, which would soon be in the battle zone, we lay in the sun as much as we could and waited for orders. Hals was daily more deeply in love and spent as much time as he could with the girl he considered his fiancée. I often went with him, but never found a girl for myself. We had many pleasant times together, and Hals repeatedly told me that I must be due for a leave soon and would surely see Paula. Sometimes the two of them plainly wished to be alone, and I would take myself off. The war seemed to have forgotten us in this enchanted place. But one morning, our tranquility and dreams of love came to an end. The camp hummed with activity as companies packed up and prepared for action before our incredulous eyes. As motors hummed, the barracks were destroyed. Our amazement was complete. "What's going on?" Los, schnell, we're clearing out. Before we had quite realized it, we were loaded onto dull grey-blue trucks, which bumped off to the north. In the beautiful fullness of germinating spring, the settled, organized camp went up in flames behind us. The convolutions of smoke rising into the pure, still air seemed like a sinister presage of things to come. In the trucks, everyone was talking. What was happening? Why were they destroying the camp? Where was the front now, anyway? Toward 10 o'clock, the Grossdeutschland column suddenly stopped, on a road dappled by the knobby shadows of branches loaded with thousands of buds bursting from the irresistible pressure of thousands of plump leaves still barely touched with green. The birds, as unprepared as we for what was coming, were singing and swooping down low over the trucks. A sidecar from Liaison delivered orders to the officer's Volkswagen. Then the noncoms told us to make a half-turn. Through the bursts of backfiring, we could hear the hum of a flight of planes. Then the whistles blew. "Achtung! Enemy planes coming for us! Achtung!" In a general rush, we jumped from the slowly moving trucks. In fact, the Ilyushin fighter bombers which had spotted us took their time. About 15 of them were turning in the sky some 400 or 500 yards, about 457 meters above us. Some trucks had been precipitately abandoned and were lying across the road. Our officers ran shouting at the drivers, who, caught between two fires, didn't know what to do. Finally, they jumped back into their machines, started them up again, and crashed them into the bank at the last possible moment as the flight of vultures swooped down on us. First, there were bombs, which we watched fall until the first explosions. They looked like fat darts with their long shafts, which allowed them to explode just above the ground. The planes had divided into two groups. The second unloaded at about the same spot as the first. The shock was extraordinarily violent. Everything flew into the air and fell onto our heads. An overturned truck flew toward us, stopping some 10 yards, about 9.1 meters, short of where we lay. The flames spread quickly in our direction, forcing us to move farther back. We no longer had any doubts about what was happening, and ran as far as we could from the road, which was attacked again with rockets and machine guns. The running men, intent on getting away, hadn't noticed the second wave of planes, and were cut down by the machine gun fire, which passed over them like a pitiless reaper. Men were jolted off the ground as they ran, to fall back again in pieces like puppets whose strings are broken. When the enemy withdrew, 18 of our machines were sending plumes of black smoke up into the sky. The attack had been so sudden and overwhelming that none of us quite grasped what had happened. We returned to the scene of the disaster with one eye on the sky. The enemy might only have pretended to leave, and might still be waiting to attack us again. The road, still gluey from the recent thaw and the spring rains, was strewn with debris and shattered bodies. The violence of the impact had smashed some of the victims wide open, scattering their entrails over distances of 7 or 8 yards, about 7.3 meters. The peaceful roadway, which had been filled with the sounds of twittering birds only 15 minutes before, looked defiled. Within 15 minutes, our column, made up of 30 trucks transporting 3 companies, had lost 20 men and 18 trucks. There were also 3 wounded men in critical condition. We collected the remains of our dead and dug graves. Among the victims were Hoth and Dunder, who had both received Iron Crosses for their bravery on the Second Dnieper front. They were both friends with whom we had been laughing and joking barely 24 hours before.
After the event, the tragic impact of what had happened crushed and overwhelmed us. We piled onto the remaining trucks, which seemed to buckle under the extra weight. There were men on the running boards, fenders, hoods, and bumpers. Budding twigs clung to these human swarms, bumping forward at 25 miles, about 40 kilometers per hour. 2 of the trucks quickly died under the extra load, and the men they carried had to continue on foot. They joined us 6 hours later on the Romanian frontier, as we were getting ready to join the carnage at Vinnitsa, between the central front, which had been broken, and the southern front, which still seemed to be holding. On the way, these men had been attacked by Russo-Polish partisans. However, they were fortunately able to turn the encounter to their own advantage. They had taken the partisans' horses and a few more still left on neighboring farms, and had joined us looking like an apparition of chivalric fantasy. The weather was warm and sunny. We were returning to Russia just after the period of melting ice. We requisitioned a few Romanian trucks which had been left for civilian use to replace the ones destroyed in the attack. These were old machines bearing the names of private firms which we didn't have time to paint out. Our section drove off in an English moving van which must have left the factory sometime around 1930. Return to the Ukraine. The final spring, the death of Herr Hauptmann Wezrydau, Exodus. After a rushed, jolting journey, we re-entered the Ukraine, where the ground had not yet entirely absorbed the spring runoff. There were long stretches of gluey mud, which we were able to cross only with great difficulty. The weather was beautiful, even hot, and we often stripped to the waist. On the road, we received new orders. We were no longer to proceed to Vinnitsa. Instead, we were to re-establish communications between the rear and the front, which were continually harassed by partisans. We were ordered to annihilate these bands. Their attacks had grown increasingly virulent and often paralyzed the already uncertain flow of supplies. The Vinnitsa bridgehead had to be maintained as a starting point for new German offensives, which would break up the wedge the Russians had driven into Poland before Lvov, and re-establish a connection with the north, which appeared to be holding. Our detachments, together with other units, had been given the job of engaging the partisans in a contest of ambush, in which the advantage belonged to whichever side surprised the other. Once again, the division was broken up. The largest section was sent to fight north of Lvov and in the northern sector of White Russia. Other units like ours were scattered throughout the rear areas of the south and central sectors before rejoining the division a few weeks later. Our zone of operations extended through Bessarabia as far as the Russian frontier. As before, we were a strong mobile unit designed to move quickly to the support of particular points in imminent danger. However, our mobility depended on the vehicles I have already described, which we gradually abandoned, continuing on horseback or on bicycles, whose tires were often stuffed with grass. We requisitioned the horses, bicycles, and other vehicles from the thousands of refugees, Ukrainians, gypsies, Polish colonists, and others who were fleeing the red tide in a vast throng. Sometimes partisans infiltrated these crowds, posing as simple peasants who were also fleeing the Bolsheviks. Then, at a given moment, they would shoot some of our men in the back, sowing general confusion. These maneuvers were supposed to crack our self-control and provoke us to acts of reprisal, which would then turn the refugees against us. From their point of view, any means were justified. Toward the end of May, we trapped a large band of rebels in a piece of wooded country. There were about 400 heavily armed men. On our side, we had 3 companies to draw in the noose around the enemy. The air was filled with woodland smells, and nothing seemed appropriate to the bloody events about to occur. The morning was splendid. Birds and small animals of every kind were running and fluttering through the branches to get out of our way. Wild animals, even ferocious ones, always flee armed men. This time the hunters were tracking far more dangerous game. The birds, fearing and fleeing us, could never have imagined that the masters of the world, who should have feared nothing, had created enemies of a size and ferocity which equaled their own. Human beings, rulers of the animal world, had created their own destruction. A process of natural selection, often very badly organized, periodically topples our crown. We all felt extremely nervous.
Despite the resignation which had once again taken hold of us, the moment of truth as always revealed who was afraid, who was a coward, and who still hoped to live. The soft leaves brushing against our heads weighted down with steel reminded us that life could be good, especially in such marvelous weather. For us, this was no baptism of fire, but almost a routine, a dangerous routine, in which medals for heroism were generally posthumous. We had already experienced most of its horrors, and had seen the upturned eyes of those who had won the medals. There was no longer much we could learn about that aspect of things. We deliberately maintained an attitude of morbid fatalism, which we punctuated with bursts of harsh, forced laughter, like machine gun fire. Some of the very strong had even managed to persuade themselves that since no man is immortal, and everyone dies sooner or later, the hour of death was unimportant. Those men, the strong ones, walked along thinking of other things. Others strong, but not that strong-lived to delay that final moment, watching through pupils as dark as the holes at the ends of their gun barrels. The rest, which is to say the majority, were pouring with a cold sweat which ran down their bodies beneath their synthetic tunics, into their boots, and into the creases of their damp hands. Those men were afraid, with an intense fear that reduced every conviction to nothing, and which no routine could soften. They were afraid before every operation, when time seemed to stand almost still. Even those who managed to stop thinking were still assailed by fear, as persistent as the daylight, which illuminates treetops one is still unaware of. Contact with the enemy puts an end to this sort of fear. The opening shots raise the curtain on a drama which will fully occupy every sense. It is a pity that soldiers can think. When the first men have fallen, the tension slackens, and no one any longer pays attention to anything except the dry twigs crackling underfoot. Feldwebel Spalowski, who was leading our group, pointed to the signs of passage of a large number of men. The heavily trampled brush and the numerous empty gun emplacements indicated that we were approaching a large partisan camp. We had to watch carefully for mines to watch each step, in addition to everything else. Sweat trickled down our temples, attracting clouds of belligerent flies. The brush under the trees and the low branches offered 1,000 opportunities for concealed tripwires. Every yard required a desperate concentration. A plane passed over level with the treetops, and the throb of its engines made us all hold our breaths, for fear the vibrations might be enough to set off the whole area. At last, there was a short blast on the whistle, and we all fell flat. A small fort of logs driven deep into the ground stood at the end of a vague footpath. At the far end of our group, fighting had already begun. Spalowski designated 2 men, Ballers and Prince, to throw grenades at the fort. Prince was one of the men in Lenson's Panzerfaust team. Today, however, the anti-tank group wasn't needed, so Prince was just another Panzer grenadier, panting as he crawled forward with his lethal burden. Ballers, more dead than alive, was crawling along the other side of the path, identically laden. We all watched, trembling with tension. Who were Ballers and Prince? 2 men from anywhere. Were they good men or bad? Were they hateful? Was God with them, or had he condemned them? They were simply 2 men who had become our comrades in this group of madmen, men whose acquaintance we would probably have avoided in the ordinary circumstances of civilian life. Here, every step they took accelerated the beating of our hearts and keyed up our pulse rate to equal theirs. Those 2 anonymous beings, both of them our men, were suddenly more important to every one of us than even our closest relatives, an egotistical transformation in which we all knew that we saw ourselves. Had the circumstances fallen slightly differently, they would have been watching us. Motive seemed totally unimportant, if only they lived. They were already quite far from us, and perhaps very close to death, hidden from many of us by leaves. I could still see them. Prince suddenly stood up and heaved his load toward the log fort. Then he plunged down again. The entire woods felt the violence of the explosion. Its thunder echoed interminably under the trees. In the patches of sky visible through the branches, we could see the birds shooting away from us like arrows. Prince's bundle had fallen short and had made a large crater crowned with broken branches some 7 or 8 meters from the partisan hideout. Scheisse, muttered our sergeant. There's nobody there, someone else said. Then I saw Ballers running forward in turn. As he ran, I felt myself dying in his shoes. He too threw his packet of explosives and then dived down as the trees all around us bent against a flash of light. The forest seemed to groan with the shock. This time there weren't any fleeing birds, only our mimetic uniforms, which confounded us with nature. Ballers had just stood up again. So had Prince, a short distance ahead of him. Their figures were sharply outlined against the broken earth. Behind them, all that had formerly been visible of the fort had disappeared. "This way, comrades," shouted Ballers, proud of his exploit. "There's nobody in there." We all stood up, prepared to join him. He was laughing nervously. A crisp detonation whistled through the leaves, followed by two more. Prince was running toward us, but Ballers wasn't. He was walking hesitantly, stretching one hand toward us. Then he fell. A short hour later, 400 partisans were fighting like devils inside the circle we had drawn around them and were slowly tightening. 3 companies almost at full strength, about 800 or 900 men, were trying to knock out the circle of fire, which was produced by a variety of weapons of every caliber and amounted to a serious destructive force. The partisan position was so well organized that any approach to it was almost suicidal. During this hour, 2 of our men stepped on mines, and their shattered bodies were blown into the budding branches. We were under uninterrupted fire from a 4-barreled machine gun, and setting up a Spandau was very risky. We tried to dig foxholes, but the earth was such a tangle of ineradicable roots that our position of attack was transformed into one of defense, which would be difficult to hold against an enemy breakout. Only our light mortars, with their almost vertical fire, could touch the enemy position. Unfortunately, the partisans seemed able to absorb our fire without any apparent loss of strength. 2 or 3 heavy howitzers, probably captured German equipment, were shooting at our encircling forces. The impact of the projectiles uprooted trees. The discharge of these guns was invisible, which made their destruction extremely difficult. 10 times we sent assault groups to attack the terrorist position. Each time they were obliged to make a half-turn, leaving some of their men screaming on the ground. Later we learned that WWII had been moving heaven and earth to try to get some armored and motorized support, but none was available in that area, and we had to do without it. Everything that remained had been sent to the support of our crumbling front. After an hour of waiting and attempted assaults that came to nothing, our commander decided to risk everything once and for all. Leaving only a handful of isolated men in the ring around the fort, he shifted the rest of us, taking every precaution so that the enemy would believe they were still surrounded by a strong force. In this way, he was able to mass 500 men and send them all at once against the enemy's weakest point, a V-shaped trench held by 40 men armed with rifles and 1 machine gun. At his order, 500 men rushed the enemy position, attacking with grenade throwers. The enemy reeled under the force of this blow and was unable to maintain an accurate fire. 7 or 8 of our men fell during this assault, but the maneuver was so magnificent that for the moment no one paid much attention to them. I was part of the second wave. 2 others followed us. When we reached the enemy position, the job was already done. Some 40 partisans had tried to resist, but our rain of grenades annihilated 2/3 of them. The remainder had died on the bayonets of the first Germans to reach the fortress. We followed hard on their heels. Another wave was right behind us. The underbrush rang with hideous screams and smelled of powder and smoke and blood. I saw more partisans pouring from their log fort and firing point blank at our men, who were exhilarated by the success of our action. In the general confusion, I opened fire along with everyone else. A tall Russian fired at me 3 times without hitting me, although I made no effort to dodge him. Then he rushed at me, shouting and waving his gun, holding the butt in the air. 2 of our men joined me and fired at the Russian. He fell and tried to reload his gun, but we jumped him immediately, battering him with our butts. He died under our blows. At the foot of the blockhouse, a desperate hand-to-hand struggle was in progress. Something exploded in the midst of the fighting, sending shattered fragments of German and partisan bodies flying through the air. Other men ran up to continue the fighting, surrounded by the dead and dying. Cries and curses mingled with the sharp crack of rifle fire. A moment later, we were in the thick of the fighting. One of the fellows with me had his arm broken by an exploding mine. Pressed against the wooden wall, men were fighting hand to hand with knives, shovels, feet, and stones. An Obergefreiter had just hit a Russian in the face with his shovel, opening a hideous gash. The wounded man fell writhing to the ground. Kellerman was firing in short bursts at the partisans hidden behind the 2 howitzers, which had given us so much trouble. Many Russians got away, at least half of them. Those who couldn't added to the numbers of the dead. We collected all the stray guns and reserves of food, destroyed the howitzers, which we couldn't take with us, and buried 70 of our men. Then we left the place, carrying out the wounded on stretchers made of branches. In the evening we arrived at a kolkhoz, where we drank everything we could get hold of, trying to blot out the memory of a hideous day. Spring in the Ukraine, endless days of almost unbroken light. A luminous darkness fell toward 11 at night, to yield to a pink dawn a few hours later. The weather was perfect, a warm, reviving wind, before the crushing heat of summer. Unfortunately, although the season made us dream of peace, the monster of war was finally able to emerge from the paralysis of winter and the thaw. The pale blue sky belonged to the Russians, whose air power had grown enormously. The Luftwaffe, whose numbers had been seriously reduced by the necessity of defending German cities and dealing with the increasing demands of the Western Front, flew daily sorties which amounted to suicide flights against overwhelming enemy strength on the ground and in the air. Our few victories were the product of absolute heroism. The sky and the front belonged to the enemy. The rear areas were contested by 2 nearly equal opponents, the German army and the partisans. We continually sent out patrols. Almost every sortie produced a clash. Every hill and hedge and cottage held a mine or hid an ambush. We had almost no vehicles of any kind, no gas, and no spare parts. We were also not receiving any fresh supplies. The odd, ill-assorted convoys still pressing through continuous air attacks were not destined for us, but for the faltering, collapsing front. When they arrived in the forward zone, they were able to find the correct units only by accident. More often than not, their cargoes were absorbed by the hordes of starving men retreating under a deluge of fire. We ourselves received at the greatest risk about 1/10 of what we needed. We were obliged to live off the local inhabitants, who were very hard-pressed themselves, and more than reluctant in their attitude toward us. The problem of food had become extremely serious. As it was spring, there were still very few fruits, and hunting was more dangerous for us than for the game. A small hamlet sheltered what remained of our 3 companies. Between operations, men slept almost naked on the ground. "Those who sleep dine," says the proverb. For us, it was vitally important that this become the reality. When planes came over, everyone took cover, and when they were gone, we laid our bony bodies out in the sun again. This helped to heal our winter louse bites. Half asleep, with our eyes half closed, we stared into the sky, apparently thinking of nothing. What was the use? We seemed to have broken completely with the past. Memories of peace floated up like fragments of books we might have read. The war had taught us to appreciate every minuscule good. Today, the sun took the place of our goulash and wurst and millet, and the mail which no longer came. We lay stretched on the Ukrainian soil, apparently calm and at peace. Tomorrow, perhaps, some food would arrive, and perhaps some gas and some spare parts, perhaps even some mail, a letter from Paula. But perhaps, too, there would only be ourselves and the earth and the sky and the sun. What was the use of thinking about it? One day, our radio crackled out an SOS from a territorial post on the Romanian frontier. It was surrounded by a band of partisans. In the eyes of the Wehrmacht, we were still officially considered part of a motorized unit standing by and therefore available. In consequence, we were always moving and had to be ready to leave at a moment's notice for points anywhere within a radius of 150 miles, about 241 kilometers.
The post calling us was some 100 miles, about 161 kilometers, away, and had appealed to us because its officers had been told that in emergencies they could rely on our mobility. In fact, we had 4 trucks in bad condition, a small civilian van, a sidecar, and the CO's Steiner. Wezrido tore his hair and cursed. As quickly as possible, 100 of us left to answer the SOS. We took along as many automatic weapons as we could to make up for our small number. Each truck carried 2 Spandaus ready to fire. Above all else, we feared planes. We drove as quickly as we could along the terrible Russian roads, raising a thick cloud of dust. About 30 miles, about 48 kilometers from our starting point, we hurtled through a village which could have belonged to prehistory. The inhabitants ran as fast as they could to get out of our way. We were bristling with weapons and black with dust, and we must have looked far from reassuring. As we left the village, a group of terrified residents scattered ahead of us. The Steiner went through, and then the first truck, which crushed a dog. The second truck bumped a black pig, which ran out from nowhere and threw itself under the wheels. I was in the third truck and saw the whole sequence. The sudden braking ahead, the shrieking villagers running to the side of the road, the screaming pig dragging itself through the dust. 5 or 6 Lancer jumped off the truck to chase the pig, trying to kill it as it squealed in agony. Finally, they stabbed it with their bayonets. It was still kicking, spattering its executioners with blood, as they tied its feet with belts and ropes and hung its 150 pounds, about 68 kilograms, from the tailgate of their truck. Then we started off again to catch up with the others, leaving the village in a squeal of gears. The pig too was soon covered with dust, which mingled with its streaming blood. We no longer objected to details like that. For those who survived, there would be fresh meat this evening. Sieg Heil! We were now driving through a strange landscape of smooth black hills, almost like enormous boulders, scattered with a few stunted trees. Wherever the ground was broken, the soil was black and seemed as hard as stone. I wished that I knew something of geology. Our route took us through this curious terrain for about 15 miles, about 24 kilometers. We had just left that strange district when a group of planes was reported. One of our spotters confirmed that he had seen them through the treetops, slightly to our left. Our trucks pulled over to the side of the road where they were screened by leaves. Wezrido stared at the sky through his field glasses, but couldn't see anything. It seemed wise to wait for a few minutes. The Lancer in the third truck put the time to good account, slitting open the pig and getting rid of its guts with lightning speed. As the job wasn't quite finished when we started out again, they finished it on the back of the truck. A few miles farther on, as we bumped through a chaotic landscape, 2 planes came over very low. We shouted at the drivers, who jammed on the brakes. There were no thick trees anywhere near us. As the planes passed directly overhead, we were all gripped by an insane, hopeless panic. Some men wet their pants. As the planes vanished into the distance, we lifted our heads and saw 2 Me-109Fs, which must have been the survivors of some squadron. No one thought of cheering the Luftwaffe. We had all been too afraid. Toward 4, we approached the zone of operations. Our trucks were following a winding track through mountainous country, driving very slowly for fear of ambush. Wezrido's Steiner was in the lead. 2 observers, hunched on the hood, kept their eyes riveted on the dust along the way and on the heights surrounding us. Nothing we could see was in any way reassuring. Suddenly, we were looking down into an open valley. We stopped, cutting off our engines, and immediately heard the distant sound of machine guns. Beyond all doubt, we had arrived. In the distance, through the heat haze, we could see what looked like a village. We kept the trucks 100 yards, about 91 meters apart, and maintained a moderate speed as the men clung onto the outside of the railings. Once again, our stomachs clenched at the approach of danger, and we wondered when we would begin to be adult men. Naturally, the enemy knew we were coming. The first truck suddenly saw the commander's Steiner driving backward at breakneck speed from a turn in the road. The vehicle was rolling down a slope when a sharp explosion burst on the track some 10 yards, about 9.1 meters ahead of it. Everyone plunged to the ground, and the trucks took whatever shelter they could. A second explosion tore a hole in the road, lifting a large cloud of dust. They were plastering us with shells from a 37mm gun. Then a burst of machine gun fire riddled the first truck. Luckily, everyone was already out. The driver must have watched in a cold sweat. The enemy was hidden by the undulations of the country and was very hard to see. Nonetheless, the men in the Steiner knew they'd been lucky. It was miraculous that the 37mm gun hidden behind the T's to the right of the turning hadn't opened fire the moment the Steiner appeared. The partisans had felled a tree across the road right after the turn. We set up 2 light mortars and shelled the enemy gun, which soon fell silent. Probably amateurs, Wesrido remarked. We deployed a dozen FMS, which made movement very difficult for the partisans firing from the mountainside. Our group slid through the brush and climbed the first rocky outcrops, while our mortars rained a hail of projectiles, more terrifying than destructive, onto any point that seemed to harbor opposition. We had just uncovered an enemy post-real Johnny-come-latelys, giving Fritz a hard time in order to reap a reward from their grateful country. "What bastards," muttered Prince to Smellens, "coming to shoot at us just for the bell of it. We'll fix them." Our group attacked the partisans with grenade throwers. In that enclosed bowl of hills, the explosions made an overwhelming noise. Then someone raked the edges of the enemy ambush with a Spandau, which we recognized by the sound of its fire. After 2 more grenades, the apprentice sharpshooters were ready to give up. A figure ran out, attempting a desperate flight. He was quickly cut down by the Spandau. "What a bastard," Prince shouted. "It's horrible to shoot down idiots like that. Why can't they stay home and wait until the war ends, for the love of God? If I was in their shoes, no one could twist my arm, and you'd be the same, wouldn't you, Sajer?" Home. The thought went to my head like a gulp of wine. Home to wait for the war to end. "Yes," I said finally. "And now we have to shoot them," he said. "It's disgusting." We could hear plaintive cries from the enemy entrenchment. To our left, Spandaus and grenade throwers were destroying the tranquility of the spring. Suddenly, one of the Russian boys, in an excess of zeal, stood up, exposing half his body, and raked us with a burst of machine gun fire. His loose, approximate fire wounded one of our men in the right hand, and then another, undoubtedly on the ricochet, in the calf. The Russian was shot down by our Spandau, while our wounded man began to groan in a shaded corner. "God damn it!" someone shouted. "Will you stop this bullshit?" 2 figures climbed from the partisan position and without any apparent hurry began to run. Our FM sent them rolling in the dust too. "Did you see that?" Smellens said to the gunner. "You just got a girl." "A girl? Are you sure? If women are getting mixed up in this mess now, that's the last straw." A few minutes later, we counted the bodies of the partisans, 6 young people about our age. Among them were 2 pretty girls, bathed in blood and covered with a swarm of blue flies. We stared down at our victims, sickened by the sight. Why had they thrown themselves across the route of our misery? Their amateur barrier was quickly dismantled. We cleared the road and marched to the village. The trucks followed slowly behind us. Had the enemy been misinformed? Had they received exaggerated estimates of our minuscule capacity? Were they afraid? Whatever the reason, they abandoned their grip on the post which was almost theirs and came out to meet us. The sun was shining brightly on the narrow, dusty road. At the head of the column, our men were in contact with the enemy, who had taken refuge in the town cemetery. It was a typical Russian cemetery, blue and gold and white, with no suggestion of sadness about it. The day was perfect, the spring of late June turning into summer. We could almost have been fighting for a lark. Each plume of smoke was immediately carried away by a gentle breeze. We would certainly have been satisfied by a light exchange of fire, but our commander saw things differently. We couldn't let the enemy think we were too weak to attack. So our grenade throwers and light mortars destroyed the blue cemetery. 2 groups chased the partisans out and occupied the cemetery gardens. The partisans had taken refuge in a nearby wooden building where the crops were stored. On the door, the enemy had just daubed the Marxist slogan, "Workers of the world, unite." This hasty scrawl with dripping letters gave a tearful impression of Marxist beliefs. To dispose as quickly as possible of this flimsy improvised fortress, we loaded the Spandau with explosive incendiary bullets. The thatched roof caught on fire almost at once. The enemy, who were defending themselves with automatic weapons, did not spare their fire. A salvo of mortar shells knocked the roof into the building, and the partisans had to abandon an untenable position. Our two groups ran toward the burning building to harass the Russians as they fled. An old bearded man was leaning against a pile of stones, shouting curses at us. His right hand rested on the head of a dead comrade who lay on the ground beside him. The old man was wounded himself, and his clothes were torn and burned. We walked past him at a distance of no more than 3 yards, about 2.7 meters. The sight of our guns didn't silence him. He shook his fist at us and cursed us. We all saw him through the smoke and sparks of the burning barn, but no one thought of shooting him. He showered maledictions at us until the collapse of the building buried him. A column of sparks rose into the azure sky. The first elements of our group were already in the village streets, firing on anything that moved. The last of the partisans were running toward the mountains. For a moment, they were directly exposed to our fire, and we shot down 20 of them on the dusty road and among the junipers on the hillside. The Spandau, which had been fitted with a special magazine, took a horrible toll of the fleeing groups of partisans. Then we stopped firing, and the men from the German post came out and joined us. Many of them were wounded, and 12 were dead. We gave the wounded first aid and drove the local residents from their huts. Fires were spreading everywhere and had to be put out. Men, women, and children joined us in fighting the flames. It took almost an hour to put the fires out. Then everyone, ourselves included, dragged the bodies of the dead to a central point. Women screamed and cried as they recognized a husband or son or lover. It looked as if most of the partisans had lived in this place. Soon, however, the tears and sobs became threats and curses. We collected our own dead and wounded with the usual mute sentiment established by habit. The day was so beautiful it was hard to believe that any of this was really serious. Our eyes, disillusioned by so much accumulated fear and anxiety, no longer distinguished the tragedies of any particular moment. Howells was staring at the magnificent mountain scenery as he carried along a comrade whose tunic was blotched with brown stains. The birds had regained their sense of spring joy and were flying once again through the blue sky, which was faintly marked by smoke from the smouldering fires. For us, in the Eastern armies, this joyousness of nature almost excused what had just happened. After the mud and the cold, we were like wild animals, overjoyed by the spring sun, and the knowledge that shelter for the night was no longer a serious problem. We deplored what had just happened as a disturbance of the peace and quiet we so much appreciated. The villagers were still caught in a crisis of tearful despair, and insults which were comprehensible simply by their tone shook our sense of well-being. Someone threw a stone, which hit one of our wounded men in the face. 2 lancers spun around, brandishing their machine guns. "Break it up, you pigs, or we'll drill you full of holes." But the shouted curses kept right on. We were ringed by faces, especially feminine faces, distorted by rage, spitting and cursing, and by shaking fists. Suddenly, 6 planes flying wing to wing appeared in that marvelous Sky 6 Soviet fighters, looking for one of our convoys. This sign heartened the Russians, who shouted, "Ura Stalin!" and pointed at the planes, which blindly continued their search. We could see such hatred on all these faces that we shivered, despite the fine spring day. We were all thinking of our tortured, mutilated comrades, murdered by men who were mixing themselves into a fight that had left them on the sidelines. We remembered once again the tragic deaths at the territorial posts all along our line of retreat during the winter. Faces smashed open with axes so that the gold teeth could be pulled out. The hideous agony of wounded men tied with their heads inside the gaping bellies of dead comrades. Amputated genitals, Ella's section, whom we had found tied up and naked, on a day when the temperature had dropped to 30 degrees below zero, with their feet thrust into a drinking trough which had frozen solid, and the faces of tortured men under the dark winter sky. With dry mouths, we listened to the mounting rage of these peasants, who were now paying a price they could have avoided for all time. If anyone had ordered us to fire, we would have obeyed without hesitation. I could see the gun shaking in the filthy, nervous hands of the man nearest me. A little way off, another of our men was no longer able to control the trembling of his face muscles. We had all stopped working, and our anger was rising like a storm. A tall, slim figure strode between the two groups. We saw that it was Wesriedel, and that he was white with fury. He stopped 5 yards, about 4.6 meters, from the Russians, and threw them a look so terrible that silence fell at once. He had learned Russian during the long course of the campaign. He told the villagers to bury their dead with the same silence and respect he required of his troops. He said that the war would soon be over for them, and that they should wait for the end, keeping to the sidelines. He said that he had never imagined the war would bring him to shoot civilians who had been misled into arming by false propaganda, and excused himself for what he had been forced to do. Then his voice became as hard as death. He said that he would not tolerate any further hostile manifestations, that he intended to return to camp with all his men still alive, and that the entire village would be held responsible if he did not. Wesriedo's words had the effect of a soothing balm. Everything returned to a state of unexpected order. The dead were buried and sobs were stifled. We found enough gas for our return in the stores of the outpost. The men there entertained us with a few bottles they had put aside several months before. Then we returned to the road, leaving 8 wounded men behind at the post, where the medical service would pick them up the next day. 6 others failed to answer the roll call and remained in the Ukrainian soil forever. Not so crowded this time, someone said. We acquiesced without speaking. Our eyes lingered on the village disappearing behind clouds of dust raised by the trucks. The beautiful spring light glowed all around our blackened, steel-capped faces, which seemed irrevocably cut off from the season. Our awareness of everything was similarly split. Our thoughts, like our eyes, couldn't settle on anything that seemed definite or restful, and a sense of well-being had no place in the convoy. The whirling dust hid the bursting spring. All we could see were the trucks and the grotesque dangling cadaver of the pig, covered with blood and flies. The trucks lurched along the narrow mountain road, whose illogical course might have been traced by some wandering goat. Obstacles like stone outcrops were included without modification, and natural shaded ridges were avoided. Sometimes the track plunged into the bed of an unexpected stream or through a temporary pond. At other times we crossed deserts of dust, where the dryness seemed eternal. The truck slowly pursued the twists and turns, carrying us along, penned between the rattling railings. We seemed to be wandering endlessly toward new horizons on which we never had time to gaze, through an oversized, over-intense spring which would not allow us to forget that we were at war. Our expressionless faces stared at the spring with the unhappiness of paupers staring into a shop window decorated for Christmas. We too wanted the war to stop and dreamed of peace, like the seriously ill for whom the first sight of spring buds kindles a spark of life. But the fighting didn't stop. There was never more than a semblance of peace, and always someone to fan the flames of war. These people, on both sides, perhaps had perfectly good reasons for what they did. On that day, one of them crossed the road as we climbed up the long slope. He had seen us coming, and quickly, perhaps inside of 10 minutes, laid his trap, hiding it in one of the dozens of potholes that pitted the surface. Then he hid, perhaps waiting to see what happened. Perhaps he too saw the yellow flash that tore apart our lead car. As always, there was a loud noise and a great deal of smoke climbing in black plumes toward the desperately smiling sky. 6 blood-stained men were slowly dying in the shadows of those plumes. The front of the Steiner was gone. The rest of the machine was knocked over onto its side. A few men pulled the victims from the flaming wreckage, while the rest assumed a defensive position. We laid Wesriedel and the 5 other occupants of the car against the bank of red earth. 2 of them were already dead. Another had a leg torn open in several places by metal fragments. His thigh looked like a millefeuille pastry. Wesredo was covered with wounds, and his body seemed to be broken by multiple fractures. We did everything we could for him. The whole company thought of him as a friend. With everyone helping, we managed to bring him back to consciousness. Unlike everyone else we had watched, our captain did not have a face twisted by the revulsion or agony of death. His swollen face even managed to smile. We thought we had saved him. In a very weak voice, he spoke to us of our collective adventure, stressing our unity, which must hold in the face of everything to come. He pointed to one of his pockets, from which Feldwebel Spilowski pulled an envelope, undoubtedly addressed to his family. After that, for nearly a minute, we watched our chief die. Our faces, used to such spectacles, remained impassive, but the silence was terrible. We were able to save 2 of the men from the car, loading them carefully onto the vehicles which remained. Lieutenant Vollers took command and organized a decent burial for our venerated leader. We walked past his grave one by one, saluting. We felt that we had just lost the man on whom the well-being of the whole company depended. We felt abandoned. That night we returned to the isolated village where our comrades were anxiously waiting for our return. The announcement of our commander's death provoked stupefied consternation. We were all in danger of death, but the annihilation of Wesredo seemed as impossible to us as life without their parents seems to small children. We were prepared for every other death, but no one was ready to concede that fate for our leader. Guard duty that night seemed more uncertain than before. Our 3 companies seemed more vulnerable than ever. We all turned toward a source of strength which remained silent. Who would our new leader be? On whom would the destiny of our group depend? At the first light of dawn, after our radio message had reached headquarters, a DO-217 flew over, releasing a smoke signal. This told us that our 3 motorized companies should proceed quickly to a key position at the front, to the north of us. We were ordered to destroy our base and most of the village. Nothing should be left which would aid or shelter the enemy. As we had no incendiary material, we limited ourselves to burning the thatched roofs of the cottages. Then our motorized company left on foot, with our materiel loaded into the 4 ancient trucks we had left. The radio truck and sidecar preceded them. Every 10 or 15 miles, about 24 kilometers, the trucks and sidecar stopped and waited for us. We would arrive at the front together or not at all. Our orders made no sense. The officers issuing them seemed to be completely unaware of the actual condition of mobile units allegedly standing by. We were limited to doing the best we could. Food was our most difficult problem. For a long time now, we had received no supplies, and our meals were produced by some kind of magic. We became hunters and trappers and nest robbers, and experimented with wild plants whose leaves looked like salad greens. After a long chase, we were sometimes able to catch an abandoned horse. But 800 men require substantial quantities of food, and every day we were faced with the same difficulties. Every day we called for help on the radio, and every day received the same reply. Supplies en route should have reached you. The Army Postal Service seemed to have vanished too. No letters or packages, no news of any kind. Despite the warm summer sun, which was now in fact somewhat too warm, the situation had become desperate. Yesterday's pig had been grilled and boiled and devoured the night before, along with 150 quarts of hot water, which we elevated to the status of pork bouillon. Today we were leaving for the front. Our eyes gleamed, like the eyes of famished wolves. Our stomachs were empty, our mess tins were empty, and the horizon was devoid of any hope. Murderous sentiments lurked behind our eyes, which glittered with hunger. Hunger produces a curious frame of mind. It is impossible to imagine dying of hunger. For a long time now, we had been used to living on very little. Our stomachs digested substances which would kill a comfortable bourgeois citizen in a few weeks. No one had any spare fat left, no bellies or double chins, and our long muscles stood out in relief, as though we'd been flayed. As our fast continued, our senses grew more acute. We looked like the bony animals with blazing eyes one might encounter in the desert. It would take days of marching and dust to extinguish that blaze. For the moment, despite the hollows in our bellies, everything still seemed possible. We would simply march until we found food. After all, Russia was not an empty desert. The immense prairie around us looked fertile, and we would surely come across a village we could ransack. Spalovsky and Lenson checked the map. There were a great many villages in our sector, therefore the situation wasn't too serious. The trouble was that our rectangle of paper represented an area as large as all of France. Between any two villages, there might be hundreds of absolutely empty miles. The smallest digression to reach one of the names on the map could mean several more days of marching. "There's nothing really to worry about," said Lenson, who didn't like to concede defeat. "There are plenty of villages lost in the steppe which aren't marked on the map. And then there are the kolkhozes too. We had been ordered to march north. There could be no more delay. In any case, there was nothing left to eat where we were. Our long file set out. Compagnie marche, marche." Hour after hour, at 2 or 3 miles, about 4.8 kilometers an hour, we tramped in growing desperation through the uncultivated prairie. "Somebody could make money farming here," remarked a Hanover country boy. There were large fields of wheat near each village. Beyond these, over spaces as broad as a French department, there was nothing but wild grass and grey or red dust and thick forest, much of which was probably virgin. We had grown used to great distances. Above all, we thought of them as possible battlefields. Other reactions still lay in the future for those who returned to their native countries, with their suffocating densities and horizons, which seemed close enough to touch, always marked by commonplace structures of public utility, stones arranged in some dubious style. These men, who had grown used to stretches of ground as vast as the sky, no longer knew how to sit on grass which always belonged to someone. For us, at the moment, there was only limitless space, where our boots raised a cloud of multicolored dust that settled on everything that disturbed it. We belonged to the earth far more than it belonged to us. Except for the war, we felt a vast, limitless pleasure in our surroundings, in a kind of plenitude for which, in later years, we would always feel nostalgia. If only there had been something to eat. After our 11 o'clock break, our march began again. We had gulped down like a dose of medicine the cooked sprouts of young wheat which had been prepared 2 days earlier. As a last resort, we had some millet cooked in water. The weather was very hot. Fortunately, our exceedingly light meals did not produce after-dinner somnolence. We drank the warm water from our water bottles with a certain apprehension. Running streams were quite widely spaced, and water from ponds carried the risk of malaria, typhoid, and other diseases like cholera. To keep up our spirits, we sang as we marched, Ein Heller and Ein Batzen. The words, like the tune, were carried into the emptiness by the light summer wind, losing all meaning, which no longer seemed strange to ears once accustomed to hearing them echo between the walls of flag-decked towns. Der Heller Ward zu Wasser der Batzen Ward zu Wein. Not that we had any choice, there was no wine, and the water had to be drunk sparingly and with caution. Heidi, Heido, Heide, Heidi, Heido, Heide, Heidi, Heido, Heide, ah. Compagnie marche, marche. We marched, singing for no one but ourselves, and all of us already knew the tune. Then it grew dark. Darkness fell very late on our bivouac and across the plain, on which it seemed we had hardly moved, on our dust-covered faces and aching muscles. We were already asleep on our feet. The silence seemed to have a special quality, as though it had come from the end of the world. At daybreak, our march resumed. For hours, the long row of hills on the horizon seemed to remain at the same distance from us. We were walking through a rocky plain where the highest rise in the ground was scarcely the height of a man. Small stands of trees, which reminded me of photographs of Africa, were scattered across the landscape. The trees were short and scrubby, curiously like the trees of high altitudes. The wind blew the red dust everywhere, as if we were tramping through a universe of powdered brick. For a long time now, we had given up marching in threes, the regulation order for marching troops, in favor of the system used by partisans. We were broken up into more or less compact groups, in which a man was ahead only until someone else caught up with him. Everyone was tired, and our pace was slackening. We had given up all unnecessary conversations, keeping all our breath and strength to continue putting one foot, about 3 meters, in front of the other. How many thousands of steps did we still have to take? Our boots, the color of the dusty universe, kept on across the rocky plain, which seemed to be leading us nowhere. The light wind filled our long, unkempt hair with dust. Our position in relation to certain reference points on the horizon seemed unchanging, and the rhythm of our steps, the sounds of our progress, and the wind itself became overwhelmingly monotonous. From time to time we could hear a rumble from the great hollow of emptiness which filled our stomachs. Just after the 11 o'clock halt, during which we consumed the last of our millet, an incident disturbed the general monotony. 2 twin-engine planes, which we had fortunately been able to see a long way off, appeared in the hot blue sky. The horizon was so vast that anything which crossed it was visible for at least 5 minutes before it reached us. We scattered as usual and assumed a position of anti-aircraft defense. Some of us were going to die. The planes were either light bombers or reconnaissance planes, but unmistakably Russian. The 2 planes flew over us at an altitude of about 1,500 feet, about 457 meters. The snore of their engines pierced the gentle breeze and seemed to echo in the depths of our tense stomachs. The 2 Popovs took our fire without sending down anything in return. They flew in a large circle, which we followed with anguished eyes. The second time around, they would surely let us have it. However, their second swoop produced nothing but a swarm of white butterflies, flashing and fluttering against the blue of the sky. As soon as the planes were gone, some of our men went out to pick up the leaflets. A fellow came over to me waving a dozen. Ivan doesn't seem to understand. If we can't eat, we can't crap. He's gone and sent us a lot of paper. We read the communist tracts. German soldiers, you have been betrayed. Surrender to our units, which will rehabilitate you. You have lost the war. Then, to raise our morale, we were shown some bad photographs of anonymous ruins, which, it was claimed, were German cities flattened by bombs. Also, there were photographs of smiling German prisoners. Under each of these photographs was a short caption, "Comrades, the temporary captivity which we are experiencing in no way resembles the lies we were led to believe. We have been agreeably surprised by the kindness of the camp officers. When we think of you, comrades, wading through the slime of the trenches to preserve the capitalist world, we cannot advise you strongly enough to lay down your arms." And so it went on. One fellow who had managed to escape from Tomvos was shouting with rage, "The bastards! For all I know, I'm the only survivor from that damn place." In disgust, he tore the leaflet to shreds and scattered it into the wind. We resumed our march. The leaflets were still circulating from hand to hand, and their words and phrases, "The war is lost," "treason," "cities destroyed," echoed in our minds like a gloomy round. Of course, it was communist propaganda. All we had to do was talk to the fellow who'd escaped from Tomvos to understand that. But then anyone who'd been home on leave had seen the bombed German cities. And then there was our continuous and painful retreat and our daily existence, with its total lack of transport, gas, food, mail, everything. Perhaps the war really was lost, but that couldn't be possible. Here we were walking across the Russian plain. Was it still ours, or was it simply witnessing our slow death? But that too was impossible. We had to dismiss these black thoughts. We were simply living through a difficult period which was bound to pass. Tomorrow, surely, we would get some supplies, and everything would once more make some kind of sense. We had to shake our heads and dispel our dark reveries. Today the sun was shining, and we had to press on. We began to sing one of our marching songs with deliberate vehemence. Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein und das heißt Erika heiß von 100.000 kleinen Bienlein wird umstürmt Erika. This was the second time Hals had shaken me awake. Despite the exhaustion which rapidly returned us to unconsciousness, it was annoying to be torn from such deep sleep. "I'm telling you, I can hear guns," he said. I listened, but was aware of nothing except the pale, glittering night. "Leave me alone, Hals, for the love of God. Don't wake me for anything. We'll be marching again tomorrow, and I'm so tired I could die." "I'm telling you that off and on we can hear guns. If you look around, you'll see that other fellows are standing up and listening too. I listened again, but still heard nothing except the gently blowing wind. Well, it's possible. But so what? This isn't the first time. Go back to sleep. You'll be better off. I can't sleep on an empty stomach. I'm sick of this. I've got to find something to eat. So that's why you wake me up? Someone walked over to us. It was Schlesser, who was on guard duty. Did you hear that, fellows? Guns. That's what I was trying to tell this blockhead, said Halls, nudging me. Despite the sleep stagnating in me so that I was only half conscious, I felt obliged to listen to what my companion was saying. All we need here is a Soviet breakthrough, Schlesser said. That would be the end of us, said Hulse, his voice suddenly hoarse. We can still fight, though, said someone else who'd just come up. Fight, said Hulse, hideously objective. With what? 700 or 800 anemic, half-starved men armed with light infantry weapons. You must be joking. It would be the end of us, I tell you. We haven't even got the strength to run. But the newcomer wasn't joking. His name was Kellerman. Although he was exactly 20 years old, he already had the lucidity of a much older man and an instant grasp of reality. This reality lifted the veil of fear and exposed the anguish deeply inscribed on his face, whose hardened features seemed incompatible with his youth. Then we all heard a distant rumble, carried to us on the wind. We stared at each other. The noise stopped, began again, stopped again. Artillery, said Schlesser. The rest of us were silent. I had heard the noise like everyone else, but my exhaustion had produced the sensation of two simultaneous lives. Sleep and reality had become confused. I felt as though I were deeply asleep, dreaming of artillery fire, lost somewhere in time. My comrades went right on talking. I listened to them without really hearing what they were saying. Sergeant Spalovsky had joined us and seemed to be making some deductions. It's still far off, he said, but it's the front. We'll be arriving in a day or a day and a half. That would be an hour or two in a car, Hals remarked. Spalovsky looked at him. In a hurry. So sorry we're not motorized anymore. That's not what I meant, Hals growled. I was thinking of Ivan, who must have gas and tanks. If he breaks through, he could be on top of us just like that. Spalovsky stalked off without another word. What business had he to be discouraged, a non-com in the gross Deutschland? Let's go to sleep, Kellerman said. There's nothing better to do. It's a nice lookout, I couldn't help saying. Here we are, like animals in a slaughterhouse, waiting for dawn, when the butchers will come. Are we going to be killed with empty stomachs? Hals roared. Despite our hunger and fear, we managed to fall asleep again and stayed asleep until daybreak, which arrived at what would be considered the middle of the night in any organized civilian life. Here we had no bells or bugles or even a whistle. The gentle commotion made by our group leaders was enough to drag us from the heavy sleep which, paradoxically, was very easily penetrated by sound and movement. According to the custom of troops approaching a combat zone, movement at night or before full daylight was preferred. The docile Wehrmacht, even in its death agony, clung to its professionalism and woke its soldiers at the customary hour, leading them in disciplined order to the field of glory. The rules did not envisage that soldiers without food could avoid this or that trial, but stated that in all cases everything still possible should be accomplished with maximum efficiency. Time is measured out in equal quantities for the poor and the old and the underfed alike. Our faded uniforms looked grey in the first faintly white light of day. Familiar silhouettes which had walked beside me for nearly 2 years now were advancing on either side of me in a rhythm that was also mine, and that has remained indelibly stamped on my memory. Whenever I think of those days, I can see again with absolute clarity details which are pointless in themselves. Familiar profiles in a diffused light, the loose cloth of trousers improperly tucked into boots, belts loosened by their dangling load of heavy objects, and helmets hanging from one of our straps, always knocking against some other metallic object, with a dull sound I can still hear, without resonance, like a padded bell. And the smells and the backs, hunched over in 1,000 different ways, each one with its own expression and its own arrangement of creases. The very anonymity of our uniforms created its own kind of individuality. No one uniform was precisely like any other, although no other uniform is so deliberately designed as the German to turn a man into a soldier, absolute and united with his fellows, and not just a civilian in special clothes. For the rest of the world, there are German soldiers with no distinction between them, but for us, the word Kamerad, meaning one soldier just like any other, was exaggerated. Beyond the uniform and the formula, we were individuals. That back over there, the same color as thousands of others, is not just any back. It belongs to Schlesser, and over there on the right is Solmer. Somewhat closer, that's Lenzen and his helmet. It's his helmet, unlike any other among the hundreds of thousands issued in the same series. Then there are Prince and Hals and Lindbergh and Kellerman and Frosch, whom I'd recognize in any crowd. Through our sameness, our individualism emerged, as it must have from all men stripped to essentials, since the beginning of time. All our helmets were the same grey-green, covered with dust. But none stayed for long at a regulation angle or moved in the same way, and all were distinctive and distinguishable. One thing above all remains more or less indescribable, the contagious anguish of soldiers stripped of everything, whom each step is carrying closer to an incomprehensible danger. There were also our resignation and our equally profound and violent desire to live. Apart from these three sentiments in common, everything else was personal. But this was apparent only to us. To anyone else, all Huns were alike. We saw them when we were still 500 yards, about 457 meters away. They were swarming around the 3 or 4 vehicles which had stopped to wait for us. There must have been at least 10,000 of them. 10,000 men seems like nothing on the Ukrainian plain, but it is still a considerable number. 10 or 12,000 soldiers in a pitiful state, storming our wretched trucks, rummaging through them again and again in search of some food or medicine. They had thrown themselves onto our battered machines as if they were revenging themselves for their abandonment. Then, as we arrived and they became aware of our miserable state, they collapsed into a torpor which was close to suicide. Those wretched men, collected from several infantry regiments, were retreating after several days of fighting an implacable enemy who had toyed with them, decimating them as and when he chose. They were on foot, in rags, their faces livid after so much suffering, dragging along with them nauseatingly wounded men on litters made of branches, like the litters of the Sioux. These men, numbed by too much disaster, were no longer fighting for any spiritual motive, but were more like wolves, terrified of starvation. To oppose their sole and legitimate reason for living was to risk one's own life. These men, who no longer distinguished between enemies and friends, were ready to commit murder for less than a quarter of a meal. They were to demonstrate this a few days later, in a horrible phase of the confused flux of the war. These martyrs to hunger massacred 2 villages to carry off their supplies of food, but 30 of their men died of starvation anyway, near the Romanian frontier. Our shock at meeting combat troops in such a state was equal to theirs at finding us as we were. "Where do you think you're going?" sneered a tall, emaciated lieutenant, swimming in a curious conglomerate uniform which was far too big for him. He was talking to our lieutenant, who had led us since the death of WWII. Our lieutenant pointed on the map to the position we were supposed to reach. He cited names, numbers, latitudes. The other listened, swaying stiffly like a dead tree in the wind. "What are you talking about? What sector? What hill? Are you dreaming? There's nothing left. Nothing. Do you hear me? But mass graves, which are blowing apart in the wind." The man talking like this still wore the 1935 commemorative National Socialist decoration pinned to his scorched tunic, which was marked by 1,000 stains. He was tall and dark, and a heavy bundle of grenades hung from his belt. "You can't be serious," our lieutenant answered in a pleading tone. "You've had a hard time, you're a little light in the head, and you're hungry. We too have been keeping ourselves alive by miracles." The other drew closer. His eyes were filled with such a hateful, disquieting light that we would gladly have killed him, as if he were a sick animal. "Yes, I'm hungry," he roared. Hungry in a way the saints could never have imagined. I'm hungry and I'm sick and I'm afraid to such a point that I want to live to revenge myself for all mankind. I feel like devouring you, Lieutenant. There were cases of cannibalism at Stalingrad, and soon there will be here too. You're crazy. If worst comes to worst, we can eat the grass, and there's all of occupied Russia with plenty of reserves for the troops. For God's sake, pull yourself together. You keep going and we'll cover your retreat. The other made a noise more like a hiccup than a laugh. You'll cover us, and we can take ourselves quietly away. Tell that to the men you see there. They've been fighting for 5 months and have lost 4/5 of their comrades. They've been waiting for reinforcements, ammunition, vitamins, food, medicine, God knows what. They've hoped 1,000 times and survived 1,000 times. You won't be able to tell them anything, Lieutenant, but you can try. We tried to shift some of the material from our decrepit vehicles, the last vestige of our motorization, onto our backs, to make room for some of the seriously wounded men among the retreating troops. They left first, driving past the rest of us, who were left to that extent less mobile than before on the great Ukrainian plain. We watched the trucks disappearing into the distance, envying the fate of the wounded, who might be going to escape the oppression of that immensity. Then our motley collection of troops continued their retreat, a vain and empty march. We seemed to be tramping along a huge carpet on rollers, which unwound beneath our feet, leaving us always in the same place. How many hours and days and nights went by, I can no longer remember. Our group spread out and separated. Some stayed where they were and slept. No order or threat was strong enough to move them. Others, small groups of men who were particularly strong, or who still had enough food to keep going, went on ahead. There were also many suicides. I remember 2 villages stripped of every scrap of food, and more than one massacre. Men were ready to commit murder for a quart of goat's milk, a few potatoes, a pound of millet. Starving wolves on the run don't have time to stop and talk. There were still a few human beings left in the wolf pack, soldiers who died to save a can of sour milk, the last reserve of a pair of infants. Others died at the hands of their fellows for protesting against the savagery produced by famine, or were beaten to death because they were suspected of hiding food. Usually these men were found to have nothing. There were a few exceptions. An Austrian had his head kicked in, and a few handfuls of crumbled vitamin biscuit were found at the bottom of his sack. He had probably collected them by shaking out the provision sacks of some commissariat which had ceased to exist several weeks before. Men died for very little, for the possibility of a day's food. When everything had been eaten, down to the last sprout in the meagre gardens, 12,000 soldiers stared at the village, which had been abandoned by its terrified inhabitants. Living corpses wandered here and there, staring at the tragic shreds of existence which remained to them. They stared at the scene of pillage, looking for some understanding of the past which might shed some light on the future. They stayed where they were until dusk. Then 3 or 4 armoured cars from the advancing Russian troops arrived. Peppered with machine gun fire, the crowd of men, who didn't even try to escape, made a half-turn and left. The desperate, ravening men scattered across the steppe. Everyone fled, running for the west because the west drew them irresistibly, as the north attracts the needle of a compass. The steppe absorbed and obliterated them, leaving only small, scattered groups tramping toward the Romanian frontier, which was very close, but still out of sight. I belonged to one such group. There were 9 of us. Hals and me inseparable as always. Spurlovsky, Frosch, Prince, an older fellow called Simonlace, who must have been an incorruptible civil servant before the war, and 3 Hungarians, with whom all conversation was impossible. Were they volunteers, or had they been enrolled in circumstances similar to mine? No one knew. They looked at us with eyes full of hate, as if we were responsible for the misadventure of the Third Reich in which they had been involved. Yet they clung to us as if we were their last hope of ever returning to their distant firesides. One day there was a line of trees or a hedge of saplings which I can still see as in a drunken dream, and beyond it, the wide, very wide field which we planned to cross. We could see some buildings on the crest of a small hill and had decided to search them for food. Halfway across the field, the sound of planes made us look up. 2 yabos were seeking some prey. 7 of us melted into that enormous stretch of ground, and 2 ran Frosh and myself. Like hunted animals intent on self-preservation, each man thought only of himself, and no one shouted to us. The 2 Russian aviators spotted our wild gallop and dived down at us. Although we had nothing left but our skins, we still represented the enemy to them and had to be wiped out. And dived down at us. Although we had nothing left but our skins, we still represented the enemy to them and had to be wiped out. When the noise reached a certain pitch, we instinctively threw ourselves down on the thick grass. The bullets passed over our heads and landed far beyond us. When we lifted our heads, we could see the planes completing a graceful arabesque against the stormy blue and black summer sky. Gasping for breath, we ran desperately until the 2 vultures once again filled the air with overwhelming noise. The planes made 2 more passes after that, peppering the ground with bullets, each time 20 or 30 yards about 27 meters wide of the mark. Like a terrible joke, the planes roared down a 4th time at the trembling, sweating grasshoppers which were ourselves. Suddenly, as if by a miracle, we came to a ditch and fell into it. Without seeing them, we distinctly heard the roar of the Russian rockets, which turned both banks of our ditch into ridges of broken earth. Our friends were sure we were dead. The planes made 1 more pass and flew off, undoubtedly convinced that they had brought our wanderings to an end. When we walked out through the whirling dust, our companions greeted us with shouts of incredulous delight. At the farm, which the inhabitants had abandoned some 15 minutes before our arrival, we found a kettle full of steaming Jerusalem artichokes, which had undoubtedly been left to distract us. We went on our way, gorging on this unexpected windfall. 2 days later, during which we twice collected potatoes from Russians at gunpoint, we ran into an interminable convoy retreating into Romania and were inescapably absorbed into it. Then we experienced Romania and its population, which seemed stunned by the sequence of events, by the rout of their army, and by the painful disintegration of the Wehrmacht. Civilian life was in a state of panic, with Romanian and foreign partisans, daily overflights of foreign planes, raids for food and supplies, and Romanian prostitutes who flocked around the troops in such numbers that it seemed as if most of the women in Romania must be prostitutes. We marched 20, 25, even 30 miles, about 48 kilometers a day, pouring with sweat and stunned by disillusion. Our tortured feet were alternately bare in the dust of narrow, twisting roads, then back in our boots, and then naked and bleeding once more. Our hollow stomachs rumbled with hunger. There were raiding parties, reformation of units, and a lunatic rabble whose fringes and surface were skimmed by military police intent on discipline, and as always alert for the possibility of exemplary executions. The landscape was profoundly romantic, but we had been transformed into ravening wolves and thought of nothing but food. A particular episode emerges from my memories of disorder, a tragic paroxysm which still seems to me a symbol of humanity gone mad. We were in the mountains and had just been through a town called Regin, which at that time was known as Arlau or Erlau. We were tramping along, grey with dust and pouring with sweat. We had miraculously escaped incorporation into several scratch formations, and our interminable, wretched column was twisting through what seemed like an infinite chain of mountains. The column was broken up into groups of varying size, in which unkempt soldiers pushed along every kind of transport to move our basic necessities. We requisitioned the most extraordinary vehicles. Anyone who found a bicycle grabbed it, even if it had no tires, and went on ahead of the rest to skim off anything even remotely digestible. In this district of jagged peaks and crags, we were free of enemy aircraft, but the terrain was ideal for partisans, and there were many battles to the death between them and our men, who were now fighting simply to save their skins. In this district, one group among many others of men in a motley conglomeration of clothes was struggling to reach the mother country. Behind our glittering eyes, deeply sunk into shadowy sockets, one belief sustained us. This was that, if we managed to survive, the mother country would receive us with tenderness and try to help us forget the unimaginable trial which was nearly over. We thought that once we reached home, the war would be over, and that in the worst imaginable case, the army would be reorganized so that no enemy would enter Germany itself. We held to this as the one final idea which would justify our sufferings and banish the solution of suicide which others had already accepted. Yesterday's Lancer, members of elite units, Panzer grenadiers who had confronted 1,000 deaths to live for a chimera, clung to the idea that we had to live to be able to hope, and we had to hope passionately to be able to live as we were. We had to fight against daily ambush and keep going no matter what, to get away from the Russians who were hard on our heels. And we had to eat a certain minimum, which wasn't easy to do. There were 12 in our group, many of them familiar companions. Schlesser, Frosch, Lieutenant Wollers, Lenzen, Kellermann, and then Hulls and me, kept together by a miracle of silent fraternity. Hulls, who had grown startlingly thin, was forcing his large, bony body along the narrow mountain road some 4 or 5 yards, about 4.6 meters, ahead of me. He often walked ahead of me, which gave me a certain sense of security, although his large body was seriously reduced. He was stripped to the waist, wearing a leather belt and a band of cartridges for the Spandau across his chest. A Russian blouse, in anticipation of the cool evenings at this altitude, floated from the leather pouch that held his few possessions along with 4 or 5 grenades. His heavy steel helmet seemed to be riveted to his head, and the lice in his filthy hair must have died for lack of light. Many men had thrown away their heavy helmets, but Hals felt his was a last link with the German army, and that during this terrible trial, we should try to remain soldiers rather than degenerate into tramps. I kept mine too, as a sign of solidarity, dangling from my belt. Someone up ahead shouted for us to come and see. We looked down into a leafy ravine. A camouflaged truck bearing the inscription WH had crashed to the bottom. Lenzen was already running down to have a closer look. "Watch out!" someone shouted. "It might be a trap." Lieutenant Wollers had joined Lenzen. We drew back, certain that the partisans had arranged a booby trap and that we would see our 2 companions blown to pieces any minute. However, a reassuring shout floated up from the gulf. "A windfall! Mein Gott, it's like a whole commissary!" Within seconds, we were all running toward the miracle. "Look at that! Chocolates, cigarettes, Wurst! Good God, and here are 3 bottles too!" "Shut up!" shouted Schlesser, "or you'll have the whole army down here. It's a miracle no one found this before." "So many delicious things," said Frosch in an almost tender voice. "Let's all grab everything we can. We can share it out later, on the road." Frosch and another fellow loaded themselves heavily and climbed back to the road to keep watch. Thousands of men were wandering very close to us. We would try to take everything. We had almost completed the job when our 2 lookouts shouted, "Achtung!" We ran into the brush and heard the distant roar of a motorcycle. The engine slowed down and seemed to stop. We ran off through the thorny growth, clutching our precious cargoes. We were used to getting out of the way in a hurry and melting into the ground when an unfriendly eye might become too interested in our existence. We could hear some non-coms shouting and supposed that our 2 companions had been caught by a military patrol, perhaps even by the military police. "Those 2 sods were caught with bottles under their arms," muttered Wollers. "Let's get out of here as fast as we can," said Lindbergh, who had just run up. "Someone's coming down," whispered Lenzen. An MPI saw his badge. "Hell, let's get out of here." Everybody ran, scattering into the bushes as if Ivan himself were at his heels. We regrouped after 500 or 600 yards, about 549 meters, hiding behind a rocky outcrop. "I've lost enough breath because of those bastards," said Hals. "If they want to chase us this far, I'll take care of them." "You're crazy," said Lindbergh. "Don't talk like that. What are you trying to do to us?" "Shut up," Hals said. "You'll never make it home anyway. Ivan's going to get you for sure. Why don't you think for a minute of Frosch and the other fellow who've been caught?" "We might as well eat," said Wollers. "I've had enough of giving orders and sweating and shitting in my pants like a baby when I'm scared. So let's get started. If we're going to die for it, all the more reason to fill our bellies while we can. Like hungry beasts, we wolfed down the contents of the tins and the other provisions, masticating loudly. We'd better eat it all, Lenson said. If we're caught with anything in our sacks that wasn't handed out, we'll be in trouble. You're right. Let's eat it all. They won't slit us open to see what's inside, although it would be just like those bastards to check our shit. For an hour, we gorged ourselves until we were almost sick. When it grew dark, we returned to the road by a devious route. Lenson stepped out of the brush first. Come on, the coast is clear. We went on for 300 or 400 yards, about 366 meters, passing once again the hole with its unexpected windfall, which had allowed us to fill our famished stomachs for a moment. There was no one in sight. We went on for another 2 or 3 miles, about 4.8 kilometers, and collapsed at the side of the road. I can't go any further, said Schlesser. We're not used to eating anymore, and this is what happens. Why don't we go to sleep right here? Someone said. That will help our digestions. Toward 2 o'clock in the morning, a large group of German soldiers came by and woke us up. On your feet, shouted an old Feldwebel. Get going, or Even will be in Berlin before you. We resumed our trek. This bunch had collected several horse-drawn wagons, and for a while we were able to ride. At daybreak we arrived at a town built on the mountainside. Some men were splashing in an icy bathing place. Others were sleeping on the ground or on terrace walls. Farther on, still others had begun their march again towards safety, the west, the mother country, waiting to receive them, whose true condition they couldn't begin to guess. And then there was a tree, a majestic tree, whose branches seemed to be supporting the sky. 2 sacks were dangling from those branches, 2 empty scarecrows swinging in the wind, suspended by 2 short lengths of rope. We walked under them and saw the grey, bloodless faces of hanged men, and recognized our wretched friend Frosch and his companion. Don't worry, Frosch, whispered Hals. We ate it all. Lindbergh hid his face in his hands and wept. I managed with difficulty to read the message scribbled on the sign tied to Frosch's broken neck. I am a thief and a traitor to my country. A short way off, some 10 policemen in regulation uniform were standing beside a sidecar and a Volkswagen. As we walked by them, our eyes met theirs. Part 5. The End. Autumn 1944 to spring 1945, from Poland to East Prussia, the Volkssturm. The invasion. One September morning, we found ourselves in a farmyard somewhere in the south of Poland. The horror of our previous experiences had left us entirely without reaction, and we stared about us with the stunned eyes of someone who has been heavily drugged. A short way off, an officer was shouting something at us, a speech or a report, which fell on deaf ears. We stared at the sky to avoid thinking about the earth which supported human life. Only an explosion, or perhaps a Feld's whistle, could have dragged us from our lethargy. However, in this district there was at least a semblance of order. And under cover of this last fragment of organization, we were trying, as best we could, to recover our strength and some sense of morale. The Russian thrust to the south was so strong that we had to consider Romania enemy territory. We should soon be fighting in Hungary too, before Kecskemét, and then in Budapest. The officer went on with his speech, to talk of a counter-offensive, of regaining control of events, regrouping our troops, even of victory, a word which no longer had any meaning for us. Although we couldn't conceive of the defeat which lay ahead, we understood that victory was not possible. We knew that we would still be obliged to make intense efforts defending some particular organized positions, but we had no doubt that we could stop the enemy before the German frontier. Despite our general unease and near collapse and all our disillusion, we knew that we couldn't simply give up. The looming disaster was inconceivable to us. Even today, survivors of that experience find it difficult to accept all the facts. But despite our unshakable faith, we all felt temporarily unable to continue fighting. Some time off, some rest, was absolutely essential. We were in a state of exhausted collapse, capable of nothing. General Friesner has re-established the Southern Front, the officer was shouting. Our regiments will be reformed and reinforced by substantial reserves. The enemy must not go any further. You will stop him. We were divided into groups, companies, and regiments, and loaded into trucks. It seemed there was still gas hereabouts. The Gross Deutschland units were sent north, which surprised us, as the rest of the division, or what was left of it, was fighting with Army Group Center. Some units were already with Army Group North, and the two hard-pressed armies were eventually joined. The trucks took us to a train which was waiting on a single track, sheltered by a pine forest. There was no station. We left in a long string of miscellaneous cars. My group was loaded onto an open platform like the one which had taken me out of Poland and into Russia so long ago. Today there was no need to fear any future in Russia. The Germans had been chased from that country. Today we were going north, slowly and carefully, as the track might be mined, or the sky full of bombs. The train took us to Lodz, where we saw many astonishing things. We stayed in Lodz for about 30 hours. The front was very close, and like all towns near the fighting, Lodz was full of troops. As in the south, men were being sorted out and regrouped. 30, 40, even 50% of the names on the regimental lists had to be scratched off. In some cases, men already scratched off as dead or missing reappeared from the void. The Gross Deutschland had a rallying point at Lodz, former candy shop stripped of all its wares, the adjoining room for the concierge, and a long corridor. A large panel correctly painted black on white, and a stylized white helmet, the regimental emblem, hung over the door, which was still intact. 2 sentries in correct uniform were stationed on either side of the door. "Here we are," Lenson said, "back at the Gross Deutschland." For an hour and a half we had been tramping through the city, from which nearly all the civilians had gone looking for this place. Lieutenant Vollers presented the officer at the center with his list of the men with him, including the numbers of their companies, regiments, and groups. There were about 200 of us. "Here is the list of men with me, Herr Hauptmann." "But you're bringing me a bunch of Ruskies, Herr Leutnant," the captain said, looking at our motley collection of clothes. Many of us were wearing padded Russian jackets. "My apologies, Herr Hauptmann. We began to run short of uniforms." "Very short," said the officer, smiling. "I'm going to send you to the store, and you'll see if there's anything left. You'll have to be quick because you won't be here long." In the next street, we found the divisional store, which was still much better stocked than the supply stores of ordinary divisions. Some of our men could be given quite a few of the things they needed. While we waited, we watched a crowd of men, part of a new Volkssturm battalion, swarm into a factory courtyard. When we looked more closely at these men recently called up by the Führer, our eyes opened wide with surprise. They all belonged to the last class of reserves and seemed to be an even more extreme case than the Marie-Louise conscripts at the end of the Napoleonic era. Some of these troops with Mausers on their shoulders must have been at least 60 or 65, to judge by their curved spines, bowed legs, and abundant wrinkles. But the young boys were even more astonishing. For us, who had saved our 18, 19, and 20-year-old lives through 1,000 perils, the idea of youth meant childhood and not adolescence, which was still our phase of life, despite our disillusion. But now we were looking literally at children, marching beside these feeble old men. The oldest boys were about 16, but there were others who could not have been more than 13. They had been hastily dressed in worn uniforms cut for men, and were carrying guns which were often as big as they were. They looked both comic and horrifying, and their eyes were filled with unease, like the eyes of children at the reopening of school. Not one of them could have imagined the impossible ordeal which lay ahead. Some of them were laughing and roughhousing, forgetting the military discipline which was inassimilable at their age, and to which they had been exposed for barely 3 weeks. We noticed some heart-wringing details about these children, who were beginning the first act of their tragedy. Several of them were carrying school satchels their mothers had packed with extra food and clothes instead of school books. A few of the boys were trading the saccharin candies, which the ration allotted to children under 13. The old men marching beside these young sprouts stared at them with incomprehension. What would be done with these troops? Where were they expected to perform? There was no answer to these questions. Were the authorities going to try to stop the Red Army with them? The comparison seemed tragic and ludicrous. Would total war devour these children? Was Germany heroic or insane? Who would ever be able to judge this absolute sacrifice? We stood in profound silence, watching and listening to the final moments of this first adolescence. There was nothing else we could do. Some hours later, we were driven to a new assembly area a few miles from the Vistula, in a town called Medow. There we found a large part of our full division, which had left us in the south long ago. Even our regiment was there, and its officers, with their familiar names. The auxiliary services of our autonomous unit had performed enormous feats of imagination to continue functioning. We were extremely surprised to find that the full Grossdeutschland division was still quite strong, a discovery that raised our morale considerably. We needed to cling to some form of solidity to avoid recognition of the final tragedy which had engulfed us, and of our strictly limited choice between combat in the most desperate circumstances, captivity, or the end, once and for all. Here, on the banks of the Vistula, which could be considered the cradle of hostilities, we found companies restocked with young boys to fill the gaping holes the war had made in our elite division. We also found some familiar faces, including Wiener, the veteran, who seemed quite astonished that we were all still alive. "We must really be indestructible," he exclaimed. "When I left you on the second Dnieper front, everything looked so black, I really thought I'd never see any of you again." "Quite a few missing," Vollers said, "and quite a few still here. Mein Gott, Lieutenant." We told Wiener that Wesreidau was dead, and Frosch, he too had a list of names we could forget. No matter how intense the grief aroused by any particular name, the expressions on our worn faces never changed. We pressed Wiener for news of Germany, of civilian life there, and the situation of ordinary citizens. We all had reasons for concern and followed the movements of his lips, trying to grasp the implications of his inadequate words. "I was in the Kanzia military hospital in Poland," he told us. "I had lost so much blood and seemed so weak that for 2 horrible days they did almost nothing about me. I would never have guessed that life had so strong a grip on me. It would have been so easy, one last sigh and then into the hole. But it didn't happen that way. I groaned and howled for 10 days or so, especially the first 2, and went through infection, transfusion, disinfection, reinfection, and here I am, back with you again for another autumn of crap. Now I find the damp hard to take too. I've got rheumatism, and that's fatal." As before, the veteran relieved his desperation by cracking jokes. "But you must have had convalescent leave, didn't you?" "Yes, Hals. I was in Germany. I went to Frankfurt, not am Main, but am Oder. I could have gone further if I'd wanted to, but there wasn't any particular reason. They put us up in a girls' high school, sad to say, without the girls. There wasn't enough to eat, but at least they let us alone. Have you noticed, by the way, that I'm missing an ear?" The veteran grinned sardonically. When we looked, we saw that his right ear was gone, and that his skin where the ear should have been was a pale, shiny pink, which looked as though it might break at any minute. We had all noticed without attaching any particular significance to it. So many men were missing one piece or another that we scarcely registered such things anymore. "Yes," Prince said, "on that side you look dead." The veteran grinned again. "That's because you're so used to stiffs you're beginning to see them even where there aren't any." "Drop all the crap," Solmer shouted, "and tell us about Germany." Well, yes, there was a moment of silence which seemed to last forever. "What's it like in Frankfurt?" asked Feldwebel Spilowski, elbowing the rest of us aside. He came from Frankfurt, and his family was probably still there. The veteran was no longer looking at us. He seemed to be staring into his own interior. The high school was on the east banks of the Oder, up on a hill. You could see a big piece of the town from there. It was all grey, the colour of dead trees, with walls sticking up here and there, all black from the smoke of fires. People were living down there, like Lancer in the trenches. As Spilowski listened, his face began to twitch, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "But our fighters and flak, wasn't there any defence? Of course, but so out of proportion. Don't worry too much, Spalovsky, Volas said. Your family was certainly evacuated to the country. No, Spalovsky shouted in a voice of despair. My wife wrote me that she had been conscripted and had to stay in town. No one has the right to leave his job. Wiener knew very well what effect his words must have on an audience starved for good news, but nothing seemed to distress him anymore. It's total war, he said, like an automaton. Nothing and no one will be spared, and German soldiers must be able to endure everything. Spalovsky walked away. He looked stunned. His eyes were glazed and his steps faltered as if he were drunk. German soldiers would have to endure everything in the world we had created. We were fitted only for that world and were otherwise inadaptable. Lenson was as still as stone and listened, stony-faced. Is it the same for all our towns? Lindbergh asked. He must have been thinking of his town by Lake Constance. I don't know, the veteran said. It's possible. You certainly know how to raise morale, said Hals in irritation. Do you want the truth or a fairy story? I felt as though I were wandering through a landscape shrouded with fog and strewn with rubble. I knew that I could never manage to be disappointed again. Before mourning with the suffering world, I would somehow have to regain my balance. Of course I thought of Paula, but it was so long since I had heard anything from her that I wondered if I would even be capable of reading a letter if we should suddenly get mail. I was filling up with bad news like a barrel filling with water from a rain pipe. When the barrel is full to overflowing, all the torrents in the world are incapable of adding to its capacity. We found ourselves in one of the rare trains still moving through that region, rolling toward East Prussia through the first frosts of our third winter of war, the fifth or sixth for some of the older men. We moved at night with all our lights out as Russian planes which occupied our bases in Poland were particularly active by day. We were moving toward Prussia, Lithuania, Latvia, and the Kurland front, to which the remnants of several German divisions were clinging. Through the darkness and the thick fog, we could see large masses of people moving on foot across the northern Polish landscape. At first, we thought we were watching infantry units on the march, but after several good looks, we realized we were watching civilians, thousands of them fleeing through the night and fog to escape the red hordes, who they sensed were very close behind them. We couldn't linger to watch those people, but could easily imagine their situation. Then we crossed the Prussian frontier into the home territory of Lenson and Smellin's two purebred Prussians, suddenly back on their native soil. Lenson stood up and leaned over the carriage door to get a closer look at his country. The rest of us didn't care so much. The landscape was scarcely distinguishable from that of Poland. Perhaps there were a few more lakes. Otherwise, as in Poland, there was forest. You really ought to see it when there's snow on the ground, Lenson said. He was suddenly smiling again. This way you can't really tell what it's like. As we remained silent and uninterested, he spoke up again. You're in Germany, for the love of God. Wake up. Think how long you've been dreaming of this. East Germany, Wiener said. Practically the front. And then, I don't know if you realize it, but I have a compass. And I can tell you we're moving to the northeast, which is no good at all. Once again, Lenson turned purple with anger. You're nothing but a bunch of milksops, he said. It's your kind of defeatism that's brought us to this. The war is already lost inside your goddamned heads, but you've got to fight anyway, whether you want to or not. Shut up, shouted 5 or 6 voices. If they want us to win the war, let them treat us like normal soldiers. You're just a bunch of whining puppies. The whole time I've known you, you've done nothing but whine. For you, the war has been lost since Voronezh. For good reason, Hals said. You'll fight, whatever the cost, and I'm the one who's telling you, because you have no choice. There's no other way out. The veteran stood up. Yes, Lenson, we'll fight, because we can't stand the idea of defeat any better than you can. And we have no choice. I don't, anyway. I'm part of a machine which operates a certain way, and only that way, and I've been part of it for too long. We stared at Wiener, somewhat taken aback. We had thought he would be able to adapt himself to any kind of life, and now here he was saying that he could live only for the cause which had already cost him so much. Lenson went on grumbling, and we went on thinking confusedly about the glimpse of the future the veteran had given us. For me, from the vantage point of Prussia, France seemed remote and unimportant. The cause which Wiener spoke of was also my cause, and despite all the difficulties and disappointments I had endured, I still felt closely linked to it. I knew that the struggle was becoming more and more serious, and that we would soon be obliged to face appalling possibilities. I felt a strong sense of solidarity with my comrades, and I could think of my own death without too much flinching, as a soothing veil that would fall slowly over me and all my terrors of the past, present, and future. My head seemed to be filled with a milky fog, which was without joy, but which suddenly made everything easy. Did my comrades feel the same way? I couldn't be sure, but my resignation seemed general. We rolled on for several hours at a reduced speed. Finally, we stopped and walked through the grey, foggy morning to a camp of wooden huts, whose appearance recalled the robust military organization only recently lost. We were given an hour to rest and the chance of a cup of hot water with a few grains of soya in it. "And to think that some fellows volunteered for the food," somebody muttered. "There couldn't be too many volunteering these days," another voice said. "Very few are around for long enough even to dream of becoming an officer. There's hardly the time to make Obergefreiter before they're getting a posthumous stripe." A few were still around for a little longer than that. Then a major, who was probably the camp commander, spoke to us. "Proud soldiers of the Gross Deutschland," he said, "your arrival in this sector fills us with joy. We know your reputation for courage in combat, which gives us a strong sense of support. Your comrades in arms in the infantry regiments fighting in the Polish forests near our frontiers feel as we do. Your arrival here reassures and comforts us, and also helps us in the extremely difficult task which has fallen on us, the defense of German and European liberty against the Bolsheviks, who would take it from us, employing the most extreme and bestial means. Today, more than ever before, our unity in combat must be total and deliberate. With the addition of your strength, we shall build a definitive rampart against the Soviet horde. Think of yourselves as the trailblazers of the European Revolution, and feel proud that you have been chosen for this undertaking, however heavy it may be. I wish the greatest possible glory for you, and convey to you the congratulations of the Führer and of the High Command. Transportation and food have been specially placed at your disposal to help you in achieving your aims. Bravo, soldiers, and courage. I know that so long as a single German soldier remains alive, no Bolshevik will ever tread on German soil. Heil Hitler." We gaped at the elegant officer in stunned silence, trying to penetrate the veil of ignorance which hid our valor from us. "Heil Hitler!" shouted a Feld, who realized that the prescribed response to the major's remarks had not occurred. "Heil Hitler!" we shouted heroically. "Either I'm crazy," Kellerman muttered, "or he was expecting us to raise his morale." "Sht," said Prinz, "we're getting another speech." This time it was a Hauptmann. "It will be my privilege," he said, "to take 2/3 of the men in your regiment under my command and lead them into battle." We all had known what was waiting for us, but that phrase made us swallow hard. The entire division will be operating in a sector to the north of us. It will be broken up into several fragments so that a series of widely scattered attacks can be made against the Russian thrust, which is extremely strong in this sector. I am expecting from you the utmost in courage and actions of distinction and glory. These are essential because we must stop the Russians here. No negligence or hesitation will be allowed. 3 officers can constitute a court-martial at any time and sanction any penalty. Poor Frosch. How many officers decided to hang you? We shall be victorious here, or be covered with shame. No Bolshevik must ever, I repeat, ever set foot on German soil. And now, my friends, I have some good news for you. There is mail for some of you, and citations and promotions. But before giving free rein to your joy, you must present yourselves at the store for fresh rations and ammunition. Dismiss. Heil Hitler. We broke ranks without any clear idea of our situation. Things are looking up, I said. A bastard who'd be glad to see us all killed, muttered Hulls. We were standing in a long line in front of a large wooden building. So that's what we get instead of Wesserido. Something tells me we'll be having a few eye-openers, Prince. Impossible. We've already seen everything there is to see. He's another one of these madmen, said Hulls. He's not. He's perfectly right, said another voice behind us. We turned around in surprise. He's right. It has to be here, or not at all. I can't explain why without taking too long, but he's right. More and more disconcerted, we stared at Weiner without saying a word, unable to grasp his attitude, which suddenly seemed so changed. I'll tell you why some other time, Weiner said. For now, you're too thick to get it. Paula, as I write, I'm looking at the letter I've longed for so much, and as I read your lines, I forget the icy ground and the east, which is still so filled with menace. Your letter, which is in my hand, seems like a miracle from heaven. I don't expect anything more from the ordinary world, from which we seem entirely cut off. I read your lines as our comrade Smellens, who is lucky enough to believe in God, recites his prayers. Nothing can help us anymore, Paula. Prayers seem like vodka, they blunt the cold for a moment. Happiness has become entirely relative and can mean simply daybreak, because darkness makes us think of death. I have been promoted to Obergefreiter, and although the stripes are still in my left pocket, I already feel that much more important. I think these extraordinary and difficult moments have made us into men. I can hear a roar in the east, Paula, but maybe it's only the wind. I look forward so much to reading another letter. For several days now we had been fighting again as we retreated. The Bolsheviks must never set foot on German soil. However, 3 powerful Soviet armies had already crossed the German frontier at 5 or 6 points, penetrating to a depth of some 30 miles, about 48 kilometers. These 3 armies had rolled over our defending troops, whose survivors were dragging with them through the autumn countryside the last weapons which supported their claim to be part of an army. To my regret, I am unable to retrace in detail the chaos of those bitter moments, but I can outline the ends of my friends like Prince, Spalovsky and Solmer, and of Lensen, who in spite of everything was really a friend. And it is Lensen I wish to salute now by describing the tragedy of his death, which I can still see clearly through the memories of so many other deaths. Whatever Lensen may have thought of me at times, I am certain that for all of us, and for his country, he was a brave man who would have sacrificed his life without hesitation to help the most insignificant fellow soldier. The manner of his death fully supports this view of him, and it is perhaps because of him that I am sitting here now, writing these lines. Lensen could never have accepted life as it is lived today, with all the concessions the former troops of the Eastern Front are obliged to make. Like the order for which he died, he was irreversible. Men who have embraced one idea can live only by and for that idea. Beyond it, they have nothing but their memories. Our attempt to save the Courland front failed, and the overpowering Russian thrust reached the Baltic at several points, which I can no longer locate with any precision. The northern front was cut in two, the far north, around the Bay of Riga as far as Libau, and the sector to which we were sent, a continuously shrinking front to the west of Libau, in Prussia and Lithuania, clinging farther south to the Vistula, which was the scene of hideous carnage. The division was split into several small groups which attempted to throw the enemy off balance by attacking simultaneously at many points. For the most part, these attacks were unsuccessful and were hastily transformed into defensive actions. At that time, the division was precipitately attempting to regroup, in order to establish a defensive front some 40 miles, about 64 kilometers, to the northwest. The bad roads, lack of fuel, mud, and faltering communications combined to slow down an operation which, under good conditions, wouldn't have lost us any time. In addition to our other difficulties, we had to contend with enemy aircraft, which had become increasingly active. Each overflight spread fresh disorder through our already weakened columns. When the order to regroup came through, our officers decided that the retreat should be spread out, and divided into small groups. This idea made sense in that we offered less of a target to planes. However, when an enemy armored unit ran into 2 or 3 widely dispersed companies, our chances of survival were at best problematical. It was under these conditions in a village of scattered houses that an encounter took place which almost erased our group from the divisional list. "I'm sure I've been here before," said Lenson, who was shocked by the misery of the country. "Everything looks so different now that I don't recognize any details, but I'm sure that over that way there are some villages I know. My own village is about 60 miles, about 97 kilometers from here." He gestured toward the southwest. "Königsberg is over that way. I've been there several times, and once I went to Kranz too. It was raining cats and dogs, but we went swimming anyway." He laughed, and we listened. Despite the crushing retreat and numbing cold, Lenson seemed to have revived on his native soil, but he felt the anguished silence of this village, whose inhabitants had fled the day before, more intensely than the rest of us. 300 of us, exhausted by a march which had begun at dawn, of 12 miles, about 19 kilometers, over waterlogged ground, were sitting doubled up for warmth, waiting for an uncertain 11 o'clock distribution of food. Only Lenson was on his feet, pacing up and down the length of the stable wall, which the rest of us were leaning against, sheltering from the incessant rain. We heard his voice against a background of explosions which were more or less loud, more or less distant, coming from the southeast. We scarcely noticed the sounds of war anymore. They had become so much the ordinary background of our lives that we no longer paid any attention to them unless they were inside a perimeter small enough to threaten immediate danger. Except for the noise to the east, everything was quiet. We were somewhat like people these days who cannot enjoy peace and quiet without a phonograph, who need noise before they can relax. Perhaps they are simply afraid of true silence. Unfortunately for us, we had no control over the volume of noise, and in fact would have been much happier without it. Except for Lenson's harangue, nothing was happening. Some 25 yards, about 23 meters from us, 6 men were preparing lunch. Somewhat further off, another group was seriously engaged in attending to personal needs. Others were resting with their eyes half closed or staring into space, dizzy with exhaustion. The melancholy autumn weather brushed our faces with its damp freshness. We had been through so much misery that we were unable to appreciate conditions which ordinarily would have moved us to pity. Through our condition of near torpor, we were dimly aware of suffering and weeping. The wounded were groaning and dying, but none of that stopped anyone from sleeping whenever there was a chance. The first part of our meal had been passed out, cellophane sausages stuffed with soybean puree, 1 for every 2 men. It goes without saying that these were cold. During the retreat, the men in charge of supply, with a stirring display of professional conscience, had collected enough old and wrinkled potatoes to fill a sidecar. They were just handing them round to the men when 4 soldiers jumped over a wall. They were gasping for breath, and as they ran toward us, they made large, sweeping gestures with their arms. One of them called to us without shouting too loud, "Ivan!" The sluggish mass of men stood up with a single movement. We knew that the next few minutes could face us with the most appalling danger. With the instinct of hunted beasts, we had already scattered, each man running to wherever he saw a possibility of the slightest protection. Those who were lucky enough to have already received their food wolfed it down hastily. Lieutenant Vollers had just joined us in a recess sheltered by a roof. His field radio, which he always kept near him, was already crackling out an alert. We waited in silence for about 10 minutes, but nothing happened. The Russians could not have been very far off, as our sentries had announced them, but none of us knew whether we would be dealing with a section or a squad, a regiment or 10 men. We hastily organized patrols. We had to find out whether we were going to fight or run as fast as we could. The 6 fellows nearest Vollers were sent over toward the wall our 2 sentries had jumped. I was among them. 2 other groups of about the same size were sent in other directions. To describe my desperation and terror would be repetitive. It was the same as at Ucheni, Belgorod, the sheds where the partisans had hidden, and so on. Like everyone else, I was resigned to the bad moments of our existence, to the sinking feeling which comes with being ripped from sleep to meet some disagreeable obligation. This was like that, only more so. We moved along the other side of the stable against which we had been dozing a few moments before, and came out onto a rough piece of ground stacked with old timbers. We were fully aware of our danger, and a heavy sense of desperation, which no longer accelerated the beating of our hearts, made us alternately hate death and long for it. My Mauser weighed down my hands like an object of no value on which I could no longer count for anything. Formerly, as we marched through Polish and Russian villages, its weight of wood and metal had given me such a sense of confidence that I had felt almost invulnerable. Today, the possibility of organizing any kind of effective defense with these weapons seemed entirely unlikely. We crossed the waste ground and arrived at a cluster of buildings, where we separated into 2 groups of 3 men each, and continued to advance as carefully as if we were carrying explosives. We turned the corner of the building and were able to see a much larger piece of the horizon, marked by a line of trees which had been almost entirely stripped of branches. Beyond the trees was a road swarming with men. In the distance, we could see still more approaching. "There must be at least 300 or 400 of them," whispered the man next to me. "Look over there." We walked back past the building where we had been resting earlier. At its far end, a row of tar barrels stood out very black against the chalky soil. Beyond them was a small house. Our steps made a light crunching noise against the fine gravel. Still silent, we stepped into the space beyond the barrels. We took 4 steps and found ourselves face to face with 4 Russian soldiers on patrol who were taking the same precautions and observing the same silence we were. For us, all process of thought froze. Our gestures were without haste. The Russians opposite us were also moving very slowly and watching us. It seemed as if, by some miracle, the same calm had been imposed on both sides. No one fired. With deliberate, calculated movements, both Russians and Germans withdrew to the shelter of the building. We stared at each other with enormous eyes. "We've seen enough of them," muttered Wiener. "Half turn." We went back to our starting point and Wiener made his report. We felt as if we'd been dreaming. A quarter of an hour later, we had set up our defences in the northern part of the village and its approaches. According to our intelligence, we were involved with an infantry regiment of some 2,000 or 3,000 men. There were 300 of us, but we were not ordered to retreat. Hours of agonized waiting went by. We were used to lengthy Russian preparations, but we also knew how steady their thrust would be. By the time the first contacts occurred, it was already growing dark. The first Russian assault units moved carefully up to the buildings under cover of dusk. The waves of Russian infantry no longer had the same dash as at Belgorod or on the Dnieper. Such astounding losses had been inflicted on those howling mobs throughout the reconquest of their territory that the Russian High Command had been obliged to conceive a somewhat less heroic tactic. Also, although they were fiercely determined to revenge themselves on us by trampling on German soil, they were fully expecting us to mount a desperate resistance. And they had come to count more heavily on the effectiveness of their tanks and aviation to reduce our smaller, under-equipped units. On our side, the magnificent lines of shouting soldiers were becoming increasingly rare, while the Bolsheviks were increasingly fighting in a European style, using techniques more or less learned from us. This shift did not make our position any easier. Our group fired at a Russian patrol leaping toward us, but we saved our mortar for later. We were beginning to run out of shells. This was only a small encounter, which seemed without importance to men accustomed to tornadoes of fire, a few fragments of brass hurtling through the dusk, breaking a shoulder, crushing a breastbone, or carrying off a life-nothing in short, which even approximated the pitch of a real battle. Of course, if the same exchange should take place in Paris today, it would be considered sufficiently serious to empty a whole section of the city and make all the headlines. Each time has its own habits and style. Throughout that black and foggy night, the Russians continued to dig in beside our precarious positions. The thought that they might burst out at any minute was terrifying enough to make us sick. Perhaps this evening would be our last. Ivan would overrun us and put an end to this desperate chase, which had lasted for nearly 2 years and covered thousands of miles marked with fear and blood. Probably tonight would be the night. We no longer knew what to hope for. But the night went by, a night of cold watchfulness, broken by flares and distinguished by nothing in particular. The Russians, who seemed to be in no hurry, watched us as we watched them. I even managed to sleep, despite the watch we were supposed to keep unbroken. Several others did the same, and it was only the cold that kept us from having a real rest. Finally, dawn broke, and with it our tension increased. The air and ground shook. The rain, which usually muffles noise, seemed to have no effect on the heavy grinding of chains and the percussive exhaust of a large number of armored vehicles. A column of tanks was driving toward the motionless village, where Russian infantry was already waiting, calm and resolute, for our deaths. We knew that there were not enough of us for any kind of defense against tanks. We had no anti-tank guns, and the few Panzerfausts we had left would never be able to stop that mass of tanks, which we judged from the noise to be quite large. Our hair bristled with cold and fear as we organized our disengagement with the speed that had become familiar. Everyone was on foot except for the drivers of our 2 sidecars, which were used for liaison between the command group and ourselves. 10 soldiers were harnessed to each gun, as we couldn't let the Russians hear the sound of engines. The company withdrew in a silence worthy of Hollywood Indians, leaving just enough men to form 3 interception groups. Each of these was made up of 10 men with 2 Jägerpanzerfausts and 4 covering riflemen. My group included Smellens and a young boy who had been specially trained in handling a Panzerfaust. Lindbergh, 2 other fellows, and I covered them. This proved to be the only time I was ever in command, a unique and tragic time during which I was responsible for 5 other men. In the second group, I knew Lenzen at the Panzerfaust. In the third group, no one. Each anti-tank group had 3 Panzerfaust's heavy, cumbersome weapons which allowed us a total of 18 chances. With maximum luck, if we hit home every time, we could hope to stop 18 of the 60 to 80 tanks we knew were coming toward us. We stiffened with terror as we grasped the desperate reality of our situation. Lieutenant Vollers told us that the enemy was slowing down, and that when 5 or 6 of their tanks were in flames, their demoralization would increase. He said that we would rejoin the company within 24 hours, but nothing could distract us from the horrible mathematics of the situation. We knew too well that the implacable thrust of the war could not be stopped. Today, on this day accursed of all others, our turn would probably come. The rest of the company moved silently past us as we listened to the final recommendations of our superior. The rumble of tanks continued unbroken. I saw Howells going by beside the veteran and ran out to grasp his hand. Lieutenant Vollers stopped talking when he noticed me. I produced a few obscenities for Howells and Wiener, inappropriate to the gravity of the moment, and briefly considered giving Howells something to send to my family later. But I couldn't find anything and limited myself to a hoarse laugh. Howells couldn't think of anything to say to me, and Wiener dragged him off. Vollers left us next, and our groups separated. I remained alone with my command, and with my doubtful friend Lindbergh, who had turned white and numb with fear. I, much too young for the job myself, had become a group leader, charged with dragging 5 other boys who had not yet attained their majorities into a horrible game of cops and robbers. I threw a quick glance at my subordinates. They were staring toward the south, where the noise was coming from. Lenzen shouted and waved toward a dip in the ground where there were 4 or 5 buildings, probably a farm. I and my group ran after Lenzen. The third group looked for somewhere to hide along the road. The wind was blowing in gusts, carrying the first half-formed flakes of the season. At that moment, the Russians began to pound the positions we had just left. The houses in the village about half a mile away were surrounded by geysers of black earth. Hastily, I sent my 2 Jaegers to a position among the large roots of some overturned trees. They began to dig frantically, trying to lower themselves a little deeper into the ground. The rest of us looked for shelter nearby.
I was with a young fellow whose name I forget, but whose expression of determined tenacity remains ineffaceable. Lindbergh and our sixth man ran into the house behind us. 100 yards, about 91 meters to our left, I could see Lenson and his assistant. The Russians were pounding the village into the ground. It was lucky we had left it when we did. As we listened once again to the noise of tanks rolling through smoking ruins, we relived the sensation of waiting through the unbearably long minutes just before action begins. We tried hard to think, but the diabolic round of our past unwound through our memories' good and bad moments in a rush too fast for any of the relief tenderness can bring. For me, there was a mixture of childhood, the war, and Paula, and all the things I still had to do and should have done. The kind of debt which weighs on the heart when time for settling has run out. We were all torn between wanting to weep and run away, and to scream and run out to meet the danger. No Bolshevik will ever tread on German soil, but they were there by thousands, crushing it with frenzy and jubilation, and there were 18 of us to stop them. 18 young men ready to cling to any miraculous superstition to go on hoping for a future as tormented as the present. Then they appeared, 10 of them at first, following the road guarded by our third group. The third group watched them coming and did their duty. We helped them, inspired by almost unbearable emotion, played out by thousandths of a second. The first tank was stopped some 20 yards, about 18 meters, from the two Panzerfausts in the third group. One of their projectiles burst on the tank's front apron, scattering a shower of rivets and killing the monster and its occupants. The others were slowly maneuvering, heavily attacking the incline of the bank to make their way around the burning tank. I couldn't stop myself from whispering, "They're coming for us." But the tanks, 3 to be exact, climbed back to face up to the threat. They hoped to frighten the anti-tank crew, counting heavily on their terrifying appearance, a calculation which almost always worked. However, a second monster burst into flame. The tank behind it brushed past, opening up a passage. It reached the German position and broke its occupant's nerve. We saw our comrades jump from their hole and run like madmen. They were trying to reach the woods and began to climb the hill. The tank, which was following right behind them, drew so close it almost touched them, before knocking them to pieces with the machine guns on board. The rest of the defense suffered the same fate. In 3 or 4 minutes, the third group was knocked out. 10 or 12 tanks were roaring down the road the company had taken on foot an hour earlier. They were certainly too far for us to try to reach them with any prospect of success. 5 more tanks appeared, following the dip of the valley, driving straight at the farm and at Lenson, who was just in front of it. Lenson and his number 2 man fired at the tanks, which were about 20 yards, about 18 meters from them. They hit too, and the noise of the explosions flooded the valley with a wave of sound. A third tank passed the 2 wrecks and seemed to be heading directly for my group. Lenson's group fired a third time, missing the tank and nearly killing us. A building some 5 yards, about 4.6 meters, from our hole burst into flame. The explosion half buried us and made us totally deaf for nearly a minute. The 3 tanks continued, pouring fire into the farm buildings. They must have thought our defense was centered there. 2 more T-34s, which had just appeared on the road, left it, driving at Lenson's position. They were out of our range, but we fired at them anyway. Smellens fired at a tank some 150 yards, about 137 meters, away and just missed it. The shell touched the ground, bounced off it, and landed farther off without exploding. All we had done was to draw their attention to us. One of the tanks drove straight at us, using all its guns. I could hear the shouts of my men. They were unable to fix their sights on the huge machine, which drove at the ruins of the house and skidded over them, probably in the belief that they were crushing us beneath their tracks. I could hear the grinding from my hole, a sound I shall never forget. The monster stopped short and turned back toward its original route along the road. Lower down, the David and Goliath battle between Lenson's group and 4 more tanks, all firing with all their guns, continued. We heard the final crash of Lenson's Panzerfaust. The tank closest to them turned back on its tracks, bumping the tank behind it.
We could hear horrible screams through the demented confusion of smoke and flame. A T-34 drove straight over the hole which sheltered Lenson and his companion. Then it reversed and leveled the place, so Lenson died, on the soil of Prussia, where he had wished to die. For us, the nightmare went on. If the tanks left us to continue their advance, we would be in terror of the infantry, which must be right behind them. In a state of indescribable fear, we looked about us. By we, I mean myself and my companion in our hole and the two others who remained as motionless as the roots that sheltered them. What had happened to Lindbergh and to the sixth man in my group? They had probably been crushed in the debris of the building knocked down by the tank. For the moment, that was the only possible conclusion. I also knew that the group on the road had been knocked out and that Lenson had died a horrible death. Where were the rest of his men? Perhaps they too were lying under the rubble of the farm. Probabilities and possibilities poured through my head. It was most unlikely that any of us could remain unseen against that pale grey soil where every protuberance was marked by a dark shadow. I thought of making a break for it, but quickly realized that every way out was in fact impossible. I might head for the pine woods to the left, but that meant at least 300 yards, about 274 meters, entirely in the open. The Popoffs would be sure to see me before I had gone even halfway. There was still a lot of smoke, but most of it was rising vertically and wouldn't hide anything. Suddenly, in a spasm of egotism, I felt myself caught in a trap from which there was no escape. I was so sure of this that I ordered my companion to shoot me. He was feeling much as I was and stared at me with anguish. "No," he said, "I could never do that. But I wish you would kill me. Please kill me." Caught in our grotesque dilemma, we stared at each other, full of mistrust and rancor, each trying to hand over sole responsibility to the other. "We're going to die here, you bastard," I snarled. "So shoot me, that's an order." "No, no, I can't," he sobbed. "You're afraid of being left alone, that's all." "Yes, and so are you. But don't you see there's nothing else we can do?" We could hear the sound of fighting, and it was coming from the north from behind us. "Those bastards must have caught up with the company," I said. The noise continued. We stared at each other, motionless and silent. There was no more to say, because everything had already been said a long time ago. Then my two forward men appeared, and a few moments later Lindbergh, dragging along with him a fellow with a badly swollen face. We all squatted down, and then someone noticed some men whose moving figures blotted out the ruins of the farm. They were moving forward by cautious leaps toward the woods, some 150 yards, about 137 meters, to the left. "We should get over there too," pleaded Lindbergh. "The Russians are nearly here." "That's easy enough to say," I answered, "but look at the open ground we'd have to cross. The Russians would see us right away." No one could argue with that. Everyone looked from the woods to the edge of the village to me. If only at that moment I had possessed the conviction and the decisiveness to impose on the others an idea of what to do, to take responsibility for the men entrusted to me. I remained as I was, incapable of dealing with either the circumstances or the men, who were looking to me for some sort of initiative. The damning appraisal Lenson had once made of me seemed crushingly true. I was unworthy of command, incapable of leading, and it was here, 100 yards, about 91 meters, from the site of Lenson's heroic death, that my incapacity manifested itself. I remained where I was, overwhelmed by the 1,000 miseries of our situation, internally sobbing with despair. I felt that my companions would make for themselves the decision I was unable to impose on them with any authority. Was I a simple coward? Wasn't I really as bad as Lindbergh, whose all too obvious fear had so often disheartened us? I no longer wished for death, but simply cursed my existence, which had become a series of nightmares. On that day, at a critical moment, I failed. I failed in everything I had hoped for, from others and from myself. My head wobbled on my neck like the head of a drunk at the moment when his condition changes over from hilarity to despair. I was there, fully conscious, aware of everything, but paralyzed by insurmountable panic. I shall never forgive myself for that instant, when reality touched the deepest recesses of my being. Minutes went by, and my condition remained unchanged. Minutes I should have been putting to good use. Fear nailed me where I was, in the midst of 5 other human beings who were all on the brink of madness. I was no longer trying to see where our danger might be coming from, but was turned inward, on myself. I found nothing but despair. We could hear more tanks, the grinding of tracks and the roar of engines. I began to tremble uncontrollably, unable to tear myself from my obsession. The others were clinging to each other, their faces distorted with fear, ready to scream. Lindbergh stood up in spite of himself. He wanted to see what was happening. He had lost his gun and was no longer thinking of defending himself. A wild thought had entered his stunned mind. He fell forward, across the edge of the hole, trembling convulsively like me. He had just clenched his fists around 2 stick grenades. Death was stalking us, approaching with giant steps. This time, with a horrible shudder, I could feel its presence. Once again, from all sides, we heard the firing of big guns. The explosions nearest us destroyed what was left of our lucidity. We were no longer in a state to understand anything, except that we could also hear the sound of a truck quite nearby. Then we heard the barking of light machine guns. We stared at each other without words. The sound of a voice speaking German fell on our incredulous ears. Behind the shattered building, beside a truck with a throbbing engine, some men were speaking German. We heard more tanks and automatic weapons and stayed where we were, stiff with fear. A man leaned over our hole, a German officer. We observed his presence without really seeing him. Perhaps he thought we were dead. He went away again. But a few minutes later, 2 Panzer grenadiers led us from that hole, and we followed meekly. The anticipated German counterattack had taken place, led by 2 SS armoured regiments, and had caught the Russians on the flank, inflicting heavy losses. We even took back the village for a few days, before continuing our retreat. Memel. We moved back to the north, as a junction with the Courland front was no longer possible. What was left of the division gradually regrouped. The attempt to reunite the front had inflicted terrible losses. During this time, in a desperate lunge further to the south, the Russians reached the Baltic. Fighting of unequaled ferocity had taken place at many points through and around the swarms of terrified refugees, who made it very difficult for our troops to defend themselves. The entire Prussian civilian population was fleeing toward the coast in a tragic tide. We ourselves had 2 choices. We could turn south, opening a route through several advanced Soviet positions, or move back to the north, toward the newly established front at Memel. However, the divisional command quickly realized that we no longer had the means to move south, toward Königsberg, or even Elbing. Both towns were equally threatened, and the closest was some 100 miles, about 161 kilometers away. We would have to fight for every mile, with little chance of success, and almost no possibility of picking up any food along this route of mass exodus. So Memel was chosen, a short front which had been practically surrounded since the autumn. We would have to fight our way through to make a passage for ourselves and for the flood of refugees moving with us, constantly slowing us down and often nearly paralyzing us. A pitiful, imploring procession, dragging on foot through the bitter cold and the slush of the first snows. In spite of orders, we had to help, reassure, and support this chaotic wash of human beings. Everyone with an engine which would still run, even for an hour, carried a swarm of terrified children, trembling with cold and fear and God knows what else, while their families ran alongside, mixed in with the soldiers who were their last hope of protection. We passed through towns and villages where the inhabitants had still been living a more or less normal life until 4 or 5 days earlier, although they had realized that their danger might become imminent at any time. Now, for the last 2 days, old men, women, and children had been desperately digging out the trenches, gun pits, and anti-tank ditches which were to stop the waves of enemy tanks. This pathetic and heroic effort before the infernal debacle which would sweep them into the flux of terrorized civilians was a preliminary shock for these virtuous civilians who saw the front coming toward them in the form of exhausted, half-starved troops, tired of fighting and of living, who brushed aside human pawns without a qualm as if they were pieces in a losing game of chess. Every time a defense seemed possible, it was undertaken. The enemy at our heels was slaughtering the civilian population, who watched their approaching end in mute horror. The enemy had to be slowed down. The groups impressed into this effort accepted their fate in the ludicrous hope of putting out fires which were already raging. Their situation and sentiments were understood, and their misery measured and valued by those who came to bid them farewell. These men had reached the point beyond which death seemed desirable, and still the war went on, like a blazing fire which no sentiment, however realized, could stop. Those who broke through and reached Memel would probably die at Memel. Death at Memel would seem a relief and release, and a more orderly end than death in a place which would never be distinguished by any military operation. At this time and place the absolute would be resolved by the absurd unless perhaps that they were already the same thing. Finally, our division, which is to say, a third of it broke through, and the command at Memel was able to include it in their strength. The division had broken through, and the 1,500 men it cost us simply represented another figure to swell the note of heroism. For those who had been in the fighting, besides the men who were killed, the losses included some 20 names which had to be scrubbed from the company lists, including Siemenlace and Rienke. We might perhaps have fought our way into a trap. We even thought that perhaps the Russians had deliberately loosened their grip to let us through. We had brought along with us as many civilians as we could, but many others had stayed behind, and for them the game was nearly over. They had to dodge the tanks pursuing them, and multiple barrages of howitzers and quadruple machine guns and Ivan's bayonets, all of which is very difficult for a mother with an infant at her breast and a small child hanging onto her skirts. But after all, everyone is born to die. We arrived in Memel with trucks pulled by men and tanks serving as locomotives to trains of incredible length. We had reached the absolute limit of our capacities. Everything which still possessed a shred of human or mechanical life was moving, suppressing misery to a sense of gratitude that so much, at least, was still allowed them. Bombing stopped only those who were definitively dead. The rest, the merely wounded or dying, kept on, with burning eyes, pushing past the collapsing and the collapsed, whose bodies lay strewn along the road. The town of Memel was still alive, in ruins beneath the flames. The smoke-darkened sky, the throb of Russian fighter bombers, the heavy artillery, the terror and the whirling snow. Once again, I cannot find the words to describe what I saw. My impression is that all words and syllables were perfected to describe unimportant things. Words cannot describe the end of the war in Prussia. I was part of the exodus in France, fleeing the German troops which I later joined, and I saw mothers asking for milk at quiet farms. I also saw overturned cars and was once even machine-gunned near Montargis. But my memories of all that are touched with only a small degree of anxiety, which is even somewhat intoxicating, like the memory of a trip on which one was not alone. Also, in France, the weather was beautiful. In Prussia, it was snowing and everything had been destroyed all around us. Refugees were dying by the thousands, and no one was able to help them. The Russians, when they were not fighting our troops, pushed the tide of civilians along in front of them, firing at them and driving tanks through the terrified mob. Anyone with a little imagination can try to conceive what I am talking about. Cruelty has never been more fully realized, nor can the word horror ever adequately express what happened. We had reached the Memel cul-de-sac, a half-circle about 15 miles, about 24 kilometers, across, backing onto the Baltic, whose cold grey swells rolled in under a thick blanket of fog. We held this constantly shrinking space by some inexplicable miracle for most of the winter, harassed by continuous bombardment and permanent attack from the Russians, whose strength grew steadily as hours dwindled, overrun by thousands upon thousands of refugees. The extreme of misery to which these people were reduced can never be adequately described. They waited at Memel to be evacuated by sea before the troops were taken off in mid-December. The ruins of Memel could neither hold nor shelter the large segment of the Prussian population which had sought refuge there. This population, to which we could give only the most rudimentary help, paralyzed our movements and our already precarious system of defense. Within the half-circle we were defending, ringing with the thunder of explosions which covered every sort of shriek and scream, former elite troops, units of the Volkssturm, amputees re-engaged by the services organizing the defense of the town. Women, children, infants and invalids were crucified on the frozen earth beneath a ceiling of fog lit by the gleam of fires, or beneath the blizzards which emptied their snows over this semi-final act of the war. The food ration was so meager that the occasional distributions which were supposed to feed 5 people for a day would not now be considered enough for a schoolchild's lunch. Appeals for order and observation of the restrictions rang incessantly through the fog, which in part veiled the scene. Ships of every kind were leaving by day and by night, loaded with as many people as they could carry. Long files of refugees, whom the authorities tried vainly to register, moved toward the piers, creating targets for Russian pilots which were impossible to miss. The bombs opened hideous gaps in the screaming crowd, which died in fragments beneath these blows, but remained in line in hopes of getting on the next ship. These people were exhorted to patience, reminded of the rationing, and told to fast while they waited for deliverance. Old people killed themselves, and mothers of families who would hand their children over to another woman, begging her to feed them with the ration card she herself was giving up. A gun taken from a dead soldier would accomplish these jobs. Heroism and despair were closely intertwined. The authorities tried to keep up the spirits of the crowd by speaking of the future, but at that time and place, everything had lost its importance. These martyrs often watched suicides without really trying to stop them. Some, in a surge of madness, shot themselves on the pile of bodies which civilian aides collected in each district. Capitulation would at least have put an end to this hideous nightmare, but Russia inspired such terror and had demonstrated such cruelty that no one even considered the idea. We had to hold, no matter what it cost us, until we were eventually evacuated by sea. We had to hold or die. Or perhaps the High Command had another idea. Perhaps they were planning to transform the stronghold at Memel into a bridgehead from which they would launch a counterattack to split the Soviet thrust. This last speculation struck those of us holding the town as sheer fantasy. However, soldiers were still landing at Memel as the civilians left. We could only suppose they had come to strengthen our position. The idea of a counterattack seemed entirely unrealistic. Here we fought with the stubbornness so much admired by the High Command, solely because we still hoped there might be some sort of launch left at the end to take us out after the last civilian had been evacuated. We had to hold on, even if despair had separated us from all other human conditions. At Memel, no one could stay out of the fighting. Children and young girls dried their tears and helped the wounded, distributing food, resisting their desire to devour it, and suppressing horror and fear which were so fully justified. They performed tasks which their overburdened elders gave them, without argument or complaint. One either died or lived. No intermediate condition could be given any consideration. The children all felt this fact, without discussion or explanation. Those who survived this dramatic training would never be able to take the normal difficulties of normal life seriously. The German people really experienced the depth of things and left me with an ineffable feeling of respect, which I can describe no further. In the disorder of our advanced positions, civilians sometimes became directly involved in the fighting beside the soldiers. These civilians were often women. At the price of heavy sacrifice, the front held. By held, I mean that it did not crumble altogether. In fact, it was constantly yielding in one or several places and constantly shrinking. The long anti-tank trenches we had dug beforehand played a large part in the consolidation of our defense. The Russians depended above all on their aviation and their heavy artillery, which they strengthened constantly to knock us out. Nonetheless, their attacks cost them heavily. The contraction of our front allowed us to concentrate our defense. Memel was ringed with innumerable carcasses of Russian tanks, and there were as many anti-tank gunners as there were ordinary soldiers. Carloads of mines were driven out by civilian volunteers and placed in front of our defences by the infantry in the course of small counterattacks organised solely for this manoeuvre. We were defenceless only against aviation. Russian fighter bombers flew over continually. To the northwest of our position, the remains of several dismantled railway carriages underwent 8 attacks in 2 days. What was left of our anti-aircraft defence was concentrated around the piers, where the peril was greatest. This target constituted a real danger to the Russian pilots, who preferred to attack the rest of the stronghold, where there was no serious resistance. Thus, despite the hell of cold and fire and shortage, despite the names scratched daily from our lists, Memel almost incredibly held. Then, one grey afternoon, some elements of our famous division were regrouped at a precise point. Ammunition for an offensive was handed out, and we were given 2 tins of food each, without regard to the contents. Some received a pound of applesauce, others a pound of margarine. However, these variations seemed insignificant compared to the fact that the ghost of German military organization was still functioning during those days of grace on the fringes of a disintegrated city, which would still be known as Memel for a short time. Supplies, although obviously rationed to the limit, were still distributed before an offensive. Incredible as it may now seem, the vestigial remnants of the German army in Memel were to attempt an offensive to the south, whose aim was to re-establish contact with the front at Kranz and Königsberg. The officers who prepared the maneuver issued their directives to the disillusioned ears of combat veterans. Hals and I were jolted from the void in which we had grown used to living. We were accustomed to the most astounding orders, but this time the fact that we were going to hurl ourselves into an assault with the incredibly slender means available to us made us tremble and reel with uncontrollable vertigo. A few tanks which were still intact would support our progress. Materiel which belonged to the Courland soldiers, and even some from Germany, had been delivered. We were to proceed to a village some 10 miles, about 16 kilometers, to the south on the road which followed the coast, beside a large bay. The commanding officer of the operation chose a moment of appalling weather to launch his offensive. It was simultaneously snowing and raining. The atmospheric conditions were so disastrous that even the Russian artillery had practically stopped functioning. It was this circumstance which our leaders hoped to exploit on our last lunatic expedition. A dozen dirty grey tanks went out to meet an inexorable fate. The black crosses painted on their grey sides and the colour of our misery were scarcely visible. Inside the turrets, the ride of the Valkyrie was coming over the shortwave radios, a fitting accompaniment to supreme sacrifice. Decrepit trucks carrying field pieces and heavy machine guns followed close behind, replacing the full-track caissons of Panzer grenadiers of our prosperous days. A mass of infantry mixed with the remnants of naval and aerial groups ran along beside the motorized materiel. My group, in which, to my joy, I recognized the faces of Hals and Wiener, were clinging to the exposed chassis of an automobile which had been stripped of its skin. With ludicrous ease, our point units surprised a camp of Russian armor lined up under the snow as if on parade. The Russians, staggered by this absolutely unforeseen blow, abandoned the camp, which we burned, using one of our special incendiary techniques. A supply of Soviet fuel allowed us to think of pushing our offensive even farther, and we went on, despite the gusts of wind which lashed our hands and cheeks. Several concentrations of Russian troops gave way before our surprise thrust. However, the enemy was massed around Memel in depth, and as soon as they struck back, our thrust came to an end. We could hear the first Russian reaction and knew that we would soon be inundated by a merciless rain of fire, and that the first Russian tanks were already rolling toward us. As things were reaching a critical point for us, we heard artillery fire from the sea. The bad weather prevented us from seeing the ships just offshore, but their providential fire fell on the red tide as it moved toward us. 2 or 3 destroyers or torpedo boats had come especially to support us. Despite zero visibility, the coordinates supplied by our tanks in forward positions enabled the ships to fire with considerable precision, and the Russian thrust was more or less stopped. It was also possible that the Russians, who were further inland, misjudged the source of our fire and supposed that we possessed more ground artillery than we actually did. However, none of this made any real difference. The Russians possessed infinitely greater means than we did. Toward the end of the day, our meager operation was attacked along a flank of some 6 miles, about 9.7 kilometers. This was much more than we could take. Soon half our tanks were on fire. As foreseen, we had failed and were ordered to return to Memel 6 miles, about 9.7 kilometers, back the way we'd come, which was far more difficult than the way out. We abandoned the road we had followed for our last epic attack, except for our motorized materiel, which separated as widely as possible when the Russians fired. In the darkness, striped with thousands of lights, breathless troops were running across the dunes from one hole to the next, valuing each step which brought them closer to Memel. As a crowning blow, the column had to cross a stretch of road we ourselves had mined that morning. We tramped a mile lit by flares and streaked with white flashes. The road was narrow, but still more or less intact except for a few shell holes. The first vehicles drove full speed down that infernal space. The Russians had not yet had the time to adjust their aim, and their shells fell beyond us. However, their second round was more successful. 2 trucks were hit dead on and disintegrated. 2 more, although they were mangled and torn, got through to less dangerous ground. The wreckage of the first 2 obstructed the road, and we were sent to clear it away. Ivan was now quite close, letting us have it with grenade launchers and peppering us with machine gun fire. Despite our intense terror, we tried to keep on firing back as we climbed the slippery banks of flying gravel. The ditches where we might have found shelter had been mined. We were caught in a trap we had prepared ourselves. Several of our men fell, their arms flung outward and their eyes fixed for the last time on the dark, tormented sky. While we waited, our small band clung to the possibilities of survival. We waited beside the first 2 vehicles which had been wrecked and were obstructing the passage. All around us, Russian grenades were exploding, illuminating the darkness. A Russian quadruple machine gun was spraying the edge of the ditch, which was luckily somewhat higher than the road. The Russian guns swept much of the wreckage from the road, jarring the shattered heaps further into disintegration with each salvo. Beside these fragments of metal, which had lost almost all their shape, lay 2 men in their ragged uniforms, men who, like us, had believed in a way out and were now eternally at rest. We would have to clear the road of the wreckage which still obstructed it, but anyone who stood up would probably be hit. Once again, Wiener, the veteran, emerged from our petrified group. On his knees under the flying bullets, he hurled a grenade at the first heap of metal and blew it from the road. The second wreck went up the same way. The third, a 3.5-ton truck, required 4 grenades. Unfortunately, the wounded men inside the truck were blown up too, but that's war. Toward midnight, at the height of the storm, 2/3 of our men were back in Memel. The command had become aware of our enterprise and had provided covering fire. In a state of exhaustion, we arrived at the rear of our entrenched camp. Inventory of the missing was taken outside, among the ruins of a bathing establishment. Then, in the perpetual roar of noise from the front, we settled down and tried to sleep, even though the circumstances were so heavily against it that the attempt itself was an act of heroism. The next day, toward 11 in the morning, when we had finished eating the rations distributed before the offensive, we were sent back to posts which had to be defended. In our dramatic situation, our rest periods could not be of any greater duration. Civilians continued to embark, despite all the risks this entailed. Seas were running high, and all the buildings were covered with frost. Their human complement were waiting to leave from the jetty. Although the waves sprayed their bluish faces, there wasn't the slightest murmur of complaint. Our troops continued to deny the Russians access to the town and its immediate surroundings. The possibility of evacuation by sea represented such a lifeline that a maximum effort was mounted to make it possible for us to hold on. Food, munitions, and medicines were sent in. On certain days, our hammering from the Russians seemed to be diminishing, and despite the cold which grew daily more intense, life seemed easier. We didn't realize that the Soviet armies were concentrating their efforts farther south. Königsberg, Heiligenbeil, Elbing, and then Gotenhafen were increasingly threatened. The problem of refugees, as I learned later, was 10 times greater in those places. The Russians abandoned Memel for the moment to cut further into Prussia, where they were met with desperate resistance. However, they swept it all aside. The 3 powerful Soviet armies which had entered German territory possessed means infinitely greater than those remaining to us. In addition to this, they were inspired by savage feelings of vengeance. The tortured population of Prussia were indelibly instructed in what this meant. Elsewhere, scattered through the population were Lithuanians, anti-communist Russians, Poles, and even English and Canadian prisoners who shared our fate, even at Memel. The general terror of Russia superseded all national divisions and differences of opinion. It was a brute, fact-simple, and unassimilable. When no other course was possible, everyone fled, even the English and Canadian prisoners. The likelihood of being distinguished by the Russian assault units was too doubtful. Women of all ages were exposed to another form of outrage. The number of people evacuated by sea must have risen into the millions. The veteran had carefully set up his FM in the ruins of a house whose walls rose no higher than 3 feet, about 9 meters, from the ground. From time to time he brushed the snow from the breach with the back of his hand, which had turned grey from repeated frostbite. Since our last attack to the south of the town, the veteran seemed to have regained his calm. The nervous excitement which affected all of us no longer seemed to touch him. He no longer took part in our desperate discussions and seemed to have separated himself from all our sufferings. The war, the cold, and all the other horrors which plagued us no longer seemed to touch him. His manner was strange, and we wondered about his frame of mind. However, that morning, his FM had saved us from a Russian patrol which had become particularly interested in our group. 20 Russian bodies lay stiffening in front of the Volkssturm truck, which continued to function despite the fact that one of its back wheels was a thick log wedged against the chassis, another of the minor miracles of Memel. Then the Russians had sent a 50mm bullet under its hood, finishing off the 2 old men dressed as soldiers who sat in the cab. Hours later, the damned thing was still blocking our view. The Russians had tried to use it as a shield to get close enough to wipe us out with grenades. But Wiener had riddled them with enough fire to finish them off too. Speed had been the critical factor, and Wiener had simply been the quickest. Now he sat in silence, wiping his gun as if it were a precious jewel. The rest of us, Hals, Lindbergh, 2 others, and I, remained sitting in nervous agitation behind our cold, grey weapons, fully aware that they were no longer enough to guarantee our safety. I had at my disposal 3 Panzerfausts, and the new in the evening which the Volkssturm had recently distributed, an extremely effective weapon which combined features of both the FM and the old in the evening. I also had a small magnetic mine, which gave my stomach an extra turn. At Memel, we each carried enough of an armory to ensure a quick death. With all that load, there was no question of getting away quickly. We were to hold our position for about 2 more weeks, fighting off more or less soft attacks every 48 hours. Our rear was no great distance from the front, which made it possible for us to rotate our rest periods at reasonably frequent intervals, and rest in a manner which was more or less refreshing. Not far from us, beside what was left of the street, was a signpost stating that we were 5 miles, about 8 kilometers from the coast, the last 5 miles, about 8 kilometers, of our retreat from the Donan, almost incredible sweep of over 1,000 miles, about 1609 kilometers, much of it on foot. As the veteran sometimes jokingly said to me, "The same route your great-grandfather took with Napoleon, my boy. You might think of it as a family affair, if that's any consolation to you." Then, one evening, as we were returning to the damp and icy cellar we used as a dormitory during our rest periods, we noticed that the civilian population of Memel had almost disappeared. The last shipload of refugees must have left while we were at the front. We walked through the darkness of the town, which was more like an abandoned cemetery than a town, and returned to our cellar with something like joy in our hearts. My companions sat huddled on their ragged pallets without talking, attacking whatever comestible Gransk had been able to produce without even noticing what it was. It didn't matter a damn, their attention was elsewhere. They were dreaming in the heavy silence, fixing their eyes, which burned with accumulated distress, on the dirty grey vault of our cellar. They were dreaming of the deliverance which must be near at hand, of the leaking hulk which would carry us out onto the sea against which we had been pressed for so long. They were dreaming, staring from their dark sockets with mad, transparent eyes, and it was understood that no one would speak. Their eyes, which had grown used to staring only at the war, had turned toward the possibility of an inner vision it was just possible to glimpse, with an intensity which I also felt in myself. They were dreaming, and so that the war wouldn't catch them at it, they tried to hide it, looking at no one and keeping their eyes fixed on some inner vision of hope. I was the only one who saw them. I saw them because I had nothing else to see. I had already dreamed too much, and perhaps had lost that capacity. Too many of my dreams had been nightmares. Even if I had still been able to dream, I wouldn't have dared, because in the end, when one of the dreams came true, it was too painful. So I no longer dreamed, but watched the others, drinking in some of their hope, and turning it for moments at a time into concrete images. Worn boots on the slimy deck of a ship boots, vomiting discoloured, empty uniforms. And then I would stop because hope was so horrible. What forms did the hope of others take? It seemed that I no longer knew how to dream, and yet I too still possessed this impatience, which we hid and cherished like a treasure which life had not yet stolen. I still had it too, and was hiding it inside myself. I felt it and heard it, shrieking through my silence, shrieking so loudly that it overwhelmed me, like the noise of explosions. My balance was damaged by that sound, because I no longer dared lay claim to any particular hope or promise. I was afraid to ask too much, afraid that the least desire might seem like a demand. I was still alive and was afraid that somebody might notice. I had given everything else I had, my feelings, my anguish, my sorrow, my fear. I had also forgotten Paula, and so that I wouldn't still seem too rich, I had forgotten that I was too young. I was not in very good health, but everything at Memel was hard. People with holes in their stomachs as big as fists were asked to be brave. Others, whose blood was pouring out onto the snow, fired at the war until their eyes grew glassy. I was lucky. In spite of my fits of coughing and my bloody phlegm, I still had a spark of life, which I kept hidden. One must no longer ask anything of anybody. Even if God heard our prayers, whatever we received would be consumed. So I watched my companions as they dreamed. They too knew how dangerous dreams were in that place. Memel needed everything, dreams and hopes included. Men who still could hope fought better than those who couldn't. And we were all so tired of fighting. From time to time, one of us would emerge from torpor and scream. These screams were entirely involuntary. We couldn't stop them. They were produced by our exhaustion, by our organs writhing with fatigue. Some laughed as they howled, others prayed. Men who could pray could hope, and for so many hope was dead, so they howled their prayers. In any case, it was too late. Even if their prayers had been heard, God would no longer have dared to appear. He had abused his mercy as in the case of Smellens, who had died that morning. Smellens had wanted to die, but not until he had received some news of his little brother, whom he had only seen twice. With dry eyes, we had watched the road which should have brought us the post, but no news came. Smellens had hung on to life as long as he could, but here in Memel it was too late for the all-powerful. During the following days, the first military evacuations took place. First, the units which had been most sorely tried, with the gravely wounded given priority except for the hopeless cases, who would be as well off dying in Memel as anywhere else. The silently impatient joy of the less seriously injured who could go helped them to forget their wounds, which were tortured by the cold. Gangrenous cases stopped thinking about the amputations which awaited them. It was as if a veil of confidence had drifted gently over the town. Except for the planes which hammered at us continuously, life might also have become life again. Ships gutted by bombs blocked the approaches to the piers. Mutilated corpses floated in the debris. The Navy was performing a prodigious task. We would have been lost without it. A barge packed with men had been bombed amidships by an adroit pilot who hit the bullseye the first time. We were summoned from our rest period to deal with the mess. I shall omit the details, the memory of which still nauseates me. Our boots were red with blood. The human refuse which we threw off the front of the half-submerged wreck drew a throng of fish, and the smell of bodies torn open by gaping wounds is beyond expression, even though the water washing over the carnage diminished it somewhat. The water in which we worked at first seemed warm in comparison to the air. After a short time, however, it began to seem like torture. Our gestures became slow and hesitant, and our hearts felt the wrenching of pain which clouded our vision. We had to hang on. 2 more ships were loading up with troops, and soon it would be our turn. By mid-morning, the sky cleared. The pale sun, attempting to shine over this scene of disaster, filled us with unease. Any pleasure in the sun had long ago been killed for us. It invariably meant Russian planes. Before we had finished our cleanup, the Russian fighter bombers were overhead. This surprised no one. With good weather, it could only be expected. Limping on our painful feet, we ran as fast as we could for whatever shelter we could find. All the true concrete shelters were used as first aid hospitals or shelters for the wounded. We had to huddle in the ruins or in shell holes and bomb craters. We hid ourselves away in small clusters and tried to concentrate on our imminent escape. We could hear the anti-aircraft guns on all sides. Perhaps they would keep the planes away from the port itself. But then we heard planes flying low overhead, making the icy air around us vibrate with their passage. We watched them, rubbing our fingertips, which were numb with cold, as they passed over the ruined town, and the men in rows, bowing beneath them like grasses in a wind. They passed over 2 ships which cast off their moorings to make less of a target. 5 bombs fell simultaneously from the 5 planes gliding over the piers. 2 fell in the water, where they burst, covering the waiting men with spray. A third scattered debris on the beach, while the last 2 opened a crater in front of a line of men who would not be leaving until much later. Bodies flew into the air. Some of the survivors gave way to despair, but those who still dared to hope supported them. There were no cries except from a few wounded men who howled without meaning to. There were now some 40 planes overhead, and others were coming up from behind the cliffs to the north. One of them exploded in the air. Perhaps one of our guns had hit it. But there were no cries of triumph, as in the old days. Here there was only the noise of war. The men were silent. The ships had drawn somewhat away from the piers, but the men waiting to embark remained in their places so they wouldn't lose them. The planes turned in the sky, probably looking for the most effective positions for letting go their bombs. We watched, trembling with cold and despair, but no one questioned the sanity of the men who remained in line. We knew that when our turn came, we would do the same thing. At that time and place, hope was worth everything, a fortune which there was no question of staking. Everyone there had invested everything their torments had spared them in the possibilities which those ships represented. The planes came over again, and I hid my eyes so that I couldn't see. The rhythm was too horrible, and in the end I was only human, not God. I hadn't died on the cross and had no right to watch. The days went by. Memel no longer existed except on strategic maps. The front had shrunk, but a great many men had embarked. However, there were still thousands waiting their turn, shuttling between the positions they still had to hold and the semi-tombs where they slept their mutilated sleep. I still watched through my dazed eyes as these thousands wandered through the heights of tragedy, in a silence which, to my ears, drowned out all the noises of the earth. They had been stripped of their human condition, and I watched them in hideous loneliness, weeping internal tears as heavy as mercury. How long were we there? For how many lifetimes? It is no longer possible to say, and the world will never know. I feel now as though I was born to experience that test. Memel had become the summit of my life, the ultimate peak, with only the infinite beyond it. We felt that after Memel nothing of us would remain, and that the life we would experience in the future would be like the crutches one offers to a cripple. Memel is the tomb of my life, the absolute. The silence which enveloped our groups had a miraculous quality, which allowed each of the living dead we had become to think about what would follow our misery. However foolish it may seem today, the thought that our wretchedness would be recognized later, even posthumously, was a comfort. Today, even this last concern has disappeared. Anything which might be said about our misery depends on a system of interpretation which is believed to be perfect. But the spectacle of Memel will not even be helped by the Last Judgment. It is growing dim and vanishing without ever having been seen. We had left our cellar for a pillbox whose gun had been destroyed. I had stuffed my belongings into the space formerly occupied by the gun. Following my example, Hals, Schlesser, and another fellow had done the same. Wiener, Lindbergh, Ferrum, and 7 or 8 others occupied what was left of the turret itself. Our new lodging was less humid than the cellar, but that was not the reason for our transfer. We had shifted because in our new quarters we were closer to the various points we might have to reach at maximum speed. Our defense perimeter had shrunk even further because once again the Russians had become interested in us. The German troops still holding the tiny Memel stronghold had to face the possibility of serious attacks which might prove decisive. As it was, we were often obliged to approach our positions with extreme caution. Our men, driven beyond desperation, sometimes surrendered to the Russians, who would then put on their captives' rags and wait for the relief. Our wretched men had fallen into this trap several times. Even more often in their exhaustion, they had failed to notice Ivan crawling towards them until it was too late. Then Ivan would replace them. Wiener and 2 other fellows had almost fallen into one of these traps. The veteran had spotted it in time and had exploded into the kind of rage we knew so well. "He saved us," stammered one of the men who'd been with him. "He let them have all his grenades right in the face." Both men talked in gasps, in an automatic nervous spasm. In fact, they both knew they were probably done for. Wiener said nothing. He had recovered his silence and lay prostrate against the bunker wall, which glittered with frost, while we looked at him. We had grown used to being saved by Wiener. That evening, one of our men had tried to smoke a cigarette retrieved from a Russian cadaver. He had lit it and gone outside to relieve himself. Ivan had sharp eyes. He had spotted the glowing tip of the cigarette and a 50mm. Shell had pierced the concrete and burst in our comrade's back. He died without a sound. "Ivan has come even closer," muttered Ferrum. The next day, in a piercing cold, we went to our outermost position, which should have been in Russian hands for some time past. On our way, we passed the last tank remaining in that sector. It was an old M2, which had already been on fire, and which bore the impact marks of many shells. Its own guns had been destroyed and replaced by others which weren't made for it. Each day, it moved to a trench cut through the ruins of an alley and held Ivan back whenever he tried to get through there. The infantry in its neighborhood had often rescued that old machine from contests that were too unequal, while the soldier gutter rats infesting the ruins nearby held it in respect for the inestimable services it still performed. Today, the tank's engine had broken down, and a team of ragged mechanics were laboring over it. We had huddled nearby to watch for a moment. One of the mechanics broke a tool and threw it on the ground in a rage. We heard the others talking. The machine was beyond repair. The men stood around, considering what to do with it. It had become a familiar part of our daily landscape. 2 planes had just flown over the ruins closest to us. All the tank crew took shelter beside the tank and stared up at the planes with feverish intensity. To our surprise, we found ourselves looking at 2 German reconnaissance planes. Where had they come from? They banked when they saw the tank, which no longer bore any insignia. For a moment, we were all seized with a horrifying doubt. Would the planes take us for Russians? We all stepped into the open and waved with our arms spread wide, and the moment passed. The 2 planes flew over us very low to the right. We could see the pilots, one of them even waved. They must have come from a German base from Germany, where everything was still possible, perhaps. Our grey faces followed their flight until they vanished. In imagination, we followed them for longer still. We were still faced with the problem of the tank. The passage of the two planes had given us a fresh stimulus. Everyone was standing around the machine. Someone suggested that we try to push it. Although it was a mad idea, we all took hold of the rough and icy metal. Shouting hoarsely, we tried to establish a rhythm. There were about 30 of us, hoping to synchronize our efforts. Our boots slipped and crunched against the icy ground, but the tank didn't move. Our emaciated bodies seemed to have lost their strength. The three crewmen swore at our impotence, but still the tank didn't move. After a hurried discussion, two of our men ran to the rear. We were about to follow them when we heard the sound of an engine. There was also a truck left in Memoir, which I hadn't known until that moment. However, it arrived, jolting and backfiring. Before it had quite reached the tank, the men had pressed pieces of wood against its radiator to protect it from the shock. Then it nudged up to the tank, shoving it from the rear. For a moment we thought it was going to stall too. Then, with a series of shoves, we managed to start the tank rolling, lifting it from behind and letting it fall several times. I stared at one of the slowly turning rollers. Its motion struck me as the essence of the miracle of Memoir in miniature. The truck's engine roared, and our boots crunched against the solid ground. The tank rolled forward, and we continued on either side of it without losing our grip. My head was swimming from the effort, but I knew that something was happening in direct response to our will. Perhaps such knowledge is what constitutes joy. The heavy roller, studded with rivets, turned, and my eyes devoured it. It had also rolled across the infinity of the steppe, where part of my life had crumbled away, and it was turning now, just as I was still breathing. Joy is as simple as that. It would die perhaps within a short distance, as Hals or I might die, but until death came, it would roll noisily down the slope. I felt very much akin to this huge metal object. In Memoir, anything that moved was still alive. I was still alive. We returned twice more to the position. We would go again the next day if we survived the night. However, that night, Ivan was very much awake, raining death onto what was left of the town. The ground trembled continuously, and the sky was starred with flares. The light was as strong as broad daylight, reducing the luminous brilliance of the explosions. Our shelter cracked beneath the Russian blows, and as our lungs emptied of air, we sensed the presence of death. Volas, our leader, tried to kill himself, but we pursued him outside and grabbed him by the belt. During the course of this rescue operation, one of the rescuers was killed. Russian tanks had reached the hill to the south of our camp. Our soldiers who had been in the path of their advance had done their duty before they died. Then, a heavy bombardment from the sea had struck the tanks as they slid over the dunes. Several tanks to the south of us went up in flames. The Russians were even forced to retreat a little, fighting as they went. The bombardment from the sea continued. Through the darkness and fog, we could see the luminous discharges of the guns. With daylight, we were able to see the source of our help through heavy curtains of smoke. 2 warships were standing close by the shore. One of them was the Prince Eugen, the other was a ship of the same size. To the desperate defenders of Memel, they were a source of support we had never hoped for. The tanks respected their large guns and kept their distance. In the morning, we were supposed to return to the position described above. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, I had managed to sleep fitfully, like everyone else. Our sleep, under these circumstances, had its own peculiarities. We slept while we were wide awake, with our eyes open like extinguished lamps. There was scarcely any difference between our faces and the faces of the dead. When I woke up, I wondered if I would still be able to move. My body felt like dead wood, and I no longer dared look at my arms, which were so emaciated they were like 2 sticks. I felt an intense pain in my chest, as if another battle as fierce as the one outside were raging through my interior. Nonetheless, I had to wrench myself from my torpor. Everyone else looked as strange as I did. I stared at them all once again, as I stuffed my crumbling teeth with shreds of cotton torn from the hem of my coat. Their faces were as grey as the faces of the dead. One would have said they were dead, or else perhaps that nothing left in Memel was still alive, which seemed a distinct possibility. We left. The Russians were firing haphazardly now, as if they were just passing the time, a bullet to the left, another to the right. After the night's bombardment, none of it seemed serious. As we drew closer to the front line, the chaos became indescribable. We had to climb through or over holes and protuberances of more than 6 yards, about 5.5 meters. My head was spinning. I no longer had the strength of a child. We could see the smoke hanging over the Russians' position as well. The Kriegsmarine must have scored several direct hits. On our way, we passed several fellows who were freezing behind their guns. They stared at us as if everything was our fault. We went on without a word. Manners, the weapon of the unmannerly, counted for nothing here. Everything was dead except courage, if that was still of any importance. We had nearly reached our hole with another 150 yards, about 137 meters to go. I could see the earth heaped around it, and the empty munitions boxes, and the hole, where we would freeze for hours on end and perhaps even die. What difference did it make where we were? It was just as cold in our bunker. Anyway, to hell with it. I was still alive. But what was Wiener doing? He had stopped. I couldn't understand it, but it was all the same to me. I was so tired. But why was he firing? Wiener had set up his MG right on the ground, without even opening its front legs, and was sweeping the crest of our hole with short bursts of fire. Everyone else had instinctively found a hole. Howells was right beside me, but I couldn't look at him. He had grown old too quickly. He might have been 50 years old. "We'll soon find out," he muttered through clenched teeth. The veteran threw a grenade which landed near our former position. What an extraordinary man Wiener was. If our own troops had been in the hole, they would have shouted. The Popovs were quiet. If they had tried to fool us by shouting, we would have recognized that trick right away. But Wiener had obviously been right. They were firing at us now. That was their answer. "Schweinhund!" shouted Wiener. "Bastards!" Wiener should have been a general, or even the Führer. We had more confidence in him than in anyone else. He was firing straight at those damned moujiks. No one dared move, and to make matters even more disturbing, we could hear the noise of tanks coming toward us from behind the ridge of banked-up earth. We knew that there were 1 or 2 Russian tanks back there, which were now going to direct their fire at us. Wiener had undoubtedly made the same calculations. He was sliding carefully backward, dragging his gun. To my left, one of our men had just been hit. "Let's go back," Hal shouted. But moving back was just as dangerous as moving forward. Who could I think of to give myself more courage? My mother? Did I even have a mother? Of Paula? But what good was my version of love in my universe, of my own skin? My skin looked like Halsey's, and I didn't have the courage to look at that anymore. It's madness to have courage for nothing. There was Wiener, our leader. He was worth dying for. We had to abandon our friend Hans. His hip had been shattered, and under Russian fire we could do nothing for him. We said goodbye to him. He would know how to die, since he had known how to live at Memel. We didn't worry about it. We reached a shell hole where we set up our 2 FMS ready to fire. As we had expected, the Russians were now plastering the area we had just left with fire from their tanks. The war machine was starting up again both to the north and to the south. The Russians were coming down into our trench. It was terrible to see them, and we felt half dead with fright. Wiener wasn't firing. He looked at us, and we looked at him, as if praying for advice. Reflected on his face, we could see the immensity of the disaster. "Get out!" he shouted suddenly, his voice rising above the noise of the guns. "Get out of here as quick as you can." We had already grabbed our things and plunged down into the bottom of the hole. We stopped for a moment and stared at Wiener. "Come on!" shouted Ferrum. "Shut up, Pastor. You get out too." But Ferrum had his duties, which kept him where he was. "You go on for the love of God. Clear out, and don't worry about me. I've had enough of fighting and retreating. Wiener, there'll be no room for me after the war, remember?" The veteran had opened fire. He was firing like a madman at the Russians who were coming along the trench. Ferrum called again, but the sound of the gun drowned out his voice. We ran back off that ground which was shifting and crumbling under our feet. The position was no longer tenable. Why didn't Wiener follow us? 10 minutes later, we plunged down into our mortar and anti-tank positions. 500 yards, about 457 meters, to the east, we could see a thick cloud of smoke rising from the position we had just left. As the deluge of war poured over us, and the parapet of the gun pit trembled like the railings of a ship caught in a storm, we clung to our guns with trembling hands as to our last salvation. The fire from the ships made a critical difference to us. Without it, we would have been overrun. The danger was so pressing that no one could leave his post. Through the sharp noise of the guns, we could hear the wounded groaning. Such a peak of tragedy was beyond understanding. Each of us felt alone, stripped of all feeling and all judgment. Perhaps there would not even be time for a few hours of rest before our deaths. The men waiting at the piers had gone back to points of defence. This was not altruism, but simple self-interest. They knew that if Memel fell, no one would leave. At a high pitch of fury, they drew on their last reserves of strength to keep watch and prevent Ivan from destroying their cavalry and their hope. Memel still held Memel, a small island of courage drawn from an infinity of anguish. But the boats didn't come. Had we been abandoned? Had this final reason for fighting vanished too? Was this the end? However, the following night, a ship drew into shore like a ghost. A crowd of dying men ran toward her, fighting among each other for places. No order could have held them back. In any case, the officers were in the same state as their men. Here, no one fought because a whistle blew. We fought because there was no other possibility. It seemed that the ship had not come to pick up men, but food. We had enough food to hold out for another 3 months, but since we were to be withdrawn immediately, these supplies should have been destroyed. However, to the south, there were hundreds of thousands of refugees who were dying of hunger and cold. The crowd which had collected near the shore heard the voice of the naval officer shouting through an amplifier. At first, they couldn't understand these words, which seemed to be coming from another world, from a man whose floating mobility allowed him to see the worst from a distance. They vaguely grasped that from their misery they could still help other people farther to the south. A single word ran through their minds in an endless refrain: immediately, immediately, immediately. The boat loaded up with our supplies and took on a few wounded. Immediately. The crowd stood motionless, wrapped in a silence as large as the night. Our diminished group had been sent to the northern edge of the stronghold, to a beach beside the sea, overhung by moderately high cliffs. We still held the cliff tops, in bunkers which had been built facing the sea. However, the Russians had also reached the cliff tops at several points, and even though they were not yet there in strength, they had sent out sharpshooters who controlled the rocky beach along which we were crawling under their fire. The German positions on these heights were fortified islands, surrounded by the enemy and living on God knows what. There was no longer any question of the Grossdeutschland division or any other division. Everything which could still move in Memel was alive, and anything alive had to be used. A ragged officer had brought us to this point, where he feared the Russians might break through our rear lines. Although the position was very dangerous, it was at least somewhat less dangerous than the official front. Tanks couldn't get through unless they reached the heights, which we still dominated and weakly defended. For shelter, we used the holes dug by civilian refugees who had waited here for deliverance by sea. We were in almost constant contact with the Russians. Ivan moved along the length of the coast, peppering us from the cliffs. Sometimes he used mortars. The sandy soil was as churned up as if a harrow had been through it, and we were constantly digging out both the living and the dead. However, in this soft soil, the impact of missiles was usually dissipated. The Russians were just playing with us, but they gave us no respite. If our heads hadn't been empty, they would have burst with exasperation. Although the cold was cruel, nature had also sent us fog, which was an ally. The Russians had infiltrated our lines and were sometimes even killed from behind. They were afraid too and were hoping that support from their artillery and tanks would crush once and for all this cemetery where even the dead seemed to defy them. They infiltrated with great caution, and when they thought we could hear them, they shouted insults at us, telling us what they would do to our wives and mothers. They also said they were planning to remove parts of ourselves. Sometimes, too, they sang. Hals and I listened, with our fingers on our triggers, because they often sang and shouted like that to distract us. Ai mai drugi germanski, kak sabachi chole, yatibai skaju spatiba uyudna mamenshka. Then they would count. Listen, German soldiers, you are going to die. Listen, raz, dva, tri. Then they would let off a volley, while we listened in silence, like antennae destined to pick up all the ignominies on earth. During the night, 2 more boats came. At the risk of instant death, a crowd of ragged soldiers ran to board them. We were too far from the shore to get there in time. As the nausea rose in our throats, we stood powerless and trying to calculate our isolation. Every time a boatload withdrew, our defense was weakened to that degree. Nothing could stop Ivan now. As soon as the wave broke, we would run like rats. The long nightmare turned heavily in our minds, and we all trembled uncontrollably. Hals had lifted his gun to his head. I must have stared at him with enough sorrow to stop him. He turned back onto his stomach and crushed his face into the ground. The next day, we were still covered with fog. The front was quiet. Were the Russians preparing something? Hals and Schlesser had crawled toward the water, toward a smashed car which stood in the spray at the edge of the beach. I joined them, taking maximum precautions. Hals spoke in a half-whisper. You help us, Sajer. We'll get those inner tubes. 3 of them are still good. To make floats? Yes, a raft. But be careful. We don't have any tools, so we'll have to use bayonets. Do it like this, but be careful. I felt as if a shaft of light had pierced my mind. A raft. We might float for a long time, but this also might be our last chance. We had no tools, and we would have to get the tires off the wheels without lifting them. Trembling with anxiety, we set about this desperate task. The inner tubes had to be full of air, otherwise they'd be no good to us. Faham came over and joined us. You're crazy, he said. Even if you get the tubes out, they're sure to burst. After all, it's the tire that holds the pressure in. It was true that we'd been half off our heads for quite a while now. We couldn't give up the idea of escape, and received Fairham's objectivity with ferocious scowls. Then let's take the whole wheel, Hals said. I'm sure they won't float, said Fairham. Shut up, roared Hals. You stick to your god. Myself, I have more confidence in these tires. Fairham said nothing more, and like the rest of us, tried to free the nuts with the tip of his bayonet. It took us at least 2 hours to complete the job. We also had to dig away the sand from under the right front tire, as the wreck was lying on its side. We could hear the sound of heavy mortars in Memel. The ground shook as far out as we were, and it seemed likely that the Russians had taken a big slice of what was left of the town. We no longer dared to think about what might be happening there, concentrating instead on the ridiculous work we had undertaken. Twice we were forced to give it up and get back to our holes. The Russians were infiltrating all along our positions, crawling through the fog almost everywhere. Hals and I clung to each other in our refuge. For the 7th or 8th time, we had fired almost point blank on Asiatic-looking men with Asiatic faces. Each time our Volkssturm shook in our hands and we trembled with fright. By evening, the whole city looked like a volcano. Stalin's organs were howling without stopping, loosing a storm of random fire. Our shattered nerves no longer reacted. Everything was at once hazy and luminous. By now there were 7 or 8 of us fastening belts and boards onto the 3 tires which would probably never float. 7 or 8 who would probably be killing each other within minutes, for it was clear that the raft would never hold all of us. It was ready. Schlesser and Fairham pushed it toward the water. We followed like wolves afraid of missing part of the feast. Wait a minute, I'll give it a try, said Fairham. We all took a step forward. Fairham looked at us. He knew that if he went too far, we would kill him. Our silhouettes wavered against the lights which were consuming Memel. and our eyes followed the movement of the raft as it pitched, half submerged on the dark water which melted into the night and fog. As Fairham tried to maintain a balance which every physical law made impossible, he must have prayed to the sadistic god who watched him sink. He didn't jump until the water had risen over his belt, as our safety foundered before our eyes. The night passed slowly, lit by the huge fires. The beach, from which we stared with enormous eyes, shifted from pink to orange. A very young boy from one of the Volkssturm groups had succumbed to despair. His body remained wedged upright in the midst of our group, most of whom didn't even notice that he had died. Another suddenly stood up and walked off, as if hypnotized by the flames in the south, moving toward Memel in a state which was certainly not conscious. We watched him disappear into the brilliant, unreal half-darkness. The Russians could have taken us by surprise now, without any attempt on our part to intercept them. The horrified faces of the last soldiers in the armies of the East were fixed with fascination on the apocalypse of Memel. At daybreak, the fire over the ruins of the town had turned pale yellow, almost white. We were given no orders or coordinates, and remained where we were, motionless and almost senseless, lost in the hideous solitude. Toward the middle of the day, Vollers, our leader, said that he was leaving for Memel. He didn't order us to follow him, but we did. Halfway there, we collapsed on the road. Our strength was gone, and the half-mile we had been able to stumble was all we could manage. Somewhere, a short distance to the east, they were still fighting. How was it possible that any of our men still survived? A heavy black cloud with a red base lay motionless across the whole horizon, and to the south at the docks there were other fires. Could anyone still be alive in that place? We lay where we were, prostrate and silent, with our eyes fixed on the enormity of the catastrophe. Hours passed. Our lives were running out, and our eyes had a strange fixity. No one thought of opening the few cans we had left. We knew that any food would taste too bitter with the taste of Memel. Once again, darkness covered us, and our motionless group melted into the fog, which lay like a winding sheet over Memel and stagnated on the sea. Another group of bent men walked slowly by some 10 yards, about 9.1 meters from us. They seemed somehow unreal. Were they German survivors still wandering through this little piece of the void which fate still allowed us? Were they Russians, or were they perhaps a dream? I don't know how long we stayed there, perhaps for another day and night. No one can be exact about a nightmare. Also, it is a question of no great importance. Some things like Memel cannot be measured by any ordinary scale. I still need corroboration to believe that Memel really happened and is not the fantasy of a spell of madness. Describing it as I have done still makes me tremble with horror and suffer again, for even the memory is painful. The tomb of Memel, where no one has ever gone to meditate, will receive my recollections as a humble and discreet offering. I make no appeals to humanity and cry for no vengeance. Except for these lines, I remain silent because I have lost my power of discretion. I have also learned in my solitude that there is no power more unalterable than the power of forgiveness. At some point, we became aware of sounds from the sea. Every sound from the sea could still mean life. We stood up and listened. The noise, which was scarcely audible, was muffled and heavy like an idling engine. And then there was the sound of voices at first, blurred and incomprehensible. We walked out into the water, scarcely aware of its touch. Through 2 bursts of thunder, we caught some words. "Hier Windau! Hier Windau!" They were asking about Windau, a city farther to the north. A boat with all its lights out was lost in the fog. The voice kept on calling. It was probably coming through a megaphone. We trembled and shouted as loud as we could with what was left of our strength. "Windau!" We had all run into the water like madmen. The first shock revived us for a moment. We went on shouting as the water reached our chests. Some men stumbled and fell and then staggered to their feet again, still shouting. Soon the water was up to our chins. We thought we would pull off our clothes and swim. Then the vague outline of the boat emerged from the fog, and we shouted again. The boat scraped against the sand and stopped. Half drowned, we went out to meet our salvation. Swimming, floating, sinking, and surfacing again, we reached the sides of the boat. We could just make out the men leaning over the side sailors who were throwing us lines and nets. They were asking us questions, but no one answered. We were all hanging on to anything that was thrown out to us, gasping and imploring. I thrust my fingers into a hole whose edge was encrusted with rivets, my fingers half dead with cold, gripped like claws. Everyone was shoving and pushing for a rope or net. The icy cold of the water began to break my will. Stiff with suffering, I kept my hold and fought against losing consciousness. An empty cigarette package floated from my pocket and lay on the water some inches from me. I stared at it to fix my wandering attention, and as I stared, my vision grew hazy. Everything had become painless, and I scarcely felt the arms which were pulling me on board. They put me down on the deck, beside my exhausted companions. We were nothing but a shapeless, soaking mass, like a huge mound of wet sacking. Through my semi-consciousness, I realized they were passing around cups of boiling hot tea, which I swallowed down to the peril of my inner organs. My motionless gaze remained fixed on the flaming Prussian coast. I no longer have any clear memory of what happened next. I don't really understand why we didn't die of exposure on the deck. Perhaps the sailors rubbed us to keep us warm. I can only remember one thing clearly. The roar of the war coming from the land dominated all the sounds of the boat and of the sea. Later, the boat arrived at Pillau, where we got off. On trembling legs, surrounded by a flood of refugees, we reached a first aid station where our physical condition was checked. A multitude of wounded men were sitting or lying all around us in huge open sheds. The little port seemed filled with a sense of feverish agitation and urgency. If the war had not yet arrived, it was nonetheless very close. We sensed its imminence and could hear its thunder to the northeast. Calvary Pillau, Karlberg, Danzig, Gutenhafen, our last battle. We stayed at Pillau for about 3 weeks. We had been declared unfit for service at the front, as we were all more or less wounded and otherwise in a state which deserved treatment in a sanitarium. Our liquefied brains were no longer able to grasp what was happening to us or what was asked of us. However, although we were not in a condition to function under fire, this did not mean that we were exempted from service. The staggering flood of refugees which had poured into Pillau did not allow anyone who still had 2 arms and 2 legs to remain idle. Along with others whose wounds were more serious than ours, we were absorbed by the first aid organization which was trying to help the civilians waiting to leave in the face of almost insuperable difficulties. All of these people had lived through a hideous exodus, and the horror of what they had seen was still impressed on their emaciated faces. There was also a swarm of wounded men, soldiers from Königsberg and Krantz, lying about wherever they could. This was often outdoors, in the intense January cold, which sometimes cut short their sufferings. Boats were still putting into Pillau, and leaving filled with people. 3/4 of each load was civilian, the rest wounded soldiers. This groaning crowd of men, clinging to a last hope of evacuation, was divided into 2 categories. The most severely wounded, those whose chances of survival were doubtful, who would at best be hideously mutilated, were not embarked. For them, everything was over. The rest, who might still have some hope of a decent life, were eligible for the boats, which, with any luck, would carry them to the west, to that region we still imagined as a zone of relative quiet. For every 1,000 persons embarked, some 3,000 more arrived from the east, swelling the ranks of the mob which had turned to us for help. If the fighting should reach us here, it would be the hell of Memel all over again, only worse. There were many more people here, and the numbers were continuously growing. People were coming in from the south, having crossed the Frisches Haff on anything that would float. They came from Heiligenspile, Pommerendorf, Elbing, and even from Preussisch Holland. They had been told that at Pillau they might be able to get on a boat. We spoke to several of these wretched people. Almost everyone had lost 1 or 2 relatives on the way, and described in trembling voices scenes like the ones we had witnessed at Memel. We learned from them that the flight toward Danzig had been cut in 2, and that the Russians had reached the Haff at several points. It sounded as if the horror of Memel was duplicated in almost every Prussian coastal town. Swaying on our unsteady legs, we stared at the vast flood of human misery slowly washing toward the safety which had been promised. In spite of the most prodigious efforts, it was clear that these people could not receive even a tenth of what they were expecting. If their prayers had been heard, heaven would have opened to succor their misery. But nothing happened, and misery subsided only for moments at a time, as on the tear-streaked face of a child who has collapsed into a passing sleep. As winter closed in, the thermometer sank toward 5 degrees below zero, only aggravating the plight of the refugees and accelerating the death rate. A crowd stretched as far as the eye could see, in front of a large building crammed with people. From the building, a faint smell of the gruel cooking in large cauldrons washed over the tightly compressed mass of people, who stood stamping their feet to keep from freezing. The thudding of their feet against the pavement sounded like a dull roll of muffled drums. The children were the most heart-wringing. Many were lost. When they tired of calling for their mothers, they collapsed into floods of tears which nothing and no one could console. These were the smallest ones, too young to grasp any explanations. Their faces, dabbed with tears which instantly froze, remain one of the most pathetic images of that time. We tried to gather them inside, near the cauldrons, where they might feel some of the heat. We questioned them, hoping for some identifying information we could broadcast over loudspeakers, but they could only reply with tears and sobs. Further on, a large metal cross, which stood on a slight elevation, glittered with frost. It looked like a huge sword thrust into the breast of catastrophe. Another part of the crowd had collected here to listen to the prayers and encouragement of a priest. The cold grew so intense that the frisches half froze, creating new difficulties for the boats still coming into Pillau. The frisches half froze, and despite the desperate consequences of such cold, the fact was put to use. Hundreds of thousands, on forced marches across the ice, were able to reach the narrow strip of land at Neerung and Karlberg, and finally, Danzig. People also left from the pocket at Heiligenbeil. They experienced every sort of hardship, including attacks from Soviet fighter bombers, which tried to break the ice with strings of bombs, and often succeeded. Private cars and other vehicles of every kind frequently disappeared into crevasses covered over by thin films of ice. However, nothing could hold back the flood of refugees who were prepared to endure the most severe hardships. As the Russians grew increasingly active throughout the sector, large numbers of people left Pillau by this providential route. Russian planes were flying over Pillau every day, and it appeared that the defense of Königsberg had given way. As the work at Pillau had become less intense, we planned to evacuate everyone who wasn't strictly essential. It was barely 12 miles, about 19 kilometers, from Königsberg to Pillau. The front at Kranz had also been shortened, and before long we too would probably be directly involved in the fighting. We were part of an inadequate reserve composed principally of fragments of broken or annihilated units, from which a certain standard of performance was still expected. No one knew any longer where the rest of the Großdeutschland might be, but we still wore our divisional flashes on our worn and discoloured tunics, and there were still a few familiar names near me, principally Lieutenant Wollers, with a dirty dressing on his right hand which had lost 2 fingers. Ferrum, our disillusioned pastor, Schlesser, Lindbergh, who had survived his fear, and our cook, Gransk, who had long ago exchanged his cauldrons for an FM. There were also my friend Hulls, whom I will never be able to forget, and I, who have consecrated the rest of my life to bearing witness. Then there were 7 or 8 others, whose names I never knew, who, with us, made up what was left of the Großdeutschland division in that area. Had our division been scratched off the list? Not yet, it seemed. An officer hailed us and ordered us to attention. Our eyes, which had already seen so much, studied this grey-faced Hauptmann, who still clung to his sense of disciplinary strength. This discipline, which had so often annoyed us in the past, touched us now like a soothing balm. Its demands were those made of living beings, of creatures still worthy of life. We analysed no further than that. For us, accustomed as we were to thinking only of the moment, this realisation was a kind of dividend. The captain spoke to us, and through his firm official voice we caught the intense emotion of the crushing load which weighed on all of us, officers and troops, men, women and children. The time of boasting and gratuitous bullying was so far behind us that no attitude incompatible with the gravity of the circumstances was possible. A man was speaking to us as men. No one could evade the situation. However, this man still wore the vestiges of a military uniform and was still trying to impose some semblance of order in a situation of cataclysm which had swept an entire nation into a devastating retreat. This man, who knew that everything was lost, was still trying to save the moment. He told us that we would have to withdraw, that we too would have to cross the ice of the Frisches Haff and get to Danzig, where several sizable fragments of our division still remained. He tried to tell us, in a tone which was not peremptory, that there was still work for us to do as part of a particular organization which could be found where he had indicated. He was not trying to spare us a worse disaster when he gave us those orders. The worst was everywhere, and there was no escape. The Hauptmann was already walking toward another group of men, saluting as he withdrew. So we started to walk. A violent wind swept the snow from the mirror like expanse of ice. In the distance we could hear the gentle purr of the sea behind us, the steady roar of war. In the evening we reached the Frischneerung and the first anti-aircraft bunkers, which barely rose above the long grasses, bent over beneath their burden of snow. To crown my personal difficulties, I fell and injured my foot. It was 40 miles, about 64 kilometers, across the Neerung. I would have to make it anyway. For a long time now, I had known that fate was against me. I found a broken broomstick to use as a crutch. So many people had suffered and died in this place that my minor discomfort seemed almost indecently trivial. We progressed very slowly. The hollow of a battered, overturned boat sheltered us for a few hours. We were not the only ones to use it. A group of shivering civilians were already inside, groaning as they tried to sleep. I buried my head against Hals's shoulder, hoping to pass out, despite our wretchedness. We reached Kullberg toward the middle of the next day. The small town was overflowing with starving refugees. People with the faces of madmen were wolfing down the flour, which was the only food distributed to them. Cans of condensed milk were reserved for the children. Soldiers also had to stand in interminable lines to receive finally 2 handfuls of flour apiece and a cup of hot water infused with a minute portion of tea. Our exhausting march resumed amid the pitiable swarms of faltering refugees. Twice we were attacked by Soviet planes, swooping low and scattering missiles which had been designed to destroy tanks. Each impact tore long, bloody furrows in the dense mass, and for a moment the wind was tinged with the warm smell of disemboweled bodies. Above all, I feared for the children, who could no longer understand anything about their situation. They didn't know that the planes were enemy aircraft, or how urgently they were faced with cold and hunger. Everything was a misery for them, and each step a trap. The sky could make them suffer, and the earth hurt them. Their hands and feet made them bite their lips with pain. They were lost in a state of constant fear, which was justified by a world of horror which never let them forget their pitiable weakness. They stared about them with unseeing eyes at their swollen hands, which they wished were no longer attached to their bodies, at the people around them who should no longer exist, and at the frozen grasses trembling in the wind, which they would never again enjoy as part of an innocent game. I feared for these children who were being punished before they had committed any crime, for whom the idea of existence would become synonymous with vengeance. I could do nothing but watch this tragic procession. Even my life would be no help to them. I was not a redeeming Christ, and in any case I had discovered very good reasons for dying. We reached Danzig 3 days after crossing the ice of the Frisches Haff. Everything was calm in the city, despite the tragic spectacle of hundreds of thousands of refugees. The war was to the south of us, so that we even escaped its noise, although frequent air raids struck at the heart of the crowded city. Danzig had become the terminal point of the Prussian exodus, and, although huge crowds were living day and night without shelter, there was nonetheless a substantial and organized effort to help them. It was still possible to leave for the west by rail, and the port was still open to maritime traffic. We waited down by the docks, in a dense mass of vagabonds. Vollers went to a centre which should have been able to give us some information about reintegrating with our group. He waited for several hours under its flattened glass roof. I myself was in no hurry to move on, as the stiff folds of my boot pressed painfully against my swollen ankle. A large ship had come into Neufahrwasser, and the crowd had flowed toward the pier. The ship had not yet cast off its mooring lines, and everyone would have to wait for several hours before they were loosed again. But in Danzig, then time counted for nothing. Each aim was stubbornly pursued, even at the cost of maximum patience, endurance, and suffering. As always, there were children with their small faces twisted by emotion, staring and hating without comprehension and without looking for any explanations. When sleep overwhelmed them, they slept where they were, without any release from trouble. I, immobilized by exhaustion and by my sense of solitude, tried to see no more than the seagulls did as they flew overhead, seemingly part of another world. For 2 days now, we had been waiting for some information or some instructions under the shattered glass structure of the station. A wind which made the inside as cold as the outdoors shook the metal frame, loosening and scattering the remaining glass fragments. We had to keep walking and waving our arms to avoid freezing on the spot. As it was very hard for me to walk, my comrades gave me a permanent place inside, while they took turns walking through the rubble of the port. Finally, a piece of negative information reached us. There were no Großdeutschland units in Danzig. Perhaps they had moved on to Guttenhafen. Guttenhafen was several miles to the north, on the bay only a short walk, if my foot would support me. With the aid of hulls and my broomstick crutch, I managed to cross part of the town. On the way, Providence intervened to help us. Some civilians who had been watching us from their house came out to meet us and took us back indoors. The house was warm, and it seemed as if the gates of paradise had opened to receive us. There was already a crowd of people in the house refugees from the east, including large numbers of silent children, who seemed to relish the wall bench on which they were sitting, as if it were a marvelous toy. There was water in the house, and our hosts offered us the opportunity to wash. Vollers knew that soldiers had no right to the privileges reserved for fleeing civilians, but his dressing was a mass of putrefaction, and his body was so exhausted he didn't know how to refuse. Even I was able to soak my swollen ankle in a basin of hot water. The owners of the house insisted that we rest there overnight and in the evening produce something for us to eat. We spent the night in the warmth of the cellar. Unfortunately, we were so unused to being warm that we couldn't appreciate it as much as we should have. We shook uncontrollably for seconds at a time, as if some form of warning system were on continuous alert inside our heads. Our exhaustion, which we had been keeping more or less suppressed, broke out during this period of unaccustomed rest. Lindbergh trembled for minutes at a time. Hulls felt so lost if he fell asleep lying down that he spent the night propped against the wall, whimpering. As for me, I was racked down the length of my body with pains which seemed to rise and fall as I breathed. Were we no longer able to function like normal human beings? This was certainly possible. However, one development struck me as extremely favorable. The 3 hot soakings I was able to give my foot put an end to the trouble in record time. Perhaps when our bodies have been deprived of practically everything, they react favorably to the most elementary care. Then the most desperately wounded clung to life after a glass of schnapps and a promise. Today, a simple cold can flatten a healthy man for several days. Then we were certainly not supermen, but men in the most real and complete sense in the world. In the morning, we took leave of our benefactors, who told us that their last reserves had been exhausted, and that they were planning to leave Danzig and flee to the west while there was still time. With daybreak, which came late, the first fighter bombers appeared and attacked the port, and we said goodbye against the roar of explosions and the barking of flak. We resumed our march toward Guttenhafen, sharing the road with an unbroken column of civilians who were all moving west, as Danzig could no longer be considered safe. Others were moving north, following the coast to Hela, a port opposite Guttenhafen, which was used almost as heavily as Danzig. Gotenhafen, about a month before its destruction, was a collection point for wounded men, who were then sent on to villages and hamlets inland. Others passed through it to continue on the next lap of their miserable route, as always or foot. Hilo was the next stop, some 30 miles, about 48 kilometers beyond Gotenhafen. We questioned the groups of soldiers we met along the way. No one knew anything or had seen any trace of our unit. Someone suggested the assembly center, but when we got there, we hesitated to ask any questions of the harried officials who had been overtaken by the course of events. A rumor was circulating through the throng of refugees. A large ship had been sunk a few days earlier, almost certainly after a torpedo attack. It had been crammed with refugees, relieved to be escaping to a region of greater security. It was easy to imagine the horror of the scene in the black and icy night. The news of this disaster had been officially withheld, but had nonetheless penetrated to the anxious mob, for whom the sea route was the last hope of escape. The ship in question was thought to be the Wilhelm Gustloff. We had still been unable to obtain any information about our unit. Finally, we were reincorporated in a defense battalion which, with civilian aid, was constructing a line of defense to the west of Sopot. We dug in some 20 miles, about 32 kilometers inland. I had no idea where the enemy was, but it seemed to me that the positions we were organizing faced the wrong way. The anti-tank and anti-aircraft guns pointed west and southwest, the only directions in which retreat was possible. I couldn't understand it, but that made no difference. It wasn't the first time, and others were undoubtedly thinking for us. Aside from the problem of civilian refugees overflowing from every farmhouse and outbuilding, life was much easier here. The Prussian farmers continued to function with order and discipline, despite the anxiety which visibly marked their faces. The future looked dark, and the miracle which yesterday might have saved them now seemed much less possible. Despite orders to avoid despair and panic, and despite an effort to continue life as usual in the rush of the exodus, these people were quietly and surreptitiously beginning to liquidate their stocks, rather than lose them to the enemy. Many cattle were slaughtered for food, which later proved to have been wisely done. A short time after that, cattle were collapsing and dying by the hundreds on the frozen soil. Despite the hard work and the endless watches and patrols, we regained some of our strength on a diet which was no longer tightly rationed. Meat had the greatest effect on our physical wretchedness, and we absorbed it, as the war absorbed everything, with maximum determination. Gransk had returned to his old job. With the help of civilian volunteers, he set up a huge kitchen in an open shed. 2 trucks shuttled between Sopot, Gotenhafen and Danzig. Ammunition for the front was organized here and transported in small loads. With the exception of a few air raids, life went on in a state of striking calm, which seemed incompatible with the gravity of the hour toward the end of the war in the beginning of 1945. Even the cold had lessened, and we no longer dared look at the sky, which brought us such indecent clemency. We spent long hours engaged in activities created by the necessities of the times, but which nonetheless seemed to us like a diversion. Then one day toward the end of February, an organization which we thought no longer existed invited us back to Gotenhafen. Our Gross Deutschland group had collected a few fragments which were to be embarked for the West. Everything seemed to be improving. We separated ourselves from the battalion which had utilized our service and said goodbye to the comrades we had made. Gransk left the kitchen he had organized so efficiently with regret. This break, however, saved us from the horrible ordeal in which that battalion was practically destroyed. Heaven, which had so often overwhelmed us, spared us this time. Russian tanks moved in from the west, and a storm of fire of unequaled violence broke over the positions we had so judiciously arranged. Our men took the first blow, but were soon swept aside. The Russians suffered frightful losses, but as we had learned, this made little difference to them. From Gotenhafen, where we were waiting for orders, the roar of the war rang louder than ever. Russian infiltration had penetrated to within 6 miles, about 9.7 kilometers of the city, and our retreating troops were engaged in fierce fighting. Through the rain of shells which cut them down, the fleeing civilians entrenched in the countryside moved back toward town. Large German battleships were firing from the sea at advanced Soviet positions. The ground trembled and shook, and any window panes still in place fell out. We were trying to impose some sort of order on the swarm of terrified civilians who wished to embark for Gila. Retreating troops were also arriving in the city, which indicated that we could no longer count on our barrage. The town was gripped once again by frantic panic, and the civilians making their way to the port completed the paralysis of the order which had been maintained until then only with the greatest of difficulty. Although we all had evacuation papers, we were rounded up once again and sent to Sopot to fill a gap in the line. We left Gotenhafen, where despair had assumed a pitch of delirious intensity. With dry mouths and rage in our hearts, we climbed into the civilian cars, which were to take us to our new Golgotha. Through the windows, which we kept shut against the cold, we watched the sky, where flights of fighter bombers buzzed like enraged wasps. At Brussels, we left our cars to plunge directly into the rubble. The town rang to the sounds of an exploding universe. The Russians were attacking everything that moved with rockets and bombs, and their planes came over so low we could almost see the grins on the pilots' faces. When they had gone, we moved back to our rickety cars and started off again through the flying dust. The road was strewn with rubble, and several times we had to dig our way through. We also had to skirt the enormous shell holes into which we otherwise would have disappeared entirely. Our journey ended when we were dumped with our Panzerfaust at the edge of a small village. We could hear the big guns some 10 minutes to the south. We ran toward a leafless hedge with a sidecar pulled up beside it. We thought we might receive some instructions, but we arrived too late. Both occupants of the sidecar had been shot. The driver had collapsed over the handlebars, with his back reduced to a bloody pulp. The other man appeared to be asleep, but he too was dead. The bursts sounded closer each time. We had never imagined that the Russians were so close. Where were the rest of our men? Then we caught sight of them. We climbed over a garden hedge and came out onto a smooth piece of ground which sloped up to the horizon some 200 yards, about 183 meters, beyond and above us. Continuous trails of smoke marked the discharge of big guns and the impacts of their shells, and the grey sky was lit by flashes of white light. We had to reach that high ground whatever the cost, and we all had our passports for the West in our pockets. I knew very well what kind of curse lay behind the closed faces of each of my companions. As if the malevolence of the situation were drawing us on, we completed our progress with a series of carp-like leaps which were unknown to any system of physical training. 3 German half-tracks, which had been resuscitated from some unit, were pointing their DCAs at some 20 motionless Soviet tanks waiting on the brown and white ground. Soldiers crusted with mud crouched in shallow, hastily dug holes, pointing various anti-tank weapons at the monsters, which kept their distance. We had barely taken our places when a new salvo came over first the bursts, and then a thick fog of smoke, rolling toward us, level with the ground. We could hear cries and moans from our positions. The half-tracks, which were more sheltered, were also firing, and all further speech was blotted out. The Russian tanks, which still did not move, began to fire too. Some of them seemed to be paralyzed, and the smoke leaking from their entrails mixed with smoke produced by our side, which a generous wind was blowing toward the enemy. Then an inhuman order sent us forward. As the tanks were not rolling toward our Panzerfausts, we had to go out to meet them. In a series of miraculous leaps, we moved forward for several yards, through bursts of machine gun fire which felled several of my companions. Our fear reached grandiose proportions and urine poured down our legs. Our fear was so great that we lost all thought of controlling ourselves. We drew still closer, tearing convulsively at our faces after each leap. The tanks were unaccompanied and their myopia made their aim uncertain. One of them was burning some 60 yards, about 55 meters, from a hole into which 6 of us had crouched. Firing, and all further speech was blotted out. The Russian tanks, which still did not move,
began to fire too. Some of them seemed to be paralyzed, and the smoke leaking from their entrails mixed with smoke produced by our side, which a generous wind was blowing toward the enemy. Then an inhuman order sent us forward. As the tanks were not rolling toward our Panzerfausts, we had to go out to meet them. In a series of miraculous leaps, we moved forward for several yards, through bursts of machine gun fire which felled several of my companions. Our fear reached grandiose proportions, and urine poured down our legs. Our fear was so great that we lost all thought of controlling ourselves. We drew still closer, tearing convulsively at our faces after each leap. The tanks were unaccompanied, and their myopia made their aim uncertain. One of them was burning some 60 yards, about 55 meters, from a hole into which 6 of us had crowded. Then some of my comrades moved out. I stared after them with enormous eyes as they mocked their imminent deaths. 3 tanks were moving toward us. If they rolled over the mound which protected us, the war would end for us in less than a minute. I can still see those tanks blotting out everything else. I can also see the metal plaque and the nose of my first Panzerfaust, and my hand stiff with fear on the firing button. As they rolled toward us, the earth against which my body was pressed transmitted their vibrations, while my nerves, tightened to the breaking point, seemed to shrill with an ear-splitting whistle. Once again I understood that one could wear out one's life in a few seconds. I could see the reflected yellow lights on the front of the tank, and then everything disappeared in the flash of light which I had released, and which burned my face. My brain seemed paralyzed and made of the same substance as my helmet. To the side, other flashes of light battered at my eyes, which jerked open convulsively wide, although there was nothing to see. Everything was simultaneously luminous and blurred. Then a second tank in the middle distance was outlined by a glow of flame. It had not been able to take the 3 projectiles we had lobbed toward it with a considerable degree of precision. Our fingers clutched feverishly at the launching tube, which jutted against the sky somewhat to the left of the burning tank. We could hear the noise of a 3rd tank crossing a hillock just beyond our position. It had accelerated and was no more than 30 yards, about 27 meters from us, when I grabbed my last Panzerfaust. One of my comrades had already fired, and I was temporarily blinded. I stiffened my powers of vision and regained my sight to see a multitude of rollers caked with mud churning past in a dull roar of sound some 5 or 6 yards, about 5.5 meters from us. An inhuman cry of terror rose from our helpless throats. The tank withdrew into the noise of battle and finally disappeared in a volcanic eruption which lifted it from the ground in a thick cloud of smoke. Our wildly staring eyes tried to fix on something solid, but could find nothing except smoke and flame. As there were no more tanks, our madness thrust us from our refuge toward the fire whose brilliance tortured our eyes. The noise of the tanks was growing fainter. The Russians were backing away from the stubbornness which the devil seemed to have instilled in us. We collapsed onto the icy ground, whose touch seemed gentle to our exhausted bodies. The first 3 attacking tanks had been destroyed. The others, from each of which we pulled a wounded man, had been stopped. The rest had no longer wished to expose themselves to our desperate resistance. They would undoubtedly reappear in greater numbers, with the support of planes or artillery, and our despairing frenzy would count for nothing. We were still fighting, and although the disproportion of our strength relative to the enemy's left us with no hope, our struggle was not in vain, because it allowed a host of civilians to escape. During a sleepless night, other German troops joined us. We re-established our positions and laid down a minefield, which a fresh delivery of supplies from Danzig made possible. The mines were a powerful support for our defense, but unfortunately they were effective only once, and the Russians would certainly give the ground a preliminary going over with a heavy bombardment. For 3 days, the Russians had been launching intensive attacks toward the bay, attempting to cut off Danzig from Gottenhafen. Furham had been seriously wounded, and once again we had been forced to give up some ground. This time, we had the invaluable support of naval artillery. If the Russians had not been there with such vast quantities of men and materiel, they would probably have been obliged to withdraw.
The remainder of our forces was concentrated on a small piece of territory. The Russians were using planes against us, and it was above all their air power which overwhelmed us in the end. As we stared toward the horizon, we could see that the slightest projection had been eliminated. The territory in which even 6 months ago life must have had a certain regularity and sweetness was now experiencing an apocalypse. It was no longer possible to move during the day. The sky was constantly filled with Russian planes, which, despite the heavy opposition of our anti-aircraft defenses, always returned in constantly increasing numbers. Our defenses, moreover, were continuously weakening as the evacuation of troops began. We were among the first to return to Gotenhafen, where certain sections of the city were already the scene of fierce combat. Within a few days, the appearance of the town had entirely changed. There were ruins everywhere, and a strong smell of gas and burning filled the air. The wide street which led down to the docks no longer had any definition. The wreckage of the buildings which had once lined it was crumbled right across the roadbed, obstructing all passage. Along with thousands of others, we were put to work clearing away the rubble, so that trucks filled with civilians could get down to the harbour. Every 5 or 10 minutes, planes came over, and we had to freeze where we were. The street was strafed and burned 20 or 30 times a day. Only our memories of Belgorod and Memel kept us from killing ourselves. We were no longer counting our dead and wounded. Almost no one was entirely unhurt. Heavily laden horses, which must have been spared by supply, pulled a continuous train of sledges loaded with bodies wrapped in sacking or even paper. They had to be collected and buried with a speed which rivaled that of the Ilyushin's machine guns. Exhausted people stood stunned and motionless on heaps of ruins, creating magnificent targets for Russian planes. As a finishing touch, the horizon to the west and southwest was reddish-black. House-to-house fighting had already begun in the outlying sections of the town, while thousands of civilians still waited down by the docks. From time to time, Russian shells reached as far as the embarkation area and exploded there. We were trying to snatch a short rest in a cellar where a doctor was delivering a child. The cellar was vaulted and lit by a few hastily rigged lanterns. If the birth of a child is usually a joyful event, this particular birth only seemed to add to the general tragedy. The mother's screams no longer had any meaning in a world made of screams, and the wailing child seemed to regret the beginning of its life. Once again there was streaming blood, like the blood in the streets, and on the earth, where we had known so much suffering, and where my appreciation of existence was continually spiraling down toward the abyss, whose depths I occasionally glimpsed, defining life as a mixture of blood and suffering and groans of pain. A short while later, after a last look at the newborn child, whose tiny cries sounded like a tinkle of delicate glass through the roar of war, we returned to the flaming street. For the child's sake, we hoped he would die before he turned 20. 20 is the age of ingratitude. It is too hard to be leaving life at the moment when one so much longs for it to flower. We helped some old people, whom younger ones had left to the mercy of the Soviets. In the darkness lit up by flames, we once again performed our duty. We supported and carried the old people down to the port, where a boat was waiting for them. Planes passed over, and in spite of the blazing fires which lined the street, they once again scattered their load of death. They killed some 15 of our number. We had tried to pull the victims down with us on our several rapid plunges to the ground, but the old people were unable to follow us. It didn't matter though, we saved a good many of them anyhow, finally hoisting them onto a trawler, after getting them through the thickly packed crowd. The boat had to slip its lines while loading to escape an aerial attack. As we moved away from the shore, Volas ran back to the stern to see if the gangplank had really been drawn in. Then he came back to us, tramping through the refugees who crowded the deck. He looked at us as if he were about to speak. Then we all turned to stare at the flames. "Do you still have your embarkation cards?" he asked suddenly. We all pulled out our tattered, filthy cards. "I would have lost my head first," muttered Gransk. The water slid quietly by, less than a yard below us. The boat would probably sink if the weight of its human cargo shifted. No one moved so much as a finger. Once again, we had escaped from the Russians and their fury. The West Helle Denmark Kiel.
the English prisoner. Before daybreak, we arrived at Hela without incident. We had passed several ghostly ships, navigating without lights, going back to Hela or to Gotenhafen, and Danzig, where large numbers of civilians were still waiting for deliverance. Hela, which I had thought of as a large town, proved to be only a village, with a harbour of very secondary importance. Many ships were anchored offshore, and small boats were delivering a steady stream of passengers fleeing to the west. We had scarcely set foot to the ground when the police, who were still functioning, made a step to one side. We stared at them with desperate unease. Was our good luck, which had brought us this far, going to melt like summer snow and send us back to Danzig or Gotenhafen? The police turned their backs on us to direct the white-faced civilians. In any event, all of our papers were in order. But wasn't that the ship which was to take us further? And mightn't a counter-order arrive any moment? The minutes went slowly by without giving us any glimpses into our future. As it grew light, the cumulative exhaustion of many months seemed to crush our shoulders. We were now able to see the numerous grey outlines of ships, including many warships, riding at anchor on both sides of the peninsula. As we looked, the air raid alarm sounded. Our eyes turned to the sky as rumours began to circulate through the crowd. "No panic," shouted the police. "Our anti-aircraft defences will hold them off." By now we knew what that meant. All the shelters were filled with wounded, and each of us had to find what protection he could. If the bombs fell near the harbour, there would be an impressive carnage. We moved toward an old hulk pulled up on the shore, whose tarred timbers might be able to ward off a few blows. We hadn't quite reached it when the massive crackle of an anti-aircraft barrage burst all around us, fired by our coastal defences or by one of the warships we had glimpsed earlier. This was my first experience of such a barrage. The falling fragments alone were capable of no small damage. To the east, the sky was spattered with numberless black spots. The noise of firing was so loud that we couldn't hear the planes approaching. Finally, we saw 3 of them flying quite low, parallel to the shore, pursued by the black granules of exploding flak. We heard an explosion to the south over the water. One of the planes must have been hit. The police had not been exaggerating. Not one plane flew over Hela. We felt a wave of confidence and security. Finally, the Russians had been stopped. The police came and checked our cards. "Be back here for embarkation on the underscore of March," a non-com told us. "While you're waiting, you can make yourselves useful north of town." We took ourselves off without any questions. "What is the date today?" Hals asked. "Wait a minute," Wallace said. "There's a calendar in my diary." He looked through his pocket but couldn't find it. "In any case, we're not ahead of ourselves." "But we ought to know all the same," Hals persisted. "I would like to know exactly how much longer we have to wait." We finally learned that it was Sunday, the 28th or 29th of March, and that we would have to wait for 2 days, as I remember, the last 2 days of the Ostfront, which had consumed so much of our lives. We spent those 2 days in the throng of anxious refugees camping out on the narrow Gila Peninsula. There were 2 more attempted Russian air raids. The last victim I was to see was a dirty white horse. A Russian plane had been hit and was disintegrating above us. We all watched as the forward part of the plane, whose racing engine gave off a long howl, plunged toward the ground. The noise terrified the animal, which slipped its collar and galloped, whinnying toward the spot where the roaring mass of metal would land. It must have taken about 3 steps before it was hit. Its flesh was scattered for over 15 yards, about 14 meters in all directions. On the evening of April 1, during a spell of terrible weather, we boarded a large white ship, which must at one time have taken rich people on cruises. Despite the anxiety we all felt, despite the crowd and the stretchers and the wounded with their rattling breath, my eyes gaped at all the magnificent and barely faded details inside that elegant ship. I was reminded of the shop windows my father had always taken me to admire at Christmas time. But I didn't have the courage to rejoice. I knew that such feelings always end badly. In the darkness, our boat pressed forward through the large hollow waves. A short while before, the sound and light which had filled the sky over the other shore of the Bay of Danzig had still reached us. Our comrades were still fighting and dying there. We scarcely dared think of the good fortune that had saved us and that troubled us.
For 2 days, our boat slid across the sea toward the unbelievable west, which we had dreamed of for so long, where we could not imagine the war. We learned that our ship was the Pretoria, and although we were allowed only a small space on the bridge, lashed by wind and rain, the sweetness of the moment made us forget food and drink. Of course, a torpedo could send us to the bottom at any minute, but we didn't think of that. We also had a battleship escort. Everything was going very well. We arrived in Denmark, where we saw things we had almost forgotten, like pastry shops, which we devoured with enormous eyes, forgetting our filthy faces ravaged by misery. We scarcely noticed the looks of mistrust fixed on us by the shopkeepers, who couldn't understand us. We had no money, and the wares on display were not free. For a moment, we even thought of our machine guns. Hals could not resist temptation. He held out his big hands, which looked like dead wood, and begged for charity. The shopkeeper tried to pretend that he hadn't noticed, but Hals persisted. Finally, the baker put a stale cake into those filthy hands. Hals divided it into 4 pieces, and we tasted a substance which had become unknown to us. We thanked the man and tried to smile, but the rotting teeth in our grey faces must have produced an effect of grotesque grimace and made the baker think we were mocking him. He turned on his heel and disappeared into the back of his shop. He couldn't know how long it had been since we'd had the chance to laugh, and that we would need a little while to learn how again. A less sumptuous boat took us on to Kiel, where we found a more familiar atmosphere, with no more bakeries and no more occasion to smile. In a setting of ruins, we were reincorporated with alarmingly precipitate haste into a scratch battalion. Hals asked if he might be given a leave to visit his home in Dortmund. An enlisted man of about 50 put a hand on his shoulder and told him that with a little courage and a little luck, if he managed to infiltrate the American and British lines, he might perhaps get there. My friend's face reflected astonishment, stupefaction, and sadness. The American and British lines. In the West, which we had dreamed of and longed for so often, which we had finally reached, we were assaulted by the most overwhelming and terrible news. We were astounded. The West, the paradise we had been counting on in our icy holes at Memel, on the Dnieper and on the Don, that chimerical paradise which should have taken us in and soothed our sufferings, the West, which had been our sole reason for surviving, was only a small country, more or less thickly covered with buildings. A country where the silence was broken by the roar of planes, where terrified people crawled and ran. The West was also 3 dirty grey trucks carrying at high speed a reduced battalion of soldiers in grey toward another encounter with death. It was the place where my last illusions would crumble in conditions of inhuman grief. The West was the other half of the vice tightening on our misery. Several armies were challenging our exhausted arms, several, among them the French army. I cannot describe the emotions which this news produced in me. France, which in my thoughts had never abandoned me, la douce France, had abused my naivete. In the trenches of the steppe, I had loved France as much as any young man does as he talks revolution in the back room of a Paris café. Most of my efforts had been for France, which I had made my comrades in arms appreciate and love. What could have happened which had not been explained to us? France had turned against me when I was expecting her help. Perhaps I would have to fire at my French brothers, which I could no more do than I could fire at Hals or Lindbergh. What had happened? What had they kept from us? I no longer knew or understood. My brain refused to take in any more, and the hope which the West had revived in all of us died in me. We would have to fight again. Against whom and what? We knew that we no longer had any courage, and that nothing could lead us to hope anymore. Despite Anglo-American cries of victory, there was no longer any opposition to the imposing materiel they had fabricated for nothing. No victory is possible over men who have died toward everything. We had reached the banks of the Elbe and were lying stretched out on the grass beside a small road which led to Lauenburg. British troops were in the sector, and we were supposed to try to react. An older man was devouring the substance which fate still saw fit to deposit in our mess tins. Hals was a short way off, his eyes vacant as he pondered imponderables. The older fellow did not seem too depressed. He muttered some barely audible words to me. With a little luck, the war should be over for us in a few days. What did he mean? I knew that when a war ended for soldiers on the side that lost it, usually meant a small brownish hole in the head or the chest. I don't mean that, the other said. We'll be prisoners, you'll see. That's not so grand either, but it's better than bombing and starvation. You'll see. These fellows aren't mujiks. They're really not so bad. The night passed. It was mild, almost warm. We sat on the damp grass of the bank beside the road. Massive flights of planes growled invisibly through the starry sky. But nothing could interfere with our habit of half sleep, which we had perfected during 3 years of enforced watchfulness. Toward 3 o'clock in the morning, we heard the roar of artillery somewhere to the north, and the sky was lit by flashes of light. The whole episode lasted for about 45 minutes, during which our half-sleep continued without interruption. Daybreak came early, and a light spring sun rose over the horizon. A small, battered car appeared on the road, bumping over the broken surface. The car was brown, and was occupied by 3 fellows whose uniforms were quite different from ours. We watched as 3 brick-red faces beneath unusually large helmets drew closer to us. The owners of the faces appeared to be enjoying their morning outing. It was my first encounter with Englishmen, the first 3. To have fired at these cheerful individuals would have been a criminal act. However, some bastard in our group did fire twice at their heads. The car, a jeep, skidded into a panicky half-turn, which was slow enough to give us ample time to wipe them out. The old man beside me roared with anger at the young fellow who had just done his duty, explaining that this ill-considered gesture risked bringing in motorized troops to attack us, against which we would have no defense. A startled Hauptmann almost intervened, but saw that there was no point and went back to stand beside his gunner. An hour later, we heard the sound of several motors to the north of us. The old man's prediction was coming true. A reconnaissance plane flew over, directing the fire with considerable precision to the road beneath our bank. Clinging to the ground like treads, we crawled up the hollow of a small valley, thus escaping some 50 mortar shells, which would have inflicted heavy losses. The English must have decided that further resistance would be limited to a few isolated shots and sent 4 half-tracks after us. We watched with a certain anguish as they climbed over the bank. 2 of our men stood up with their hands raised. The Eastern Front had never seen anything like that. We wondered what would happen next. Would English machine guns cut them down? Would our leader shoot them himself for giving up like that? But nothing happened. The old man, who was still beside me, took me by the arm and whispered, "Come on, let's go." We stood up together. Others quickly followed us. Hals came over and stood by me without even thinking of raising his hands. We walked towards the victors with pounding hearts and dry mouths. This was the only time I was ever afraid of the Western Allies, and I had provoked the fear myself. We were roughly jostled together and shoved into place by English soldiers with vindictive faces. However, we had seen worse in our own army, particularly in training under Captain Fink. The roughness with which the English handled us seemed comparatively insignificant, and even marked by a certain kindness. In this way, I laid down the arms and insignia of my second country, and the war ended for me and for my comrades. To humiliate us, they made us stand in the sturdy trucks which brought the relief of their victory to our faltering ranks. The closed, flushed faces of the English continued to reflect their non-comprehension of the smiling remarks which emerged from our famished faces. Hals even received a slap in the face from an English non-com without much of an idea of what had happened to him. He had simply been comparing our easy ride as prisoners to our forced marches in the East. Then we met the other allies, tall men with plump, rosy cheeks, who behaved like hooligans, but hooligans who had been nicely brought up. Their bearing was casual and seemed to be designed to give them the opportunity to roll their hips and shoulders. Their uniforms were made of soft cloth, like golfing clothes, and they moved their jaws continuously, like ruminating animals. They seemed neither happy nor unhappy, but indifferent to their victory, like men who are performing their duties in a state of partial consent without any real enthusiasm for them. From our filthy, mangy ranks, we watched them with curiosity. It seemed that we, in the ranks of the defeated, were happier than these children, for whom paradise itself had no value. They seemed rich in everything but joy, a reassuring spectacle which reconciled us with humanity. The Americans also humiliated us as much as they could, which seemed perfectly normal. They put us in a camp with only a few large tents, which could shelter barely a tenth of us. Even in prison, the Wehrmacht continued to organize itself, as at Kharkov or on the Dnieper, at Memel or at Pillau, or in the black depths of winter on the steppe. Space in the tents was reserved for the sick and feeble. In the center of the camp, the Americans ripped open several large cases filled with canned food. They spread the cans onto the ground with a few kicks and walked away, leaving the division and distribution up to us. Everyone received a share. The food was so delicious that we forgot about the driving rain, which had turned the ground into a sponge. The packets of powdered orangeade and lemonade seemed the height of luxury, and collecting rainwater in the folds of our jackets to mix with them a gay, even joyous distraction. From their shelters, the Americans watched us and talked about us. They probably despised us for flinging ourselves so readily into such elementary concerns, and thought us cowards for accepting the circumstances of captivity, the distribution of food in the rain, for instance. Wasn't our condition as prisoners enough in itself to make us walk in silence, with that unbearable air which men have when their pride has been damaged? We were not in the least like the German troops in the documentaries our charming captors had probably been shown before leaving their homeland. We provided them with no reasons for anger. We were not the arrogant, irascible Boche, but simply underfed men standing in the rain, ready to eat unseasoned canned food, living dead with anxiety stamped on our faces, leaning against any support, half asleep on our feet, sick and wounded, who didn't ask for treatment but seemed content simply to sleep for long hours, undisturbed. It was clearly depressing for these crusading missionaries to find so much humility among the vanquished. In due course, we were sent on to Mannheim, where we passed through a large processing centre. Hals, Gransk, Lindbergh and I had remained inseparable through all this, as in our worst moments. We understood only that the war had really ended for us, and had given no thought to the consequences of that fact. Everything was still too new, too much in the present. We knew that the worst was over, and that German ex-soldiers were organizing themselves to facilitate the task of the Allies, who had to count their prisoners and assign them to various jobs. Our men helping with this organization, often in rags, moved through the elegant ranks of the victors, attacking with them the same pressing necessities. Cigarettes were given to the prisoners who had nothing to offer in return. Some even received chewing gum, which they chewed, laughing, and then swallowed by mistake. Orders were shouted in German, and ranks of men formed and broke up. Were they going to send us back to the line? That wouldn't be possible. A bastard non-com, carried away by the spirit of things, absent-mindedly shouted at a group of prisoners, "Grab your weapons!" He was answered by a howl of laughter. This made the Americans angry, and they came outside to shout at us. This struck us as even funnier, but it was clear that we had to correct our attitude. The erring non-com, who suddenly realized his mistake, snapped to attention, expecting a reprimand. 3 American officers protested in their language, hounding the delinquent, who was himself overcome with embarrassment. A short while later, the prisoners were moving in long lines past a health inspection. Some were sent to a hospital, others to an endless series of offices from which a recruiting service would send them out to take part in the first efforts at cleaning up a country in ruins. Control and verification commissions then studied each case. These commissions often included representatives of several Allied armies: Canadians, English, French, and Belgian. My scraps of paper fell to a French officer who looked up at me twice. Then he looked up again and spoke at first in German. "Is this the date and place of your birth?" "Ja." "Well?" "Yes," I answered in French this time. "My father is French. My French was now almost as bad as my German had been at Chemnitz." The other looked at me with mistrust. After a moment he spoke again in French. "Are you French then?" I didn't know what to say. For 3 years the Germans had persuaded me that I was German. I think so, Herr Major. What do you mean you think so? I felt embarrassed and made no reply. What the hell are you doing with this bunch? I still didn't know what to say. I don't know, Herr Major. Don't call me Herr Major. I'm not Herr Major. Call me Mon Capitaine and come with me. He stood up and I had to follow him. From the ranks of dirty grey-green, I sensed Hals's eyes fixed on me. I waved to him and called softly, Bleib hier, Hals. Ich komme wieder. Who's that you're talking to? The captain asked me, irritated. Das ist mein Kamerad, Herr Kapitän. Stop talking German, since you remember French. Come along this way. I followed him through a series of corridors, suddenly afraid that I wouldn't be able to find Hals again. Finally, we arrived at an office where 4 French soldiers were talking and laughing with a young woman who spoke to them in English, I think. The captain said he had brought along a doubtful case. They put me through an extended interrogation, to which my answers must have sounded far from convincing. My head was spinning, and everything I said seemed to ring false. One of them also, an officer, called me a bastard and a traitor. As I remained apathetic and absent, they gave up on me, sending me off to a small room on the floor below. For a day and a night they left me there, thinking of my companions in wretchedness, and especially of Hals, who must have been wondering about me. I felt a sinister premonition that I wouldn't see him again, and a feverish restlessness kept me from sleeping. The next morning, a lieutenant, who seemed in a very friendly mood, came to release me. I was taken back to the office of the day before and asked to sit down. This invitation was so unexpected that the words fell on my ears as if for the first time in my life. Then the young lieutenant looked through my papers and spoke to me. Your story took us somewhat by surprise yesterday. Now we know that the Germans often forced young men with German fathers into their army. If that had been your case, we would have been obliged to keep you a prisoner for a while. However, with you it was the mother, and we cannot detain you. For your sake, I am glad, he added gently. We have now liberated you, and this has been recorded on the papers I am handing back to you. You may return to your home and resume your old life. To my home? He might just as well have been talking about the planet Mars. Yes, home. He paused for a moment, giving me an opportunity to speak, which I didn't take. I couldn't quite grasp what had happened or find the proper words. Nevertheless, I would advise you to clear yourself by signing up for a term with the French army, and in that way return to normal life in good order. My expression remained impenetrable. My thoughts above all were with Hals, and I only took in about half of what the amiable officer was saying. Do you agree? Oui, mon lieutenant, I said, only partly aware of my own words. I congratulate you on your decision. Sign here. I signed my name, more interested by the French words than by their significance. You will be called up, he said, closing my folder. Go home quickly and try to forget this adventure. I still didn't know what to say. Even the lieutenant seemed to be losing his patience. He stood up anyway and walked me to the door. Do your parents know where you are? I don't think so, mon lieutenant. Didn't you write to them? I did, mon lieutenant. Well then, you must have had answers from them too. Don't the Boche have a post office? Yes, mon lieutenant. They wrote to me too, but we haven't had any mail for almost a year now. He looked at me in surprise. The bastards, he said. They wouldn't even send you your mail. Go along now, get yourself home, and try to forget all this as fast as you can. Epilogue. Return. Try to forget. In the train, rolling through the sunny French countryside, my head knocked against the wooden back of the seat. Other people who seemed to belong to a different world were laughing. I couldn't laugh and couldn't forget. I had looked everywhere for Hals, but hadn't been able to find him. He filled my thoughts, and only my acquired ability to hide my feelings kept me from weeping. He was attached to me by all the terrible memories of the war, which still rang in my ears. He was my only friend in this hostile world, the man who had so often carried my load when my strength was failing. I would never be able to forget him, or the experiences we had shared, or our fellow soldiers, whose lives would always be linked to mine. The train rolled on, carrying me minute by minute farther away from all that. If it had gone on like that for days and carried me to the other side of the earth, it would still have made no difference. My memories would have remained at my side. Then there was a station. My worn boots, which had tramped across Russia, scraped against the cement platform, and my disillusioned eyes took in the details of a place I knew well. Nothing had changed. The place seemed to be sleeping, although the unexpectedness of my arrival might very well have awakened it. Everything looked as it had. Only I had changed, and I knew very well that I would not be able to fit myself in. I stood for a while, staring at all the details which seemed to me so small, walking slowly and hesitantly. Then I noticed that 2 station employees were glaring at me, clearly wishing me gone so they could go about their own business. I was the last person left on the platform. Everyone else had hurried away. "Let's get going," one of them said. I went over to him with my papers. "You'll have to show those to the station master. This way." The station master looked rapidly through my sheaf of documents, and clearly unable to make them out, rubber-stamped the lot. "Mannheim," he said. "That's in Bochum, isn't it?" "No, sir," I said. "It's in Germany." He caught my atrocious accent and looked at me doubtfully. "For me, they're the same thing." I was still 5 miles, about 8 kilometers from my house and from the end of my journey, and the place where it had all begun. It was a beautiful day, and I should have been impelled by joy to run the whole way, toward the incredible fact that drew closer with each step. However, my throat was knotted with anguish, and I could scarcely breathe. I felt my reason faltering, assailed by the incomprehensible emotion of seeing, touching, and tasting the reality which surrounded me. The station I had just inspected with a fresh eye and my village about to become visible in that damp green hollow, and the imminent prospect of meeting my parents, which was so overwhelming I couldn't begin to think about it. This reality suddenly seemed so huge that I felt afraid. The front of the house, edged by a vine, and cut by a door which I had left 3 years earlier, and in the shadowy doorway an old man and an old woman. With my mind's eye, I composed features on those shadowy faces, corresponding to the features of my mother and father. Then, like forbidden pleasures suddenly exposed, the furtive image grew dim. I saw that my little brother was there too, and was amazed by how much he had grown. A cold sweat suddenly began to pour down my emaciated body. The despair which had settled over me in the East was suddenly violated by a reality I had almost forgotten, which was about to impose itself on me once more, as if nothing had happened. The transition was too great, too brutal. I needed some sort of sieve or filter. Hulls and all the others, the war and everything for which I had been obliged to live, all the names of all the men beside whom, my eyes huge with terror, I had watched death approach, and death itself, which could have overcome us at any moment. The names and faces of all the men without whom I would never have made these observations, all of these things were incompatible with what happened afterward. I could neither forget nor deny them, and my position became untenable. My head was spinning like a boat with a broken rudder as I walked slowly toward the encounter which I had so much longed for, and which I suddenly feared. A plane flew over very low across the sunny countryside. Unable to stop myself, I plunged into the ditch on the other side of the road. The plane throbbed overhead for a moment and then vanished, as suddenly as it had come. I pulled myself up by the trunk of an apple tree without understanding what had just happened. I felt stunned. My blurred eyes watched the grass, which had been crushed by my weight, slowly straightening up again. It looked like badly combed hair. It was still yellow from the winter frosts and, like myself, was struggling to revive. This grass was not so tall, but otherwise reminded me of the grass on the steppe. It seemed familiar, and I let myself fall down again. The brilliance of the day rose over the points of the blades, forcing me to shut my eyes. The touch of the ground, silent witness of my emotion, reassured me. I managed to calm down and fell asleep. Only death is final. The hopes that Memel had been unable to destroy could not be destroyed by peace either. When I woke,
I set out again to complete my journey. My sleep must have lasted for several hours. The sun was setting behind the hill, and I arrived at twilight, which was preferable to the glare of full day. I felt anxious enough about meeting my own family. I didn't want to meet anyone I used to know who might not have forgotten me. So I arrived at the end of the day I had longed for so much and started down the street as if I had just left it the day before. I tried to walk slowly, but each step seemed to resound like a parade step at Chemnitz. I passed two young men who paid no attention to me. As I turned the corner to the left, I saw my house. My heart was pounding so hard that my chest ached. Someone appeared at the corner, a small old woman whose shoulders were covered by a worn cloak. Even the cloak was familiar to me. My mother was carrying a small milk can. She was walking toward a neighboring farm, which I knew well. She was also walking toward me. I thought I was going to fall. She was coming down the middle of the road, about 2 yards, about 1.8 meters, from the grassy verge along which I had been forcing my steps with the last of my strength. Although my eyes were blurred by almost inconceivable emotion, I recognized her face. My heart contracted so hard I thought I would faint. My mother walked past me. I leaned against a wall to keep my balance. A bitter taste filled my mouth, as if it had filled with blood. I knew that within a few minutes she would come back the same way. I felt like running, but at the same time couldn't move and stood paralyzed, letting the minutes trickle by. After a few moments, as I had foreseen, she reappeared, going the other way, greyer and more shadowy in the deepening darkness. She came closer and closer. I was afraid to move, afraid of frightening her, and then it was unbearable. I summoned up my courage and spoke. "Maman?" She stopped. I took several steps toward her, and then I saw that she was about to faint. The milk can fell to the ground, and I caught her in my trembling arms. She gave a long, drawn-out groan, and I was afraid someone would come. Carrying my fainting mother, I hurried toward the doorway in which a young man had just appeared. This young man was my brother. Suddenly alarmed, he called out, "Papa, someone's bringing Maman home. She's sick." Hours went by. I remained motionless and mute, surrounded by my family, who gazed at me as if they had forgotten that the earth was round. Over the fireplace, I noticed a photograph of myself as a young man. Beside it stood a small vase which held a few faded flowers. Time passed, leaving behind it a monumental silence. The tale was drawing to an end. It would take all of us, those who had waited, and I, who had hoped a long measure of time to accept the evidence of our senses. I also understood that my return could create complications for everyone, and that they too had needed courage to give up the habit of hope. The neighborhood must not learn too quickly of my return, and for the time being our happiness would have to be kept secret. For the next few days, while I collapsed into an anesthetizing exhaustion, I could use the room of a sister who had married during my absence. In due course, I would enter the victorious French army, which would make room in its ranks for a particle from the ranks of the vanquished. It was to prove an unexpected transfer for my unease, the filter I had been hoping for. Of course, I would be a damned Boche to whom a great kindness was being done. I would even be able to enjoy experiences which the others found tiresome. The discipline I was used to made it easy for me to be first, and I had to watch myself so I didn't annoy the others. I would meet people who hated me, and others with generous hearts, who accepted the totality of my experience and offered me a glass of beer to help me forget. My parents imposed an absolute silence. I would never be able to tell them the things which would have relieved me. I listened attentively to the tales of the heroes on the other side heroes, to whose ranks I would never be admitted. People who hated me would pursue me with vindictiveness, seeing in my past only cupidity and culpable error. Others might someday understand that men can love the same virtues on both sides of a conflict, and that pain is international. The French army, which I had entered for a 3-year tour, finally kept me for only 10 months. Despite my sense of well-being, I fell seriously ill and in the end was sent home. However, before that, I took part in a huge parade in Paris in '46. There was also a long silence of remembrance for the dead, to which I added these names: Ernst Neubach, Lenzen, Wiener, Wesreidau,
Prince, Solmer, Hoth, Olensheim, Spelowski, Smellens, Dunde, Kellerman, Frevich, Balers, Fritsch, Wortenbeck, Siemenleis. I refuse to add Paula to that list, and I shall never forget the names of Hals, or Lindbergh, or Ferrum, or Vollers. Their memory lives within me.
There is another man whom I must forget. He was called Guy Sajer.